Ancient 1 Chapter 1095 to Chapter 1150. Li Yunxiao was dumbfounded as well. How many supreme-grade mystic artifacts were there in this world? He had never seen or heard of them for tens of thousands of years. How come he was encountering them one by one? Guang Yuan's eyes flashed with madness as he laughed. After holding so many treasure shows, I always wanted to have a feast. Unfortunately, there isn't enough. This time, it's enough. Haha. Damn it. So this treasure show has always been a trap. The water droplet race powerhouse was enraged as he shouted, "Everyone, let's kill him together. Otherwise, everyone's mystic artifacts will be destroyed." After he finished speaking, he winked at his companions. Instantly, 7 or 8 water droplet race powerhouses rushed up one after another. The 3 leaders were extremely powerful. They used the same martial arts technique, drawing circles in front of them with their left hands and forming a palm with their right hands. Under the palm wind, there was a faint spiritual light. A lively and cute little fish swam in the middle like a water droplet. It was their original form. The 3 figures overlapped in the air and merged the palm energy. It was as if a primordial beast had been reborn and had the power to sweep everything away. Humph. Guang Yuan snorted. He didn't hide the disdain in his eyes. He raised his left hand lazily and drew a circle in the air to meet the attack. Bang! A surge of vital force exploded in the air, and the sweeping power was immediately dispersed. The 3 water droplet race powerhouses spat out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying like kites with broken strings. Ah? My lords! The 5 water droplet race powerhouses who rushed up were enraged. They all drew their sabers and slashed down with a roar. Their veins were bulging, and their skin was covered with a layer of water film. It was obvious that they had used a secret technique to activate their extremely powerful strength. Guang Yuan sneered and said with disdain, "Moths to the flame. Seeking your own destruction." When the 5 sharp slashes were about to land, he put his hands behind his back and took a step forward. His entire body disappeared on the spot, and the 5 saber rays slashed through thin air. What? One of them was horrified. The saber rays from the 5 of them sealed the sky and locked the earth. It was already good enough that he could withstand the pressure, let alone disappear. Bang, a dull sound of impact could be heard. Guang Yuan appeared directly in the middle of the 5 people. His right knee instantly burst one of their dantian. That person spat out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger as he breathed his last. Then, he swept his right hand in front of him and directly slapped that person's saber away. The saber drew a few circles of saber light in the air and was sucked up with a whoosh. Like a magnet, it stuck to the Dharma flower lotus throne with a paw sound. In just a few breaths of time, the saber lost all its spiritual chi and fell from the Dharma flower lotus throne, turning into a piece of scrap iron on the ground. Bang! The other 4 were shocked and frightened. They hurriedly swung their swords at Guang Yuan. The 4 of them had a tacit understanding. Their moves overlapped each other's as they attacked and defended each other at the same time. A layer of saber net came crashing down. Guang Yuan's body was instantly minced into pieces by the net of blades. The 4 of them were overjoyed, but their smiles soon froze. The crushed head of Guang Yuan revealed a mocking expression, and the shattered body also faded and slowly disappeared. A voice sounded from all directions. "You can't even catch my movements. How are you going to fight me? A bunch of trash." Bang! 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 Under the great fear, a large hole was directly opened in their chests. All their internal organs burst out, and they died on the spot. Then, the weapons of the 4 were sucked up by the Dharma flower lotus throne. In a few moments, they became scrap iron and fell to the ground. Bang! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Guang Yuan defeated the 7 water droplet race powerhouses in a short period of time. It made them, who originally had a glimmer of hope, feel completely hopeless. All of them revealed a look of fear. One of the sea race mustered his courage and stood up. "Oshima Lord, your goal is to absorb the weapon spirit and repair the Dharma flower lotus throne. We will give you the weapon with both hands, and please let us leave Xianxia Island." Guang Yuan squinted his eyes and smiled. "Leave? What a sad topic. Didn't I tell you that I am also severely injured and have not recovered yet? The man was startled. I still have some heaven and earth treasures that can heal injuries. I am willing to give them all to you. Guan Yuan smiled and said, I appreciate your kindness. But for the past few decades, I have studied this Dharma flower lotus throne and learned a secret skill that can heal my injuries. The man asked, what secret skill? Guan Yuan smiled and crooked his finger, signaling the man to come forward. The man was terrified, but he did not dare to disobey. He braced himself and said, since Oshima Lord is able to heal himself, that is the best. While the man was on tenterhooks, a gust of wind blew against his face. He saw a giant dragon head floating in front of him. Its lantern-like eyes were glaring fiercely at him. Ah! The man was startled and quickly retreated. But his body was suddenly restrained by a force and he could not move an inch. The dragon's head suddenly opened its mouth and bit him into its mouth. Crunch, crunch. The sound of bones being chewed could be heard in the dragon's mouth. Then, it swallowed the man. After the dragon head ate the man, it slowly turned back into Guan Yuan's appearance. It had a smile on its face and even stuck out its tongue to lick its lips as if it wanted more. Ah! This time everyone was scared out of their wits. Wah! They screamed and ran away. Hundreds of beams of light flew out of the door, and a strong beam of light shot in from outside, blasting everyone away. Some of the weaker cultivators were even blown to pieces on the spot. Guan Yuan licked his lips and said, what a pity. This caused everyone to tremble in fear. One by one, they retreated. No one dared to face him. Narcissus's face was also cold. She said, Oshima Lord, your healing method is too evil. Don't do such evil things. Guan Yuan smiled and said, I have no choice. I hope your highness can understand. Narcissus's eyes flashed with anger. She shouted, you dare to disobey me? She exuded a cold aura and had a natural majesty. At this moment, she was like a lighthouse in the endless sea of suffering. It warmed everyone's heart. A glimmer of hope appeared in everyone's heart. With the daughter of the Sea Emperor here, they should be able to suppress Guan Yuan. Guan Yuan said with a bitter face, it's not that I don't want to listen. Your highness is kind and compassionate. I am touched. But if I let them go, my injuries will not heal. If it continues to worsen, I will die sooner or later. Letting them go is the same as dying. Princess can be compassionate to these scums. Why can't you be compassionate to me? Narcissus was stunned. She was not good with words and did not know how to refute. She subconsciously turned to look at Li Yunxiao, who was beside her, as if she was asking for help. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly in his heart. Guan Yuan dared to reveal the supreme-grade profound artifact and kill and eat people unscrupulously. He had already considered Narcissus as a factor. The so-called princess's prestige was just a paper tiger. When Guan Yuan made his move, he did not put this paper tiger in his eyes. But even if it was a paper tiger, it had its great use. Li Yunxiao sneered, Oshima Lord's words are wrong. What do you mean by you will die if you don't eat them? Don't tell me that there is no way to heal your injuries in the four seas? A cold light flashed across Guan Yuan's face as he stared at Li Yunxiao. However, he saw that Li Yunxiao's eyes were clear and did not panic even after Guan Yuan had revealed his strength. Guan Yuan really admired Li Yunxiao. But at this moment, everything was in his hands. He did not panic and only snorted coldly, maybe there is a way. It's just difficult. Why should I take the risk? What if I can't find a way? Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes and said, if there is no way, you can also find some ferocious sea beasts to eat. The four seas are so big and there are so many marine products. Is it not enough for you to eat? This, Guan Yuan was stunned. He could indeed rely on devouring sea beasts to absorb strength. Narcissus's eyes also lit up, Li Yunxiao is right. There are so many sea beasts in the sea. Their strength is no less than ours. Oshima Lord, let everyone go. Guan Yuan's face darkened. He did not know how to respond. Li Yunxiao sneered and waited for Guan Yuan's reaction. If he went against Narcissus's will, it would be looking down on the Ocean King's dignity. He would become the enemy of the four seas. Guan Yuan was really angry. He wanted to tear Li Yunxiao apart right now. He was originally from the Eastern Seas royal family. He had a natural fear of the Bo family who ruled the four seas. Because he was once in a high position, he had a deep understanding and fear of the Ocean King's power. He did not have the guts to openly defy Narcissus, at least for now. But he was not a good person. He also wanted the Ocean King's blood. But his injuries had not healed and he could not completely control the Dharma flower lotus. According to his senses, as long as the Dharma flower lotus could absorb half of the profound level weapon's power, it would be enough to recover. And if he ate these people, his injuries would be mostly healed. If he obtained the Ocean King's blood, he would be able to control a supreme level profound level weapon to roam the four seas. He would not even be afraid of the Ocean King, but these were just speculations. Before he had enough strength, he did not dare to defy the Bo family's orders. The hall became strangely silent. Everyone hid behind Narcissus and looked nervously at Guan Yuan, waiting for his decision. Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, was already prepared to escape at any time. He did not believe that Guan Yuan would give up on eating humans because of the Narcissus. What Guan Yuan was considering now was not whether to eat or not, but how to eat without being accused. Guan Yuan finally opened his mouth and said, "Your Highness, I am injured. It is difficult to find the fierce beasts in the sea for a while. But let's make a compromise. I will choose a few people to eat. As long as they have more or less recovered and have the power to go to the sea, I will not eat them." As soon as he finished speaking, he did not wait for Narcissus to reply. He stretched out his hand and turned it into a long dragon in the air to grab Li Yunxiao. Guan Yuan's true body was here. The power of Emperor Jiuxing pressed down on Li Yunxiao like a mountain. The arm turned into a dragon head in the air and bit down on Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao was prepared for this. The moment he felt the Emperor Qi, he turned into a bolt of lightning and dodged the attack. Bam! The seat next to Narcissus was bitten off by the dragon head. Guan Yuan's face darkened when his attack missed. "I'll kill you first today." He retracted his hand and took a step towards Li Yunxiao. The frustration he suffered in the Xiankong Island was not as much as when he met Li Yunxiao today. If he did not kill Li Yunxiao, he would not be able to appease his anger. Moreover, Li Yunxiao had a supreme grade Xian artifact with him. He was determined to get his hands on it. Narcissus's face changed drastically. "Oshima Lord, you must not kill this man," she shouted angrily. Guan Yuan said coldly. "This man is full of evil intentions. Your Highness, please do not be fooled by his immature appearance. Today, I will peel off this man's skin and show everyone his true colors." Li Yunxiao sneered, "You even dare to disobey the Princess of the Sea's order. Is there anything in this world that you don't dare to do? If you eat everyone and restore the Lotus platform, I'm afraid you will be able to kill everyone in the Sea Imperial Palace." Everyone's expression changed drastically. They didn't even dare to think of such treasonous words, let alone say them out loud. Guan Yuan sneered, "No matter how glib your tongue is, you will not be able to live today." Li Yunxiao glanced at everyone and said, "Are you all hoping that he will be merciful and let everyone go? The chance to live is earned with your own blood, not with someone else's charity." Everyone was shocked. Looking at Guan Yuan's ferocious expression, their hesitant hearts slowly became firm. What this human friend said makes sense. It won't be difficult to kill this person if we join hands, but if we continue to wait and see, he will kill us one by one. The Sea Clan member who won the 9-colored conch spoke first. Profound artifact spirits flowed out of his body and headed towards the Lotus platform in the sky. He stepped out of the crowd and stood by Li Yunxiao's side. Unexpectedly, he wanted to join forces to deal with the enemy. This time, there were even more people who took a firm stand. One by one, they flew up from their seats angrily and glared at Guan Yuan. Baiming Lifeng was happy and worried at the same time. He was happy that Li Yunxiao was going to die, but he was worried that he would die too. He couldn't make up his mind, so he glanced at Baiming Kongtian. Baiming Kongtian's face was extremely gloomy. His lips moved slightly as he transmitted his voice to him. Baiming Lifeng immediately pricked up his ears to listen to Baiming Kongtian's voice. His facial expression kept changing. In the end, he showed a determined expression and nodded at Baiming Kongtian. Bai Ming Kong Tian then flew into the sky and said in a deep voice, "All the powerful humans, listen to my command. Kill the 5 people from Xianxia Island." Guang Yuan squinted his eyes and looked at him. He praised, "TSK, powerful humans? Peak of 8-star, not bad. Bin Sun, I'll lead this person to you." Bin Sun leaped up from the platform and walked behind Guang Yuan. He said, "O Shima Lord, can you spare Li Yunxia's life?" Guang Yuan's face turned cold. He said angrily, "Don't forget our agreement. Li Yunxia must die." His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He stared at Bin Sun and said coldly, "You can save him once, but I will not allow the same thing to happen again." Bin Sun's face changed slightly. He kept quiet and let out a long sigh. Narcissus's cold face was filled with murderous intent. She said angrily, word by word, "I will not allow you to kill Li Yunxiao." Her tone was firm as if there was no room for negotiation. She didn't know why she was so decisive. She flew into the sky and stood in front of Li Yunxiao. Narcissus's action shocked everyone. But it also represented the stance of the daughter of the sea god. No one hesitated anymore. They decided to fight to the death with Xianxia Island. Li Yunxiao was also stunned for a moment as a complicated look surfaced in his eyes. He did not expect this silly lass to be so brave and fearless. Bai Ming Lifeng's face turned pale. His eyes were filled with endless hatred. Guang Yuan's expression changed greatly this time. He said coldly, "Your Highness, please think about it carefully. This man is a despicable human. I am your citizen, the citizen of the 4 seas. You should be protecting me, not him." Narcissus said coldly, "Do I need you to tell me whose opinion I should protect?" Guang Yuan and the others were stunned. Why did Narcissus, who was not good with words, suddenly become so sharp? Haha. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but laugh. He praised, "Not bad. That's more like a princess. But this is not a battle you can participate in. Step back." Li Yunxiao grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Water deity shuddered. She had never been touched by a stranger before. She panicked and was pulled to the back by Li Yunxiao's strength. Her cheeks couldn't help but blush, and her heart was thumping hard. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on Guang Yuan. She heaved a sigh of relief. She was the princess of the 4 seas. She was born to be superior. Li Yunxiao should have been sentenced to death for daring to be so rude to her. But she wasn't angry at all. Instead, an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. She felt safe and warm standing behind that human. "Li Yunxiao, how dare you kidnap the princess of the 4 seas? And how dare you collude with a human and betray the Sea Emperor? All of you deserve to die." Guang Yuan's face turned cold. He was the first to put the blame on everyone. He waved his hand and shouted, "Kill them all." The 3 island masters on the stage flew up and stood behind Guang Yuan. The Xianxia Islands guards kept appearing in the surrounding space, surrounding everyone. Li Yunxiao said, "It's a one-way restriction. People can enter from the outside but can't leave from the inside." Bai Ming Kong Tian asked in a deep voice, "Are we confident that we can break the restriction and escape?" The fact that he asked this proved that he had no confidence in his heart at all. The difference between the peak of the 8 stars and the 9 stars was like heaven and earth. Li Yunxiao shook his head and smiled bitterly, "Even if we can leave this hall, we can't leave Xianxia Island. This is really troublesome. We might all die here." Bai Ming Kong Tian frowned. He didn't understand Li Yunxiao's intention. He snorted, "Mr. Yunxiao, do you think there will be times when you are in a desperate situation? That's not like you. I don't believe that Xianxia Island can take all of us down. There are quite a lot of powerful cultivators here." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. He couldn't explain to Bai Ming Kong Tian that the Dharma flower lotus seed above his head was a supreme-grade weapon. If everyone knew about this, their confidence would collapse on the spot. However, there was no time for them to think. The Xianxia Island guards all charged towards them. Every one of them was holding the same fork-shaped weapon with rings carved on it. The rings were intertwined with each other and were not affected by the suction force of the Dharma flower lotus seed. Bam! One of the Xianxia Island guards fought with a sea race cultivator. The battle axe in the sea race cultivator's hand was broken by the fork-shaped weapon. The sea race cultivator's chest was pierced by the fork-shaped weapon and he died on the spot. This scene caused everyone to be shocked and enraged. When they thought of how their own profound weapons had become so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow, their boundless rage was ignited. Damn it! Everyone, attack! A sea race cultivator's face turned cold. A ball of purple lightning shot out from his eyes and his body was instantly enveloped by a strong electric current. With every step he took, his body grew bigger. After 7 steps, he was already more than 8 feet tall. Purple lightning flowed on his arms and he punched towards Guang Yuan. The electric current on his fist and arm was so strong that it lit up the entire hall. Bai Ming Kong Tian also shouted in a deep voice, "Attack!" Just as he was about to charge down, he saw a figure flashed by and appeared in front of him. The figure smiled and said, "Peak of the 8-star cultivator, let me experience your strength." Bai Ming Kong Tian's face turned cold and he shouted angrily, "Get lost!" He kicked out in the air, and the entire space exploded with a series of bangs. Countless spatial cracks appeared, and they were like earthworms swimming in all directions. Bin Chen's expression changed. His body leaned back slightly to the right and he clenched his right fist tightly. Borrowing the force from his waist and arm, he turned and roared as he punched out. Kaboom! The wind from the punch collided with the force from Bai Ming Kong Tian's kick. A strong wind burst out in all directions. Some of the sea race cultivators dodged in horror. At this moment, several other sea race cultivators rushed out. They joined forces with the one who threw the purple thunder fist and attacked Guang Yuan together. Not bad, not bad. The stronger you are, the faster I can recover. Guang Yuan licked his lips. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He formed a hand seal with his left hand. His thumb and index finger gently pressed together and he smiled. A golden lotus suddenly formed on his fingertip. He raised it high above his head. The golden lotus symbolized holiness and wealth. A solemn and majestic aura came from it. It was as if there was Sanskrit chanting. Boom! The purple thunder fist landed on the golden lotus. A strong force of thunder and lightning shot out. It was like many thunder dragons crashing around. The entire hall was a mess. Those martial artists with weaker cultivations who accidentally touched it exploded into powder on the spot, leaving not even their bones behind. Such a domineering punch could not shake the power of the golden lotus. What? The sea race cultivator was shocked. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the other ultimate skills also arrived. All of them landed on the golden lotus. They could not break through it at all. Xianxia's eyes were filled with astonishment. The universe god monument in his body was getting stronger and stronger. Guang Yuan's smile must be closely related to Chongkong's Dharma flower lotus platform. His eyes flashed. Just as he was about to attack, someone suddenly appeared in front of him. The person said calmly, "Your opponent is me." Xianxia's pupils shrank. He said coldly, "Get lost. Now is not the time to have a personal grudge with you." The person looked calm. He closed his eyes and sniffed. He seemed to feel very comfortable and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. He slowly opened his eyes and said word by word, "I don't want to wait anymore. Today, either you die or I die. Today, I will use your blood to wash away the humiliation of me, the crown prince of Beihai." Narcissus's face changed drastically. She yelled in anger, "Ruanxiang, I order you to stop fooling around. Join hands to deal with the Xiankong Island." Ruanxiang sneered, "My apologies, Princess Narcissus, I cannot comply." Murderous intent flashed in Narcissus's eyes. She said coldly, "Fine, fine. All of you are ignoring the existence of the Ocean Emperor Palace. Xiankong Island, North Sea Royal Family, I will remember this." Ruanxiang's face changed drastically. He explained, "This is a personal grudge between me and Li Yunxiao. It has nothing to do with the North Sea Royal Family. If you want to settle this, settle it with me." Narcissus sneered, "Who do you think you are? This is not up to you." Rage surged in Ruanxiang's chest. He pointed at Li Yunxiao and said, "Li Yunxiao, you can be considered a hero among men. Don't tell me you want to hide behind a woman and let her stand up for you." I, as the Crown Prince of the North Sea, challenge you to a battle of life and death. Do you dare to accept? His bold words shook the chaotic hall and attracted many people's attention. Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he stared at Ruinxiang. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curled up. He smiled. Ruinxiang's face darkened. He shouted angrily, "What are you smiling at? Do you think I am not qualified?" Li Yunxiao's eyes were unusually calm. With a smile on his face, he said, "Since you have such courage, I will fulfill your martial heart and grant you a battle." A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said softly, "I will grant you another death." In the endless years of time, there have been countless prodigies on the path of martial arts. They shone like the stars in the sky. But there were also countless prodigies who flew across the sky like shooting stars. They could only shine for one generation. Since the beginning of time, who could be the Big Dipper? My life has a limit, but my Tao is boundless. I will follow the boundless if there is a limit. Runxiang's expression changed abruptly, but he quickly revealed a smile. It was a smile of uncontrollable excitement. Heh. Grant me death? That's exactly what I wanted to say to you. Ruinxiang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, who cares about the Xiankong Island or the Ocean Emperor Palace? Let me have a good fight today. The blood in his body instantly boiled. At this moment, he no longer had any other thoughts. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Li Yunxiao to prove his martial heart. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "I really admire a genius like you. I can see a lot of myself in you." Among the 10 great titled Emperor Wu, which one of them didn't have a heart of steel? Which one of them wasn't paranoid? Which one of them wasn't a battle-crazed maniac? Haha, don't look at me with that condescending gaze. It's so annoying. Ruinxiang grinned and raised his right hand. Luohuo's spear appeared in his hand and lashed out like a whip. The spear transformed into a dragon's spine in the air and struck down like a bolt of lightning. Li Yunxiao sneered. He didn't care about Guang Yuan or the Dharma flower lotus seed anymore. He was looking forward to this battle. Ruinxiang seemed to have changed. Although he couldn't tell what it was, it triggered the battle thirst in Li Yunxiao's body, be it his previous life or this life, Gu Feiyang or the current Li Yunxiao. They had all climbed to the peak of the martial Tao step by step through countless challenges. At the peak, corpses piled high. Do you dare to fight me? What a joke, Li Yunxiao grinned and said, I will stand on the path of martial arts and grant you death. The sword chi in his hand rose, and the cold sword emitted a clanging sword cry. The cold light shone on the water as it pierced towards the dragon's spine. At this moment, the hall was in chaos. However, the fight between the two still attracted a lot of attention. The golden lotus in Guang Yuan's hand turned into a mighty force that shook the hall. Bang! 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 Several sea race powerhouses were forced back by this force. Several people even directly vomited blood, suffering internal injuries. After one move, Guang Yuan didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he stood in the air confidently and focused his gaze on Li Yunxiao and Ruinxiang's battlefield, his eyes unsettled. North Sea's genius youth, can you live up to my expectations? A question sounded out in his heart. The answer would be answered soon. At this moment, the other 3 island masters entered the chaotic battle. Fei Ming and Cold Feather were locked in a fierce battle, while Zhao Wenjian was facing off against that powerhouse who exchanged for the 9-colored sky snail. The other party was actually someone with extremely powerful mental strength. And the 9-colored sky snail was directly unleashed in his hands without any blood sacrifice. Placing it by his mouth and blowing, a sound wave converged into a line, crushing Zhao Wenjian's mental attack and bombarding down. Jiutian and those 3 water droplet clan powerhouses clashed together. It was hard to determine the victor within a short time. What made everyone terrified was that the profound artifact's power in their hands was continuously depleting, while the other party's profound artifact was completely fine. The more they fought, the fiercer they became. Baiming Kong Tian also realized the severity of the matter and was unwilling to fight a protracted battle with Bin Sun. Immediately, he weaved a seal with one hand, and a nebula appeared in his palm. Bin Sun smiled in surprise and said, What? Are you going to get serious? Baiming Kong Tian snorted coldly and said, I don't have time to chat with you. I'll send you straight to meet King Yama. The nebula directly spread out from his palm. The entire hall started trembling because of it. The space started to shatter completely. Everyone was greatly astonished in their hearts, horrified by this nebula mighty force. At the same time, they were overjoyed. Under such boundless mighty force, it was extremely likely to shatter the hall's restrictions. Guan Yuan's pupils also shrank slightly. At this moment, everything in the hall was trembling. Only the Dharma flower lotus platform on the dome was still quietly floating there, not moving at all. Vincent's expression also changed drastically. He weaved a seal with both hands quickly, and a circular mark appeared in front of him. Ah! He roared a few times, and the muscles on his body bulged. Meridians appeared on the surface of his body, and his entire body actually grew twice as tall. Moreover, as the meridians appeared on his body, formations began to appear one after another. There were hundreds and thousands of formations, and it was dazzling. Guan Yuan's eyes were filled with shock, and he muttered to himself, "Is this the holy wheel? It really is an extremely powerful divine body." He stared at Bin Sun, and his expression was gloomy. After Bin Sun released the seal in his body, his eyes became cold, and he said coldly, "Quafu chases the sun." He put his hands together, and a divine body avatar appeared on his body. A blazing sun slowly rose up, and it was as big as a wheel. Baiming Contian's expression changed, and he flipped his palm and slapped it in the air. He shouted in a stern voice, "My life has limits." The power of the palm converged into a whirlpool, and it pressed towards the divine body avatar. The nebula rose, and the blazing sun shone in the sky. Boom! The two avatars clashed together, and the entire hall instantly lost all color, turning into a vast expanse of whiteness. Everyone's eyes couldn't see, and their ears couldn't hear. There was only a vast expanse of whiteness. Boom, boom, boom. After a while, there was a deafening roar, as if a battleship was flying across the sky, and it didn't stop for a long time. Suddenly, a golden light sprinkled down, and it was as if the dark clouds were parted to reveal the blue sky. All the colors of the vast expanse disappeared under the white light. Everyone looked over in shock, and they saw the Dharma flower lotus platform rotating on its own in the sky, sprinkling down rays of afterglow. Guan Yuan's expression also changed drastically, and there was a look of surprise on his face. This Dharma flower lotus platform's rotation was not under his command, but on its own. His expression darkened, and there were too many wondrous aspects of this Dharma flower lotus platform that he didn't control. When he thought about how his strength had returned to its peak, and how he could control this Dharma flower lotus platform, he couldn't help but feel a fire burning in his heart. After the Dharma flower lotus platform's golden light dispersed the vast expanse of whiteness, everyone was overjoyed to find that they had indeed broken through the restriction. The entire hall had been turned into ashes by that one move, and not even a trace of it could be found. Suddenly, a vast and mighty force rose again, and Baiming Contian's cold voice sounded. "It's not over yet." Avatars appeared in the sky again, and Baiming Contian's figure appeared in the sky. Veins popped up on his forehead, and he put his palms together in front of him. An extremely powerful chill spread out from his hands, and it almost solidified, turning into layers of thin ice that spread out in the air. A shadow appeared behind him, and it formed a beautiful pattern with the ice crystals in front of him. "Ha!" Baiming Contian roared, and his palms that were put together instantly opened up, and he began to rapidly form hand seals. Rays of golden light began to appear in the blue world of ice, and they formed a vast pattern. His eyes flashed with killing intent, and he said in a cold voice, "Take this, 3 styles of outer sky." The huge pattern suddenly fell from the sky, and it crushed down on a part of the island. Everyone trembled under this pressure, but most of them were ecstatic, as if they had seen the hope of victory. Guan Yuan's expression also changed drastically, and there was a look of shock on his face. Under the vast pattern, even he felt an extreme sense of danger, and he murmured to himself, "Are these the so-called masters of the 7 superpowers among the humans? They are indeed not inferior to the royal families of the 4 seas." Below the huge pattern, there was suddenly a burst of strong light. Vincent's figure appeared again, and the array that appeared on his body suddenly projected into the sky, forming a complex array world. Boom! Under the pressure of the avatars, the entire array world exploded with rays of golden light, and they flew into the sky, rushing into the huge pattern. The two forces were locked in a stalemate for a moment, and finally, the stunning avatars emerged, and they crashed down. Rumble. The ground exploded, and a large amount of dust flew up, and the huge crack spread in all directions. The entire island was split open by this one attack. The earth veins on the island were instantly penetrated, and the stunning avatars flowed into the ground, and continued to extend downwards. Everyone was shocked, but they were also overjoyed, and the entire island began to show signs of violent destruction. Boom! Suddenly, a huge tremor came from the bottom of the island, and a surging wave of golden light shot up into the sky, dissipating all the destructive force. The golden light circled around the island, and it began to shine with the Dharma flower lotus platform. The Xianxia island that was about to collapse suddenly became quiet, and the cracks that were spreading out stopped. The power of Bai Ming Kongtian's attack had completely disappeared. Everyone was stunned, and they looked at the spinning Dharma flower lotus platform in the sky in shock. What is going on with this Xian artifact? How can there be such a heaven-defying item in this world? Narcissus was also completely stunned, and she stared blankly at the Dharma flower lotus platform in the sky, and the expression on her face began to change, as if she had recalled something. Narcissus was dumbfounded. The look of disbelief on her face changed to one of shock and ecstasy. Her eyes shone with excitement as she muttered to herself, "As I smell. This lotus throne is actually as I smell." Her voice wasn't loud, but everyone present was an expert. Everyone heard her clearly. However, most of them did not understand what she meant by "as I smell." Only Guan Yuan and Zhao Wenjuan's expressions changed dramatically. Guan Yuan was extremely astounded as well, and he gazed at the Dharma Radiance lotus platform in the sky with an indescribably complicated gaze. He'd always been guessing the origins of this object, and he'd deduced it a long time ago, but he just didn't dare confirm it. Now that he heard Narcissus's words, he no longer had any doubts. Narcissus said excitedly, "Oshima Lord, this lotus throne is as I smell. Please return it to the Sea Emperor Palace as soon as possible." Everyone's face darkened. This little girl is still sleepwalking. Guan Yuan's current actions clearly showed that he did not put the Sea Emperor Palace in his eyes. Not to mention, with such a precious treasure and his extraordinary strength, if he wanted to avoid the Sea Emperor Palace's pursuit, he could just find a random place. But everyone was shocked. So this lotus throne came from the Sea Emperor Palace, no wonder. It had such heaven-defying power. Guan Yuan licked his dry lips and said with a smile, "Your Highness, don't worry. This lotus throne has lost too much power, now is the best time to recover. When it fully recovers, I will send it back to the Sea Emperor Palace." Narcissus breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. Then I'll trouble Oshima Lord. Finding this lotus throne is beyond my wildest dreams. Imperial Father will be very happy, this is a great achievement." Guan Yuan chuckled and looked at the lotus throne with a brilliant smile on his face. According to legend, in the ancient times, the four seas were not united, and there were no royal families. They all fought and killed each other. At that time, tens of thousands of members of the Sea clan died every day. It was hard to count, and it was called the barbaric era. At that time, there was a peerless master who relied on his omnipotent abilities to subdue the 100 tribes of the four seas by himself. He brought the world to his knees and ended the barbaric era, starting the era of the god of the sea, which lasted until today. That expert was the first ancestor of the Bo clan, known as the only Lord Sea God in history. After the sea god subdued the four seas, he began to infect the races. The current S, A, B, C, and D ranks were passed down from that time. The four seas royal clans were also the rulers appointed by the first sea god, and no one dared to defy them. In order to get rid of the violent and vicious aura that had been passed down from generation to generation in the sea race, the sea god would teach the Tao in the current four seas holy land every 10 years and educate the people. In the holy land of the four seas, in the depths of the forest of the sea, there used to be a pure white lotus that possessed an extremely strong spiritual nature. Every time the sea god opened the path and taught, it would listen from afar. Finally, year after year, on the day of the sea god's teaching, the lotus listened and suddenly obtained the Tao. Its pure white body suddenly turned into a dazzling golden light. This not only caused the many sea clan members to look on in shock, but it also affected the lightning of the world. A bolt of Violet Kingdom lightning tore through the void and struck the golden lotus. At that time everyone was shocked by the purple lightning. Under the divine might of the world, all living creatures seemed so insignificant. They could only be blown away by the wind and rain. The golden lotus's body emitted rays of golden light, wanting to resist the apocalyptic lightning. However, all its defenses were destroyed in a single strike. In the midst of despair, the sea god made his move. Everyone knew that the sea god was powerful, but they didn't know exactly how strong he was. However, the moment he made his move, he saved the golden lotus. However, the golden lotus was already on its last breath after being struck by the Violet Kingdom apocalyptic lightning. Its spiritual chi was about to dissipate, and it would die. After a moment of contemplation, the sea god refined the golden lotus into a lotus platform in front of all the experts. As the golden lotus had obtained the Tao while listening to the teachings, it was named So I Heard. From then on, So I Heard became the throne of the Sea King. However, this item had been lost for many years. Even the current Sea King had never seen it before. He only knew about it from some records. One could imagine how excited Narcissus was when she recognized this item at first glance. However, this silly girl still waited happily for Guan Yuan to repair it and send it back to the Sea King Palace. When Li Yunxiao saw her innocent look, he could not help but laugh bitterly. However, at this moment, he did not have the mood to expose her. Even if he pulled that girl into the battle, she would not be of much help. In the distance, Baiming Kongtian was also exhausted after continuously using the 3 stances beyond the heavens. He stood in the air, panting constantly. As for Bin Sun, he was blasted into the ground and disappeared without a trace. However, Li Yunxiao knew that Bin Sun's physical strength was immeasurable. Even if he was injured, he wouldn't have died. He had most likely found a place to hide. Li Yunxiao, how dare you be distracted? Ruinxiang's face turned cold. Anger surfaced on his face as if he had been greatly humiliated. The dragon's spine in his hand roared, and the vertebrae emitted crackling sounds as they swung in the air, filling the sky with white bone shadows. Li Yunxiao's figure was continuously smashed by the dragon's spine in the air, but it was only a series of afterimages. His voice came from all directions. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry, the vibration just now was too big and too frightening. Now that I've regained my senses, I can send you on your way." Ruinxiang's face darkened. "Humph. How dare you look down on me? I'll make you pay the price." He pulled his right hand, and the dragon's spine flew back. It turned into several coils and coiled around his body. The head of the spine turned into a dragon head and rested on his left shoulder. His right hand grabbed the air, and a beam of light condensed in his palm, transforming into a 3-pointed, double-edged spear. Clang, when the spear appeared, it immediately gave off a powerful ringing sound. 9 copper rings hung on the 2 blades. Under Ruinxiang's essence energy pouring in, the spear's body gave off waves of roars of ferocious beasts. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted. He stared at that spear and revealed a grave expression. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that this spear was extremely extraordinary. It was just that he had exchanged blows with Ruinxiang many times, but he had never seen this profound artifact. Even when it was a matter of life and death, he never saw him use it. Li Yunxiao could not help but have suspicions in his heart. Ruinxiang held the 3-pointed, double-edged spear horizontally in front of him. A golden light appeared on the spear's body, forming an ancient Maha character in the air. Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically. He exclaimed, "Ancient Maha artifact." That golden ancient Maha character transformed in the air and turned into a halo. Waves of roars came from it. There were even ferocious beast shadows appearing in the air and circling around the halo. A sneer appeared on Ruinxiang's face. He lightly spat out, "6th break, heaven blessed." That spear burst out with a golden radiance. It was as though he was holding a scorching sun in his hand. He took a stride in the air and used spatial bending to slash down. Li Yunxiao's expression sank. His left hand formed a sword art and tapped on the cold frost blade. A crisp sword sound rang out, and an exquisite sword talisman shot out. The cold frost blade directly pierced into the sword talisman. A blue array immediately appeared beneath his feet. A surge of power slowly rose up from the formation, fiercely pouring into the cold sword's frost, sweeping across the sky. Xiang charged forward and slashed down with the spear in one hand. Boom! The roaring power on the three-pointed, double-edged spear directly broke through the array's defense and slashed the sword. Boom! The halo on the spear exploded at this moment. An indescribable primordial force roared out and pounced at Li Yunxiao. Damn it! Li Yunxiao was shocked. He knew that this was the power of law evolved from the ancient Maha character. Moreover, Xiang could already control it as he pleased. He didn't have time to think. All his strength was on the cold frost blade. At this moment, he was suppressed by the three-pointed, double-edged spear. He was completely unable to withdraw. The power of law had already descended from the sky. At this critical moment, the immemorial heaven eye on his forehead suddenly opened and blasted out a fist. It was the fist of little King Kong from the gourd. A Vajra fist was thrown out. A cold white flame appeared on the tip of the fist. Boom! Under the pressure of the fist, the power of law was directly stopped. The throbbing white flame crashed into the halo of light. The sword and saber that were originally shining with a golden light instantly lost their color and became grayish-white. What? Xiang was shocked. He, who had the upper hand, suddenly felt a terrifying aura coming at him. The insufferably arrogant spear seemed to be suppressed at this moment. It had a feeling of being extinguished. He was appalled. This spear was one of the deals he made with Guan Yuan. He originally wanted to catch Li Yunxiao off guard and kill him. He didn't expect that he would be countered just as he gained the upper hand. Li Yunxiao sneered and said coldly, "Competing with me in mystic artifact? Are you out of your mind?" 2 heads and 4 arms stretched out from behind him. One of the arms grabbed a hammer and smashed it at his head. Xiang was shocked. Li Yunxiao's long sword suddenly swirled with a suction force. It suppressed him and prevented him from escaping. The hammer smashed down with the power of thunder. At this critical moment, the dragon spine on his body loosened. The dragon head on his left shoulder suddenly opened its mouth and bit the hammer with a roar. Boom! The hammer smashed on the dragon spine. Thunder and lightning burst out in all directions. The white bones struggled in the air and the dragon head trembled. Under this shock, Xiang also pulled out the spear and flew back. The white vertebrae also flew back and coiled around his body once again. Xiang revealed a pained expression as he looked at the dragon's head. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted slightly. The dragon's spine seemed to be different from before. He couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. If it was an inanimate object that could transform into a Luaho's war spear, then now that it had transformed into a dragon's head, it had gained a trace of spirituality. And the dragon head opened its mouth and looked like it was about to eat someone. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at Guan Yuan in the distance. Guan Yuan was strolling leisurely under the siege of the crowd. He dealt with them easily. From time to time, he would pay attention to the battle between the two of them. From time to time, he would transform into the dragon head to swallow a few people. He ate with relish. Suddenly, a conch sound sounded out. The sky seemed to ripple open like water ripples. An extremely powerful sound wave force descended from the sky, enveloping Guan Yuan's entire person inside. Following the spatial undulation spreading out, at the source of that sound wave, a completely grayish-white sea race member was faintly discernible. In his hand was precisely raising a 9-colored heavenly conch and blowing it. Guan Yuan was startled inwardly, looking around. His attention had always been on Xiang and Li Yunxiao. In the distance, Jiao Tian and Cold Feather were currently fighting bitterly, but Zhao Wenjian's figure was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that Zhao Wenjian died? An icy cold killing intent burst out from Guan Yuan's eyes. Zhao Wenjian was a Tier 9 alchemist. Regardless of whether it was for use or to eat, he was extremely important. Damn it! Where's Fifth Island Master? He gave a loud roar, raising his right hand, 5 fingers clenching tightly to gather chi, and smashed a punch over in the air. Rumble, a streak of azure fist light tore through the sky, directly scattering that conch sound. The fist light continued rumbling towards that person without being extinguished. That person's brows furrowed, and he put down the conch from his mouth. His entire person immediately turned illusory, vanishing into the air. Damn it! A streak of cold air flashed across in Guan Yuan's eyes and he said coldly, think that you don't have to die by hiding? His body vanished on the spot all of a sudden. The next instant, he appeared beside the Dharma flower lotus seat, kneading a seal with both hands. A ray of light shot down from that lotus seat, enveloping him inside. Guan Yuan's two eyes immediately became resplendent with golden light, looking all around in the air. Over there. His pupils constricted, and he directly smashed a punch over in the air, bang, wherever his gaze reached, it was suddenly blasted apart by the fist force through the air. Poowork. A figure was blasted out from inside that area of space, vomiting a large mouthful of fresh blood. He hurriedly changed his figure in the air and landed on the ground with a few flashes, fleeing into the distance. Humph. The entire island was formed from the visualization that I heard. Where can you escape to? A trace of pity and ridicule flashed in Guan Yuan's eyes. He was about to give chase when his body suddenly stopped. His pupils suddenly opened, and he looked at Ruanxiang in the distance with a dignified and excited expression. In the distance, Ruanxiang's body began to transform. His spine fused with his body, transforming into a dragon. The dragon head on the spine directly appeared in front of the chest, as if it had come to life, and its eyes burst open, shooting out rays of cold light. Golden scales appeared on his body, and a pair of horns protruded from his forehead. He looked like a piece of jade, and his spiritual energy was overwhelming. Every change in his body caused a rumble, as if it was connected to distant time and space. His hands had turned into dragon claws, and he held the three-pointed, double-edged spear in one hand. The aura on his body had already risen to the extreme, directly triggering the phenomenon of heaven and earth, and the surrounding strange aura rippled in the sky. TSK. This is. Everyone's hearts shook violently. They unconsciously stopped fighting and looked towards the sky in shock. Under that aura, it was as if it came from ancient times, making people tremble with fear. Uncontrollable fear birthed in their hearts. Especially those sea-race powerhouses, their legs went soft, practically about to kneel down in the air. Xianxia's face also revealed a solemn expression. Under that dragon pressure, even he also felt a burst of pressure in his heart, unable to breathe out a breath in his chest. In the distance, Jiutian, Cold Feather, as well as Faming and the rest's movements also stopped, all looking over in shock. Under that vast and mighty dragon pressure, the ones who suffered the most impact were all the sea race members. Even Narcissus's expression changed slightly, revealing a shocked expression. Ha ha ha, dragon transformation. This is true dragon transformation. Guan Yuan suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes radiating with abnormal excitement as he said in a loud voice, North Sea's genius, let me see your limitless potential. Ruanxiang's face was calm, the complete opposite of the previous frenzy and excitement. His eyes were like water, reflecting everything without leaving a trace. Xianxia said solemnly, you actually really revealed part of the true dragon form. Is this the trump card that gives you the courage to fight me? Ruanxiang did not answer. He raised his head and looked at the endless sky, as well as the boundless sea in the distance. I was born in a sea-rank sea race in the North Sea. He suddenly said something strange. Everyone was taken aback. Guan Yuan also frowned, but he still listened quietly without batting an eyelid. My birth was a disaster to my clan because my father was the North Sea king, while my mother was only the daughter of a sea-rank sea race's patriarch. So my mother's clan forever turned into dust in the sea along with my birth. Finally, a ripple appeared in Ruanxiang's watery eyes, as if a pebble had been thrown into an ancient well. My mother is one of them. Everybody was astonished, they all had different facial expressions. Ruanxiang said calmly, I was 5 years old that year. I will never forget how they died. After that, I was taken to the North Sea Imperial Palace. I was forced to recognize a man I had never met as my father. That day, I was thrown into the North Sea abyss. Ah! Narcissus couldn't help but exclaim. She covered her mouth with her hands, she was astonished. Guan Yuan's eyes were twinkling, but his facial expression didn't change. Among the people present, only the two of them knew what the North Sea abyss was. It was the cruelest training ground in the North Sea, and it led directly to another space. Even an adult member of the sea race would find it difficult to return alive. Because that man said my blood was contaminated and I didn't deserve to be his son, unless I could come back from the North Sea abyss. Ruanxiang raised his head, his eyes were twinkling, and he continued, I was 5 years old back then, I hadn't even broken through to the Bahuang province. The other members of the imperial clans were already at the top of the Bahuang province. The merfolk were born with strong blood. Some outstanding members of the S-ranked clans were born Jyotian cultivators. He closed his eyes slightly, and a look of loneliness and discomfort flashed across his face. It was as if the memories of what happened in the North Sea abyss left him with nothing but pain. It took me 3 years to break through to the Bahuang province. That was the worst talent among the princes of the North Sea. But Runxiang's aura underwent a drastic change, and his emotions seemed to be affected. His sharp eyes suddenly opened, and he said coldly, but I must become the strongest. I want to return from the North Sea abyss and kill them all. Ah. Narcissus was surprised. She was scared when she saw Ruanxiang's ferocious face. Everyone else listened quietly, but there wasn't much change in their hearts. After all, the sea race's survival was extremely cruel, and the level of one's bloodline almost determined their fate. Xianxia was stupefied and said calmly, so you killed them all? Runxiang smiled with a firm smile on his face, it took me 5 years, and I've finally left that hell. Even though I'm still a Bahuang province cultivator, nobody in my generation can defeat me. I killed 22 of my father's 32 sons. Pfft. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Although the emperor's clan had no familial love, this brat was too ruthless. That was a huge blow to his heart. That was why he was so cruel at such a young age. Guang Yuan looked glum and narrowed his eyes. He was trying to understand what Ruanxiang was feeling. He had also been injured by his own brothers and had almost been killed by them. Those who cursed me, those who cursed my mother, I punched them back. My 7th brother called me a bastard and I smashed his head. I hung his body in front of the palace for 3 months. Nobody dared to collect his body. A cruel smile appeared on Runxiang's face as he laughed and said, after killing my father's 22 sons, I also killed all of their mothers along the way. The person who killed my mother was also bitten to death by me. His eyes were getting colder and colder. He stared at Xianxia and said, the other 10 didn't die. It's not that they didn't curse me, it's just that I couldn't defeat them. After I kill you, I'll go back to the North Sea and kill them. Fuck, everyone's faces were filled with black lines. Many people wanted to kill me in secret, but I dodged them one by one and returned the favor 10 times over. From then on, my talent and ferocious name spread throughout the North Sea. Everyone was scared out of their wits. Actually, my talent is really trash. But I have a heart that wants to win. No matter how strong the opponent is, I must win. I must. This is me, North Sea Ruanxiang's heart of martial arts. His eyes suddenly erupted with an abnormally resolute strength as he stared at the boundless ocean. It was as if he had traversed the infinite space and was staring at the end of the martial way. In order to defeat my 10 brothers, in order to defeat the hero in my heart, my father, the king of the North Sea, I stepped into the sky martial continent to pursue a higher level of martial arts. Just when I was full of confidence and thought that I could sweep the world, move unhindered across the 4 seas, and be invincible among the younger generation, Xianxia, you appeared. Ruanxiang's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. There was even coldness and killing intent. He said fiercely, you broke my dream. There has never been anyone like you. You are like a high wall standing in front of me. No matter how hard I try to grow, I can't climb over it. Every time I think I can kill you, I find that you have become stronger. The gap between us has not shrunk. Instead, it is getting bigger and bigger. Xianxia, should I thank you or hate you? Ruanxiang asked a question that made him feel contradictory. He laughed and said, it is because of you that I can walk step by step to where I am now. I have the power of a dragon. I should thank you. Ever since the defeat in the Red Moon City, there has never been a moment like now where I feel so close to you. Today, I will use your bones to build a ladder under my feet. Let me take another step towards the end of the martial way. Ruanxiang clenched his fist. A vast power exploded from his arm. A shocking dragon roar soared into the sky. The dragon energy on Ruanxiang's body was so strong that it shook the entire Xiankong island. The light on the Rui Wuwen shone even brighter, like a barrier protecting the Xiankong island. the land gradually quieted down. At this moment, the one who was the most shocked was Bai Ming Lifeng. He had the same feeling as Ruan Xiang. Both of them were geniuses that only appeared once in 10,000 years. They were supposed to dominate the world and stand at the peak of the younger generation. But it was all because of Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's appearance was like a comet that swept across the sky, overshadowing all the other elites of his generation. Was it a good thing or a bad thing to be in the same generation as such a genius? Ruan Xiang did not know, neither did Bai Ming Lifeng. The dragon's roar reverberated across the sky above the island. Sixth break, Heaven Blast. Ruan Xiang bellowed, and an explosion sounded in the air. His entire body appeared above Li Yunxiao, and he grabbed the three-pointed, double-edged spear with one hand and slashed down. Li Yunxiao's expression was calm all this while. But at this moment, a sharp glint appeared in his deep eyes. He said fiercely, "I can't do as you wish. I'm more than happy to use your true dragon body as a stepping stone." A piercing cold light burst out from the cold sword. Li Yunxiao roared and slashed horizontally, his body turned golden as he pushed the indestructible golden body to its peak. Although Ruan Xiang had only partially transformed into a dragon, Li Yunxiao could clearly feel the power of an ancient true dragon from the bodies of the few dragon's secret treasures. Right now, Ruan Xiang's body was stronger than his. Bang! The two divine weapons collided in the air, releasing golden and blue rays of light that continuously impacted the sky and earth. Bang! Bang! The two of them slashed at each other in the sky. Sword chi and spear radiance kept shooting out. Sixth break, Judgment. Ruan Xiang bellowed, and a strange force burst forth from the spear. Everywhere it passed, the sky was set ablaze by the golden light of the spear, and in an instant, it was like a golden sea of fire. Bang! Li Yunxiao raised his sword to block the attack, but was forced to retreat several steps in the air. Ruan Xiang laughed heartily as he stepped forward and said arrogantly, "I have endless power in my body. The battle has just begun and you can't take it anymore?" Li Yunxiao's face sank as he pointed his sword towards the sky. Sword insight suffused the entire universe, and a sword talisman descended from the sky. His body was like a sword, the cold sword in his hand pierced out a beam of cold light, splitting the boundless golden sea of fire, and flew up. At the same time, his body turned into lightning. His left hand grabbed the big hammer, and a ring of stars spread out from his body, attracting the wind and lightning of heaven and earth. Thunder spell. Li Yunxiao roared and a ring of stars around him dispersed. He raised his left hand and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and gathered in the hammer. Under the brilliance of the lightning, hair-thin bolts of purple lightning constantly shot out. The golden Maha text shone above the hammer, and the power gathered became stronger and stronger. Under this heaven and earth lightning, everyone turned pale with fright. Especially some thunder attribute martial artists, their expressions changed drastically. The purple thunder fist expert that was injured by Guan Yuan was affected by this power, and the lightning in his body surged. His lightning was purple, but that was completely due to his bloodline inheritance. It was just a mutation, and its power was only a little stronger than the green lightning. But at this moment, the purple lightning that was constantly gathering in the sky was a genuine world-destroying divine might. Even Rushi Wuwen seemed to have sensed it, and the light on the lotus platform became even more brilliant. Guan Yuan's eyes were filled with surprise. What puzzled him was that everyone's profound artifact could not escape Rushi Wuwen's absorption, but Li Yunxiao's sword and hammer were all fine. The profound artifacts of everyone on the island were almost completely absorbed. At this moment, there were only a few extremely strong profound artifacts left, such as the 9-colored sky conch of the gray-white man in the distance, and the odd-shaped metal piece in the hands of the water droplet clan expert. Even existences of this level could not suppress the spirit of the profound artifact. The shock in Guan Yuan's heart grew deeper. He sensed that Rushi Wuwen's absorption was far from full. There was a huge difference, and it was completely different from the previous calculation. What is going on? He was shocked. The previous calculation of the profound artifact spirit was enough to fill up 2 Rushi Wuwen, but now only a small part of it had recovered. Could it be? Guan Yuan was shocked. Could it be that all the powerful profound artifacts are on Li Yunxiao, and he kept them in the mountain and river cauldron? Once this thought was born, it spread uncontrollably, and became more and more convinced. Just who is this kid? Putting aside the fact that he is heaven-defying in both martial arts and martial arts, he even has the supreme profound artifact, the mountain and river cauldron, and so many other heaven-defying profound artifacts. A complicated look flashed in Guang Yuan's eyes. There was shock, and also fanaticism, but most of it was greed and killing intent. Bang! In the sky, Ruinxiang deflected Li Yunxiao's sword qi with his spear. His eyes turned solemn, and he could also feel the extraordinariness of that thunderbolt. He raised his spear and slashed at it. It's useless. Unless I summon the true prime clear violet palace apocalyptic thunder, this little bit of purple lightning is not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Ruinxiang let out a loud cry and swept his spear across the sky. A beam of golden light blasted out from the void beside him, crashing down on Li Yunxiao. 6 breaks, judgment. Tisk. Li Yunxiao revealed a mocking smile, and a blood moon instantly appeared in his eyes. The entire space around him rotated, and his body turned into a halo of light, disappearing into the vortex. What? Everyone turned pale with fright. Under such a domineering attack from Ruinxiang, which directly sealed the heavens and locked the earth, he was still able to escape. How strong was his spiritual energy exactly? Ruinxiang's expression also changed drastically. He discovered to his shock and anger that every time he saw Li Yunxiao attack, it would always be beyond his expectations. It was as if this person's trump cards and strength were endless, and could never be completely dug out. This made him extremely furious, and he roared furiously, "Come out! If you have the ability, then don't hide. Fight me fair and square." Humph! A light sneer appeared behind him, and Li Yunxiao's body manifested. He mocked, "A true battle is not just about the physical body." Ruinxiang's expression darkened, and he did not dare to turn around. He directly swept his spear behind him, and with a boom, the sky was split apart, but Li Yunxiao's figure instantly appeared in front of him, and his eyes were full of pity. He said coldly, "Since the gap between your teeth is so big, then shove this hammer in as well." His hammer, which gathered the power of endless thunder, suddenly smashed towards Ruinxiang's mouth. Ruinxiang was scared out of his wits, and his eyes bulged out. Endless thunder with a long tail came crashing down, wanting to destroy the heavens and earth. True Dragon Dharma body. The spear had already swept behind him, and there was no way to retract it. At this critical moment, he suddenly roared, and his whole head directly transformed into a dragon. The 2 horns on his head flashed a jade-like light, and he used his head to block. Boom! The hammer directly smashed onto the 2 dragon horns of Ruinxiang, and tens of thousands of thunder and lightning stacked on top of each other, constantly blasting into his head. What everyone saw was a dragon head constantly struggling and roaring under the thunder. Ruinxiang only felt a heart-wrenching pain on his head, and the thunder broke through his flesh, causing his head to buzz. "You mother-****, die!" Ruinxiang let out a crazed roar, and the spear swept from behind him, splitting the sky, bringing with it a sky full of golden flames. "How dare you hurt me? Die, die, die! 6 breaks, world breaker!" He had already been smashed by the hammer, and a large amount of blood flowed down from the top of his head. He did not know what was going on, but there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to crush Li Yunxiao into pieces. Li Yunxiao was also secretly shocked. Such godly thunder and lightning could not kill him. Could it be that he really had the body of a true dragon? The light on the 2 horns on Ruinxiang's head dimmed, and a large amount of blood seeped out from the roots, covering his face, making him look even more ferocious. When the world breaker swept out, he did not dare to be careless, and hurriedly retreated. Ruinxiang became one with his spear, and chased after him, swearing that he would not stop until he killed him. In desperation, Li Yunxiao could only raise his cold sword and slash forward. With a sword seal, a strange phenomenon occurred, as if there was a boundless sword will rippling around him. Bang! The long spear slashed on the sword, and the power of the world breaker forced him to retreat continuously. The sharp aura from the 3 sharp blades swept across his body, cutting open wounds. The devilish sky armor instantly appeared, and he wore it on his body. He was like an iron-armored god of war, blocking all the spear lights. Li Yunxiao's sword qi also soared into the sky, slashing at Ruinxiang's dragon scales, making clanging sounds. Die! Die! Ruinxiang's eyes were already red, and all his strength was in the spear, causing Li Yunxiao to be unable to breathe. The two of them instantly turned into a ray of light, crashing into the ground. Boom! A huge tremor came from the island, and the ground cracked. Even the Dharma flower lotus platform was affected, and golden light shone brilliantly. Boom! Not far from where the two of them crashed into the ground, a ball of light burst out, and it was Li Yunxiao. He flew up, looking a little disheveled, and shouted angrily, "The one who is going to die is you." He transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, holding the great sorrow dusk cloud mirror, the thunder hammer, and the 1,000-year tyrant saber in his hands, and smashed downwards. At the same time, his hands kept forming hand seals, and a huge true devil image appeared behind him, towering between heaven and earth. Boom! On the ground, a golden flame soared into the sky, and Li Yunxiao's attack was completely repelled. A dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens, and the shadow of a dragon could be seen in the sky. Ruanxiang held the halberd with both hands, and slashed at Li Yunxiao. Humph! Li Yunxiao snorted coldly, and he was as quiet as a virgin. His hands instantly clasped together, forming a heaven and earth seal that shone brilliantly. The true devil giant spirit behind him also formed a seal, but the seal was formed by demonic chi, and it looked like a black abyss. Boundless heaven and earth, 6 paths of reincarnation. As Li Yunxiao's seal blasted down, the true devil image also attacked immediately, and the 2 seals struck out at the same time, one big and one small, one in front and one behind, one gold and one black, and they landed on Ruanxiang. In the distance, the 2 people had grave expressions, and their eyes were filled with shock. One of them was Cold Feather. Previously, Li Yunxiao used this move to break his extreme style. At this moment, as a bystander, he felt that this move was not fake, and it could indeed contend against his power of the 8-star Emperor Wu. And the other person was Baiming Tian, and the shock on his face was hard to add, as if he recognized the origin of this move. All of a sudden, huge waves surged in his heart, and his eyes were filled with fear. Ruanxiang gritted his teeth and roared. He pushed the spear's power to the extreme, and the roar from the spear shook the space around him. The ancient Maha character flashed in front of him. 6 strikes, passing of the heavens. 6 strikes, the most powerful technique, passing of the heavens. A ray of light shot into the sky and headed straight for the golden and black seals. Kaboom! The golden seal shattered and the black seal descended. Kaboom! The black seal shattered as well. The spear technique was invincible. Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically. He infused a sword technique into the frost sword, and the sword chi pierced through the sky. The color of the sky and the earth behind him changed. Countless rays of golden light gathered in the sky, condensing into rays of rules that descended and gathered around his sword. At this moment, he had become one with the sword and turned into sword will. Li Yunxiao was as calm as an abyss. He raised the cold sword high up. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, as if he was looking down on the world. Let me use the strongest sword intent in this world to send you to hell. Sword technique, Monster Slayer. The power of heaven and earth descended, and the boundless sword will fill the sky and the earth. The entire world was like a sea of swords. Kaboom! The sword chi slashed at Ruanxiang's passing of the heavens. The sky shattered and the world was turned upside down. Kaboom! The 2 forces were locked in a stalemate. The passing of the heavens continued to crumble, and the 3-pointed, double-edged spear trembled. The endless roar turned into endless wails. No, this is impossible. The dragon scales on Ruanxiang's body cracked one after another, bursting out streams of blood mist. He roared furiously in horror, and a boundless unwillingness emerged in his eyes. Impossible. I will not lose. I will not lose. Kaboom! The monster slayer finally smashed him into the ground. The sharp sword will tore the earth apart and sent Ruanxiang into the abyss of the Xiankang Island. As the sky fell and the earth shattered, a deathly silence followed. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and fear. That strike just now might not have been very powerful. At least, Guang Yuan and Baiming Tian were confident that they could withstand it, but that sword essence, the boundless sword rules and the endless sword energy were like a towering mountain that they could only look up to. The strongest sword intent. The strongest sword intent under this sky. Fei Ming had completely forgotten about Ruanxiang and the battle. He was completely immersed in that sword strike. The blood in his body surged, and he was actually moved. Tears flickered in his eyes. Narcissus was also shocked, but she was the first to regain her senses. She stared blankly at the boundless abyss and said in astonishment, Ruinxiang, he is dead? No one could answer this question, not even Guang Yuan. He did not believe that Ruinxiang was dead, but that sword strike just now, Guang Yuan had lost all confidence as well. He stared at Li Yunxiao blankly. Even such a genius from the North Sea royal family could not defeat him. Was this person destined to die? After feeling that sword strike, Bai Ming Lifeng had completely lost the will to fight against Li Yunxiao. His face was filled with despair. Li Yunxiao would definitely become the brightest star of this era, and they would only end up as supporting characters. As for Bai Ming Kong Tian, he was petrified. His eyes were filled with endless fear. As a peak 8-star martial emperor, there were very few things that could affect Xiao Chen's mind. However, that sword strike earlier seemed to have caused him to go back in time, allowing his emotions to travel back several decades and return to the Bai Ming Profound Palace's Falling Star Hall. The same imposing figure, the same disdainful gaze, the same endless sky turned into his figure, the same sword strike. It's him, he's not dead, he's back. Bai Ming Kongtian's face turned pale, and his body began to tremble. Suddenly, the lotus leaves bloomed again, and the entire lotus platform bloomed. Golden rays shot out from the ground around Xiankong Island, shooting up into the sky and resonating with the lotus platform. This change made everyone's expression change. This profound artifact was too mysterious, and no one knew what would happen next. Guang Yuan's face was also filled with fear. Could it be? The Dharma flower lotus platform emitted a ray of light, and the spiritual energy on the entire island suddenly became active, flowing into the ground rapidly. Everyone felt the loss of spirit qi, and the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy was suddenly sucked dry. This, while everyone was still in shock, a ray of light suddenly rose from the abyss that Ruinxiang fell into, shooting up into the sky. From the Dharma flower came a faint Sanskrit chant, and the lotuses bloomed exceptionally beautifully. This power, everyone was shocked, and a fear that came from the depths of their souls spread throughout their bodies, causing them to shiver in fear. Li Yunxiao's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it. He's still not dead? The surging dragon force came from within the surging power, and it was even stronger than before. How is this possible? Li Yunxiao's face was filled with shock, and he stared at the abyss solemnly. He did not understand what had happened inside, but judging from the Dharma flower's appearance, it must have something to do with this supreme-grade profound artifact. His face darkened. Runxiang not dying was already out of his expectations, let alone taking it one step further. He had expended a lot of his energy, and if he were to fight again, he might die. Crash! The sound of rocks breaking could be heard from the abyss, and the dragon energy that was gushing out started to retract. Guang Yuan was also shocked, and these changes were clearly out of his expectation. However, his face was unusually excited, as if he was looking forward to what was going to happen next. After some sounds could be heard from the abyss, it quickly quieted down, and no more dragon energy seeped out. Everyone waited for a while, but there seemed to be no movement, and they all revealed suspicious expressions. Suddenly, the sky cleared up from the previously oppressive atmosphere, and a rainbow pierced through the sky, and a 9-colored auspicious cloud appeared. The Dharma flower spun again, and Sanskrit chants could be heard from it, and there seemed to be a faint shadow on the lotus seat. Ah! This is... Guang Yuan was shocked, and he hurriedly opened his eyes wide to look, but the shadow on the lotus seat had already disappeared, as if his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, his heart was abnormally heavy, and it was impossible for an expert of his level to have eyes playing tricks on him. Damn it! The 9-colored cloud energy is really transforming into a dragon. Li Yunxiao looked at the auspicious image in the sky, and he was shocked. Since the God State experts had disappeared from the sky, there had been no dragon transformation. The so-called dragon transformation was just partial demonization, and the appearance of the dragon's descendants was just that. Ruinxiang's previous transformation was one step closer than that. After all, there were several dragon secret treasures in his body. Those were the remains of real ancient true dragons. They seemed to have received some kind of stimulation and were constantly coming back to life. Therefore, they produced a great amount of power. But now, Li Yunxiao broke into a cold sweat, and looking at the nine-colored auspicious image in the sky, he felt extremely uneasy. Can a real dragon be born in the current realm of heaven martial arts? His eyes suddenly became cold, and he put his hands together in front of him, and started to make hand signs rapidly. Clang! 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 Many sword lights burst out of his body, and they unfolded in the sky one after another, and turned into 18 sword pictures. A vast sword energy spread out, and the 18 northern cold star swords were like autumn water. The sword energy filled the entire universe, and a huge sword formation appeared in the sky above the fissure. Xianxia put many sword arts into the sword formation, and a huge sword shadow appeared on the sword picture. He pointed his sword at it, and shouted, "Go!" The 18 swords whistled down along with the sword shadow, and they cut the sky and the earth, and directly bombarded the abyss of the fissure. As the heaven sword picture bombarded the fissure, it broke open with a rumbling sound, and the fissure spread even faster, and the whole island was about to be cut in half. Guan Yuan flew into a rage, and when he was about to attack, his eyes flashed with hesitation, and he stopped, and coldly stared at the fissure. Rumble! The sound of the ground cracking was unceasing, and the sword shadow seemed to have cut into the veins of the earth, and the island started to shake, as if it was about to break. Bang! Suddenly, there was a huge tremor, as if the sword picture was blocked by some kind of power. Xianxia's expression changed greatly. Rumble! An even louder sound came, and thousands of golden lights rushed out of the fissure. Bang! 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 The northern sky-cold star swords were sent flying, randomly shooting into the sky, and the sword chi that filled the sky suddenly became chaotic. A dragon's roar rushed into the 9 heavens. Under this dragon's roar, everyone's mind was shaken, and the blood in their bodies surged uncontrollably. The chi in their meridians became chaotic, and some of the weaker members of the sea race died on the spot. Guan Yuan said in shock, "The roar of a true dragon, this is the roar of a true dragon." An extremely complicated expression appeared on his face, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or worried. Xianxia's expression darkened, and he hurriedly kept the 18 swords into his body. With a flip of his hand, he took out a large number of natural treasures, and stuffed them into his mouth like he was eating sweet potatoes. He knew that he was in big trouble. Boom! A loud sound came from the ground, and it was unknown whether it was the shattering of the earth veins or someone's roar, but many people fainted on the spot. The 9-colored auspicious sign directly dissipated under the dragon's roar, and the sky darkened again. Rumble! A ray of light rushed out from the crack, and a surging dragon's aura burst out, rushing toward Xianxia. Xianxia's expression darkened, and he raised the great compassion mirror to shine it down. Bang! That shadow directly broke through the mirror light, and a fist landed on the great compassion mirror. Bang! The surface of the mirror became dim, and a part of it actually caved in. A force bounced back along the original path, causing that shadow to shake. The other force went through the surface of the mirror and blasted toward Xianxia. Bang! A force burst out from the demonic sky armor, and it caved in at the same time. Pfff. Xianxia spat out a large mouthful of blood on the spot, and his entire body was sent flying. Ah! Narcissus suddenly screamed. She wanted to go up and save him, but when she saw that shadow, she didn't feel afraid. Everyone felt their throats go dry. At this moment, the shadow in the sky slowly revealed its true form. It wasn't a true dragon, but Ruinxiang in the form of a true dragon. Apart from the fact that he no longer looked like a human, Ruinxiang looked even more evolved than before. A dragon's tail was swaying behind him. Apart from the strong dragon aura around him, there was also an extremely ferocious aura around him. Roar! Roar! Ruinxiang raised his head and roared a few times. The whole sky shook in fear. Dragon roar! The originally clear sky was shattered by this sound wave. Everyone on the Xiankong island was dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak a word. After a long roar, Ruinxiang spat out all the suppressed emotions in his body and said coldly, "Xianxia, I've returned from hell to kill you." Guan Yuan's forehead was also dripping with cold sweat. This kid was a natural god of death. Xianxia wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. Although he was injured, most of the attack was neutralized by the great compassion mirror and devil sky armor, so he was fine. However, Ruinxiang's current state, although he was not a real dragon, he was like an ancient ferocious beast that was invincible. There are many people who want to kill me, but they are the ones who died. Li Yunxiao said calmly. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was still very calm. Ren Xiang grinned and said, I wanted to kill a lot of people, but up until now, all of them are dead without exception. The two of them faced each other quietly in the sky. The heaven and earth seemed to have become quiet. Only the Dharma flower lotus platform was still rotating slowly, but everyone felt an unusual pressure. Roar! Ruinxiang suddenly roared and broke the silence. An extremely strong sound wave shook the heaven and earth and blasted towards Li Yunxiao. As he roared, his figure flashed and he dashed towards Li Yunxiao as fast as lightning. His three-pointed, double-edged spear was nowhere to be seen. However, how could the most powerful weapon in the world be stronger than a real dragon's claw? Following the sound wave, an azure dragon claw condensed in the sky and slammed down. Li Yunxiao felt as though a mountain was pressing down on him. That true dragon's roar caused his demonic sky armor to emit a series of resonating sounds. The blood in his body was vibrating, and his eardrums were about to burst. Damn you, you think the louder you shout, the more powerful you are? Boundless rage surged within Li Yunxiao as well. Having lived 2 lifetimes, what kind of geniuses hadn't he seen? What kind of battles hadn't he experienced? Even if his opponent really transformed into a true dragon, he still wouldn't be afraid. Sword style, demon slayer. His eyes flickered, and he calmed down in an instant. With a light shout, the sword chi on the frost sword rushed out and directly slashed into the huge dragon claw. Boom! The dragon claw was instantly torn apart by the sword chi. Li Yunxiao's body was surrounded by sword chi. With a finger, he struck into the frost sword. Tens of thousands of sword rays gathered from all directions. Countless sword rules appeared in the sky and danced in the air. Everyone on the Xiankong island was drenched in cold sweat. They had never seen or heard of such a powerful sword will in their lives. Bai Ming Kongtian's face was pale, and his eyes were misty. No one knew what he was thinking. Li Yunxiao's eyes became calmer and calmer. His long robe fluttered in the air. He held the sword style and didn't move an inch. It was as though he was sensing the power of heaven and earth. Ruinxiang's eyes were filled with coldness, and he said fiercely, Is this the sword that almost killed me just now? I really want to know, can this sword still kill me now? He clasped his hands together and spread his fingers. A dragon shape was formed in front of him, and a vast amount of dragon power surged out. Li Yunxiao's expression was calm. He stood in the sky and countless sword rules were below him. He was like a god of swords that could not be offended. Killing you is just a matter of another sword strike. Li Yunxiao said slowly, I showed you the strongest sword will just now. Now, let me use the strongest sword move under the strongest sword will to send you on your way. You have the right to do so. As soon as he finished, the countless sword rules in the sky quieted down. They started to pour down and were absorbed into the sword. The sky became extremely gloomy under the pressure of the two. Li Yunxiao's surroundings became a world of swords. It was as though a ray of light was slowly descending. He said softly, Demon Slayer, Star Destroyer, Dawn, 3 swords as one, myriad swords return to origin. Zung, an intense sound burst out from the cold sword's frost. It broke through the gloomy and heavy atmosphere and reverberated in the endless sky. This treasured sword also seemed to come to life in an instant. The entire sword became extremely transparent, and it seemed like it was going to disappear when held in his hand. Many ancient Maha characters circled around the sword, forming sentences and segments. There were actually tens to hundreds of them. Li Yunxiao looked at the sword indifferently and said with a smile, You're finally willing to connect with me? I'm the strongest swordsman in this era. Do you have the right to follow me? Use all your power to prove it. His face could not be seen clearly under the flashing sword light. Only his voice could be heard, and every word was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Sword/star. Boundless sword intent and sword art gathered into a sword. It was as though everything in the world had disappeared. Everything turned into the image of this sword, and it slashed down from the sky. Everyone was completely stunned. Under that sword intent and sword chi, they felt like they were like fallen leaves in the wind. They were so insignificant and helpless. Baiming Kongtian's mind was completely blank. Once the sword appeared, he no longer had any doubts. Ren Xiang's expression changed drastically as well. A sense of impending doom crept into his heart. Originally, after obtaining immense power, he had gained unprecedented confidence that he could sweep away all obstacles. But now, under the threat of this world-destroying sword art, his confidence began to waver. "Damn you, Li Yunxiao! You're indeed my arch-enemy!" Ruan Xiang roared. His expression became extremely ferocious. He roared, "Even if my body is torn into pieces, I'll still kill you. Kill you!" Boundless dragon energy surged from his body and gathered in the sky. A real dragon avatar appeared, as though it was real. Sigh of the true dragon. A power that seemed to come from the ancient times spread out. The dragon avatar in Ruinxiang's hand roared. The dragon avatar broke through the shackles of heaven and earth. It was as though an ancient real dragon had descended from the heavens and earth. Boundless dragon energy, accompanied by an extremely strong dragon aura, ravaged the heaven and earth. Those powerful cultivators below Emperor Wu could no longer resist it. They all knelt down and crawled under the feet of this former king of heaven and earth. Even powerful cultivators like Lingyu and Jiutian were terrified and trembling. They clenched their teeth to resist the dragon aura. Water deity's face was also pale, without a trace of blood. However, her eyes flickered with golden light as she stared at the rolling heavenly might. Kaboom! A loud explosion sounded. The entire heaven and earth lost all sound. It was not just silence. Everyone's eardrums were instantly shattered. Blood flowed out from their 7 orifices. The world was covered in a white haze. All the violent energy was filled with it and it spread out in all directions. The boundless sea around the island was evaporated. With the Xiancong Island as the center, the sea retreated in all directions. There was also a powerful shockwave that struck downwards. It was as though the entire Xiancong Island was about to be turned into dust. The golden light from the Tathagata Wawen shone brightly again. It was as though an enchantment barrier had opened up and protected the entire island. Guang Yuan's face turned pale. He had been communicating with the Tathagata Wawen for many years. He could sense that the energy in the supreme-grade weapon was depleting at an extremely fast rate. It was even lesser than before the treasure show. After a long time, the rumbling sound finally faded away. The sky slowly faded from its paleness, revealing its original color. Everyone felt that the dragon aura was gone. They stood up in fear. They were all powerful cultivators. No one wanted to kneel. Everyone looked up into the sky. They were all shocked. What was the result? Is the descendant of the dragon dead? In the desolate sky, 2 lonely figures stood in the sky. Both of them looked extremely miserable. They no longer had the demeanor of a grandmaster and the aura of a ferocious beast. Pft, pft. Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. They were severely injured, they were evenly matched. Gulp. The sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard. They were evenly matched. Were they still going to fight? Ha 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 ha. Ruinxiang's laughter came from the sky. He was laughing so hard that he was rocking back and forth. He spat out a mouthful of blood and said, "Sure enough, I have caught up to you. This power that I have yearned for. This desire to kill you. I am so close to killing you." Pfft, Li Yunxiao wanted to say something. But the moment he used his elemental energy, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't dare to speak. He hurriedly adjusted his breathing. Every second he could fight for could determine the outcome of the battle. It didn't matter if he lived or died. But he couldn't and wouldn't lose. Even if he died, he had to kill his opponent. This was the martial arts heart of the two. This was the battle between the 2 strongest geniuses under the heavens. Everyone held their breaths. They were waiting for the final moment to arrive. In this battle of geniuses under the heavens, who would it belong to? Even Guang Yuan and Baiming Kong Tian, who had different thoughts, were watching quietly. Although they had different thoughts, they were still martial artists. They had the same martial arts heart that would never stop running towards the end of the martial arts. The battle between Li Yunxiao and Ren Xiang had already stirred up the pride in their hearts. At this moment, no one could ruin this battle. Haha, you must have exhausted all your elemental energy and your body is on the verge of collapse, right? Ruinxiang spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed. He knew that it was the stupidest thing to say at this moment. But he was really happy. He laughed as he coughed out mouthfuls of blood. As the blood dripped down, it turned into pieces of high-quality blood dragon stones. They fell onto the ground of Xiankong Island. But no one had the heart to collect them. Li Yunxiao only snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. Ruinxiang laughed and stopped coughing blood. He walked towards Li Yunxiao step by step. He walked extremely slowly. Every step he took caused the sky to tremble. The wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The body of a true dragon was the strongest body in the world. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He discovered that Ruinxiang's body's recovery speed was faster than his, although he had the bright moon divine body and indestructible golden body, and had absorbed a large amount of external force in the violent energy before, he still fell behind Ruinxiang's dragon body. Haha, are you feeling despair? Ruinxiang laughed sinisterly. A bang came from the air. He directly blew up the air and punched out. Bang! Li Yunxiao's figure exploded under that punch, turning into countless light shadows and disappearing. Ruinxiang's smile immediately froze, and his face darkened. Li Yunxiao was an extremely powerful Tier 9 alchemist. His psyche could change heaven and earth, and distort time and space. His current strength was very weak. He couldn't lock the opponent's space in one move, and instead, he became helpless. Li Yunxiao's figure appeared not far away. His eyes were cold as he snorted and said, "Even if my body is weak, you can't kill me." He mocked, "In this state, are you feeling despair?" Ruinxiang sneered and said, "The one who should be in despair is you." He opened his hand, and a small white bottle appeared in his palm. Everyone furrowed their brows, not knowing what was inside. Li Yunxiao's eyes also narrowed, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Bang! Ruinxiang directly crushed that jade bottle. 2 drops of white milk with oppressive spiritual qi appeared, and he fiercely sucked and swallowed them. Crackle, crackle. As the spiritual milk entered his stomach, Ruinxiang's face suddenly turned red. His whole body emitted the sound of bones cracking, and a powerful dragon aura emitted from his body. His 5 dragon claws became sharp, and those incomparably dark dragon scales instantly glowed with light again. The 2 horns on his head also became full of life, and his whole person looked like a new person. Bang! Everyone's expression changed greatly. What exactly was that thing? It could actually heal injuries in an instant. 10,000-year spiritual milk. Those 2 drops just now were 10,000-year spiritual milk. Finally, someone cried out in alarm. Bang! It's actually this item, no wonder. Everyone revealed a look of realization. Many people began to worry for Li Yunxiao, and their expressions changed greatly. Just 1 drop of the 10,000-year spiritual milk could bring the dead back to life, bringing the injured back to full health. Back then, Ruinxiang used the Archaeosaurus's blood to exchange for 3 drops from Guangyi. Now, he only had 2 drops left. After consuming all of it, the injuries in his body immediately healed by more than half. Humph. He snorted in dissatisfaction, clearly not satisfied with the effects of the 10,000-year spiritual milk. After his defeat at Scarlet Moon City, the 10,000-year spiritual milk was unable to heal all of his injuries. Now that his true dragon body was damaged, 2 drops of spiritual milk were not enough to heal him. Although he had only recovered half of it, it was still fatal to Li Yunxiao. Sure enough, Li Yunxiao's expression became extremely unsightly. Although he had also swallowed a large number of heavenly treasures, it took time for those things to transform. How could he have such an immediate effect like the other party? Haha, do you think you can still escape from my attack now? Ruinxiang said coldly. He laughed ferociously and threw a dragon fist at Li Yunxiao. Bang! Once again, he used the hitting the bull through the mountain, and the space around him exploded. Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically. The sealing force of the punch had indeed made it difficult for him to circulate his mental energy, and he could no longer escape. He quickly raised his cold sword to block the attack. Bang! The sword vibrated violently, and Li Yunxiao spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying. However, after flying for tens of meters, his body started to fade and disappeared from the sky. Ha ha ha, trying to dodge? Xiang laughed complacently. His heroic spirit soared to the heavens. He had never been so happy in his entire life. Just obediently use your bones as a stepping stone for me to ascend to the peak of martial arts. He raised his head and roared. The dragon's might shook the entire area. The faces of the people on the Xianxia island changed again. They were terrified, and they were afraid that they would have to kneel down again. After all, they were all powerful martial artists with strong self-esteem, and it was too embarrassing for them to kneel down like this. Fortunately, Xianxia was no longer at his peak, and the crowd was only terrified. Other than some of the weaker martial artists, the rest of the powerful martial artists managed to withstand the attack. Bang! 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 The sky cracked under the dragon's roar, and everything was in a mess. However, there was still no sign of Xianxia. I didn't expect you to be so capable. But where are you going to hide? Xianxia's face darkened, and he sneered, you should know that my true dragon body recovers faster than you, and it will only benefit me if you stall for time. His words seemed to work, as Xianxia's voice could be heard in the sky, Helios Luna. Xianxia threw a punch towards the direction of the voice. Bang! The sky cracked, but there was still no sign of Xianxia. However, a huge black hole was formed at the place where his punch landed. The black hole was extremely deep, and it seemed to be different from the usual ones. Unlike other places, it did not repair itself gradually. Instead, it grew bigger and bigger, and spread out at an extremely fast speed, as if it was going to devour the entire sky. Xianxia frowned, and a suspicious look appeared on his face. This was the first time he saw such a strange scene. Soon, the entire sky was covered in darkness, and it became a pitch-black world. Xianxia looked down and saw that the Xianxia island was still there, but there was no one on it. The sea was still roaring, and it looked eerie under the night sky. Is this an illusion? Xianxia was stunned for a moment, and then he sneered, the true dragon's power is the strongest in the world. Don't you think it's embarrassing for you to use such evil techniques? A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he roared. The entire sky shook, and he wanted to blast the space apart. Sure enough, the entire world shook under his dragon roar, and it was on the verge of collapse. A red shadow suddenly appeared in the pitch-black sky, and it gradually turned into a full moon, which opened abruptly. The pupil in the full moon was surrounded by strange symbols that formed a semicircle, and it emitted a demonic glow. The trembling space stabilized with the appearance of the blood moon, and it stared coldly at Xianxia. You think you're awesome just because your eyeballs are bigger? Xianxia sneered, and he raised his dragon claw, ready to strike down. Under the blood moon, the space fluctuated slightly, and Xianxia's figure gradually appeared. He held the sword in his right hand, and his eyes were cold as he stared at Xianxia, and he slashed down with his sword. Boom! With a casual slash, thousands of sword rules were condensed in the air, and they slashed at Xianxia. What? Xianxia was taken aback, and his eyes were filled with terror. His raised arm froze in the air, and he couldn't bring it down anymore. He said in fear, how can you still display such a powerful sword? The power of this sword was almost the same as the one that severely injured him, and the pressure alone was enough to make him breathless. Damn it! Xianxia suddenly roared, and he transformed into the true dragon Dharma body in the air. He broke through the shackles of the sword chi, and instantly escaped hundreds of meters away. Kaboom! The sword light passed by not far away from him, and the unparalleled sword was like a galaxy, spanning across the universe. Cold sweat dripped from Xianxia's forehead, and he was deep in thought. He saw Xianxia raise his sword again, and it was the same slash. Ah! Illusion! This must be an illusion. Xianxia's face was pale. With such sword momentum, it was already heaven-defying to use all his strength to make one move, let alone such an easy move. Although he was 100% sure that it was an illusion, when the sword slashed down, he couldn't suppress the panic in his heart. He gritted his teeth and escaped again. Damn it! Xianxia cursed. His opponent's cold eyes seemed to contain a hint of mockery, and it was like he was playing a monkey, which made him very angry. You think you can turn the tables with some illusion? Ruinxiang roared, and his whole body flew up. A series of explosions sounded in the air, and he wanted to kill Li Yunxiao at close range. This is... Suddenly, his body stopped, and there was a look of panic in his eyes. A figure appeared in front of Li Yunxiao, and it was staring at him coldly. Its face was pale, and it looked like a dead person. You, Ruinxiang was shocked. The cold figure opened its mouth and said slowly, "Ninth brother, you're so hateful." As the words fell, another figure appeared, and it was headless. A face appeared on its belly, and it said miserably, "Ninth brother, where's my head?" Another silhouette appeared, and another silhouette. One after another, more than 20 people appeared, and they all kept saying "Ninth brother" and "Ninth brother." They were all North Sea crown princes. Ruinxiang's face turned abnormally pale, and he laughed with a livid face. "Haha, Li Yunxiao. You think you can use these dead people to shake my mind? I'm not afraid of these ants when they were alive, and they're even scum now that they're dead. Ninth brother, we're all crown princes, and you call us ants scum. Ninth brother, I feel terrible without a head. Give me back my head. Ninth brother, we're waiting for you down there. Come and accompany us." The faces of the 20 brothers turned ferocious, and they roared as they rushed forward to attack Ruinxiang. Everyone's expression was so realistic, and they were using the best techniques of their lives. The 20 people all had different faces, and the only similarity was that they were in the horrible state before they died. When they attacked together, their power was earth-shattering. Ruinxiang felt a chill in his heart, but he was born with a strong killing intent, so he quickly calmed down and sneered, "My brothers, you're just scum left behind by the times. As ants, you should have the awareness of ants. Die in peace." Boom. 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 He abruptly clenched his fists and dragon aura exploded from his hands. Dragon fists blasted out and the few people at the front were directly blasted into smithereens. "All of you, go to hell." Ruinxiang's murderous intent rose. He formed a seal in front of him, and he slammed his palm into the air. The shadow of a dragon appeared behind him, and it turned into the power of a mad dragon, blasting in all directions. Bam! 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 One by one, the crown princes exploded and died under the dragon power. "Ah! You're so vicious." Screams could be heard continuously. The deaths of the crown princes were so realistic, but it did not affect Ruinxiang at all. At this moment, his heart was as hard as steel. All his emotions had converged into a murderous intent that wanted to crush Li Yunxiao into ashes. "Brother Jiao, my head!" The headless crown prince pounced on him. "Brother Jiao, you shattered my heart last time. My heart hurts so much." Another crown prince, who was clutching his chest, rushed over. Ruinxiang's eyes turned cold, and he said coldly, "Since you don't have a head, just die. Why are you still yelling here?" His 5 fingers turned into claws and directly grabbed the headless crown prince, intending to tear him apart. Swoosh, the headless crown prince was instantly torn in half. "And you, of course, you'll die if your heart is shattered." Ruinxiang's expression did not change, and there was no emotion in his eyes. He threw a punch at the heart-shattering crown prince, and the crown prince threw a punch as well. "Eh?" Ruinxiang's indifferent expression suddenly changed, as if he had discovered something strange. On the fist of the heart-shattering crown prince, a white, ghastly ice flame condensed and flickered. Although the ice flame was small, it emitted a terrifying aura, and he was shocked. "This is..." Bam, however, it was too late. The ice flame exploded on his dragon fist. "Ah!" Ruinxiang let out a blood-curdling scream as a sharp pain spread through his body. His entire arm instantly lost all feeling. At this moment, a dangerous aura suddenly rose behind him. The 2 halves of the crown prince's body, which he had torn into 2, directly turned into countless tiny black particles. They broke through the air densely and directly surrounded him. Every single particle carried the terrifying power of wind and fire, and they fell on his body like raindrops. Bam! 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 Holes appeared on the dragon scales all over his body, and the light gradually dimmed. Some even landed on parts of his body that weren't covered by dragon scales, causing blood to spurt out. The heartbroken crown prince roared and punched again. Although he didn't use the ice flame this time, the power of his punch was still invincible. Ruinxiang went berserk. He knew that he had fallen into Li Yunxiao's trap. The real killer move was hidden among the illusionary figures. At this moment, the princes that he had scattered condensed again. One by one, the ninth brother, pounced on him. Damn it, damn it. Die, all of you. He roared and struck out with his remaining left arm. He poured all his strength into it, wanting to shatter all the illusions. Ah? This? Ruinxiang was stunned and his eyeballs almost popped out. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. After he punched out with his left arm, it turned into a branch. A white lotus bloomed at the tip of the branch as he punched out with his fist. What was even more terrifying was that he instantly found himself turned into a cup. Ah. 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 Ruinxiang was so angry that he was about to go crazy. The powerful attacks from the gourd, King Kong, and the crocodile landed on his body, and cracks appeared on the cup. He could not move at all even though he was suffering from the endless attacks. The biting attacks from the princes and the real attacks from King Kong and the rest were mixed together. All of them landed on the cup, creating countless banging sounds. Boom! Suddenly, an unusually powerful force exploded from the cup. Blasting away all the attacks, an ancient aura spread out, and all the illusions of the princes disappeared. The gourd, King Kong, and the crocodile were also bounced back dozens of meters. The two of them revealed their real bodies and rushed forward again. However, they were blocked by that force and could not move forward at all. Horror flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. Ruinxiang changed from a cup to his original form. The powerful dragon essence spread out, and he transformed into the form of a real dragon, shuttling through the air. Li Yunxiao looked stern and said, "Burning the dragon essence is the root of a real dragon. After this battle, you will no longer be able to return to your current strength." The eyes of Ruinxiang, who had transformed into a real dragon, were filled with cruelty and coldness. He said coldly, "The only thing that can stop me in martial arts is you, the demon in my heart. As long as I kill you, I will be able to return to the peak of martial arts no matter how difficult my cultivation is." As the real dragon descended, the entire Tsutsumi dimension collapsed. The eye of Tsutsumi that appeared in the darkness was also affected by the impact, and tears of blood flowed down its cheeks. "This is the last attack that will burn my dragon essence. Either you die, or I die." Ruinxiang let out a ferocious roar, "I want to see who the true ruler of this world is." The dragon's roar traveled through the ages. Everyone on the Xianxia island was once again intimidated by the dragon's might and knelt down. Guan Yuan was even more terrified. Under the dragon's roar, he could sense the might of the 10 directions godly state. Roar. Ruinxiang turned into a shadow of a dragon, opened up his claws and attacked in all directions, as if he was going to destroy the universe. "Ha ha ha, I am the most powerful cultivator in this world. Everyone who stands in my way must die. Kill. Kill. Kill." He had gone completely crazy, and his dragon's fists broke through the sky and the universe started to collapse. Suddenly, the real dragon frowned. After he broke through the Tsutsumi dimension, what he saw was not the Xianxia island, but a white mist. The white mist that his dragon body was in was filled with spiritual qi, and heavenly music could be heard. Under the white mist, he could vaguely see rivers, mountains, and all kinds of insects, fishes, birds, and beasts. Slowly, the mist dispersed, and a strange aura spread out in the surroundings, forming a world. At this moment, a majestic monument descended from the sky, emitting a majestic force as if it was the center of the world, the pinnacle of the universe. Rays of light shot out from the monument and suppressed him, as if it was going to crush him into dust. Bang! Power of the 10 directions world. Ruinxiang was shocked, and his real dragon body soared into the sky. He roared and charged at the world god monument, shattering the world that was formed. At this moment, a figure descended from the monument and stood quietly on top of it. It was Li Yunxiao, and he formed a seal with one hand, and rays of golden talismans were shot out from his hand. Ruinxiang was going all out, and he did not have any more illusions. He burned up all his dragon energy and shouted, "Even if I die, I will take you down with me." The power of the real dragon exploded from Ruinxiang's body, and he soared into the sky, shattering the world phenomenon of the world god monument. the entire universe started to collapse. Li Yunxiao frowned, and his eyes were filled with tsutsumi. Half of his head was filled with green veins, and he looked hideous. A crimson moon shadow appeared behind him, as if it was rising from the sea. A poem could be heard, and it was faintly discernible, but it was shocking, and it reverberated through the entire land. Looking at the oriole from the bamboo, looking at the water from the tree, looking at the clouds from the peak. Did I do it intentionally or unintentionally? Birds come to spy on people, the moon comes to spy on wine, the snow comes to spy on books, but I see that he is heartless. As the poem ended, the entire world changed. Everything retreated, and the world disappeared. Everything turned into nothingness. The crimson eye in the sky slowly opened, and it stared at the sky quietly. Everything that it saw was erased. Ruinxiang's eyes opened wide. He gradually felt that his body was disappearing from the world, and his power of the real dragon was disappearing rapidly. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape from the power of the eye. Bang! 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 Blood mist burst out from his body, and his body of the real dragon started to disappear from the world. Ruinxiang laughed bitterly, and said, "Ha, ha, ha ha ha. I still lost in the end." His laughter was filled with unwillingness, helplessness, and heartlessness. Memories of the past appeared in his mind. Aside from cultivation, it was cultivation, and more cultivation. The memories kept coming back. The only memory that brought him some warmth was when he was 5 years old. He was in his mother's arms, and her smile was so heartwarming. Ha 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 ha. The laughter continued, echoing in the sky, but it was getting softer and softer. It was not that he could not laugh anymore, but under the gaze of the eye, even his voice could not help but disappear. Li Yunxiao, you are the chosen one. You are the king of this world. Ruinxiang laughed bitterly. Today, I will die in your hands. From now on, you are not allowed to lose to anyone. Step on my bones and ascend to the highest peak of martial arts. A helpless wild laugh, a helpless expectation, a helpless desire. The real dragon's body gradually disappeared in the sky, leaving no trace. The eye in the sky slowly closed, and Li Yunxiao's figure faintly appeared in the endless sea fog. He said indifferently, "I will." This was the final reply to this powerful warrior from the Sea clan. Everyone on the Xianxia island was in a state of shock. Ever since Li Yunxiao used the sun-moon technique, they could not see anything and had no idea what was happening. Only the high-level Emperor Wu could sense the aura of the two of them and guess what was happening. Until the real dragon appeared and the people submitted to him, he could not feel anything anymore. Even Narcissus's face turned pale. Her eyes flashed with golden light, and the power of the Eye of Truth was activated to the maximum. She seemed to have seen something. Bang, then, there was a loud noise in the sky, as if the world exploded, as if the sky and earth were being split apart. Li Yunxiao's figure appeared from the void. His face was pale, and his blood vessels were clearly visible. His eyes were tightly shut, and 2 streams of blood flowed down. He used up all his soul power to use the 10-direction divine skill. Not only was his soul severely injured, even Tsutsumi was severely injured and closed his eyes. Along with him, a number of dragon secret treasures also appeared from the void. Scales, horns, claws, spine, and beard. A total of 5 items. There was no dragon chi on them, and they floated quietly in the sky. Although Li Yunxiao had erased Ruinxiang's dragon transformation, the real remains of an ancient real dragon were not something that his eye technique could erase. However, the dragon chi of the 5 dragon secret treasures had been used up, and it would take a long time for them to recover. Li Yunxiao raised his hand and grabbed towards the 5 dragon secret treasures. Everyone on the Xianxia island was in a daze for a long time. Although they did not know what exactly happened, they knew the outcome of the battle when they saw the 5 dragon secret treasures. Only 2 people reacted first. They turned into 2 rays of light and shot into the sky. One of them was Guang Yi. He was determined to get his hands on the 5 dragon secret treasures. The other one was Li Yunxiao. He was determined to get his hands on him too. Although it was hard for him to accept Ruinxiang's death, he had no choice but to believe what he had just witnessed. The other one was Baiming Kongtian. He was determined to kill Li Yunxiao. Although he did not know the relationship between Li Yunxiao and Gu Feiyang, Li Yunxiao must die. Guan Yi's face darkened. He saw Bai Ming Kong Tian rushing towards him. He thought that Bai Ming Kong Tian was trying to protect Li Yunxiao. He snorted and pointed 2 fingers at Bai Ming Kong Tian. He shouted, "Scram!" Bai Ming Kong Tian's face changed. He turned into a shadow and shouted, "It's a misunderstanding." Humph. After Ruinxiang's death, Guan Yi had been feeling uneasy. He did not know where this feeling came from. However, as a powerful cultivator of Emperor Jiuxing, he would not make baseless accusations. Something must have happened. Out of everyone present, the only one who could pose a threat to him was Bai Ming Kong Tian. Therefore, when he saw Bai Ming Kong Tian making a move, he was even more determined. Murderous intent flashed across his eyes. He said coldly, "If it's a misunderstanding, then scram." The word scram was uttered. Cold stars fell from his hands. Each move was meant to take Bai Ming Kong Tian's life. Bai Ming Kong Tian was enraged. He was an 8-star peak Emperor Wu cultivator. Being scolded like a child, he was enraged. He shouted, "Scram my ass. Don't think I'm afraid of you." He flipped his hand and used the move "My life is boundless." He slammed it down from the sky, nebulas rose in the sky, and strange phenomena appeared everywhere. Guan Yuan's expression changed drastically. The phenomenon of "My life is boundless" directly pressed down on him. Although he was a 9 stars elite, his injuries had yet to heal, so he did not dare to be careless. Spring river tides level the sea. Guan Yuan formed a seal with both hands, and waves of water essence rippled out from his body, drawing upon the power of the ocean in the surroundings. It was like the ebb and flow of the tide as it blasted towards the rotating nebula. Boom! As the 2 forces clashed, the entire sky was filled with seawater. It was a mesmerizing scene. Bai Ming Kong Tian responded and retreated. Both of them had attacked tentatively, and had used 80% of their strength. Bai Ming Kong Tian's blood and qi were surging, and he was overwhelmed with shock. Guan Yuan grunted heavily and said, "Fuck off if you don't want to die." Bai Ming Kong Tian's face darkened. Although he felt that the difference between them was not that big, he was still at a disadvantage. He could only stare at Guan Yi with a pale face. In his opinion, there was no reason for Guan Yi to save Li Yunxiao. Guan Yi was most likely going to kill him. It was better to let Li Yunxiao die in Guan Yi's hands. At that moment, Li Yunxiao had already obtained 5 dragon secret treasures, but he was sent flying by the aftershock of the 2's attack. He was extremely weak now, and in order to kill Ruinxiang, he had used all his trump cards at all costs. Looking at Guan Yuan, who was approaching step by step, little King Kong from the gourd and the giant crocodile stood guard by his side. The rest of the people were afraid of Guan Yuan's power, and although they wanted to save him, they were powerless. "Oshima Lord, you can't kill him!" Narcissus exclaimed. "Your Royal Highness, this person killed the North Sea Crown Prince. He has committed a heinous crime and he must die." Guan Yuan smiled. Anxious, Narcissus did not know how to explain. In a flash, she appeared in front of Li Yunxiao and stopped Guan Yuan. "I have a use for this person. He must not be killed." Guan Yuan's face turned cold, and he sneered. "Li Yunxiao, Ruinxiang has already done so much, but he still can't kill you. Now that your Royal Highness is protecting you, it seems that you are really destined to die." He smiled softly and said, "Your Highness, how about this? He killed the Crown Prince of the North Sea, so I can't just let him go. Let him hand over the 5 dragon treasures left by Ruinxiang and follow me to the North Sea Palace to receive his punishment, and this matter will be settled." Narcissus looked hesitant. She could also feel Guan Yuan's strength. If she did not agree, it was very likely that he would turn hostile and kill Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao stuffed a large handful of heavenly treasures into his mouth, and he laughed as he ate. "If I really have to return to the North Sea Imperial Palace to receive my punishment, I will naturally hand over the true dragon secret treasure to the North Sea chief personally." "Why do you want to take it?" Guan Yuan sneered. "Because you are too cunning, and I am afraid that you will change your mind halfway. If you want to live, this is your only choice." Both of them sneered at each other, knowing that this was just an excuse for Narcissus to hear. Bai Ming Kong Tian's face darkened. Although he also believed that Guan Yuan would not let Li Yunxiao go, he could not take this risk. Li Yunxiao must be killed. Oshima Lord, this girl is a member of your sea race. If it is inconvenient for you to act, then I will kill Li Yunxiao. Whatever dragon's secret treasure, you can have it. In order to kill Li Yunxiao, he could not care less about the humiliation he suffered just now. Baiming Lifeng felt a little strange. He did not understand why Elder Kong Tian, who had always been protecting Li Yunxiao, suddenly had a murderous intent. Guan Yuan made a gesture, squinted his eyes and smiled, please. Baiming Kong Tian snorted and slowly walked toward Li Yunxiao. The killing intent in his eyes continued to increase. Li Yunxiao was not afraid in the face of danger. He smiled. Elder Kong Tian, don't you want the other half of that cultivation technique? Baiming Kong Tian said coldly, Li Yunxiao, don't pretend in front of me. You should know why I want to kill you. What is your relationship with that person? As long as you tell me, and tell me if that person is dead or not, and where he is now, I can spare your life. Everyone was at a loss. They did not understand what he meant. Guan Yuan squinted his eyes and had a smile on his face. When Baiming Kong Tian walked past him, a bright light exploded out from his eyes, and he suddenly launched an attack as he fiercely slapped his palms forward. You! Baiming Kong Tian was shocked. By the time he reacted, he was already enveloped by the palm energy. In a hurry, he circulated his chi to block. Bang! Without any fancy moves, it was just a competition of pure essence energy. The two forces suddenly clashed together. A cold air flashed past in Guan Yuan's eyes. He continued to push forcefully. That tremendous force pressed towards Baiming Kong Tian's body. His sudden move gave everyone a huge shock, not knowing what it meant. Baiming Profound Palace's people were also dumbstruck. They wanted to step forward to save him, but it was completely useless. Baiming Kong Tian said in a great rage, Oshima Lord, what's the meaning of this? Don't you want to kill Li Yunxiao? He felt the unending stream of power pushing over from Guan Yuan's hand. He directly used brute force to overcome Ten, wanting to use the difference in cultivation realm to crush him to death. Furthermore, this move was extremely effective. He lost the initiative under that palm energy and had no way to escape. He could only forcefully compete with him in essence energy. Guan Yuan grinned hideously and said, since just now, I've had a bad premonition in my heart. My eyelids were twitching intensely. On this island, to be able to make me feel apprehensive in my heart and even harm me, apart from you, who else can it be? Li Yunxiao naturally has to be killed, but I must eliminate you first. Baiming Kong Tian was angered until he nearly vomited blood. He compromised just to kill Li Yunxiao. He did not think that he still fell for the other party's scheme. He immediately flew into a rage and said, as an Emperor Jiuxing powerhouse, you actually launched a sneak attack. Is this really the actions of a hero? Guan Yuan laughed loudly and said, hero? The winner is a hero, the loser is trash. Essence energy surged out from his palm. He wanted to kill Baiming Kong Tian first at all costs. Although this kind of competition consumed his essence energy immensely, even triggering internal injuries, as long as he defeated Baiming Kong Tian and swallowed him to digest, it would more or less replenish. Suddenly, a cold voice came over and said, what Oshima Lord said is right. The winner is a hero, the loser is trash. Guan Yuan's expression changed drastically, his pupils suddenly opening wide, seemingly in disbelief. A tremendous danger of death crept out in his heart. Cold sweat seeped out on his forehead. Everyone was startled. The expressions of Cold Feather and Jiutian in the distance even changed drastically, seemingly suspecting that they heard wrongly. After that voice sounded out, a faint figure appeared. A swift and fierce to the extreme light chopped down from the sky. That figure shouted, pincer attack. Although Baiming Kong Tian did not know what happened, he understood that his chance had arrived. His two eyes immediately went wide, the 5 fingers of both palms suddenly clenching together, triggering all of the power in his body as he roared, graceful as a graceful swan. A surge of colding chi erupted from his 2 palms, condensing and taking form. A phenomenon emerged behind him. The move from beyond the heavens appeared once more, crushing towards Guan Yuan fiercely, and that swift and fierce chop in the sky also flashed with sword light. Sword laws appeared all around, wanting to cleave the heavens and split the earth. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted, staring at that streak of sword energy, his eyes revealing a doubtful look. This change, everyone did not expect it. Even Guan Yuan was greatly astonished in his heart too, finally understanding what his uneasiness was all about. Turns out that it did not originate from Baiming Tian. Under the crisis, the potential within his body instantly erupted. 2 fingers pressed together to form an imprint in front of him, and he cried out in a solemn voice, Chaos Unity Chi. Following that, he formed seals with both hands. That imprint opened up in front of him, turning into a circular enchantment. Rumble. Rumble, 2 attacks suddenly slammed onto that enchantment, shaking until the surrounding winds and clouds surged. The earth turned into pieces of rubble that blasted into the sky from all directions. With the 3 powerhouses at the center, everything within a radius of a few hundred meters was destroyed in an instant. Everyone flew back in an instant. Even Li Yunxiao was carried by the golden-armored guardian summoned by Narcissus and fled hundreds of meters away. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly as he pointed at the gourd's little King Kong and the giant crocodile beside him. I also have 2 guards, although they're a little ugly. Narcissus's face flushed. She quickly recalled her golden-armored guardian, causing Li Yunxiao to almost fall, and the gourd's little King Kong caught him. She looked suspiciously at the giant crocodile beside her and said blankly, this crocodile. The crocodile lifted its head and glanced at her, then went back to sleep. Although Li Yunxiao had placed a slave imprint on it, its personality had not changed. Li Yunxiao smiled. It's refined from Mr. Imosha's Black Mountain. It's very useful. Remember to thank him for me the next time you see him. Narcissus was speechless. She said worriedly, I haven't seen Imosha in such a long time, and he didn't come out after such a huge commotion. I wonder how he is doing. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. He guessed that Imosha was most likely dead. But seeing how worried she was, he didn't want to say it out loud and make her feel bad. Everyone looked at the central area in shock. The 3 elites were all at the pinnacle of this world, but Baiming Tian and the person who attacked with the sword couldn't break through Guan Yuan's defensive enchantment, but Guan Yuan's face was also pale. Obviously, this move had triggered his internal injuries. He spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, 6 break, heaven's death. He turned his palms into blades, one hand slashing the sky, the other slashing the ground, slashing towards the 2. Boom. Boom. Baiming Tian and the person immediately felt an unparalleled force and retreated in shock. Baiming Tian retreated 100 meters in an instant, while the person flew up into the sky. Guan Yuan also leaped up after the attack, directly flying onto the Dharma flower lotus throne, sitting cross-legged on the Tathi Wen. His eyes burst with a cold light as he stared at the person in the sky. At this moment, everyone could see clearly that the person in the sky with the sword was the 5th Island Master of Xiankong Island, Zhao Wenjian. 5th Island Master, how can this be? Everyone was shocked and couldn't wrap their heads around it. Especially Coldfeather and Jiutian, they couldn't believe it. Jiutian shouted angrily, Zhao Wenjian. What is the meaning of this? Zhao Wenjian ignored him. He lowered his head and looked at Guan Yuan coldly. First Island Lord, have you thought of anything? Guan Yuan's eyes were cold, but he still shook his head and said, I was wondering why you disappeared in the blink of an eye. With your strength as a rank 9 alchemist, even if you can't defeat the person who blew the conch, you shouldn't have died. Zhao Wenjian nodded and said, I didn't expect the Oshima Lord to be able to sense it, but this actually helped me. Guan Yuan said coldly, you've hidden it well. Zhao Wenjian smiled and said, Oshima Lord, are you referring to me hiding my tracks just now, or, humph? Guan Yuan snorted coldly and said, not only are you a tier 9 alchemist, the power of that sword just now is not beneath Baiming Tian. I'm afraid he's already half a step into 9 stars, right? Everyone turned pale with fright when they heard this. Baiming Tian's expression also changed slightly. The power of Zhao Wenjian's sword just now was indeed not weaker than his ultimate move. Only Li Yunxiao had a pensive look on his face. He seemed to have thought of something, but he didn't dare to confirm it. Zhao Wenjian smiled and said, Oshima Lord really has a good eye. Guan Yuan said coldly, you've hidden in Xiankong Island for so many years, yet you didn't leave any traces, I'm really impressed. I'm very curious about your thoughts and intentions. Zhao Wenjuan chuckled and said, Oshima Lord, are you stalling for time? But there's no point in stalling for time with your injuries, right? It's worth it to hide for so many years just to cause your old injuries to relapse. Guang Yuan said coldly, you've really investigated me. Zhao Wenjuan smiled bitterly and said, Oshima Lord, you're too serious. With your suspicious personality, it's indeed very difficult for me to deduce the cause and effect of certain things. Oh yes, that disciple of mine was probably eaten by you, right? Guang Yuan snorted coldly and said, you heartless man, you're not sad at all that your disciple was eaten. But it's all right, I'll send you to him immediately. Zhao Wenjuan sighed and said, life and death are decreed by fate, my disciple can only blame himself for being unlucky. As his master, I can only avenge him. The two of them talked back and forth as if they were having a casual conversation, but the content of their conversation was extremely vicious. Everyone's face darkened as they listened to their conversation. Guang Yuan sneered and said, humans are indeed a cunning race. I suppose your goal is to find out what I heard? Zhao Wenjuan nodded and said, not before I came to Xiankong Island, but after I met Oshima Lord by chance, my goal became my goal. Guang Yuan nodded and said, I understand now. Although I still have some doubts in my heart, I've decided to skin you first before I interrogate you. His face revealed a ferocious expression as his aura slowly rose. Zhao Wenjuan immediately became alert, he held his sword in front of him and pointed it at Guang Yuan. Rays of golden runes spun around his sword, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth, forming a boundless sea of swords. Elder Kong Tian, why don't we work together to kill Oshima Lord? Or else, he will not let you go. Zhao Wenjuan said in a serious tone. He wanted to get Baiming Kong Tian to attack with him so that they would have a higher chance of winning. Baiming Kong Tian's face turned cold, he shouted, fine. But after I kill Li Yunxiao, I will work with you. Zhao Wenjuan's expression changed slightly, he wanted to say something but stopped himself. He was fully focused on guarding against Guang Yuan, he could not afford to be distracted. Baiming Kong Tian flew into the air, leaving behind a few afterimages in the air. Like a poo soaring in the sky, he descended towards Li Yunxiao with an imposing aura. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly, the gourd's little King Kong and the giant crocodile opened their eyes and watched nervously. Narcissus also summoned the golden armored guardian and placed it in front of her. Bam! Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the ground. A ray of golden light soared into the sky, drawing countless array lines in the air. Circles of strange energy gathered into a palm and slapped towards Baiming Kong Tian. Kaboom! Baiming Kong Tian's pupils shrunk, he saw who it was and in a fit of rage, he roared and threw out a punch as well. The two forces clashed in the air, causing both of them to take a few steps back. The man laughed, old man Baiming, the battle between us is not over yet. Everyone shifted their attention to the man, he was the second island master of Xiankong Island, Bin Sun. Baiming Kong Tian shouted angrily, damn it. Get out of my way, I will fight with you after I kill Li Yunxiao. In order to kill Li Yunxiao, he could not care less about anything else. The more he failed to kill Li Yunxiao, the more anxious he became. Bin Sun wagged his index finger, he chuckled, if you want to kill Li Yunxiao, you will have to get past me first. You. Baiming Kong Tian was furious, he shouted, damn idiot. Veins popped up on his forehead, he roared and charged towards Bin Sun. Boom! The two of them fought again in the sky, Baiming Kong Tian used all his strength in every move, he only wanted to win quickly and kill Li Yunxiao. However, he had just exchanged a few moves with Guang Yuan, he had exhausted a lot of his yuan qi, while Bin Sun had rested for a long time. As time went by, the last bit of advantage he had was gone, the fight ended in a draw. Li Yunxiao heaved a sigh of relief, he was safe for now, but he would only be safe if he could recover his strength as soon as possible. Luckily, he had exchanged quite a lot of treasures in the market, he chewed and swallowed them like snacks, which made Narcissus look at him strangely. Guang Yuan raised his head, he stared at the sky, he said, Bin Sun, let's kill Zhao Wenjuan together. Bin Sun was having a good time fighting, he laughed, no problem, but let me kill him first. Arrogant. Baiming Kong Tian burned with rage, each move was full power. The two people fought abnormally ferocious, streams of essence energy shooting out. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, no one dared to get close. Guang Yuan's expression immediately fell. Bin Sun was completely making an excuse. With his strength, being able to maintain not being defeated was at the very most. Haha, Oshima Lord, looks like the brothers all have their own thoughts, Zhao Wenjuan said with a smile. That smile appeared incomparably cold under the shine of the treasure sword's cold light. Zhao Wenjuan, don't be too arrogant. We'll kill you. In the distance, Jiutian and Cold Feather were both greatly enraged. The two people turned into rays of light and rushed over, respectively displaying astonishing ultimate skills in the air. Pressing down from above, Zhao Wenjuan's expression turned cold, and he said with a cold snort, "Two island masters, you guys had better rest at one side." The sword art in his hand condensed. Immediately, countless golden sword talismans poured into the sword body, and he turned around and slashed out. A sea of sword energy instantly appeared, splitting apart the entire sky. Under this sword, it was even greater than the commotion caused by Baiming Kong Tian Neal. Rumble, three forces bombarded together. The sword light actually directly slashed through Jiutian and Coldfeather's attacks, sending the two people flying. How can this be? The two people's minds were stupefied, unable to accept this reality before their eyes. The person whose strength had always been the weakest among the 5 island masters could actually beat them teaming up with a casual sword. 2 island masters, thank you very much. Guang Yuan's voice sounded out. A golden light flashed on like I smell. His figure directly vanished. The next instant, he directly appeared behind Zhao Wenjuan. Under the situation where you're facing me making a move at any time, you still dare to divert attention and unleash your sword. Are you really stupid or arrogant? Guang Yuan's icy cold voice faded. A ray of golden light slashed down in his hand, instantly splitting open space, directly cleaving Zhao Wenjuan into 2 halves. Humph, Oshima Lord. If I hadn't made sufficient preparations, how would I dare to be so conceited? The severed Zhao Wenjuan turned into light and disappeared in the air. A cold voice came from behind Guang Yuan, and a sword stabbed out. The sword light was as dazzling and glaring as the sun. TSK, Guang Yuan hurriedly turned around, and the sword directly pierced into his chest, causing blood to soak out. Ah? Everyone turned pale with fright. Jiutian even roared wildly, Oshima Lord. Only Li Yunxiao and Narcissus had calm expressions, staring at each other with some doubt. A hint of a smile appeared on Guang Yuan's calm face, and he said coldly, even a wise man will make a mistake. As a Tier 9 alchemist, don't tell me that I can't even take this into account. What? Under the shocked gazes of Zhao Wenjuan and everyone else, Guang Yuan, who was stabbed by the sword, also turned into golden light and disappeared. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, and Guang Yuan's figure appeared above Zhao Wenjuan's head, and he laughed sinisterly. After so many years of hiding, with one defeat, you become dregs in an instant. He slammed his palm down with all his might, and the same golden light as the Dharma flower lotus seed flashed in his hand. Zhao Wenjuan's eyes revealed a look of horror, and before he could even shout, he was hit by the palm force, and with a scream, he was blasted into the ground. Boom! A deep pit was directly formed in the ground, and dust rose into the sky. Humph! Guang Yuan sneered and retracted his palm force. Just now, when he borrowed the power of the true self, he had already suffered some backlash. In addition, he was injured by Zhao Wenjuan and Baiming Kong Tian previously, and his body was already in a bad state. Ah! Demonic sand! Water deity suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Guang Yuan's expression changed abruptly, and he looked down in shock. Zhao Wenjuan, whom he had killed with a palm strike, had actually become the corpse of demonic sand. Narcissus's eyes were filled with tears, her face was filled with sorrow. Although Imo Sha was her servant, they had been together for a long time and she had long regarded him as her family. Oshima Lord, you actually killed Imo Sha. I will kill you. Narcissus screamed in sorrow, and rays of golden light began to appear on her body. Calm down. Are you going to die now? Li Yunxiao immediately stopped her, his eyes flashing with a strange light. That Imo Sha's corpse seemed to have been killed a long time ago and refined into a puppet. That Zhao Wenjuan was indeed a person with astonishing intelligence. He was a very difficult expert to deal with. Guan Yuan's body turned cold, and a great fear descended upon him. Oshima Lord is so cruel. I have served you for so many years, and refined countless Xian weapons. Are you so cruel that you want to kill me with one palm? Zhao Wenjian's voice was cold, and he said, if that is the case, there is no need for me to show mercy. Clang, the sound of the sword resonated, and countless sword laws condensed, stabbing at Guan Yuan from behind. A sense of death spread in his heart, and under the shock, Guan Yuan roared, piercing space finger. He clenched his two fingers, and when they came together, a boundless golden light was emitted, and there was a faint shadow of a lotus on it. The golden light was boundless, and he pointed it at the sword light. Bang, wherever his finger pointed, the sword light was instantly devoured, like a cannon hitting a mosquito. All the power landed on the empty space, and under the power of his finger, a golden energy ball appeared in the air. Ah? Guan Yuan was shocked, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The sword force in front of him was actually a feint. Boom! The space above his head suddenly exploded, and a huge energy storm swept over, and in the center of the storm was a giant sword, slashing down from the sky. Beside the giant sword, under the cold light, Zhao Wenjian's figure could be vaguely seen. His face was cold, and he said in a cold voice, wailing sword storm, evil song. His figure and the giant sword fell at the same time, like a god descending to the world, cold and untouchable. Guan Yuan was so scared that his entire body turned cold. In the face of life and death, all of his potential erupted, and he roared, Transmutation Unity Qi. He immediately retracted his finger and opened up a barrier in front of him. But it was too late. The boundless sea of sword qi had already pressed down, directly tearing apart the barrier and rushing into his body. Boom! The surroundings trembled continuously, and the sky exploded one after another. Guan Yuan roared endlessly. He immediately transformed into his true dragon form and roared in the sky, drawing out a loud roar. What? The Oshima Lord is also a descendant of the dragon? Everyone was greatly alarmed. The strength of that dragon's might was not the slightest bit inferior to that of Ruinxiang from before. Everyone's expression changed, and cold sweat dripped down their cheeks. Zhao Wenjian's expression was ice cold. He was no longer as easygoing and indifferent as before. Instead, he looked cold and resolute. No matter how much Guan Yuan transformed into his true form and soared through the clouds, he still couldn't break free from the shackles of the giant sword. He could only watch as the sword fell. Guan Yuan formed hand seals with both hands, and his mouth kept spitting out obscure language, which seemed to be the secret language of the dragon. As he continued to spit out the dragon language, rays of sword qi appeared around him, and they grew stronger and stronger. From afar, So I Smell became even more dazzling, and the lotuses bloomed. Suddenly, the ground shook, and thousands of rays of light exploded from the bottom of the Xiankong Island, converging towards Guan Yuan. The sword finally fell, and Guan Yuan roared as he grabbed it with both hands. Boom! The boundless sword storm exploded, forming a terrifying energy that spread in the sky. Even So I Smell's golden rays were sucked into the storm. The giant whirlpool in the sky did not disperse for a long time. Zhao Wenjian and Guan Yuan's figures had disappeared, and no one knew what happened to them. Li Yunxiao's face was filled with nostalgia, and he mumbled to himself, wailing sword rain wind, it really is him. Other than the giant energy storm, only Bai Ming Kong Tian and Bin Sun were left in the sky, and the two were still fighting. Bai Ming Kong Tian's heart was already set on killing Li Yunxiao, and he would kill anyone who stood in his way. Narcissus wiped away her tears, and she said, you know that Zhao Wenjian? He is also the murderer of Mo Sha, and I will not let him go. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, and he said that Mo Sha has killed many people, right? In this world, only the strong are respected. Is he the only one who can kill people, and not others? What kind of logic is this? Narcissus was stunned, and she felt that she could not refute his words. Kaboom! Suddenly, the Dharma flower lotus seed in the sky turned into a ray of golden light, and rushed into the whirlpool. Immediately, rays of golden light shot out from the whirlpool, and the energy in the sky was dispersed. Everyone's eyes widened. In the sky, the two were facing each other. Zhao Wenjian's sword was in hand, and he directly stabbed it into Guan Yuan's chest. Guan Yuan's hands turned into dragon claws, and he held on tightly to the sword. Blood was dripping from his hands. And Ruliwawen turned into a ray of golden light, and directly flew into Guan Yuan's brow, forming a golden lotus mark. Zhao Wenjuan's face changed, and he said in shock, "You tamed the Dharma flower lotus?" Ha ha ha. Guan Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and he laughed, and said in a fierce voice, "This is all thanks to you, and you let me tame Ruliwawen one step ahead of time. Fifth Island Lord, thank you." His face became ferocious, and he used his 10 fingers to stir the sword, making it actually let out a sorrowful sound. The Ruliwawen had been silent in this sea region for countless years. In these years, other than thinking of ways to let it recover its power, Guan Yuan had been studying the sacrificial method of this item every day. After many years of exploration, he finally obtained a set of deity mantra, called Ruliwawen. What made him extremely happy was that this deity mantra could not be used by itself. It had to be used in conjunction with their dragon's secret language to unleash its power. Back then, when the sea god refined this item, he did not know why he set such a restriction, but this was undoubtedly a huge benefit to Guan Yuan. It meant that this profound artifact could not be snatched away. However, Zhao Wenjuan did not know the situation, or today's incident would not have happened. But over the decades, Guan Yuan had tried to refine this item countless times, but he had never succeeded. He tried to forcefully tame it a few times, but every time halfway through, he would suffer the backlash of the profound artifact, and could only fail. In the moment of life and death just now, he already could not care too much and directly forcefully tamed it. To think that he actually succeeded, and even saved his life. Zhao Wenjuan snorted coldly and said, "Even if you tamed Ruliwawen, in your current state, can you still turn defeat into victory?" Guan Yuan had a savage look on his face as he said in a cold voice, "To be able to design such a perfect and exquisite attack, you're truly a prodigy. But can you kill me who is fused with the Dharma flower lotus platform?" Right now, the sea region has already returned to normal. After I go out, I only need a few years' time to be able to devour enough food and recover to my peak strength. At that time, I'll definitely hunt you to the ends of the earth. Zhao Wenjuan said coldly, "But I don't harbor much hope for you to leave this island alive." He fired out a sword art with his left hand. The long sword erupted with a dazzling hum, blasting away the golden light in Guan Yuan's hand, piercing one's eardrums. A burst of sword light spun on the sword, and with a clang, a few blade teeth spat out. It was actually a second unsealing, and intense pain came from Guan Yuan's hand. Under the dragon's claw, the sword could no longer be controlled. A total of 7 short blade teeth spat out from both sides of the sword, emitting a small whirlwind force that continuously attacked, every one of them cutting his skin and flesh. Above the treasured sword, countless wind forces spiraled, and vaguely, the shadow of a ferocious beast began to appear, as if the sword spirit was going to break through the air at any time. What? Guan Yuan was shocked, and exclaimed in disbelief, You actually didn't use your full strength in that attack just now? Lamenting sword rain wind, shadow realm. A gust of wind swept across the sword, and Guan Yuan was instantly shaken more than 10 meters away. However, under the rule of the sword, he was actually unable to escape. He was shocked and angry. The sword intent in Zhao Wenjuan's hand was getting stronger and stronger, and a bad premonition descended. He immediately spat out the dragon language, and a vast might spread out around him. At the same time, he formed a god art with his hand, and the Ruliwawen Zhan appeared between his eyebrows, radiating golden light. It's useless. With your body that's about to collapse right now, how much power can you unleash from the magical flower lotus platform? It's even more not a disgrace for this item to be in my hands. Zhao Wenjuan's expression was ice cold. That ferocious beast condensed on the sword, and he raised the sword and slashed down. A vortex appeared in the entire sky with him as the center, and a beam of sword light soared through the sky, slashing through everything. Guan Yuan's face revealed a look of terror. Under that sword, his heart actually began to tremble. Too much power had been lost from the magical flower lotus platform, and at this moment, it was unleashed to the extreme, and there was actually a feeling of being hard to match. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared with a flash, and actually blocked in front of Guan Yuan. Coldfeather's entire body was in beast form at this moment, and his pitch-black wings spread out in the sky. With a long cry, the power of sound waves resisted with all his might under the sword intent. Two short blades condensed above his head, condensing into a fiery red cross, and he slashed out fiercely. Extreme style, cleaving heaven and splitting earth. At the side, Jiutian also had a stern expression, and he manifested 8 heads, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, all of them roaring endlessly. He sucked in a breath fiercely. 7 of the heads became dispirited and listless all at once. The strength on his body seemed to have instantly multiplied, the battle spear in his hand vibrated endlessly as if it was unable to withstand his extreme power. Sweeping across 8 desolations. An unparalleled spear light bloomed, even overshadowing Coldfeather's extreme style power. Under the 2 rays of light merging into one, it charged towards that boundless sword law, wanting to pierce through this stretch of sky. Guan Yuan's eyes were filled with astonishment. He did not expect that at this critical juncture, the 2 people actually stepped forward bravely. Rumble, Zhao Wenjuan's Shadow Realm move was blocked by 2 tremendous forces, exploding in the air. But Sword Chi instantly turned from wind to rain, falling down sparsely. The 2 people's minds suffered a tremendous impact, both spewing out a mouthful of blood and being sent flying out. In the sword rain that followed, it was even harder for them to stand on their own, revealing looks of panic. A demonic golden light surfaced in Guan Yuan's eyes, and he said in a solemn voice, "Many thanks to the 2 island masters. Guan Yuan is endlessly grateful. Quickly get behind me, I'll handle the rest." Jiutian and Coldfeather both flew behind Guan Yuan desperately. That myriad sword rain falling was unable to shatter the Chaos Element's Unity Chi's defense. "Oshima Lord, this person is too strong. We can only do this much." After Coldfeather entered the enchantment, he finally heaved a sigh in relief, a bitter smile on his face. Jiutian also recovered to a head, his complexion pale, his lips full of bloodstains. Guan Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion, "It's been hard on the 2 island masters. I'll definitely kill Zhao Wenjuan to take revenge for you guys. Amen?" The 2 people were both stunned, not quite understanding. They did not die either. What revenge was there to talk about? But in the next instant, they were scared out of their wits and said in terror, "Oshima Lord, you." Only to see an enormous dragon head appear, both eyes bloodshot. Opening its mouth wide, it directly swallowed the 2 of them. How could the 2 people still have the strength to resist at this moment? After a tragic cry, they thoroughly perished. Creak! Creak! The sound of bones crunching came from the dragon's mouth. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This person was too heartless and evil. The 2 island masters risked their lives to save him, and he actually still ate them. Ripples also rippled in Zhao Wenjuan's calm eyes, and he said furiously, "Guan Yuan, do you still have humanity?" That dragon head slowly chewed the 2 people into fine pieces and swallowed them, his 2 eyes erupting with boundless ominous light as he said in a cold voice, "Humanity? Zhao Wenjuan, this was all forced by you. Not eating them, the 3 of us would have to die. Rather than the 3 of us being killed by you, might as well endure humiliation and live on, borrowing their strength to kill you. Do you think that killing my own brothers will make me feel good in my heart?" Both his hands suddenly formed a strange seal, dragon language spitting out from his mouth. One after another, ancient Maha characters flew out from his glabella, circling around him non-stop. Zhao Wenjuan's expression changed drastically. Displaying sword techniques twice, he originally thought that he could definitely kill Guan Yuan. Even if it was still a bit off, he still had the strength to be able to display the 3rd sword move, but it was also just 1 sword move left. Jiutian and Coldfeather were both 8-star Emperor Wu powerhouses. A certain change already happened to Guan Yuan's body. The advantage that he obtained previously shrunk greatly after he swallowed the 2 people. Especially the golden light emitted from between Guan Yuan's eyebrows, it made people shiver. Xianxia's expression was solemn as well. He stared at the transformation between Guan Yuan's eyebrows. This was the 5th supreme profound weapon that had appeared after the Universe God Monument, the Mountain River Cauldron, the Armillary Sphere and Noah's Arkansas. These legendary items that were rarely seen in 10,000 years had appeared one after another in this era. There must have been a change in the heavens. A virtual image of a golden lotus was projected on Guan Yuan's glabella, and there were faint sounds of Sanskrit chanting on it. His face became solemn, as if he was sacred and inviolable. This holy scene formed a strong contrast with his previous filthy behavior, which made it difficult for the crowd to adapt to. Everything that exists is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, and a shadow, like fog, or like lightning. This is how one should view it. He chanted in the dragon language and formed a seal with his hand. In an instant, the world changed drastically. Thousands of auspicious clouds gathered, and the entire sky was filled with the image of a cloud dragon. It was a scene of prosperity. Zhao Wenjuan's expression changed drastically, and a great sense of danger spread in his heart. He didn't expect that all his plans would be destroyed by Jiu Tian and Cold Feather in the end. With such a strange phenomenon appearing in Guan Yuan's hands, the situation was completely reversed. Fifth Island Master, accept the punishment for betraying me. Guan Yuan gave a cold shout and formed a seal with his hand. The boundless power of the strange phenomenon rumbled down. Zhao Wenjuan's expression was extremely complicated. His many years of planning had gone down the drain. His face was cold and stern. He raised the sword in his hand high up, and the boundless sword intent and sword light spread out. His entire being was one with the sword, forming a world of its own. Lamenting sword storm whined, evil tune. A storm swept up in the sea of swords, condensing into a huge sword shape, and pierced towards the boundless strange phenomenon that was pressing down. Rumble. The sword force pierced into the sky, and the storm in the sky started to wreak havoc. The auspicious phenomenon dissipated, and the sky became a little dark and gloomy. Li Yunxiao muttered to himself, evenly matched? Bo Yuqing's strength shouldn't be just this bit. Just what in the world is going on? Who's Bo Yuqing? Narcissus asked in puzzlement. Li Yunxiao said impatiently, you don't know him. Narcissus became enraged all at once, staring at him coldly, her face full of rage. Li Yunxiao had a black face and hurriedly turned his head away, not wishing to meet her gaze. Guan Yuan's wild laughter came from the sky. Haha, Zhao Wenjuan, the stronger your strength, the more this seat likes you. You'll become the first stepping stone on my path of revenge. You should feel incomparably honored, right? Bin Sun and Baiming Kong Tian also stopped. The two of them looked at each other from afar, both gasping for breath. The smile on Bin Chen's face didn't diminish, while Baiming Kong Tian's face turned even more ashen and violent. Li Yunxiao was clearly in front of him, yet he couldn't kill him. Furthermore, as his strength gradually recovered, judging from the previous battle, even Baiming Kong Tian didn't have the confidence to kill him. The two of them were on guard against each other while occasionally glancing at the battle between Guan Yuan and Zhao Wenjuan from the corner of their eyes. Both of them were extremely shocked. Zhao Wenjuan's body was protected by a sea of sword qi. No matter how the phenomenon surged, it was cleaved apart by the sword qi, unable to harm him in the slightest. His eyes flickered incessantly, and he said in a low voice, Guan Yuan, today's battle won't have an outcome. Everything else is meaningless. Why don't we have a proper discussion? Guan Yuan sneered, discussion? You're too dangerous. I won't be at ease if I don't kill you. Zhao Wenjuan said indifferently, I'm dangerous? Then what about you? There are no eternal enemies in this world, nor are there eternal friends. There are only eternal benefits. You're a smart man, you should know how to make a choice. Humph. Guan Yuan said coldly, if I let you go, then wouldn't the two island masters, Jiu Tian and Fei Yu, have died in vain? Zhao Wenjuan said coldly, do you care about their deaths? If they didn't block an attack for you and replenish your food, you would have already been killed by me. What right do you have to talk to me? In this respect, their deaths are of great significance to you. Guan Yuan's expression was dark and uncertain. Zhao Wenjuan's words were extremely reasonable. At this moment, it was indeed a bad idea for both sides to be injured, but he had just eaten two island masters. If he were to cooperate with this person, it would make those spectators look down on him too much. Zhao Wenjuan wasn't flustered, as though he had a card up his sleeve. As expected, the phenomenon in the sky gradually dissipated, and the clear sky was restored. Guan Yuan revealed a sinister smile and said, Zhao Wenjuan, you really understand me. It's just that the content of the discussion depends on whether I'm interested. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, feeling that this Guan Yuan was vicious and not simple. Under such circumstances, he could still turn an enemy into a friend. This proved that he didn't have any principles to speak of, and was completely unscrupulous when it came to pursuing his goals. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly, and he thought to himself, this is bad. If these two were to cooperate, it would probably be the doomsday of everyone on the island. Zhao Wenjuan smiled indifferently, and put away his sword. His lips moved slightly, and he directly sent a voice transmission. Guang Yuan's cold expression suddenly changed greatly, and he almost transformed into his dragon form. Clearly, his mind was greatly shaken, and he roared in anger, is this true? The entire sky trembled under these 4 words. Zhao Wenjuan laughed lightly, and said, of course it's true. Otherwise, how would I know, and why would I come to the Eastern Sea from so far away? Damn it! Guang Yuan roared angrily, and his eyes spewed out endless flames of anger, and he said coldly, Brother Guangxian, I've returned from hell to kill you. A boundless anger soared into the sky, and even the sky changed color because of it. The hearts of all the people on the island shook violently, and each and every one of them revealed an expression of shock and terror. Brother Guangxian? Could it be? Oh my God! Who is this Oshima Lord? The internal strife in the Eastern Sea Palace decades ago has been suppressed at an extremely fast speed, and rumor has it that, could it be that the Oshima Lord is the source of the internal strife, the blood brother of the king of the Eastern Sea, Guang Yuan? Just now, I heard the 5th island owner call his name, and it seems to be Guang Yuan. Everyone felt a chill down their spine. They didn't expect the owner of Xianxia Island to be the Eastern Sea royal family's Lord Guang Yuan, who was so powerful that the entire Eastern Sea realm had to submit to him. A sense of fear began to grow in everyone's heart, and they were worried about their own fates. Zhao Wenjuan said calmly, now that the Oshima Lord has heard this news, and with my help, revenge is not an empty promise. As for my condition, it is also very simple. His voice disappeared, and he transmitted his voice again. Li Yunxiao furrowed his brows, and he was very curious. He stared at Zhao Wenjuan's lips, and he wanted to read out the content, but he couldn't. Not only did Zhao Wenjuan transmit his voice, but he also used a secret skill to change the shape of his mouth. Li Yunxiao sighed in his heart. Both of them were peerless geniuses, and they were both extremely powerful and dangerous figures. Now that they were working together, and with a supreme-grade Xian artifact, the Lord of Eastern Sea was going to be in big trouble. After hearing Zhao Wenjuan's message, Guang Yuan was suspicious, and he asked, aren't you afraid that I will go back on my words after I get my revenge? Zhao Wenjuan smiled, our goals are not in conflict, and we are even on the same line. Moreover, I am also gambling, and so are you, Oshima Lord. Hee hee. Guang Yuan let out a sinister smile, and said, I like to work with smart people. Zhao Wenjuan placed his hands behind his back, and returned to his previous elegant demeanor as the 5th island owner. Perhaps he had been hiding for too long, and he had already forgotten his original appearance. As the two of them unexpectedly joined forces, everyone felt a chill down their spines. Guang Yuan smiled, 5th island owner, how do you think we should clean up this mess on the island? Zhao Wenjuan stood quietly, and said, as Oshima Lord likes. However, that Li Yunxiao cannot be killed, and he will be dealt with by me. Guang Yuan frowned, and said, Li Yunxiao has a large number of Xian artifacts on him, and they are enough to recover the lost power of Xian artifact. Those Xian artifacts are mine, and you can have him. Zhao Wenjuan did not hesitate, and said, sure, but the mountain and river cauldron must be mine. Sure. Guang Yuan agreed, and immediately laughed maniacally, and shouted, all the food, come into my mouth. With a dragon's roar, Guang Yuan transformed into a real dragon, and rushed towards the experts on the island with his mouth wide open. Zhao Wenjuan's eyes narrowed, and he stared directly at Li Yunxiao. He walked over step by step, and said coldly, Mr. Yunxiao, who is the person under the skin of yours? Li Yunxiao felt a chill run down his spine. After consuming a large amount of heavenly treasures, he had recovered less than 20% of his strength. If the other party were to attack, he would definitely be killed instantly. Furthermore, the other party's spiritual power had already locked onto him. This spiritual power was even stronger than the one he had used in the previous battle, so there was no way for him to escape. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, Bo Yuqing, what do you think? Zhao Wenjuan's body shuddered, and his eyes burst out with a sharp gleam, as well as a monstrous killing intent. Not far away, Bai Ming Kongtian's expression also changed drastically. He looked at Zhao Wenjuan in disbelief, as though he had recalled something. The aura on Zhao Wenjuan's body was extremely violent, fluctuating according to the changes in his emotions. Eventually, it slowly calmed down. He stared at Li Yunxiao and said word by word, "Are you really that person?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "In this world, other than me, do you think there's anyone else who can display that sword and that eye technique?" Zhao Wenjuan's body shuddered, and Bai Ming Kongtian's face turned ashen, as though he had seen something terrifying. He felt terrible. Meanwhile, Narcissus, Bin Sun, and the rest could not understand what they were saying at all, and they all frowned. "It really is you. But why are you like this?" After the great shock, Zhao Wenjuan calmed himself down and sized up Li Yunxiao, feeling a little puzzled. However, he could still accept such a thing happening to a lunatic like Gu Feiyang. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, "Do you think I want to? Everyone thinks I'm dead. But why are you like this?" Zhao Wenjuan also smiled bitterly and said, "It's not what I want either." The light in his eyes flickered non-stop, as though he was thinking about something and was deep in thought. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "I'm very curious about your deal with Guang Yuan. I wonder if there's a possibility of a deal between us." "Oh? Is Lord Feiyang trying to save his own life?" Zhao Wenjuan couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. Then, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, who would have thought that the insufferably arrogant titled Emperor Wu would have such a weak moment? Everyone turned pale with fright as they looked at Li Yunxiao in shock. They didn't understand what Zhao Wenjuan meant. Could it be that Li Yunxiao was the titled Emperor Wu? They all shook their heads in disbelief. Bai Ming Kongtian was the only one who looked pale. He was on the verge of collapsing. He no longer had any doubts. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Yuqing, is it really okay to reveal my identity like this? You're the junior brother of Lu Congzi, the leader of the Soul Formation Sea Realm, and the last disciple of Qi Xingfeng. Please pay attention to your integrity." Bang! As soon as this identity was revealed, everyone turned pale with fright. Even if they didn't understand Li Yunxiao's identity, they knew the meaning behind his identity as Lu Congzi's junior brother. Zhao Wenjuan, who was Bo Yuqing, narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Lord Feiyang, I really can't deal with you. However, I'm determined to get the mountain and river cauldron. If you want to save your life, hand it over first." Bo Yuqing walked forward step by step. His aura condensed and pressed forward. Li Yunxiao could not help but smile bitterly. This time, there was really no way out. Little King Kong from the gourd and the giant crocodile stood in front of Li Yunxiao and roared at Bo Yuqing ferociously. Narcissus hurriedly summoned 3 golden armored guards to protect Li Yunxiao. She said hurriedly, "Back off." Bo Yuqing chuckled and said, "Your Highness Narcissus, wait until I get the mountain and river cauldron first, then I'll let some of your blood out." He looked at Li Yunxiao with a cold smile and said, "Looks like Lord Feiyang isn't going to give in. You're forcing me to use some rough methods." Clang, a sword appeared in his hand, and a sword radiance slashed out. Little King Kong from the gourd roared and punched in the air. The white flame on the fist danced and shrouded the space. "What? This is..." Bo Yuqing was shocked as if he couldn't believe it. He said in horror, This is, the Ice Fiend flame." His eyeballs popped out, and he seemed to be stunned. Bang, his sword radiance slashed on Little King Kong's fist wind and extinguished the Ice Fiend flame, forcing Little King Kong to retreat. The Ice Fiend flame can only be born when Aegis and Rainbow Stones are combined. "You have Aegis." Bo Yuqing's expression changed, and he lost his calm demeanor. He roared and rushed forward with an extremely ferocious expression. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Bo Yuqing was Qi Xingfeng's disciple. Back then, Qi Xingfeng was scared away by the Ice Fiend flame, so it was not surprising that his disciple recognized it. Roar, the giant crocodile roared and immediately pounced forward with its mouth wide open. "Get lost." Bo Yuqing was unusually agitated at the moment. He suddenly slashed with his sword and split the giant crocodile in half. The giant crocodile disintegrated, turning into particles that rained down on Yang Lingo. "It's the sky obsidian black pieces. It seems that you've refined that black mountain." Bo Yuqing realized that the giant crocodile was not simple. He sneered and pointed in the air with his left hand. An extremely strong mental strength rippled out and engulfed the black pieces. The next moment, all the black pieces appeared 100 meters away. There were 5 mental prisons erected in the air, separating the particles and preventing them from condensing. The countless black pieces kept attacking the mental prisons, but they could not get out. At that moment, little King Kong roared and punched again. Although the punch was powerful, it was nothing in Bo Yuqing's eyes without the ice fiend flame. However, Bo Yuqing was extremely afraid and did not dare to let little King Kong get close to him. He also shouted and attacked with his mental strength, imprisoning little King Kong instantly. Xianxia was very depressed. This person's mental strength was stronger than his. During the contest of mental strength, he actually dared to hold back. Unless he used Tsutsumi, he would not be a match for this person. Master Feiyong, quickly tell me the rainbow stone and the method to control the ice fiend flame. I can let you leave safely with the mountain and river cauldron. Bo Yuqing took a step forward and almost stuck to Xianxia's face. His face was full of desire. Suddenly, both of their expressions changed and they looked up into the sky. An extremely powerful force descended and blasted towards the two of them. Moreover, that force contained a powerful space lock that directly locked the two of them. That is. Bo Yuqing's expression changed. The clouds in the sky parted and unexpectedly, the rank 9 warship of the Baiming family arrived on the island. On the warship stood Baiming Lifeng and the disciples of the Baiming family. Previously at the treasure show, Baiming Kong Tian had sent a voice transmission to Baiming Lifeng, asking him to find a chance to leave the island and bring the warship in. Baiming Kong Tian was overjoyed. He roared, "All attacks, kill Li Yunxiao. Kill Li Yunxiao at all costs." A cold light flashed in Bo Yuqing's eyes. At this moment, even if he died, he would not let Li Yunxiao die. But the main cannon of the rank 9 warship was extremely powerful. Even if he took it head-on, he would still lose a layer of skin. With his strength, he could completely break the lock and escape. But it would be difficult to bring Li Yunxiao with him. He instantly calmed down. He stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground and placed both hands on the hilt. He shouted, "Return blade, remove armor." Clang! Tens of thousands of sword chi burst forth, forming a wall of sword chi that enveloped the two of them. Not far away, Narcissus was shocked. She wanted to go up and help, but she was powerless. Luckily, Baiming Lifeng avoided her when he attacked. Kaboom! The powerful attack landed on the wall of sword chi, causing the shadow of the wall to distort. But the boundless force spread out along the wall. Bo Yuqing's entire face turned pale. He had already used 3 sword techniques against Guan Yuan. Now that his vitality was greatly depleted, he had to take on the attack of the main cannon of the rank 9 warship. His entire body was in a daze, and his mind was buzzing. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Brother Yuqing, it's been hard on you." Bo Yuqing looked at his smile and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. But when he thought of the neon stone and the ice-baleful heart flame, his entire body became heated. He gritted his teeth and endured. Kaboom! The bombardment from the main cannon was finally over. Pfft! Bo Yuqing spat out a mouthful of blood. He made a hand seal with his left hand, and a surge of psyche spread out to envelop himself and Li Yunxiao. Then, both of them disappeared on the spot. Little King Kong and Giant Crocodile Psyche Prison also lost its effect. When they came out, they couldn't find Li Yunxiao. They stood in the air in a daze, not knowing what to do. Narcissus panicked. She pointed at a spot in the sky and said, "Over there." She was afraid that Bo Yuqing would take Li Yunxiao away. "Don't even think about leaving." Baiming Kongtian's face darkened, and he slapped at Li Yunxiao with "My life is boundless." In order to kill Li Yunxiao, he was willing to give up his life. Bin Sun stood quietly at the side and observed the situation with cold eyes. The Xiankong Island was in chaos, and the situation was unclear. Kaboom! Bo Yuqing and Li Yunxiao were knocked out by the outsky technique. In order to protect Li Yunxiao, Bo Yuqing was injured again. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. He shouted at the ground below, "Oshima Lord!" It was a mess on the ground. A large number of sea race members had been devoured by Guan Yuan, and some were still struggling, including Liao Yangbing and the other human martial artists. When the rank 9 warship appeared, all the human martial artists were overjoyed. They felt that their savior had arrived. At this moment, Guan Yuan just happened to kill the sea race member who used the 9-colored sky conch. Not only did he eat him, but the power of the 9-colored sky conch was also completely absorbed by Ruli Mi. The more he killed, the fiercer he became. Huh? Hearing Bo Yuqing's cry for help, Guan Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he stared fiercely at the warship in the sky. Bai Ming Lifeng's heart skipped a beat, and he got goosebumps from Guan Yuan's stare. He quickly started the warship and wanted to attack Guan Yuan. Bai Ming Kongtian shouted, "Target Li Yunxiao." Everyone on the warship was shocked. They had snuck out to start the warship previously, so they didn't know Li Yunxiao's identity. However, they were puzzled by Bai Ming Kongtian's attitude. Previously, he was trying his best to protect Li Yunxiao, but now, he was trying his best to kill Li Yunxiao. What was he planning? Bai Ming Kongtian was also suffering in silence, and his intestines were already green with regret. Bai Ming Lifeng did not dare to go against Bai Ming Kongtian's opinion, so he aimed the main array at Li Yunxiao. Guan Yuan licked his lips and let out a sinister smile. "Tsk tisk, I can feel the divine power contained in such a huge profound weapon. It's enough to fill up Rumor of Ruliwa, haha." He made a hand seal and Rumor of Ruliwa flew out from between his brows, turning into a huge golden lotus and flew into the sky. Bai Ming Kongtian's face changed and he shouted in anger, "Oshima Lord. Zhao Wenjian has tried everything to kill you. Now that he is at the end of his rope, he has lost the right to negotiate with you. This is the golden opportunity to kill him." Guan Yuan sneered, "Whether I have the right or not is up to me. Who do you think you are? Moreover, since we have agreed, we are comrades on the same side. Do you think I, Guan Yuan, am a man who goes back on his word?" Gulp. Everyone swallowed their saliva. These words were too funny coming out of his mouth, but no one could laugh. But no one could imagine that the two who fought to the death just a moment ago would become allies. The world was truly like a game of chess, unpredictable. Kaboom! Just when everyone was thinking, Rumor of Ruliwa turned into a huge lotus seat and rammed into the rank 9 warship Evil Flame like a reef. The attack from the main formation missed its target and landed on Xiankong Island. A huge chunk of the island was blasted off and the island was once again broken into pieces. Not good. The lotus seed is absorbing the warship's power. Everyone on the rank 9 warship panicked. They had never encountered such a situation before. Bai Ming Lifeng was enraged and he ordered, "Attack the lotus seat." Kaboom! The warship shot out a ray of light, knocking the lotus seat a few hundred meters away. Guan Yuan's expression changed. This Dharma flower lotus seed had not absorbed enough energy, and it was a little strenuous to resist the rank 9 battleship. Fortunately, the stage 9 battleship's power was constantly being drained away, all of it being absorbed by, thus self-enlightenment. As long as they could hold on for a while, they would definitely win. Bai Ming Kongtian was furious. He roared and charged at Guan Yuan. With the level 9 warship delaying him, he is not afraid of Guan Yuan. "Humph, ingredient, are you in such a hurry to enter my mouth?" Guan Yuan sneered coldly, and the golden light in his hand condensed into a lotus platform phantom, which flew out one after another, circling in the air to form the image of a celestial maiden flying into the sky. Bai Ming Kongtian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly executed his movement technique in the air and retreated 1,000 meters away. Only then did he manage to dodge the vast attack. His expression became extremely ugly. He could not be Guan Yuan, he could not kill Li Yunxiao. A nearly hysterical powerlessness spread in his heart. Finally, he gave a loud roar and flew towards the warship. The light in Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered incessantly, his mind calculating rapidly. He slightly threw a look at Binsun who was not far away. Binsun's expression also became solemn. He understood Li Yunxiao's meaning. He hoped that he would take action to save people. But he still had a deal with Guan Yuan. He lifted his head and glanced at Guan Yuan. That crazed and savage look on his face made him completely uncertain in his heart. Thinking of Coldfeather and Jiutian's outcome previously, he immediately steeled his heart. Bang, a piece of the sky was crushed by him. With a kick, he teleported beside Li Yunxiao and smacked a palm towards Bo Yuqing's body. Bin Sun, you. Bo Yuqing was greatly alarmed and infuriated. Although that palm was not a killing move, he could not withstand it with his current strength and was forced to retreat. After Bin Sun's palm succeeded, he immediately grabbed Li Yunxiao and stomped repeatedly in the air, flying to the side of Liao Yangbing and the rest. Bo Yuqing said furiously, "Second Island Lord, are you betraying us?" Bin Sun smiled bitterly and said, "Fifth Island Lord, you and Oshima Lord are too smart. I really don't feel safe being together with you guys." Bo Yuqing said furiously, "Quickly return that person to me. I can help you fulfill the agreement between you and Oshima Lord." Guang Yuan was focused on wasting time with the Type 9 battleship. He turned around and said coldly, "Fifth Island Lord, since he refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, I'll absorb this battleship, and we'll send them to the afterlife." He licked his lips, smacked his lips, and grinned evilly. "These are all great tonics." Everyone was startled by his cold expression, and their faces turned pale. No one wanted to become a snack in his mouth that made geji sounds. Li Yunxiao said solemnly, "Take the evil flame battleship and escape." Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they looked up. The battleship was indeed their only hope of escaping the island. "Come, follow me." Bin Sun barked and tore through space, charging towards the evil flame battleship. Li Yunxiao, water deity, and the rest followed closely behind. A large group of people soared into the sky. Baiming Kongtian was enraged, and seeing Bin Sun and the rest charging over, he roared in anger, "Boom! Blast these people to death for me." The battleship's main array was still accumulating power, while the rest of the offensive array formations were activated. Dozens of attacks rained down on everyone and the shattered island. Bin Chen bellowed, and several fist lights blasted out, shattering all the attacks in front of him. Li Yunxiao also threw out the Yuanyang umbrella, which opened up in the air, protecting everyone inside. The attacks that Bin Sun had scattered landed on the umbrella, but were all deflected. Baiming Kongtian's face was dark, as he clenched his fists tightly. Berserk energy surged out of his body, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. The spirit energy in his body was almost depleted, and even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to stop Bin Sun, Li Yunxiao, and the rest. He helplessly closed his eyes, finally dispersing the wild energy in his body. He took out some pills and began to meditate. The situation was becoming more and more complicated, and the momentum of everyone gathering on the Rank 9 battleship was unstoppable. Only by recovering a bit of strength would they have a higher chance of winning. Li Yunxiao and the rest of the dozen or so people rushed onto the Rank 9 battleship. All the human experts gathered again, all of them sighing with mixed feelings. At this moment, there were less than half of the people who had entered the island. More than half of the Battle Blade squad that had followed Li Yunxiao had died, and a large number of cultivators would forever be buried in this part of the sea. The two groups faced each other on the battleship. At this moment, they were enemies, not friends. Moreover, Li Yunxiao's side seemed to have the upper hand, causing the cultivators on the Baiming family side to panic. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Elder Kong Tian, young Master Lai Feng, thank you for taking us in." Baiming Kong Tian and Baiming Lai Feng bit their lips so hard that they were bleeding. They wanted nothing more than to rush up and eat his flesh raw. Bin Sun also smiled and said, "Why do the two of you look so bad? Let's hurry and leave this part of the sea. If we continue to waste time, the entire battleship's power will be sucked dry by Sura Wen." Baiming Lai Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Set sail, leave this part of the sea at full speed." The main attack formation on the battleship had also completed a round of energy gathering. It suddenly launched an attack at Sura Wen while borrowing the momentum to escape. Boom! A huge beam of light shot through the air, and Sura Wen's light seemed to dim under the light of that beam. Guang Yuan's expression changed. The attack just now had already caused the blood in his body to tremble. If he was hit again, it was very likely that he would be injured again. However, that attack from the main formation contained an extremely powerful sealing power, and it completely locked onto Sura Wen. Guang Yuan was extremely shocked and furious. He instantly disappeared on the spot and appeared on Sura Wen in the next instant. He sat down cross-legged. He activated a godly technique in his hand, and a 9-colored light appeared on the lotus platform. It was a solemn and dignified scene. Boom! The main formation's attack landed on the nine-colored light, and the entire Lotus platform was blasted away. However, it was unable to break through its defense. After a few breaths' time, the power of the light gradually dissipated. The human martial artists in the distance all wore solemn expressions. Even their most powerful attack could not do anything to this person. If he caught up to them, they would be in big trouble. Evil Flame instantly unleashed his maximum speed and sped through the sky as fast as lightning. After taking that attack, Guan Yuan's old injuries were indeed triggered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He coldly swept his gaze across the island. It was a scene of devastation and desolation. There were also many Sea Tribe martial artists scattered on the island. As his gaze fell on them, they all felt a chill run down their spines, and they all fled in all directions. "Humph, how can you let go of the meat that is already in your mouth?" Guan Yuan coldly snorted and activated a hand seal. Sura Wen's golden light scattered like the scattering of fresh flowers, emitting bursts of fragrance. The power of the golden light pierced through the sky and shrouded the entire island in an instant. Bo Yuqing's expression changed. He transformed into a sword in the air and instantly broke through the golden light's blockade. He flew on Sura Wen's and looked on coldly. However, most of the light in his eyes was focused on the battleship flying away in the distance. His gaze became colder and colder. All sentient techniques are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, and a shadow, like fog or lightning. They should be viewed as such. Guan Yuan spat out the dragon language. Under the golden light, there was an auspicious sign. Everyone's mind shook, and then they suddenly felt as if they had lost something. The power in their bodies started to flow out continuously. Guan Yuan's eyes burst out with a bright light. He suddenly transformed into a dragon head and opened his mouth to absorb all the power. Bo Yuqing's expression flickered. Such an evil technique was actually so solemn and dignified. It could be done in the blink of an eye. Several figures soared into the air and broke through the Sura Wen's blockade, scattering in all directions. Guan Yuan's power was too weak at the moment. He couldn't seal some experts of a higher level. He coldly snorted and said, "Fifth Island Lord." Bo Yuqing's expression was stern as he said, "Understood." He placed 2 fingers on his forehead, and a powerful mental energy rushed out, penetrating through heaven and earth. Those people who were fleeing in all directions were shocked to find that they had actually returned to the sky above the island in an instant. They were right in front of Guan Yuan. One of them had a cold expression. He immediately knelt down on one knee and surrendered. "Please spare our lives, Lord Guan Yuan. We are willing to follow you. With our strength, we can still be of some use." The other person also understood and hurriedly knelt down, swearing their loyalty. Guan Yuan revealed a cold expression. He smiled and said, "You guys are too humble. With your strength, you can be of great use." "How can it be a small use?" A huge dragon head manifested in the air. With a loud roar, it bit towards the few people. "Ah! Damn it, we will fight you to the death." The people kneeling on the ground were enraged. Since they were going to die anyway, they became ruthless. But after kneeling on the ground, it was difficult for them to stand up again. A majestic force spread out from Ruewa, forcing them to crawl on the ground. The dragon head roared and swallowed all of them into its mouth. Bo Yuqing looked at the scene calmly and said, "I have left a mark on the rank 9 warship, they cannot escape from my senses." After swallowing all of them, Guan Yuan licked his lips with his long tongue and said, "That is a whole ship's worth of food." Bo Yuqing's eyes glinted as he landed on the Dharma flower lotus seat. Guan Yuan laughed and immediately activated the Dharma flower lotus seat to chase after the rank 9 warship. After Xianxia Island left Ruwei golden light, it instantly became weak. The earth veins that were broken by the attacks all burst out. The entire island kept spewing out all kinds of energy and started to crumble. As the crowd left, the surrounding seawater began to gather, creating huge waves. Wave after wave swept over, engulfing the entire island. A golden lotus rode the wind and waves on the sea. Guan Yuan sat cross-legged inside, while Bo Yuqing stood quietly at the side, his arms crossed in front of his chest, his eyes slightly closed as he rested. Bo Yuqing suddenly opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. He said, "Oshima Lord, As a member of the East Sea royal family and Guang Xian's big brother, you must know about the rainbow stone, right? Guang Yuan's body shook, his eyes glowed and he asked, you know about the rainbow stone too? Why do you ask? Bo Yuqing said, as far as I know, the East Sea royal palace once moved because of the rainbow stone. Is it true? Guang Yuan's eyes flickered as he snorted, Fifth Island Master doesn't need to know the inside story. I'm curious as to why Fifth Island Master would suddenly ask about this. Bo Yuqing said, the Xiankong Island is gone, Master Guang Yuan, please call me by my real name, Bo Yuqing. He smiled and said, Master, you really won't release the eagle until you see the rabbit. Bo Yuqing. Guang Yuan murmured softly and snorted coldly, the relocation of the East Sea Palace did involve some inside information. If Brother Yuqing can't explain it clearly, it will be difficult for me to explain it to others. Bo Yuqing nodded and said, since Sir Guang Yuan knows about Rainbow Stone, then naturally you should also know about Agarine. Have you ever wondered why the Baiming family would come to this part of the sea? Guang Yuan was stunned, why? He didn't think about it before but now he was curious about the Baiming family's purpose. Bo Yuqing's eyes flashed coldly, if my information is correct, the Donghai Palace site used to be in this part of the sea and Li Yunxiao most likely has the twin rainbow stones. Impossible. Guang Yuan jumped up from his seat and said in shock, there is indeed a rainbow stone in the East Sea Palace and it is in the hands of my brother, Guang Xian. There is no way Li Yunxiao can get it. Bo Yuqing looked at him and said indifferently, don't you know that there is more than one twin rainbow stones? Guang Yuan's expression changed and he said in a low voice, you mean Li Yunxiao got the twin rainbow stones from somewhere else and the purpose of coming to this part of the sea is for the palace site? Bo Yuqing turned around and stared at Guang Yuan and said, these are just my speculations, otherwise I really don't know their purpose of coming to this part of the sea. As for whether to go to the Donghai Palace site, Sir Guang Yuan should have a better idea than me, right? Why was the East Sea Palace abandoned? Guang Yuan's expression became solemn and he didn't speak for a while. After a long time, he said softly, the palace was abandoned half because of the rainbow stones and the other half because of the special nature of the palace itself. But in the end it was still because of the rainbow stones. Since you are the heir of Qi Xingfeng, then you should naturally know that the twin rainbow stones can't be together. How can you be sure that Li Yunxiao has the twin rainbow stones? Bo Yuqing said word by word, the flame of Ice Fiend Heart. Guang Yuan said in shock, the flame of inner demons that can devour all things, the flame of nothingness? He said suspiciously, since Li Yunxiao can already control the flame of Ice Fiend Heart, why does he want to go to the palace site? Bo Yuqing said, this is also what I want to know. Guang Yuan's brows also furrowed, he also looked puzzled. He suddenly laughed and said, Brother Yuqing told me about the flame of Ice Fiend Heart. Could it be that you want me to help you obtain this item? Bo Yuqing nodded without hiding and said, Sir Guang Yuan is indeed intelligent. Guang Yuan snickered and said, the value of this item is even above the supreme grade profound artifact. Brother Yuqing thinks too highly of me? Bo Yuqing's expression did not change as he said seriously, everything can be discussed. Also, Sir Guang Yuan has just obtained as I hear. To fill its power and completely control it, I fear it will take a lot of time. A person's energy is limited after all. Guang Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, but that is the flame of Ice Fiend Heart. Bo Yuqing said, if Sir Guang Yuan has any other conditions, just say them. Guang Yuan said with a smile, it is so convenient to speak with smart people. Li Yunxiao and all the profound artifacts on him will belong to me, including the mountain and river cauldron. After you obtain the Aegis stone and forge the flame of Ice Fiend Heart, you have to find an Aegis for me. Bo Yuqing said with a frown, Sir Guang Yuan has a good plan. Not only do you want to take it all, you also want to control the Aegis stone. Even if I am willing to agree, who in the world knows where the other Aegis stone is? Guang Yuan said with a smile, you don't have to worry about this. Guang Xian has a rainbow stone. After I kill him, I will naturally get it. As for the next Aegis stone, I have some ideas. As long as you help me get it, that mountain and river cauldron can be given to you in the future. Bo Yuqing thought for a moment and said, all right, deal. Haha, straightforward. Guang Yuan laughed loudly. As I hear seemed to speed up on the sea surface as he chased after the rank 9 warship. The entire Rank 9 warship was strangely silent. Everyone was divided into two factions, facing each other in the distance. Most of the people were sitting cross-legged to recover their vitality. Ever since Baiming Kongtian knew of Li Yunxiao's identity, he had been frowning. His eyes were like a dead fish, without any light. Especially now that he saw Li Yunxiao recovering bit by bit, he was even more anxious. However, he was at a loss and didn't know what to do. If he made a move now, the other side's Ben Sun was enough to delay him, and the strength that Li Yunxiao had displayed before was enough to kill everyone on their side other than him. Even if Li Yunxiao and Ben Sun worked together, it was still a question whether he could not lose. Once he thought of Li Yunxiao's identity, his body shivered, and his body turned cold. Li Yunxiao opened his eyes and looked at him mockingly. The Baiming family's ice true qi is really amazing. Even with Elder Kong Tian's divine power, he still felt cold and his lips turned white. Amazing. Baiming Kong Tian bit his lips, and his eyes were filled with hatred. Bin Sun was surprised. Aren't you guys together? Why is this old man trying to kill you? Li Yunxiao laughed lightly. Who knows, maybe he's bewitched. Baiming Kongtian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He stared at Li Yunxiao with killing intent. Liao Yangbing suddenly opened his hand, and a log pose appeared in his palm. After staring at it for a while, he said in shock, "Young Master Yun, our destination seems to be not far from here." Huh? Li Yunxiao was also surprised. There's actually such a coincidence? Narcissus asked, "Where are you guys going?" Li Yunxiao said, "Donghai Palace site." I wonder if Princess Narcissus knows about it. Narcissus thought for a while and said, "Has Donghai Palace moved?" I don't know. Li Yunxiao shook his head speechlessly. He originally wanted to see if this little girl knew anything, but now it seemed that she was completely ignorant. Narcissus said, "Then when are you coming back to the sea forest with me?" Li Yunxiao was startled. "When did I say I would go to the sea forest with you?" Narcissus said anxiously, "Didn't you promise to do something for me?" Li Yunxiao said, "Do I have to go to the sea forest? What if Lord Sea King keeps me to drink tea for a few hundred years?" Narcissus was stunned. "How can that be? My father rarely drinks tea." Li Yunxiao was sweating profusely. "Let's talk about this later, I still have a few important matters to deal with." Narcissus said anxiously, "My matters are also very important." She thought for a while and said, "Then you deal with your own matters first, but you must immediately follow me to the sea forest after you are done." Li Yunxiao nodded repeatedly, but in his heart he was thinking, "Wait until I recover to peak 9 stars Emperor Wu and can defeat your father. Otherwise, if I rashly go and the Sea King recognizes my identity, even if I don't die, I will have to drink tea for a few hundred years." At this time, a Baiming family disciple rushed over and whispered in Baiming Lifeng's ear. Baiming Lifeng's expression changed, surprised and happy. He also received the news and hurriedly reported to Baiming Kongtian. Baiming Kongtian lost interest. He waved his hand and said, "I'll leave everything to you. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important." Baiming Lifeng was stunned, then looked at Li Yunxiao and said, "Li Yunxiao, there are two pieces of news. First, we have entered the target sea area. Second, the warship is running out of primeval stones. I hope everyone can work together and contribute primeval stones to tide over this difficult situation. Otherwise, if the warship stops, everyone will be wasted on the sea." Li Yunxiao and the others frowned, then lowered their heads and pretended to be dead. Some turned their faces away and hummed. Baiming Lifeng was furious, shouted, "Li Yunxiao, don't you have any spirit of unity? The warship has carried you for so long, now you're not even willing to fork out some primeval stones?" Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him and said, "Didn't we agree before that we'll use war to nurture war? Search the nearby sea area to see if there are any resources or races, then we'll just rob them." Humph. Rob? Easy for you to say. Then I'll leave this to you. Baiming Lifeng snorted coldly, his face clouded over. He summoned a disciple and whispered something into his ear. The disciple immediately nodded and ran away. After a while, the entire warship slowed down and stopped in the middle of the sea, motionless. Baiming Lifeng spread his hands and said, "There are no more primary stones. Everyone, don't leave." Everyone smiled bitterly. Ever since the warship broke through the East Sea defense line, there was a shortage of primary stones. Although Biming Lifeng's method was a little shameless, it was indeed a problem that had to be solved. Li Yinxiao was also speechless. He turned to Narcissus and said, "Princess Narcissus, use your eye of truth to see if there are any primary stones nearby." Narcissus nodded and flew into the sky. Her white brocade was untainted by a speck of dust. It was a delightful sight. She formed a seal with her hand and pointed at the space between her eyebrows. Her eyes immediately turned golden as she stared at the sea. On her white robe, golden light flashed from time to time. It was the same kind of power as the eye of truth. It was the power of her Bo clan's bloodline. Narcissus looked very carefully. After a while, she flew down and pointed to the sea in the distance. "There's a low-quality primary stone mine there." Then, she pointed in another direction, about 30 nautical miles away from here. "There's a B-class race. There should be a lot of primary stones there." Everyone was startled and looked at her in shock. Was it real or fake? She could tell that? Everyone was doubtful and found it hard to believe. Li Yunxiao responded and nodded. "That low-quality primary stone mine takes too much time to extract. I wonder if Guang Yuan and the others have caught up yet." When everyone heard the name Guang Yuan, their hearts trembled and their faces paled. Biming Lifeng's expression also turned ugly. He looked back with some fear and said to Narcissus, "Princess Narcissus can confirm that there are B-class marine races 30 nautical miles in this direction?" Narcissus nodded. "Those marine races all carry turtle shells on their backs. There's some kind of turtle race." Biming Lifeng saw that she even described the other party's appearance. He no longer had any doubts and ordered, "Warship, full speed ahead. Target 30 nautical miles southeast." Rumble. The warship started moving again and flew forward. Biming Lifeng said, "Li Yunxiao, I'll leave the matter of snatching the origin crystals to you. Our Biming family is one of the superpowers, the legitimate hegemony of the world. We disdain to do such things." Li Yunxiao sneered, "Are you looking down on us?" Biming Lifeng sneered, "So what if I look down on you?" Li Yunxiao smiled, "It's nothing. Someone once asked me, there are people in this world who slander me, humiliate me, look down on me, laugh at me, bully me, and humiliate me. How should I deal with them? Guess what I answered?" Biming Lifeng frowned, "How did you answer?" Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he said, "Just hit him, 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 hit him. After that, look at him." Biming Lifeng was startled, especially when Li Yunxiao's cold eyes stared at him. Biming Lifeng broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly jumped away and shouted, "What are you trying to do?" Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Nothing. I just want to ask, who will go down to snatch the crystals later?" Biming Lifeng swallowed his saliva and said, "How about this? It's just a B-grade race. Each team will send 10 people down." Soon, the battleship arrived above the sea region that Narcissus pointed out. On Li Yunxiao's side, Liao Yangbing led the team and each team sent 10 people down into the sea. Then, there were faint sounds of fighting and flashes of light at the bottom of the sea. In less than an hour, the 20 people returned unscathed. All of them were smiling from ear to ear. It was obvious that they had gained a lot. A large number of crystals were lying on the battleship, as well as various treasures. Everyone's eyes bulged out, regretting that they didn't go down. The sea race's treasures were far beyond what humans could imagine. Especially when they saw the 20 people's satisfied expressions, no one would believe that they didn't hide anything. Biming Lifeng was pleasantly surprised, "It's much more than I expected. We can maintain this for a while." Just as the battleship was about to return, a ray of light flew over from the end of the sea. It was just as I heard. Everyone's expression changed and they panicked. "Not good." Biming Lifeng was also shocked, and he said, "Full speed ahead." Everyone stood on the deck and looked nervously at the golden lotus flying over from afar. In just a few breaths' time, the battleship had flown over. Biming Lifeng shouted, "Full speed ahead," while activating the main attack array. "We must not let that divine flower lotus seat get close." Boom! The battleship gradually accelerated and soon reached its limit. The powerful airflow was parted, and even the sea surface thousands of meters below was separated by the huge force. At the same time, all the attack array formations on the battleship were activated and blasted toward the divine flower lotus in the distance. Guan Yuan's face turned cold, and he said, "Brother Yuqing, why don't you teleport over and kill them all?" Bo Yuqing said, "Master Guan Yuan thinks too highly of me. Not to mention that my essence force has not recovered. Even if I was at my peak, I wouldn't be able to withstand the combined attacks of Baiming Kong Tian, Bin Sun, and Li Yunxiao. I suggest we use the divine flower lotus to destroy their battleship. This way, we won't lose." Guan Yuan said, "I've thought of this before. Although just as I heard, speed is faster than that battleship, the opponent's attack power is too strong. If we dodge like this, we won't be able to get close." Bo Yuqing said, "How about this? I'll use a spatial secret technique to teleport Master Guan Yuan over first." Master Guan Yuan ate 2 A-grade C race members on the way here. I'm sure he wants to find a place to rest and digest. His eyes flickered, and he said, "Also, I have a secret technique that can temporarily suppress Master's injuries and allow you to burst out with your peak strength." Guan Yuan was startled and was immediately overjoyed. "Wonderful. If I have this secret technique, I only need to recover my peak strength for the time to brew a cup of tea, and I can kill them all." "Just that, what are the repercussions of this secret technique?" Bo Yuqing said, "The repercussions are that after the time is over, your injuries will appear twice as severe." Guan Yuan's heart trembled and he revealed a look of shock. He was clearly hesitant. Bo Yuqing smiled and said, "Master Guan Yuan doesn't need to worry. Your current injuries are already suppressed by just as I heard. Even if the secret technique is used, it might not be as serious as I said. It's just a matter of eating more experts after the matter is over." Guan Yuan nodded lightly and said, "You're right. Swallowing Bin Sun and the rest is more or less enough. Moreover, the profound artifact on the Yunxiao and this Tier 9 battleship are ingredients for my Fahua lotus seat." Bo Yuqing said solemnly, "Since Master has decided, then I'll have to offend you." He gave a light cry and several streaks of golden light shot out from his hands. Both hands struck out seals continuously, condensing into several strange patterns in the air and imprinted them on Guan Yuan's body. Bang! 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 A series of explosions, a bloody hole was punched out on Guan Yuan's chest. He gave a muffled groan, but his eyes gradually revealed shock and ecstasy. "Haha. Indeed, the injuries that have troubled me for decades are gradually disappearing." Guan Yuan laughed loudly and kept just as I heard, which was flying forward rapidly, into his glabella. Bo Yuqing's face was somewhat pale, but he did not dare to stop. Both hands quickly formed seals and an extremely strong mental strength emitted from his glabella, directly distorting the space and producing a vortex, instantly sucking Guan Yuan in. The next moment, there was a muffled sound in the sky tens of thousands of meters away, and Guan Yuan suddenly appeared. He looked ahead and saw that the Tier 9 battleship was only a few thousand meters away. He immediately laughed maniacally and threw out the Fahua golden lotus, stepping on it, and chased as fast as lightning. Not good. The people on the battleship were all at a loss. Looking at Guan Yuan's ferocious face and continuously licking his lips, all of them felt a chill down their spine. Bin Sun said with a solemn expression, "Look at the surging power around Guan Yuan, it doesn't look like he's injured." Li Yunxiao said, "If he chased all the way here, he should have caught up to us long ago. Only now did he catch up, he must have encountered a powerful sea race on the way here and had a tooth sacrifice." Everyone shuddered and looked at Li Yunxiao with hidden bitterness. He really touched a sore spot. All of them were powerful martial artists and did not fear death that much. What they were afraid of was being eaten. Bin Sun turned around and said, "Old man Baiming, how about we all work together to kill Guan Yuan now? If we don't work together, we will be digested and turned into feces by him." These words hit everyone's soft spot. Immediately, everyone came to a realization and a look of determination flashed across their faces. They would rather die in battle than be eaten. Baiming Kong Tian also broke out in cold sweat and said solemnly, "All right. Let's put our personal grudges aside for now." Guan Yuan's aura was extremely strong, much stronger than when he was on Xiankong Island. Along the way, he directly devoured 2 A-grade C race members and tens of thousands of people, turning them all into his nourishment. Faint Sanskrit chants could be heard in the air and the Dharma golden lotus on Guan Yuan's forehead flashed. His entire body was covered in golden light and he looked like a god descending to the mortal world. All Dharmas have no self, no man, no living thing, no life. Draconic words were spat out from his mouth, and a vast power that was like the clear radiance of the moon and clouds slowly pressed down. The entire Level 9 battleship rumbled and the martial artists on it were all covered in cold sweat. They stared at him cautiously, afraid that he would suddenly grow a giant head and eat them. All of a sudden, all of the offensive spell formations were activated, locking onto the slowly descending Guan Yuan, and all of them exploded outwards. Kaboom! Dozens of different kinds of attacks blasted towards him, each with a powerful sound wave and even a soul attack array. When all the attacks got close to Guan Yuan, they were blocked by an invisible force and could not advance an inch. Xianxia's pupils shrunk and a look of horror appeared on his face. He shouted, "Not good." The strength of a martial emperor at the intermediate stage of the 9-star star. Everyone was shocked, their hearts were cold and desolate. 9-star martial emperor was the final realm of the martial Dao. Every step one took was extremely difficult. Without great perseverance, great talent, and great luck, it would be very difficult for one to make any progress. Guan Yuan's face was solemn. He shouted, "Open!" Boom! All the power on the battleship was blown away by him. The scattered power fell down like rain, falling onto the battleship. Scatter! Baiming Kongtian shouted. The martial artists on the deck scattered like ants. The defensive light was instantly broken. The attacks all landed on the battleship. Boom! 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 Rays of light rushed up from the battleship, destroying a large area of the hull. Everyone felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Bin Sun and Baiming Kongtian's faces were pale. They felt like the end of the world was coming. Haha! Guan Yuan laughed loudly. He said, "I haven't felt this in a long time, I really miss it." His eyes flashed with a cold light, 2 fingers forming a sword, he slashed down from the sky. Boom! A giant hole was cut open on the battleship, directly cutting into the inside. Ka ka ka! All kinds of cracking sounds came from inside the hole. Haha, what a big ingredient! Guan Yuan's eyes lit up, the Dharma flower lotus seed between his eyebrows flashed, tasteful self flew into his palm, then he threw it into the air, it landed. The petals on the Dharma flower lotus seed bloomed one by one, the golden light jumped like flames. Rays of weapon spirit energy rose up from the rank 9 battleship, it was all absorbed, especially from the crack on the deck. A large amount of spirit energy rushed out, it was absorbed by tasteful self's light. Guan Yuan could also be considered a genius. In the process of constantly thinking of ways to refine the Tathagata self-smell, he simulated the absorption power of Tathagata self-smell, and created his own evil technique of directly eating people and absorbing them. He was quite proficient in it. Tasteful self froze in the air 10 meters above the battleship, like a blood-sucking worm, it swallowed the weapon spirit energy of the battleship. Guan Yuan descended from the sky and landed on the deck. He looked at everyone with a sinister expression, licking his lips and revealing a sinister smile. "Ah! I'll kill you." A human martial artist finally couldn't stand the fear and went completely crazy. The airflow in his dantian spun and directly shot out from his body. With a loud roar, he rushed forward, intending to self-destruct. Guan Yuan's face was cold. He flicked his finger lightly, and a strong wind instantly flashed out. With a bow sound, it entered into that person's body. Boom! Before the man could even reach him, his body exploded into pieces. Large pieces of flesh scattered all over the ground. It was a ghastly sight. Everyone's hair stood on end. Bin Sun roared, "Fight! Otherwise, only death awaits us." Rays of light suddenly burst out of his body, and 4 light spots appeared between his eyebrows and on his chest, which were the locations of the 4 gates. Then, golden light flowed around his body, and countless complicated lines of arrays condensed. Many array diagrams appeared on his body, and his power began to multiply. Quafu chases the sun. Bin Chen roared loudly as his fist tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning, and it smashed over. A cold light burst out of Baiming Kongtian's body, and a strange phenomenon appeared in heaven and earth. His hands quickly formed a pattern in front of him. Graceful swan. The cold light all gathered in one move, and it blasted toward Guan Yuan. Li Yunxiao also summoned little King Kong from the gourd and the giant crocodile. Both of them looked ferocious and roared. The giant crocodile turned into a fireball in the air, and with a pale red flame, it rolled out like a comet or a falling meteorite. Little King Kong from the gourd squinted his eyes into two beans. He punched out a King Kong fist, and the entire space around him was sucked in. The ice baleful heart flame was also launched. Guan Yuan sneered, but his body couldn't help but tremble when he saw the ice baleful heart flame. A trace of fear flashed across his face, and he became even more ferocious. Mixed element spirit. He made a seal in front of him and suddenly opened it. Bang! 4 powerful attacks were blocked by his barrier, and they couldn't get close to him. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Hee hee. Ants, is this all you've got? Guan Yuan laughed wildly. If that's the case, then all of you can enter my stomach. He opened the barrier with one hand and made a seal with the other, and the divine art danced in his hand. Everyone shuddered. One of them roared, "Let's go all out." Nearly 100 martial artists' faces were livid, and they used all kinds of trump cards. For a moment, 100 flowers bloomed, and 100 birds cried. Guan Yuan's expression changed slightly. The barrier's power was instantly suppressed, and he was shocked. He didn't underestimate everyone's strength, but he underestimated everyone's determination. Humph, do you really think that ants can kill an elephant with numbers? Guan Yuan used the divine art in his hand, and the scent of myself floating in the sky shone brightly, and it slowly soared into the sky. Under the pressure of the supreme grade Xian artifact, it was like a vast ocean, and it made everyone feel hopeless. However, everyone's faces were livid, and they would rather die than fight. Li Yunxia's eyes were also filled with coldness, and under the flickering light between his eyebrows, a vast force also descended from the sky. Huh? This is? Everyone was shocked, and they saw a monument descending from the sky, and the surroundings were hazy. A majestic force was emitted, and it directly pressed down on the Dharma flower lotus platform. This is a supreme grade Xian artifact? Guan Yuan's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. He knew that Li Yunxiao had a supreme grade Xian artifact, the mountain river cauldron, but the thing that was pressing down from the sky was obviously not a big cauldron. Could it be that he had 2 supreme grade Xian artifacts? Guan Yuan shook his head, and he couldn't believe it at all. He himself had a supreme grade Xian artifact, and he knew very well how difficult it was to refine a supreme grade Xian artifact. Even for Emperor Jiuxing, it would require a great deal of power and luck to completely refine a supreme grade Xian artifact. If he had 2 of them at the same time, it would not only be a waste, but it would also be courting death. This was also the reason why he agreed to Yu Boqing's request for the mountain river cauldron. Such a treasure was enough for him to use for the rest of his life. Rumble. Just as Guan Yuan was in shock, the Universe God Monument directly pressed down on the scent of myself. Under the collision of the 2 supreme grade Xian artifacts, boundless spiritual pressure was released, and it shot out in all directions. The vast force spread endlessly, and it swept out in all directions. Guan Yuan's expression changed greatly. His mixed origin enchantment was already in danger under everyone's concerted attack, so how could it withstand the impact of the vast force? In danger, he changed his hand seal, and shouted, "Mixed origin spirit, down nothingness." The power of the bounded domain suddenly retracted, and it was instantly compressed to the extreme. It gathered in his hands, and suddenly exploded. Rumble. An extremely ferocious mixed origin power bloomed in front of him, and it collided with everyone's attack, forming an extremely strong storm. The storm spread out, and it clashed with the spiritual pressure from the collision of the 2 supreme grade Xian artifacts, forming an even bigger storm. It swallowed Guan Yuan whole, and it even pressed down on the battleship. Everyone was shocked, but it was much better to live than to be eaten. Everyone tried their best to escape in all directions, but the violent energy pressure directly shook the space, and there was no way they could escape. Yeah. Vajra fist. Bin Sun shouted, and rays of Saint wheels appeared on his body. He punched out fiercely. Bang. The force of pressure was instantly broken, and a passage was shaken open in the sealed space. Follow me. He shouted, and he turned into a stream of light, and rushed out. Everyone looked as if they had seen a life-saving straw, and they all followed, and in an instant they had escaped. Only Li Yunxiao and Narcissus were still standing on the battleship. Li Yunxiao's body was covered in gold, but his face was extremely pale. Originally, his origin power had not recovered much, and it was very difficult for him to fight against the Rulu Wen on the Universe God Monument. Now that he was being attacked by the enormous power of the Xian artifact, even the indestructible golden body could not resist, and his body was trembling violently. "Hurry up and leave. Why are you still standing here? Waiting for death?" Li Yunxiao shouted, and he looked at Narcissus, who was standing at the side in a daze, and he was shocked and angry at the same time. Narcissus said anxiously, "You should leave too. You will die if the force of pressure comes down on you." Li Yunxiao was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, and he shouted, "Stupid teammate. If you escaped, I would have taken back the Universe God Monument and ran away. Who would still be standing here to resist? Hurry up and leave." Narcissus was stunned, and she was about to cry. So he was waiting for her to leave first. She quickly turned into a ray of light, and the golden armored guardian blasted a path in front of her, and she flew out immediately. After getting away from the violent energy, Narcissus shouted with all her might, "Li Yunxiao, come out quickly." PFFF. Li Yunxiao vomited a mouthful of blood. Not only was there a backlash from the Xian artifact, but there was also a boundless pressure descending, and even the indestructible golden body could not withstand it. "Oh? What a touching story." Guan Yuan's voice came from the energy storm, and his figure was faintly discernible. In the center of the terrifying energy storm, he was already standing on the Rulu Wen, and the Universe God Monument was pressed down on him, and it was falling towards the battleship continuously. Li Yunxiao's body was suppressed by the enormous pressure, and he had to exhaust a large amount of origin power just to move. "Is it worth it to give up the chance to live just to pick up a girl?" Guan Yuan's cold voice came, and his face was cold, and there was even a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "Pooey." Li Yunxiao vomited a mouthful of blood, and laughed coldly, "What does it have to do with you that I'm picking up girls? Pick them up however you want, why? Are you unhappy?" Guan Yuan's face darkened, and he snorted angrily, "Humans like you are really repulsive, even eating them makes me lose my appetite." He executed a hand seal, and the Sanskrit dragon language resounded in the air. "Everything is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, and a shadow, like fog, like lightning, and should be viewed as such." Boom. The boundless storm grew in size once again, and heaven's might rumbled down, not to mention Li Yunxiao, even that Tier 9 battleship, Evil Flame, was starting to break under this boundless power, and was constantly collapsing. "Come out, Li Yunxiao. Hurry up and come out." Narcissus was anxious, and her tears flowed down. She gritted her teeth, and was about to rush in to save him. "Pa." Binsun grabbed hold of her, and said coldly, "Stay at the side, I'll do it." Although he said it with an imposing manner, when he looked at the energy storm that was getting bigger, his eyes were filled with seriousness, and even despair. Binsun turned to Baiming Kongtian and said, "Old man Baiming, let's work together to break through this storm and save Li Yunxiao." A cold smile appeared on Baiming Kongtian's face. "You're dreaming, right? I can't wait for him to die." His eyes revealed a complicated look, but more than that, he was overjoyed. Binsun's face was gloomy as he raised his fist and gathered all the golden light on his body into his fist. "It's useless." Suddenly, a soft voice rang out, and a figure flashed in the air. At some unknown time, Bo Yuqing had appeared beside the crowd. Looking at the whirlpool, he said, "Guan Yuan was originally a mid-level 9-star martial emperor. Back then, he was only a step away from becoming a high-level 9-star martial emperor. The refinement I heard has already made up for this gap. You all are facing a high-level 9-star martial emperor." Binsun said angrily, "Zhao Wenjian, it's all because of you." "You still have the face to say that?" Bo Yuqing's eyes narrowed as he sighed, "Everyone in the world comes for benefits. Everyone in the world comes for benefits. I'm just trying to avoid harm. Which one of you isn't doing the same? For the sake of our many years of friendship, I advise you to run away." "Humph." Binsun snorted angrily as all the muscles on his body bulged. He opened up all 4 sides of his body and a powerful fist force spread from his hands. With a loud roar, he punched forward, bang, the huge fist force pierced through the air and landed on the whirlpool. Like a stone sinking into the sea, it only caused a ripple. Vincent's expression finally changed. He stood in the air with a pale face, not knowing what to do. Bo Yuqing gasped and turned around in surprise. He saw Narcissus's cold face as she formed a hand seal with one hand and her eyes narrowed. Auspicious signs rose from her body and the sky was filled with golden light. A soft chant could be heard. But it was too late. The huge whirlpool came crashing down, engulfing the entire Type 9 battleship. At this moment, Li Yunxiao became abnormally calm. Forming a seal with one hand, the spirit energy in his body transformed into ancient Maha runes that drifted out from his body. Boundless law energy gathered in his hand, as if the sun, moon, and stars were floating in his palm. The winds and clouds are mine. He sent out a palm strike with all his strength. Boundless divine power flew up and the universe divine monument shone brightly. However, it was still unable to withstand the boundless power and was suppressed. Rumble. The battleship cracked open at this moment, and all kinds of fragments shot out, showing signs of shattering. The might of heaven and earth shook one's heart. Baiming Kong Tian and Baiming Lifeng had the same thought. They thought to themselves, this time, I have to die. If I still don't die, then, both of them shook their heads. Their eyes were filled with surprise and joy. This time, they were dead for sure. There was no way they could escape. After a short moment of joy, they revealed worried expressions. It was likely that no one would be able to escape this calamity. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with pale faces. Their expressions were solemn and cold, and a sense of despair spread in their hearts. Narcissus also widened her eyes. Her golden pupils emitted a strange power. She anxiously realized that her eye of truth was actually unable to see through the scene inside. This was something that had never happened before. Could it be that Li Yunxiao really? Narcissus's body trembled violently. She did not dare to continue thinking about it. 2 crystal-clear tears appeared in her eyes. Very quickly, they fell down like a pearl curtain with a broken string. He died to save me. Boundless remorse and regret spread in her heart. Rays of golden light scattered out from her body, and a strange scene appeared in the sky behind her. However, everyone was shocked by the boundless power in front of them, and no one actually noticed it. As his palm shattered the wind and clouds, Li Yunxiao also smiled bitterly, revealing the kind of indifference to life and death. The cold light in Guan Yuan's eyes became even more intense. That kind of smile in the face of death, that kind of gaze that looked down on the world, could only be possessed by a peerless expert. Boom! Boom! The Rank 9 battleship that was sucked into the storm completely collapsed, turning into fragments inch by inch. Suddenly, a ray of golden light shot out from within. It was warm and gentle, and it enveloped Li Yunxiao, whose body was starting to collapse, within it. Li Yunxiao suddenly shook, revealing a shocked expression. Under that ray of light, array after array appeared around him, blocking the violent power. He looked carefully at the array and saw the ancient Maha characters flashing in the array. It was actually formed by the convergence of countless characters. What's going on? Deep in the center of the whirlpool, Li Yunxiao and Guan Yuan were instantly stunned. They saw the explosion of the battleship let out a dull rumble, and then a faintly discernible golden battleship shuttled out from within, like the first ray of dawn breaking through the dark clouds, shining down a ray of sunlight. Guan Yuan's heart thumped wildly. Could it be that the battleship directly transformed? Legend has it that after a profound weapon had a spirit, after a long period of accumulation, it could directly transform into its original form, becoming a powerful existence that could roam the world unhindered. That golden battleship broke through the clouds and directly charged into the boundless power, crashing into the body of is what I hear. Damn it! Does this transformed weapon spirit not have a brain? How dare it try to go against my is what I hear? Guan Yuan's expression changed drastically. Although the golden battleship also gathered countless rules, he didn't think too much about it. The power of is what I hear was enough to suppress all rank 9 profound weapons. Boom! Boom! The battleship instantly collided with the Dharma Flower Lotus platform, shooting out countless golden lights like rain. A brand new power condensed in the center of the whirlpool, dispersing the old power. Guan Yuan's body shook violently. The power of the battleship actually shook his mind, causing the Dharma flower lotus platform to backfire, causing the blood in his body to surge. How is this possible? Guang Yuan and Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. That new whirlpool power was boundless gold, and a majestic ancient intent sounded in the sky, overturning heaven and earth, and shaking the universe. The Dharma flower lotus platform, the universe deity monument, and the golden battleship, the three emitted a majestic power that shook the four extremes. At this moment, everyone's face turned pale, and a feeling of powerlessness spread in their hearts, as though a lowly living being was a drop in the ocean in front of that boundless power. Everyone couldn't help but want to kneel and worship the shocking scene. Suddenly, a delicate figure flashed on the battleship, and with a step, it seemed to cross 1,000 miles, layers of spacetime. Countless ancient Maha characters floated out of his body, condensing into a golden palm shadow, and actually attacked Guang Yuan's body. All Dharma emptiness, Prajna palm. Li Yunxiao's body shook violently. Not only this technique, but that familiar face appeared in front of him again, just that it was more mature and steady than before. The person who came was Yifan from back then. Guang Yuan's expression changed drastically. At this moment, the Dharma flower lotus platform seemed to be attracted by the other two profound level weapons, and was completely out of his control. Although the power of the opponent's palm was not strong, in this boundless power, if he was not careful, he could be sucked into it, and then he would really be doomed eternally. In shock and anger, he condensed the chi of mixed ether in his hand, and fiercely slammed it out. Rumble. When the two palms collided, the golden light around Yifan's body was completely destroyed, and a look of horror appeared on his face. The power of the chi of mixed ether blasted into his body, and suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. A cold look flashed across Yifan's face, and the golden battleship under his feet floated up into the air. Boundless power rotated behind him, and it pressed towards Guang Yuan's chi of mixed ether. Among the three supreme-grade profound-level weapons, only Yifan could truly control them as he pleased. Not only was Noah's Ark refined by his ancestor, but it must be opened with the blood of the Yi family. Moreover, Yi Nanshan's divine sense, which he obtained in the four-season space in the demon plane, helped him to completely integrate this extraordinary profound-level weapon. Noah's Ark was activated by Yifan, and the pressure on Guang Yuan suddenly increased. Not only that, the balance between the three profound-level weapons was instantly broken, and the golden vortex began to become restless. Rumble. Boundless golden power raged and stirred up golden waves, which shook the three profound-level weapons and shot them in three different directions. Guang Yuan's vital energy and blood were shaken by the Prajna god's palm, and he stepped on the Rulu Wen and flew a few thousand meters away. Yifan spat out a mouthful of blood again, and his entire body seemed to have been sucked dry. He became even weaker, and he seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The universe god's monument was flung away by the golden vortex, and it turned into a stream of light and flew into Li Yunxiao's body, sinking into his dantian directly. Li Yunxiao's body was empty, and there was not a single bit of origin energy left. Keeping the universe god's monument had injured his internal organs, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone in the distance was dumbfounded by this turn of events. Bo Yuqing muttered to himself in shock, Yi Nanshan's Noah's Ark? Baiming Kongtian and Baiming Lifeng were completely dumbfounded, and their brains were petrified. Even that couldn't kill him? Haha, big brother Yunxiao, when we met again, we said that you were at the peak of martial arts, but I didn't expect you to be in such a sorry state. Yifan laughed out loud, and Noah's Ark flew across the sky. He stretched out his hand and pulled Li Yunxiao into the battleship. Li Yunxiao's face turned pale, and he smiled bitterly. When did you learn to be so scheming? You actually hid under our noses for so long. Hee hee. Yifan grinned, and just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed, and he said in shock, oh no. That person is chasing us. From afar, Guang Yuan was chasing after them with a gloomy face. He hurriedly drove Noah's Ark far away. Although he had completely refined this supreme profound artifact, with his current strength, it was difficult for him to unleash its full power. If he fought against Guang Yuan, he would definitely die. Guang Yuan's expression was extremely ugly. He had regained his peak strength from decades ago, and with the supreme profound artifact, he couldn't even pinch these grasshoppers to death. If Bo Yuqing's secret method ran out, his role as a hunter would instantly change. He had to kill these people at all costs. His murderous intent rose, and a murderous aura emerged from his body. Gradually, it condensed into the shadow of a green dragon in the sky, and kept circling in the clouds. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Although they had escaped, the whole killing plan was still there. Just as everyone's face turned ashen, Li Yunxiao suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise, and looked in a direction, revealing a shocked expression. Everyone looked in the direction of his voice, and all of them couldn't help but cry out, and all of them were dumbfounded again. Guang Yuan was also greatly shocked. His 2 eyeballs protruded out, and his mouth opened wide in a daze. Not far away, Narcissus's golden light continued to gush out of her body and float into the sky. In the sky behind her, a huge shadow slowly solidified, as if it had crossed worlds and gradually merged with the sky. That's, when the huge shadow fully manifested, everyone was shocked, and a chill ran down their spines. They were no strangers to this thing. It was the deep-sea behemoth they had encountered before leaving the sea. Although this round deep-sea behemoth didn't look like the large-faced creature, it gave off the same feeling of coldness and desolation of the endless sea. This huge deep-sea behemoth was smaller than the large-faced creature, but its belly was round, like a huge version of the purling. Narcissus seemed to have fallen into a state of confusion, but her power continued to surge, not stopping even after the appearance of the deep-sea behemoth. The golden light fluttered and surged into the clouds. The natural laws in the sky were still being disrupted, and the power of natural laws converged in the sky. Suddenly, a huge black hole was torn open, and it instantly exploded for thousands of miles. Ah! Everyone was shocked. This scene was too frightening. The sky was dark for thousands of miles, and several black dots slowly descended, growing larger and clearer in front of everyone's eyes. Ah! Everyone cried out again. This time even Li Yunxiao was petrified, and his eyes bulged out of their sockets. The things slowly descending from the sky were deep-sea behemoths similar to the giant purling, and there were 5 of them at once. All of a sudden, 6 deep-sea behemoths lined up in the sky, standing neatly behind Narcissus. The 5 that descended from the sky were much smaller, and they seemed to be the younger generation of the one in front. They stood neatly on the sea, looking at everyone with curious eyes. Gulp. Guang Yuan felt his throat go dry. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva with difficulty, but it still felt like his throat was burning. As a member of the East Sea royal family, he naturally recognized these deep-sea giant beasts. A long time ago, when the sea god had divided the levels of strength, she hadn't included these things. Afterwards, the publicly accepted speculation was that the strength of the deep-sea giant beasts was unfathomable. Even the sea god back then couldn't give them an accurate position. After the 6 deep-sea giant beasts appeared, the golden light on Narcissus's body gradually dissipated. She slowly raised her head, her eyes cold. The black hole that spanned thousands of miles in the sky instantly collapsed and shrank into nothingness, disappearing into the vast sky. The entire sky above the sea was eerily silent. Everyone was drenched in cold sweat. The shadows of the 6 deep-sea beasts were projected on the sea, extending into the endless distance. The azure dragon rises from the clouds that appeared in the sky above Guang Yuan was like a little reptile. After a few twists and turns, it returned to his body. The killing intent and baleful aura on its body were completely gone. Under the gaze of these 6 deep-sea giant beasts, he lost all his temper. Ah! Narcissus suddenly screamed. She looked at Li Yunxiao and sobbed, "Boo-hoo, Li Yunxiao, you're not dead." Li Yunxiao's face was covered in cold sweat. He pointed behind her and said, These 6 friends, what's going on?" Only then did Narcissus wipe her snot and tears. She rubbed her red eyes and turned around. She suddenly exclaimed, "Ah! It's Dudu. Why are you here?" Dudu. Everyone felt a sense of helplessness in their hearts. Li Yunxiao wiped his cold sweat and said embarrassedly, "Do you know these 6 friends?" Narcissus seemed very happy. She flew up and hugged the largest deep-sea giant beast. From a distance, it looked like a small star stuck on a boundless giant wall. Lil P made a gullible sound and also seemed very happy. Then the other 5 deep-sea giant beasts also made gullible sounds as if they were talking. Narcissus said very happily, "This Dudu is my friend. These 5 are her children." From there, they are called Lil P, Mao Mao, Han Han, Ya Zhuang and Zhuang Zhuang respectively. These names domineering, domineering, domineering. Li Yunxiao looked at the 5 spherical deep-sea giant beasts that looked almost identical. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He raised his thumb and praised, "You can communicate with them? Can you summon them to fight?" Everyone's body trembled, and they immediately became nervous, especially Guan Yuan and the other magnates. This was the main problem. They all pricked up their ears to listen. Narcissus shook her head and said, "Dudu and the others are my friends. I can't summon them to fight." Everyone's expression changed slightly. Everyone had different expressions. Guan Yuan was overjoyed. A cold light bloomed in his eyes. If these deep-sea giant beasts remained neutral, then the previous plan would not change at all. Narcissus continued, "Dudu just said that he felt my sadness, so he came to protect me and tear the bad guys to pieces. He was afraid that he wouldn't be strong enough, so he called Mao Mao, Daodu, and the others over. Dudu is very powerful," she said proudly. "Even my father would have to spend a lot of effort to defeat him." Guan Yuan, Narcissus pointed at Guan Yuan and said coldly, "Dudu, he is a bad guy. Kill him and snatch Rushiwen away." Guan Yuan's forehead was like a river. Cold sweat flowed down directly. The 6 deep-sea giant beasts turned their gazes over at the same time. Their eyes were spitting flames of anger as they roared incessantly. Dat Dudu suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a world-breaking black light. It was as if the mighty power of heaven and earth had descended and was about to evaporate the entire ocean. Guan Yuan's face turned deathly pale. That black light was not only incomparably domineering, but it also completely sealed off the space, making it difficult for him to move. Everything is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, and a shadow. It is like mist and lightning. It should be viewed as such. Rushiwen's divine technique was unleashed. Guan Yuan sat on the lotus platform with a dignified expression. A golden light flashed in his hand and he slapped it toward the black light. Rumble. A huge force exploded, and a huge amount of seawater rushed toward Yun Xiao before turning into steam. Guan Yuan's golden lotus was drowned in the boundless darkness under the explosion of the black light. Only a faint golden light could be faintly seen. Lululululu. Dudu seemed to be very angry and kept muttering. His 5 children also opened their mouths and spat out rays of black light toward the golden lotus. Guan Yuan's face turned deathly pale. He roared and pushed the Rushiwen to the extreme to break through the power of Dudu's black light. Yi Fan said in shock, "Not good. He is going to use a supreme-grade Xian artifact to break through the void." But at this moment, he and Li Yunxiao were both injured. Li Yunxiao had no combat strength at all. He could only watch as Guan Yuan pushed the power of the golden lotus to the extreme and slowly moved away from the boundless pressure. "Li Yunxiao, and that kid from the golden warship, we will settle the score another day." Guan Yuan's face was cold. He then looked at Bo Yuqing and said, "Brother Yuqing, good luck. If you can leave this place alive, our agreement will still stand." Ha ha ha. Guan Yuan burst into laughter. Refining the supreme-grade Xian artifact and escaping from the Xiankong Island had completed his plan. Although he did not manage to devour all of them, as long as he could find a place to cultivate, it was only a matter of time before he could recover to his peak and improve further. Kaboom! Lil P and the rest's black light finally landed, but Guan Yuan's figure had already disappeared from the sea. 5 rays of black light landed on the sea and the terrifying destructive power almost turned the entire sea upside down. The black energy scattered madly in the sea, and all lives within a radius of several thousand li were destroyed in an instant. Ah! He actually got away. Narcissus was panicking. She did not care about Guan Yuan's life, but she had to get her hands on the Rushiwen. Li Yunxiao let out a sigh. It was a pity that he could not kill Guan Yuan. But with Guan Yuan's strength and Rushiwen's, no one could kill him. Although the 6 deep-sea giant beasts could defeat him, if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. The entire sea was still rumbling under the black light, but the atmosphere among the hundreds of people in the sky was different. Bo Yuqing was the first to be affected. Everyone's eyes were on him and they were filled with coldness. Bo Yuqing's face turned pale. He did not have any supreme-grade Xian artifact and it was too difficult for him to escape from the black light. Moreover, there were 6 of them. Princess Narcissus, Your Highness, Yuqing treated you well when you were on the Xiankong Island. I wonder if I can leave now. Bo Yuqing tried to reason with him. His heart was abnormally nervous, thumping violently. Narcissus nodded and said, You have treated me well. You may leave, I will not kill you. Bo Yuqing was overjoyed. He turned into a ray of light and wanted to leave. Everyone's face changed. How could he leave so easily? Wait. Li Yunxiao shouted with a sneer on his face. Bo Yuqing's expression changed slightly as he cursed inwardly. That water deity clearly had a good impression of Li Yunxiao and was very obedient to him. Li Yunxiao sneered, Princess Narcissus, are you going to get Rushiwen back? Narcissus quickly said, Of course. That is the treasure of the sea forest. We must get it back. Li Yunxiao asked again, Where are you going to get it? This water deity was stunned for a moment. Although she was extremely powerful, there was no way she could hide from a single person in this vast world. Everyone sneered and looked at Bo Yuqing mockingly. They knew he couldn't leave. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Princess Narcissus, do you remember what Guang Yuan said before he left? As long as Bo Yuqing doesn't die, the agreement between them is still valid. I believe that as long as we start with Bo Yuqing, we will definitely be able to find Guang Yuan. You're right. Narcissus was overjoyed. She looked at Bo Yuqing and said, You can't leave. You have to follow me to find Guang Yuan. Bo Yuqing's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He glared at Li Yunxiao with resentment and said with a bitter smile, Your Highness, don't listen to Li Yunxiao's nonsense. How can I find Guang Yuan? Li Yunxiao sneered, Princess Narcissus, since he doesn't have the ability to find Guang Yuan, what's the point of keeping him around? Narcissus also followed Li Yunxiao's words and said, That's right, if you can't find Guang Yuan, what's the point of keeping you around? Bo Yuqing's expression changed drastically as he saw the 6 deep-sea giant beasts slowly raising their heads. His body trembled violently and he said in panic, Wait. I suddenly remembered that Guang Yuan has my secret technique on him. Maybe I can really find Guang Yuan. Everyone gave him a look of disdain. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Brother Yuqing, stay and let's have a good talk. I've always heard of Brother Yuqing's great name, but unfortunately, I've never met you in person. I didn't expect that our first meeting would be under such circumstances and in such a place. Bo Yuqing was not a simple person. He recovered his emotions quickly and said indifferently, Isn't it the same for me? Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, I really want to hear Brother Yuqing's legendary story. But don't worry, we have plenty of time. He stopped talking and turned to look at Baiming Kong Tian and the others. He sneered, Elder Kong Tian, young Master Feng, you don't look too good. Did you get scared by Guang Yuan just now? Baiming Lifeng snorted coldly and said, What's there to be afraid of? Guang Yuan is just a jumping clown. He was scared shitless by Princess Narcissus's aura. He also understood the current situation. He had to hold on to Narcissus's thigh tightly, so he flattered her. Yes, yes. Princess Narcissus's divine power is unparalleled, and her magic power is boundless. Not just boundless, she's unrivaled in the world, and she's famous throughout the ages. The people from the Baiming family began to praise him, and all kinds of compliments came one after another. Narcissus was a little embarrassed. She lowered her head shyly and said, I'm not as powerful as you say. You're flattering me. Everyone was speechless when they saw her bashful look. However, the Baiming family was even more shameless in their flattery, which made Narcissus dizzy. At this time, it was a battle of wits. Whoever could win the girl's favor would win. Baiming Kong Tian still felt a little ashamed. After all, he was a world-famous expert. He turned around and looked at his companions in embarrassment. Li Yunxiao wanted to borrow Narcissus's hand to kill the Baiming family, but seeing that she was dizzy from all the flattery, he guessed that there was no hope. However, Yi Fan's appearance surprised and delighted him. As long as the two of them recovered their strength, they would have the capital to fight against the Baiming family. As for Bo Yuqing, he seemed to be hiding a huge secret. He was also very interested in digging it out, especially about the ice fiendish heart flame. Li Yunxiao turned to Yi Fan and said, Have you completely refined Noah's Ark? Bo Yuqing's pupils shrank and his eyes flickered. He looked up and down at Yi Fan. This unknown young man was actually the legendary owner of the profound weapon. Even the flatterers in the distance stopped and turned their gazes over. After all, Noah's Ark was too famous. Ever since the unparalleled Emperor Wu Yinan Tian, no one had heard of anyone obtaining this item. Yi Fan was a little embarrassed being looked at by everyone. He said shyly, more or less. After I refined it, I wanted to find Big Brother Yunxiao. I had something to discuss with you. Unexpectedly, the Baiming family was gathering warriors everywhere to go to the Donghai Palace site. Coincidentally, the ruins were also where I wanted to go. What was even more coincidental was that Big Brother Yunxiao was also there. So I hid in the warship and followed them all the way. I have been in seclusion for this period of time. If the warship hadn't been destroyed, I'm afraid I wouldn't have come out now. Everyone was speechless, especially the Baiming family. Everyone's face turned ugly. Their family's rank 9 warship was hiding such a young man, and they actually couldn't detect him. Li Yunxiao nodded slightly. The spiritual power of a super-grade profound weapon was enough to suppress the rank 9 warship Evil Flame. It was normal that the Baiming family couldn't detect Yi Fan. He asked curiously, "You also went to the Donghai Palace site?" With Yi Fan's age and experience, it was impossible for him to have anything to do with the Donghai Palace site. Their Yi family must have left behind some secret information. Yi Fan nodded and glanced at the rest. He said, "This matter is inconvenient to say. I will find a chance to discuss it with Big Brother Yunxiao." Everyone revealed a disappointed look. The origin of the owner of Noah's Ark was too mysterious. Everyone couldn't suppress the curiosity in their hearts. Li Yunxiao looked at everyone coldly and turned to the Baiming family. He said, "Elder Kong Tian, we have traveled together for so long. It is time for us to part. Although I am reluctant to part with everyone, all good things must come to an end. Take care of yourselves." The Baiming family's faces changed. Now that their warship was destroyed, they had nothing to rely on in the vast East Sea. It was no different from waiting for death. But Li Yunxiao had Noah's Ark to ride. It was even more comfortable and safe than before. Baiming Lifeng's face changed. He said, "Li Yunxiao, although we are enemies of life and death, righteousness is the most important thing in times of adversity. We didn't refuse to carry you along the way." Li Yunxiao turned a deaf ear to him. He got Yi Fan to summon Noah's Ark and saw. In an instant, it became huge in the sky. It was about a third the size of the rank 9 warship. Everyone on Li Yunxiao's side leaped up in joy. They never dreamed that they would be able to ride on a transcendent grade Xian artifact in their lifetime. Li Yunxiao said, "Brother Yuqing, come up as well." Bo Yuqing hoped that Li Yunxiao would forget about him. He was still very familiar with the sea. It was not a problem for him to return to the Sky Martial continent alone. He looked at the deep-sea giant beasts behind Narcissus and laughed bitterly. He also had his own plans. Following Li Yunxiao to the Donghai Palace site might not be a bad thing. "Princess Narcissus, are you willing to come along?" Li Yunxiao invited Narcissus. Narcissus quickly flew over and said, "All right. I am still waiting for you to return to the sea forest to help me." Li Yunxiao waved at the Baiming family and smiled. "Goodbye. We will meet again in the mountains and rivers. I look forward to seeing you again." Haha. Everyone on the battleship revealed a mocking expression and laughed out loud. Since the ambush was broken, they were basically safe. Everyone was in a good mood. The Baiming family was the complete opposite. Their faces were gloomy as they watched the Noah's Ark turn into a golden radiance and disappear into the sea. The speed was even faster than the rank 9 battleship. "Elder Kong Tian, what do we do now?" Baiming Lifeng was also at a loss. Looking at the boundless sea around them, they had no idea how many nautical miles they were away from the mainland. If they were to fly back like this, they would have to fly for a few dozen years before they could land. Furthermore, there were all sorts of dangers in the sea. Not to mention the giant beasts, there were many places similar to the Xiankong Island. It was hard to tell the direction. If they were to go the wrong way, they would be heading in the opposite direction. Baiming Kongtian's face was gloomy. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Follow them to the destination." Baiming Lifeng was startled and said, "Elder Gao Tian, with our current situation, not to mention the fact that we can't catch up to them, even if we do, we won't be able to obtain any benefits once we reach the ruins. It'll be like drawing water with a wicker basket, and we'll be in danger for nothing. Baiming Kongtian said, the only confirmed coordinates are the palace ruins. If we go there now, there might be some changes. If we continue to stay here or go back the way we came, we will really die. Everyone was silent. Regardless of whether they were going forward or backward, the future was bleak. All of them could only follow closely behind Baiming Kongtian. In such an environment, no one dared to be left alone. After a short rest, they turned into a ray of light and flew towards the coordinates. On the golden warship, everyone could not contain their excitement. They looked around and touched the warship. Yifan smiled bitterly. There is nothing to see. This thing can change its form at will. However, I am imitating the rank 9 warship. Not only did this not quench everyone's curiosity, they were even more amazed. Li Yunxiao said, there are no outsiders now. Yifan, why do you want to go to the Donghai Palace site? Other than those martial artists who did not contribute much and were looking around, the rest gathered around and sat in a circle. They listened attentively while recovering their strength. Since Li Yunxiao said so, Yifan did not have any reservations. He said, Brother Yunxiao, have you heard of the lost space? Lost space? Everyone was confused. They shook their heads. On the other hand, Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically as his eyes lit up. Bo Yuqing also frowned. He seemed to have some recollection of it. Suddenly, his expression changed. He said in shock, ancient lost space? Yifan nodded slightly and said, I've read some descriptions about the lost spaces in the notes of my ancestors. They especially marked several lost spaces in the realm of heaven martial arts, and one of them was the former Donghai Palace. Narcissus asked confusedly, what is a lost space? Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed. He said, the so-called lost space is actually the original realm of heaven martial arts. Many spaces changed and left the realm of heaven martial arts. Then they were sealed and formed their own space. Strictly speaking, the 5 great celestial realms of the realm of heaven martial arts are all lost spaces. After hearing Li Yunxiao's explanation, everyone understood immediately. However, Liao Yongbing frowned and said, 5 great celestial realms? Aren't there only the 4 great celestial realms of the north, south, east, and west realms? Li Yunxiao smiled but did not say anything. He just shook his head slightly. Liao Yongbing saw that he did not want to answer, so she did not ask further. Yifan nodded and said, it is exactly as Brother Yunxiao said. The 4 great celestial realms are indeed lost spaces, but they have their own rules. The most important thing is that the 4 great celestial realms are useless lost spaces. Liao Yongbing was surprised. The 4 great celestial realms were like secret treasures in the realm of heaven martial arts. All the martial artists in the world flocked to them. How could such places be useless? What was considered useful? Li Yunxiao looked at Bo Yuqing and said with a smile, Brother Yuqing, as Master Qi Xingfeng's disciple and Master Lu Congzi's junior brother, you must know something about the lost space. Why don't you explain it to us? Bo Yuqing sneered and said, Lord Feiyang, is it okay to trick me like this? You just want to know how much I know, and probe my background. Li Yunxiao's face turned red. He looked a little embarrassed. Bo Yuqing was a smart guy, so he couldn't be fooled easily. Yifan asked confusedly, Brother Yunxiao, why did he call you Lord Feiyang? The expressions of Liao Yongbing, Jing Yongya, and the other warriors sitting cross-legged changed. They all opened their eyes wide and stared at Li Yunxiao nervously. In the previous fight, Bo Yuqing had revealed Li Yunxiao's identity, but Li Yunxiao hadn't denied it. Everyone was shocked. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, it's a long story. I'll tell you later when I have a chance. Everyone looked disappointed. They didn't know whether Li Yunxiao had admitted it on purpose or whether it was his real identity. If it was the latter, it would be too shocking. Bo Yuqing looked at him calmly and said, actually, it's not a secret. The lost space has existed for a long time, and many people know about it. But only the experts at the peak of the martial arts path understand its value. Everyone became nervous and pricked up their ears to listen. This kind of secret about the experts at the peak of the martial arts path and the realm of heaven martial arts attracted everyone's attention. Bo Yuqing continued, there used to be experts at the divine realm of 10 directions in this world. We can tell from the traces they left in this world. But in the past tens of thousands of years, we haven't heard of any divine realm experts. Why? Yes, why is that? Narcissus suddenly asked. I've also heard Father Sai saying that it's extremely difficult to step into the divine state in this current world. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank as he suddenly asked, did your father really say that? He looked a little nervous. Bo Yuqing suddenly understood something and stared at Narcissus nervously. Narcissus was startled. She felt like the two of them were going to eat her up. She hurriedly said, yes, that's what I said. What's wrong? Both of their expressions relaxed, revealing complicated expressions, but most of them were joyful. Narcissus said, Li Yunxiao, what's with your expression? Did my imperial father say something wrong? Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, nothing much, I just want to confirm something. Bo Yuqing also nodded and said, as expected, even the Sea Emperor said that. It seems like it's possible to become a divine state in this world. He explained to the confused crowd, for a long time, there have been two opinions in the realm of heaven martial arts. One is that it's impossible to become a divine state in this world, and the other is that it's possible to become a divine state by chance. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, although the people who hold the second opinion also believe that it's impossible to become a divine state, at least it exists, and there's an essential difference. Everyone nodded, wearing a desolate expression on their faces. Although the end of the path of martial arts was still far away from them, the path of martial arts was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Even if it was just a small realm or a small level, it still required indomitable courage and great opportunities. But it was precisely because of this that the scenery ahead was so attractive, and that countless geniuses had come one after another in the past. Bo Yuqing continued, the people who hold the second opinion all believe that the reason why it's impossible to become a divine state in this world is that a great change took place in the past, which caused the space we are in to change, and we've lost the conditions to become a divine state. Therefore, they all believe that the opportunity to become a divine state lies in the lost spaces that were separated from the realm of heaven martial arts and didn't undergo any changes. Everyone suddenly realized that the useless spaces mentioned by Li Yunxiao weren't useless as they had imagined, but useless without the opportunity to become a divine state. Yi Fan said, it's roughly like what Mr. Yuqing said. In the notes of my ancestor, there are 13 relic spaces, and the East Sea Palace was one of them. What? 13? Li Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing were both startled. They were obviously shocked by this number. Bo Yuqing said seriously, may I ask who my ancestor is? Yi Fan said with a faint smile, Yinan Tian. Ah. All the cultivators on the warship sucked in a breath of cold air. They all stared at Yi Fan in shock, their eyes filled with incomparable respect. Bo Yuqing's expression also changed. He said in a daze, no wonder. You are indeed the descendant of the matchless Emperor Wu, Yinan Tian. Yi Fan said with a smile, I'm really ashamed to have received my ancestor's blessing. The 13 relic spaces were selected by my ancestor from the 48 relic spaces, and he thought they had a high probability of being there. 48 relic spaces, everyone was shocked, but when they remembered that these were the notes left by Yinan Tian, they understood. Only a matchless figure like Yinan Tian, who had led an era, could have such great ability to explore the relic spaces and refine Noah's Arkansas. Bo Yuqing said, did Master Yi Nanshan's notes record why this world cannot give birth to a godly state expert? Yi Fan said, my ancestor also had several speculations, and he felt that the most likely reason was, wait. Li Yunxiao suddenly interrupted and looked at Bo Yuqing with a smile, after talking for so long, everyone is a little tired and thirsty. Let's all take a break. Bo Yuqing was nervously listening to the key points, and was interrupted by Li Yunxiao. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Tens of thousands of meters behind the speeding Noah's Ark, the 6 deep-sea giant beasts were also following closely. Their bodies were too huge, and they were not slow when flying. Moreover, the warship deliberately reduced its speed in order to not let the 6 deep-sea giant beasts get lost. Bo Yuqing's face was cold, and he could not express his emotions. If it were not for the 6 deep-sea giant beasts, as long as he recovered his strength, he was confident that he could subdue everyone on the warship. Even Benson was no match for him. The rest of the people were also slightly disappointed, but they understood that such important information would not be revealed casually. The warship immediately became quiet, and everyone started to adjust their yuan qi. After all, everyone was exhausted from the battle on Xianxia Island. Noah's Ark sped across the sea, leaving streaks of ripples on the sea and the sky. The sky was clear and boundless. Li Yunxiao had devoured a huge amount of heavenly treasures and earthly treasures. Anything edible that he bought on the Xianxia Island had been eaten by him. Now, he was slowly digesting them and absorbing them into his body. Moreover, after the battle with Ruinxiang, his Tsutsumi was almost completely shut down due to the impact of the true dragon's power. It was like a dead silence in his soul, and no ripples could be felt. Li Yunxiao could not help but worry. Tsutsumi was a huge part of his strength. Back then, Tsutsumi could not be ignored when he was conferred the title of Emperor Wu. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat any one of the other 9 people. Li Yunxiao pointed his finger in the air, and a trickle of water slowly formed on his fingertip, condensing into a small water droplet. He raised his head and dripped the true dragon's tear into his eyes, and he slowly closed his eyes to rest. The true dragon's tear was extremely spiritual, and it could even revive Xianxia tyrannical blade. It was the best medicine to treat Tsutsumi. Bo Yuqing stared at him coldly, and suddenly said provocatively, "I heard that Master Fei Yang's eye technique is unparalleled in the world. It's such a pity that I didn't get to witness it during the battle on Xianxia Island." Li Yunxiao's eyes were still closed, and he replied mockingly, "Brother Yuqing, we are both smart people. Is it really a good idea to test each other like this? You just want to know my current condition, Tsutsumi. It's fine to tell you, but I'm afraid that I won't be able to unleash the power of Tsutsumi for a long time." Bo Yuqing looked a little embarrassed. He realized that Li Yunxiao was the same kind of person as him. He could extract a lot of useful information from a few words, and he could not defeat him in terms of intelligence. Even without Tsutsumi, Master Fei Yang is still an existence that stands at the peak of the world. Bo Yuqing smiled and said, "But I'm curious, how did Master get such a body? It doesn't look like a possession at all. I really don't understand." Li Yunxiao snorted and said, "There are still many things you don't know. You will understand them in the future." Bo Yuqing sighed and said, "Sigh, it's a pity that my master passed away early. I can only learn from Master Fei Yang in the future." Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. Qi Xingfeng was accidentally released from the pink crystal dust, so Bo Yuqing must not know that Qi Xingfeng had been resurrected. He asked tentatively, "Master Qi Xingfeng was very handsome in the past, and I admired him very much. But your master seemed to have suddenly disappeared. May I know the reason?" Bo Yuqing's expression changed slightly, and his eyes flashed with a concealed light. He changed the topic and said, "I only learned a fraction of my master's talent, and I really regret it for the rest of my life. I wish I could go back in time, return to my master, and follow him for the rest of my life." He choked with sobs as he spoke, and his voice was full of tears. Those who heard him were moved, and a tall and stalwart figure suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. Li Yunxiao said calmly, "Perhaps it is Brother Yuqing's loyalty and filial piety that moved the world. Before I went out to sea, I heard from the elders of the Deification Sea that your teacher Master Qi Xingfeng is not dead, and has returned to the Deification Sea." "What? Impossible." Bo Yuqing's body trembled violently, and he suddenly stood up from the deck. His body exuded a burst of cold air, and he said in shock, "Where did you hear this news?" Li Yunxiao laughed in his heart, "Where did I hear it? They were all released by me by accident, and we even fought a few times." But of course, he would not say it. He just showed a pensive look, and said, "I remember that it seems to be said in a conversation between the rank 9 alchemist Yong Tianyun and Luo Tian. At that time, I happened to be there, and I saw that Master Yong Tianyun's face was full of worry. It seems that there is something hidden?" Bo Yuqing's expression became extremely ugly. He said coldly, "Lord Fei Yang, you're famous in the world and can be considered a peerless figure. You can't spread rumors." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Of course, I have my own identity. Brother Yuqing is also a famous figure in the world. How can I lie to you? Master Qi Xingfeng is really not dead. He has returned to the deity transformation sea. Bo Yuqing could not stay calm anymore. He was completely stunned. Li Yunxiao cupped his fists and said, "Congratulations, brother Yuqing. You can get your wish. You're truly loyal and filial. I hope you two can reunite as soon as possible." Bo Yuqing's hair turned white. He paced back and forth on the battleship in a somewhat manic manner, his face full of worries. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Brother Yuqing, don't be so agitated. I can understand your current joy." Bo Yuqing was no longer in the mood to care about Li Yunxiao's sarcasm. He said with an ugly expression, "My master has returned to the deity transformation sea. What about my senior brother?" Li Yunxiao said exaggeratedly in surprise, "Master Lu Congzi?" "Of course, master and disciple are in harmony. Together, we'll create an unprecedented feat in the deity transformation sea. Bull*T. Bo Yuqing could not help but curse. He gritted his teeth and said, "Gu Feiyang, you're messing with me." Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "Brother Yuqing, what do you mean?" "Humph." Bo Yuqing snorted heavily. He gradually calmed down and sneered, "Does the peerless Emperor Wu like to play these boring tests? If my master really returns, it will naturally be a joyous occasion. But is it really good for Lord Feiyang to make indirect attacks on the relationship between us?" Li Yunxiao cried out that he was wronged. "I just saw that brother Yuqing was very concerned about his teacher, that's why I told you this great news. How could I have any intention of beating you up?" Bo Yuqing snorted coldly and said, "There's no need to mention the relationship between us master and disciple. However, I've been away from the continent for so many years. Many things must have happened during these years, right? I hope Lord Feiyang can help me spread the news, especially about my master's return." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. As for your teacher's return, it's only recently. By the way, I heard that the first thing your teacher did after his return was to go to Yue Xian's grave. It is said that Yue Xian is your teacher's grandmaster. It seems that brother Yuqing's lineage has a good tradition of respecting their teachers." "Yue Xian's tomb?" Bo Yuqing's expression changed drastically as he asked in shock, "And then?" Li Yunxiao looked at him and said with a smile, "And then?" After paying his respects, he naturally returned to the deity transformation sea. Bo Yuqing's face was filled with anger. He knew that Li Yunxiao was purposely keeping him in suspense, but he really knew nothing about the continent. He could only be anxious. He calmed down and said thoughtfully, "Lord Feiyang, there's actually no conflict of interest between you and me. We're friends, not enemies." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "What does brother Yuqing mean?" Bo Yuqing said seriously, "With Lord Feiyang's intelligence, you naturally know what I mean. We can sit down and have a good talk, so that both sides can be happy." Narcissus blinked and said in confusion, "Didn't you two already have a good talk?" Li Yunxiao directly ignored her and said to Bo Yuqing with a smile, "Sit, I'm also looking forward to having a good talk with brother Yuqing." Bo Yuqing nodded and said, "In order to show my sincerity, I'll go straight to the point. Did Lord Feiyang's puppet fuse with the rainbow twin stones?" Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly and he said with a smile, "I think I can see brother Yuqing's sincerity." He casually made a hand seal and it appeared in the air, forming an isolation barrier that isolated the two of them. Even Yi Fan was pulled in. The others shook their heads with a bitter smile, but they were not dissatisfied. After all, the difference in strength was too big. They were not from the same world. Some things might not be a good thing if they knew too much. Only Benson's expression darkened and he said angrily, "You want to get rid of me?" Without another word, he threw a punch and broke through Li Yunxiao's isolation barrier. He sat down in the middle of the three with a scowl on his face. "I want to hear it too." Narcissus also moved over and sat next to them. Li Yunxiao grimaced and helplessly made another hand seal to separate the five of them and form a small space. Bo Yuqing stared at Li Yunxiao and appeared slightly nervous as he waited for his answer. Li Yunxiao thought for a while and carefully answered that Ice Fiend Heartflame was formed after the fusion of the Rainbow Twin Stones, but the puppet did not have the Rainbow Twin Stones. Bo Yuqing's expression changed greatly and he seemed to be dazed. He murmured to himself, "It really is the fusion of the two stones." He suddenly said loudly, then what changes did the two stones have after the fusion? Is it in your hands? Li Yunxiao said, Brother Yuqing, don't be agitated. I have responded to your sincerity just now. Why don't you show me some more sincerity? Bo Yuqing's expression was complicated and he seemed to be hesitant. Narcissus was going crazy. Li Yunxiao, what are you saying? What sincerity? Why can't I understand? He's asking you a question. The three of them ignored her. Bo Yuqing gritted his teeth and said, Does Fei Yang Darren know the origin of the rainbow twin stones? Li Yunxiao's heart moved and he said, Brother Yuqing knows? Bo Yuqing nodded and said, This matter is related to my school. I saw the giant spirit magical power Lord Fei Yang used in the battle seem to be the true magic image? Li Yunxiao nodded without hesitation. Qi Xingfeng was the descendant of the demon servant bloodline, so it wasn't strange that Bo Yuqing knew about this. Bo Yuqing said, as expected. Since Lord Fei Yang knows about the true magic image, you must also know about the demon sealing war? Li Yunxiao's expression darkened. He snorted and said, Brother Yuqing, are you showing your sincerity or are you testing me? Bo Yuqing smiled bitterly and said, Lord Fei Yang, you don't need to be so sensitive. I wouldn't dare to test you in front of you. After the demon sealing war, the Monogatari was split up by those almighty experts and thrown into various secret places in the realm of heaven martial arts to suppress them. The rainbow twin stones are the Monogatari's body. What? The Monogatari's body? Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically. He said in shock, Isn't the demon lord formed by the black demonic aura? He still has a body? Bo Yuqing's expression changed. He said, Could it be that one of the sealed places was loosened and the emperor's incarnation escaped? Li Yunxiao blushed with shame. The three incarnations that escaped from the sealed places were more or less related to him. He immediately said in shame, What is the origin of the Monogatari? How many places were sealed and suppressed? Bo Yuqing said, According to the sect's legend, the demon lord was dismembered by many almighty experts. He was split into 5 pieces and taken away by 15 almighty experts to be suppressed in 15 secret places. Bin Sun suddenly frowned and said, Although I don't know who the demon lord you are talking about is, it sounds very awesome. Since it was split into 5 pieces, why are there 15 secret places? Narcissus also looked puzzled. She blinked her big eyes and listened carefully. Li Yunxiao was also greatly shocked. So far, 3 clones had already escaped. Did that mean that there were still 2 more clones? He said bitterly, These 15 secret places should have sealed 5 portions of demonic aura, 5 pieces of agarine and 5 pieces of rainbow stone? Bo Yuqing said with a straight face, That's right. After the emperor's body was split, there were originally 5 pieces. But the 5 pieces of agarine actually split on their own and turned into yin and yang. They are agarine and rainbow stone. Li Yunxiao only felt a wave of dizziness. Not to mention the fact that there were still 2 demon lords sealing grounds, even if it was the agarine and rainbow stone, other than the 2 he had on him and the one in Qi Xingfeng's hand, there were still 7 of them out there, he said with some distress, What kind of existence is this Monogatari? He's still not dead after being split into so many pieces? Could it be that even those powerful people had no way to kill him? A trace of concealment flashed in Bo Yuqing's eyes. He said, I once heard from my master that it's not that he can't be killed, but there are other secrets. As for the strength of the Monogatari, only God knows. Li Yunxiao said suspiciously, Why not kill him when he could? Deliberately leaving such a big trouble, did those people back then all have holes in their brains? Bo Yuqing wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said embarrassedly, This is not something I can speculate. Master Fei Yang, could it be that your trip is for the rainbow stone of the Eastern Sea Palace? Li Yunxiao said, Isn't the rainbow stone in the current palace? This area of the sea should be where the ruins are, right? Bo Yuqing said, No one knows where the rainbow stone of the Eastern Sea Palace is, but the destruction of the old palace and the forced migration of the Eastern Sea royal family was indeed related to the rainbow stone. Li Yunxiao thought to himself, That rainbow stone is now in my universe god steel. If this is the place where the rainbow stone was sealed back then, it must be full of danger. It's not surprising that Baiming Tianlu was trapped in it. He asked, What are the 15 places where the demon lord was sealed? Bo Yuqing said bitterly, How would I know? Li Yunxiao squinted at him and smiled maliciously. He said, even if you don't know everything, you should at least know a little, right? Bo Yuqing's expression changed, and he said, the former site of the Eastern Sea Palace is one, but I really don't know the rest. His face darkened, and he snorted, I have shown so much sincerity. Shouldn't Lord Feiyang show some as well? Li Yunxiao laughed and said, as far as I know, your teacher Qi Xingfeng has already obtained Yu Yixian's body, and Yu Yixian's body seems to have fused with a piece of agarine. What? Bo Yuqing's face was full of horror, and he said in shock, is this information reliable? Li Yunxiao said with a straight face, it's 100% reliable, because I personally experienced it. As for Qi Xingfeng being able to completely control that body, I don't know. Bo Yuqing's expression seemed to be extremely ugly, and cold sweat dripped down. Li Yunxiao said, Brother Yuqing, is it too hot? I see that your head is full of sweat. Bo Yuqing's face was livid, and he gritted his teeth, Lord Feiyang, you haven't answered my previous question. Who had the fused rainbow twin stones in their hands? How did you extract the ice fiend flame? Bo Yuqing said angrily, Lord Feiyang almost dug out everything I know, but he didn't pour out any soup. He was angry for a while with a livid face. Looking at Li Yunxiao's leisurely look, he finally sighed in distress and said, the agarine in Yu Yixian's hand is passed down from my sect. He realized that he, who always had a sense of superiority, was no match for Li Yunxiao at all. He could only say honestly, after generations of research, this agarine is actually formed by the convergence of yin and yang, representing extreme yin and extreme yang respectively. It can completely transform a person's body into a divine body of two extremes. However, the side effects are also great. After all, it is the body of a monogatari. It can easily shake people's minds. Even a peak martial arts expert might not be able to withstand its strange power. Li Yunxiao suddenly remembered that the previous city lord of Red Moon City, Ming Kuei, was rumored to have gone crazy because of the agarine, leading to his disappearance. Benson's expression changed slightly and he said solemnly, one of the few rare supreme physiques in the world, the divine body of two extremes? Bo Yuqing nodded and said, that's right. It is a supreme physique that is comparable to the second island lord's sacred wheel physique. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat and he suddenly said, Brother Yuqing, have you heard of the divine body of nine yang? Is it related to the divine body of two extremes? Bo Yuqing's expression changed slightly. He looked at Li Yunxiao and said, are you talking about the divine firmament palace's Gu Qingqing's nine yang physique? That's right. Li Yunxiao nodded. In order to cultivate the divine body of nine yang to the extreme, Luo Yunsheng went to an unknown place. It was said that it was the guidance left behind by Gu Qingqing. Bo Yuqing pondered for a while and said softly, Gu Qingqing refined a rainbow stone back then. What? Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of extreme shock. Are you sure? Bo Yuqing looked at him strangely, not understanding why he was so agitated. He nodded and said, I don't know where the 10 agarine rainbow stones were taken to, but Gu Qingqing did have the rainbow stones, and successfully refined them, which was why she was able to achieve great success in her divine arts and defeat the Yao clan. He looked at Li Yunxiao, who had a complicated expression on his face, and continued, the reason why I know about this is because my successor was defeated by Gu Qingqing in order to take back the rainbow stone. In the end, he died with hatred. These are all recorded in the sect's journal. Li Yunxiao's body suddenly emitted a murderous aura, as if his heart was extremely disturbed. He said coldly word by word, then to achieve great success in the divine body of nine yang, must I refine the rainbow stone? Bo Yuqing nodded and said, Second Island Master should know best, cultivating the divine body means cultivating the 8 gates of the body. As long as all 8 gates are opened, the body can become a sage, and with the power of the body, step into the peak of martial arts and peek into the god realm. But even with Second Island Master's sacred wheel physique, which is rarely seen in millions of years, he has only opened 4 gates. Since ancient times, how many people have opened all 8 gates? Bin Sun said in agreement, these words are not false, the number 1 person in the world, Ao Chong Kong, should be an expert who has opened all 8 gates. When he mentioned this name, his eyes flashed with a ray of light, as if he was extremely respectful and longing. On the other hand, Bo Yuqing's pupils slightly shrank, his eyes revealed a strange expression, as if he had thought of something. At this moment, Li Yunxiao's heart was in a mess. If he guessed correctly, the place that Luo Yunsheng went to must be the place where Gu Qingqing left behind the rainbow stone. One must know that even an expert like Ning Kuei could not refine and absorb the rainbow stone. Even Qi Xingfeng did not dare to take it out and refine it himself. Instead, he wanted to take over Yu Yixin's body. Then what about Luo Yunsheng? The more Li Yunxiao thought about it, the more irritated he became. Murderous aura continuously surged out from his body, causing the expressions of the people around him to change. Narcissus said in shock, "Li Yunxiao, what are you doing?" Li Yunxiao suddenly raised his head, his eyes were filled with murderous aura, scaring Narcissus even more, causing her to scream. Her emotions seemed to directly affect the 6 giant deep-sea beasts in the distance. The sound of raging waves came from the back of the warship, as well as the growling of the 6 giant beasts. Genryu's voice came from his body, "You don't have to worry too much. Don't forget that Luo Yunsheng herself has the 9 yang divine body, she should be very close to the so-called 2 extreme physique. Furthermore, she cultivates the 9 yang divine art, which was originally left behind by Gu Qingqing. All of this should be in preparation to refine the rainbow stone. There is no reason for her to harm her own descendant." After hearing Genryu's words, Li Yunxiao pondered for a while and felt that it was indeed so. According to the rules of Divine Firmament Palace, only the 9 yang divine body can cultivate the 9 yang divine art. After so many years, only Luo Yunsheng had the qualifications. That divine body and divine art should be the key to refining the rainbow stone. Since Gu Qingqing arranged it that way back then, she must have her reasons. Thinking of this, Li Yunxiao's state of mind gradually calmed down, and the murderous aura in his body was completely withdrawn. Li Yunxiao glanced at Narcissus, and said, "It's nothing, I was just excited just now." Yi Fan stuck out his tongue, looked at the 6 giant deep-sea beasts behind him that were growling crazily, and said with a bitter smile, "Big brother Yunxiao, don't be excited anymore, otherwise my Noah's Ark may not be able to withstand the attacks of those 6 meatballs." "Meatball? What meatball?" "You are the meatball, your whole family are meatballs." Narcissus jumped up, angrily glared at Yi Fan, and shouted, "They have names, Mommy is called Dudu, from left to right, the 5 good babies are called Daodu, Mau Mau, Silly, Ya Zhuang Zhuang." Yi Fan. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, and tightened his slender body. Bo Yuqing's eyes flickered, and he asked tentatively, "Could it be that the 9 yang divine body has reappeared in the world?" Li Yunxiao said impatiently, "What does it have to do with you? What's the matter with the ice fiend heart flame?" Bo Yuqing suffered a setback, and he was extremely unhappy, but although the other party had the body of a young man, his soul was the peerless Emperor Wu, so he endured it and said, "The ice fiend heart flame is the flame of nothingness produced after the rainbow stone fused together. It is also called the flame of inner demons and the flame of sighs. It is a divine flame that can burn everything, and anyone who touches it will die." He recalled the punch of the little King Kong from the bottle gourd, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Anyone who touches it will die? Why is it that I can't even hurt people when I have used it many times?" Bo Yuqing also said with a strange expression, "I have to ask you this. That white flame is indeed the ice fiend heart flame, but its power seems to be much weaker than in the legends." He paused and seemed to be muttering to himself, "Could it be that we have to gather the complete 5 rainbow stone and reconstruct the demon master's body to produce the flame of nothingness that can devour everything?" Li Yunxiao was also very confused, but he also guessed some of the reasons. The ice fiend heart flame was accidentally touched by the little King Kong from the bottle gourd from Little Red, so it was normal that it was not powerful enough when it was used by itself. Moreover, Bo Yuqing's analysis was very reasonable. The records about the ice fiend heart flame were all about the divine fire in the Monogatari's hands. After the Monogatari's body was separated, this fire could no longer be seen in the world. Bo Yuqing stared at Li Yunxiao and said in a low voice, "Sir Feiyang, I have said so much, shouldn't you also reveal something useful to me? Otherwise, being open and honest will become being unfair." "Hee hee." Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "Brother Yuqing, don't be anxious. As the saying goes, a hasty man cannot eat hot tofu. We are having a good chat." Water deity also nodded in agreement, as if she understood what he said. Yi Fan smiled. He knew that Li Yunxiao was very intelligent, and no one could take advantage of him. Even someone as shrewd as Bo Yuqing would be led by the nose. Bo Yuqing snorted unhappily and said, "Don't talk about hot tofu, I haven't even seen tofu." Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "Come, come, I'll give you a drumstick. The rainbow twin stones that you asked about previously are indeed on me, but they have undergone a certain mutation. It might be very different from what you expected, so I can't show it." As expected. Bo Yuqing's expression changed drastically, and his eyes emitted a cold glint as he stared at Li Yunxiao. A murderous aura flickered in his eyes, and he seemed to be unable to grasp it. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "Why? Brother Yuqing wants to snatch the drumstick?" Yi Fan and Narcissus immediately became vigilant, but Benson's expression didn't change, and he continued to sit calmly. The entire isolated space suddenly became quiet. After a while, Bo Yuqing finally restrained the cold aura around him, and said coldly, "Lord Feiyang is indeed blessed by the heavens. Not only does he have two supreme profound level weapons, but he also has the rainbow twin stones, and he has even learned the true demon form. Coupled with Tsutsumi and the world's #1 sword essence, I'm afraid the names of the 10 great Emperor Wu will have to be rearranged." The other three people's expressions changed slightly, and they looked at Li Yunxiao with some surprise. Yi Fan also couldn't help but stick out his tongue, and said in surprise, "Brother Yunxiao, are you really the peerless Emperor Wu, Gu Feiyang of the title-defeating armies?" Li Yunxiao nodded without denying it, and said, "I was indeed Gu Feiyang in the past." Yi Fan and Benson's expressions changed drastically, and they looked shocked. Narcissus also frowned, as if she had heard this name before. Li Yunxiao said, "But Gu Feiyang is already the past, and I am Li Yunxiao now." Yi Fan's expression was a little complicated, and he heaved a sigh of relief, and said with an embarrassed smile, "No matter who you were in the past, you are my brother Yunxiao." Li Yunxiao smiled lightly, and gave him a look of praise, and then said to Bo Yuqing, "Brother Yuqing, you really think too highly of me, I am now only a 3-star Emperor Wu." Bo Yuqing snorted, and said, "I don't care if you are Gu Feiyang or Li Yunxiao, in short, you are a terrifying enemy, so I hope we can become friends." "Friends?" Li Yunxiao smiled, and said, "I won't be able to sleep if I become friends with Brother Yuqing. Brother Yuqing and Guan Yuan have been friends for so many years, and Guan Yuan almost died in your hands." Bo Yuqing's expression didn't change, and he said calmly, "That's different, I got close to him with a purpose from the beginning." Li Yunxiao said sarcastically, "Then how do I know that you didn't get close to me with a purpose?" Bo Yuqing said, "Since Lord Feiyang is so afraid of me, then fine, let's talk about the deal directly. I hope to make a win-win deal with Lord Feiyang." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Are you sure it's a win-win situation?" Bo Yuqing said seriously, "That depends on Lord Gu Feiyang's conditions." Li Yunxiao said, "Just call me Li Yunxiao, Gu Feiyang is already in the past, I want to hear your request first." Bo Yuqing pondered for a moment, then said, "I hope Lord Yunxiao can help me recover my strength." Li Yunxiao's heart stirred, he had long felt that something was wrong. Although Bo Yuqing previously displayed the strength of a half-step Emperor Jiuxing, with his reputation in the past, he was definitely a Emperor Jiuxing-level powerhouse. Li Yunxiao also asked curiously, "Are you also sealed?" Bo Yuqing did not speak, he directly raised his hand and spread open his right hand's 5 fingers. Slowly, a ray of light gathered in his right palm, gradually condensing into a solid form. A strange feeling welled up in Li Yunxiao's heart, his eyes suddenly widened, staring at the condensed object, he said in amazement, "Agarine." A seemingly ordinary stone kept spinning in Bo Yuqing's hand, the feeling coming from it was clearly agarine. Yi Fan and the others also showed extreme curiosity, they had heard about the twin rainbow stones for so long, they did not expect to see one so soon. "Ah! Is this thing agarine?" Narcissus suddenly cried out in surprise. Li Yunxiao's heart stirred, he asked solemnly, "You've seen this stone before?" Narcissus dragged her head and thought for a moment, then nodded and said, I seem to have seen something similar in the sea forest, but it doesn't look like this." Li Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing's expressions changed greatly, it seemed that the Sea Imperial Palace also had a piece of agarine or rainbow stone. Li Yunxiao said softly, "Of the 2 rainbow stones I have, one was taken from the Tiandang Mountains by Ningkawei, the former castellan of Hanyue City, and the other is from the Donghai Palace. Right now, you have one, Qi Xingfeng has one, the Ocean Imperial Palace has one, and the remaining 5 are scattered all over the world. Bo Yuqing's expression was also solemn as he said, the rainbow twin stones are gradually appearing, and the seals of the 5 path demon masters are gradually unraveling. This is not a good sign. Li Yunxiao said, where did the agarine in Brother Yuqing's hand come from? Aren't you afraid that I'll snatch it from you? He looked at Bo Yuqing with a faint smile on his face. Bo Yuqing clenched his fist and put away the agarine, saying, my lineage comes from the demon servants, so I'm naturally interested in the 10 agarine stones. It's not surprising that I've collected a few over the years. Li Yunxiao nodded. Previously, Li Yunxiao mentioned that he wanted to snatch Gu Qingqing's piece, but in the end, he died after courting his own death. Li Yunxiao said, I understand, you want to learn from Yu Yixin, and use the agarine to transform yourself into the extreme physique of the 2 extremities physique. In the end, it produced an unexpected side effect, causing your cultivation to plummet. I wonder if this deduction is correct? Bo Yuqing praised, as expected of the peerless Emperor Wu, it's not far from the truth. Li Yunxiao continued to guess, then, you came to the Donghai, and this sea region, could it be that you want to find the rainbow stone, and let the rainbow stones fuse into one to resolve your crisis? Bo Yuqing nodded and said, continue. Li Yunxiao thought for a moment, then said, at this time, you met Guang Yuan, and inadvertently discovered the existence of the Ruxiai smell. What surprised you even more was that the Ruxiai smell could also resolve the crisis on your body. A cold glint flashed in Bo Yuqing's eyes as he said coldly, Lord Yunxiao, your mind is truly terrifying. Narcissus asked in puzzlement, why do you say that his mind is terrifying? Why don't I feel so? Yi Fan said embarrassedly, because Brother Yunxiao told me the truth. Ah? Narcissus was somewhat confused as she looked at Li Yunxiao in puzzlement, how did you know? Li Yunxiao couldn't be bothered with her as he said, since the Ruxiai smell can heal Guang Yuan's injuries, then the possibility of it being able to resolve your crisis is also very high. Your motive from the start was to obtain the Ruxiai smell, but Guang Yuan couldn't succeed after so many years of research, so you hid in peace and planned to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. That treasure show was probably your idea, wasn't it? Bo Yuqing nodded and said, that's right. The Ruxiai smell wants to absorb the power of the Xian artifact's weapon spirit. If I keep refining Xian artifacts for it to absorb, I'm afraid I won't be able to recover even if I die. That treasure show was indeed my idea, but I didn't expect that it would attract you guys and cause this situation. Li Yunxiao said again, when Guang Yuan was forced into a life and death situation by you, he accidentally refined the Lotus Throne. At this time, your idea changed. Although you also want a supreme-grade Xian artifact, you know that refining it is extremely difficult, and your top priority is to resolve the hidden danger in your body, so you propose to cooperate with Guang Yuan. But what I can't guess is, what did you ask for that made Guang Yuan abandon his life and death feud to cooperate with you? Bo Yuqing thought for a while and said, it involves some past events of the East Sea Palace. Forgive me for not being able to tell you. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, it's okay. But, although I have a supreme-grade Xian artifact, it's completely different from the Lotus Throne. I'm afraid I can't help you. Bo Yuqing said seriously, although you don't have the Lotus Throne, you do have something that can resolve the hidden danger in my body. What is it? Li Yunxiao was surprised. He couldn't think of anything good that the other party had his eyes on. Bo Yuqing stared at him and said word by word, divine brilliance power. Li Yunxiao's expression changed dramatically. He looked at Bo Yuqing and stared at him. He didn't expect him to know about the divine brilliance power. Bo Yuqing said, when Guang Yuan suppressed you, the divine brilliance power was condensed in his last palm wind and cloud, right? Li Yunxiao didn't deny it. He turned his head slowly and said calmly, how much do you know about the divine brilliance power? Bo Yuqing smiled and said, don't forget that I have a master. I've been in the realm of heaven martial arts for so many years, so I know almost everything. The divine brilliance power was the power that suppressed the monogatari, so it can naturally suppress the strange power of the agarine. Li Yunxiao asked again, is your current body the extreming body? Bo Yuqing's expression changed slightly. He said honestly, I'm still one step away from it. In my lineage, the only one who has truly cultivated the extreme physique is Lord Yu Yixin. This is also the reason why my master must obtain his body. A grand completion divine physique will neither increase nor decrease, neither life nor death. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, if I help you get rid of the hidden danger in your body, can you directly enter the divine body? Bo Yuqing's expression became serious. He said, theoretically, yes, but I'm not sure. Now I've used all my power to suppress the strange power, so I'm only half a step away from the 9 stars. He was startled and said, why do you ask this? Li Yunxiao raised the corners of his mouth and said with an evil smile, I'm just measuring the benefits you can get, so I can give you a price. Bo Yuqing's forehead was full of sweat. His expression became gloomy. He was secretly annoyed. Bin Sun said in a deep voice, Li Yunxiao, you can't. If you let him recover the strength of 9 stars, no one here can stop him. Bo Yuqing was furious. He shouted, Second Island Master, you're hitting me when I'm down. Bin Sun sneered, I've always been a straightforward person. If there's anything wrong with my words, you can King hit me. Bo Yuqing was furious. He was about to rush forward, Li Yunxiao shouted, stop. He glanced at them. The two of them snorted coldly and turned their heads away, no longer looking at each other. Li Yunxiao said, I'm quite interested in solving the problem of the Agarine power. I'm willing to give it a try, but the reward won't be low. Bo Yuqing was overjoyed. He quickly said, as long as you can help me get rid of the Agarine power, everything is negotiable. Li Yunxiao nodded. I do need your strength, but after this trip to the ruins, I'll give you my conditions. Bo Yuqing's joy was immediately extinguished. Looking at Li Yunxiao's faint smile, he felt that this person was too intelligent. This way, he would be completely tied to him. He would be led by the nose for a long time. In the end, he still didn't know if he could fulfill or accept the conditions. Narcissus muttered, you're a man. You're not straightforward at all. You're procrastinating. If there's a deal, why don't you make it clear now? Bo Yuqing said dejectedly, Princess Narcissus is right. I hope you can help me persuade Lord Yunxiao. It's better to make it clear in one go. Li Yunxiao chuckled. Brother Yuqing, it's still the same saying. Haste makes waste, haha. He sneered in his heart. In this way, Bo Yuqing would become his free subordinate. He wouldn't be able to disobey him. This was more generous than any other conditions. Narcissus said angrily, Humph, you're so hesitant. You don't have the demeanor of an expert. Li Yunxiao directly ignored her. Looking at the depressed Bo Yuqing, he said with a smile, Brother Yuqing, relax. Accompany me on a tour of the Eastern Sea. I won't treat you badly. Bo Yuqing said in distress, I hope so. Otherwise, I'll be irreconcilable with Lord Yunxiao. At this time, Liao Yongbing, who was outside the isolated space, stood up and slapped a spell on the barrier laid by Li Yunxiao. The spell turned into a butterfly. It flapped its wings and flew into the barrier, landing on Li Yunxiao's finger. Bang! The butterfly was extinguished with a slight tremble. A message was directly transmitted to Li Yunxiao's mind. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. We've arrived at the destination. He then waved his hand and immediately undid the barrier. Only then did the figures of the 5 people appear. With a thought, Yi Fan formed a spell with one hand. Noah's boat suddenly stopped and quietly hovered above the sea. The entire sea was blue and the sky was clear. The weather was excellent. Everyone flew up into the sky and surrounded Noah's Ark, looking around. The sea was boundless. No matter from which direction they looked, it was exactly the same. Liao Yongbing shot out a ray of light. It immediately turned into a water curtain in the air and slowly opened. It was the sea map that Beiming Lifeng showed everyone in Ocean Sky Town. Liao Yongbing made a copy of it. The image of the sea scene kept changing, traveling thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, crossing countless seas in an instant. Then, a small black dot slowly appeared in it, constantly enlarging, as if looking down from the sky, a row of huge islands appeared in front of everyone. From the sea scene, it should be a row of extremely magnificent islands, but as far as the eye could see, there was only a vast ocean within thousands of miles. Not to mention islands, there was not even a single reef. Bin Sun said, Did you get the coordinates wrong? Liao Yongbing shook her head, This is definitely not wrong, unless the coordinates that Beiming Tianlu sent back were wrong. Bo Yuqing frowned. Could there be a problem, such as using a code word secret technique? At that time, we should have captured Baiming Lifeng to travel with us. Li Yunxiao said, don't worry, if the coordinates are wrong, there is still time to look for the Baiming family. If it's not wrong, Princess Narcissus, I'll have to trouble you. Narcissus nodded. There was no prohibition in this world that the eye of truth couldn't see through. The only failure in her life was when the three profound level weapons were fighting, producing a powerful golden whirlpool, which she couldn't see through, and that was also because her bloodline wasn't fully formed. Rays of golden light floated on Narcissus, her white clothes fluttered, her hands formed a seal, and a golden light flickered in her eyes. The scene of the sea within a radius of tens of miles fell into her eyes. After a moment, the light on Narcissus's body was completely withdrawn, and her face revealed a puzzled expression. What? Is there a problem? It was the first time Li Yunxiao saw such an expression on her face. Narcissus frowned. I didn't find anything, but it's a little strange. The surrounding environment seems to be constantly changing, without stopping. Everyone frowned in confusion. They looked as far as they could. Everything was calm as usual. There was no change at all. Bo Yuqing also spread out his spiritual power, but he didn't sense anything wrong. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have thought of something and raised his head to look at the sky. There were no clouds in the sky, only the sun was shining brightly in the sky. His face darkened. Bo Yuqing asked, what did you discover? Li Yunxiao said in a serious voice, all those years ago, I inadvertently entered the starry sky and discovered a place where devils are sealed. That place is sealed by the laws of time, and it can only be opened at a specific time. Narcissus said that the situation here is changing all the time, but when we look at it, it hasn't changed at all. It's very likely that it's the seal of time. Bo Yuqing exclaimed, you've been to the land of sealed demons? No wonder you have so many treasures. He immediately understood, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Don't tell me you released the three great demons because you coveted the treasure? Cold sweat trickled down Li Yunxiao's forehead. Bo Yuqing's guess was actually very close to the mark. He snorted coldly and said, how good can your lineage's inheritance be? You guys dug out so many of the aegis that were sealed and suppressed. DE in the dragon transformation pool was completely the work of the absolute monarchs and divine transformation seas, but Mount Meru and the starry sky couldn't escape his responsibility. Li Yunxiao suddenly understood why Mount Meru had an age limit. It must have been because the great expert was afraid that experts would sneak in and release the great demons, so he set up the age limit. Unfortunately, the entire Mount Meru was destroyed, which helped his Yanwu city. Yifan also cried out in surprise, and said, I didn't expect Big Brother Yunxiao to experience such a strange and dangerous thing after we parted in the starry sky. Li Yunxiao said, it's alright, it's not a big deal. If this place is the same as the starry sky, then we just need to wait patiently for a while, and there will naturally be results. Then we'll listen to Lord Yunxiao. Bo Yuqing also nodded. Yifan put away Noah's Ark, and everyone sat cross-legged in the sky, quietly waiting. Several hours later, the sun was leaning towards the west, and a ray of afterglow shone down, directly reflecting on the surface of the sea. The waves sparkled, and it was as beautiful as a painting. Narcissus suddenly opened her eyes, and golden light flashed as she shouted, it's here. A trace of surprise and joy appeared on her face, as if she had seen some magnificent scenery. Everyone opened their eyes one after another. All of their faces were filled with astonishment, and they revealed strange expressions. Yifan frowned and said, what's here? Why don't I see anything? Everyone else nodded, and the sea around them was still as calm as usual. Li Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing both frowned slightly, as if sensing some changes, and both of them looked at each other in surprise. Narcissus said, I understand, the layout here is the same as the sea forest, and there are spatial restrictions, and we can only see and enter from a unique point of view. Golden light flashed in her eyes, and she began to look around. Everyone smiled bitterly. This silly girl had so easily revealed the secret of the Sea Imperial Palace, but fortunately, no one in the world dared to go there and cause trouble. It's here. Narcissus quickly found a position, and directly flew over, and said happily, look down from this direction. Everyone quickly rushed over, and looked down from a deformed angle in the sky, and all of them widened their eyes in shock. Li Yunxiao's eyes also widened, looking down from this angle. A row of magnificent islands appeared in front of them, forming a strange pattern, like a formation. No wonder, Liao Yangbing exclaimed, and said, no wonder that sea view is from the sky, it's from this angle. If not for Princess Narcissus, I'm afraid this trip would have been in vain. Narcissus was proud, and said, come with me. She wanted to fly down directly, but was caught by Li Yunxiao. What? Narcissus said with some dissatisfaction. Li Yunxiao pointed to the islands below, and said solemnly, look at this island, doesn't it look like something? Something? What thing? Narcissus looked down, and concentrated. The others also frowned, and many people's expressions changed. Ah! Lotus! Narcissus exclaimed, and said, how strange, why does it look like a lotus? Yi Fan was also surprised, and said, it's a lotus that has been opened. The islands below were arranged in a straight line, but the shapes of the islands were petals, and if they were arranged in a circle, it would be in the shape of a lotus. Bo Yuqing's expression also changed slightly, and said, this island was arranged by someone? Li Yunxiao nodded, and said, it seems that the previous East Sea Palace was very reliable in suppressing the Land of Rainbow, but I don't know what happened that such a grand arrangement was abandoned. Liao Yangbing frowned, and said, then Baiming Tianlu should be down there. Li Yunxiao said, it should be so, but since it can still trap Baiming Tianlu, there must be some risks. I will lead the way, everyone follow carefully. Narcissus's heart warmed, and she thought, so he is worried that I will be in danger, and wants to take the initiative to explore the way. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel touched, and her cheeks became a little red. Li Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing flew down first, and the space they stepped into was a little strange. The space he stepped into was a little strange. It didn't seem long, but he flew for a long distance. Finally, he landed on an island, which was the petals of a lotus. The two carefully explored the islands, and from time to time, they landed on each island. The rest of the warriors also looked around, and all the islands were full of spiritual energy, much stronger than the sea outside, as if there were spiritual veins hidden underground. After a while, everyone gathered on the largest island. Liao Yangbing said, how is it, did you find anything? Narcissus shook her head, and said, nothing, there is not a single sea beast nearby. I can vaguely see the ruins of the palace below, but it has been destroyed, and has become ruins. Li Yunxiao was moved, and said, what about this row of islands? Does Princess Narcissus think there is a problem? Problem? What problem can there be? Narcissus was surprised, and fell into deep thought, and said, there seems to be a problem, why does it look like a lotus? Li Yunxiao said, what about Brother Yuqing? Bo Yuqing said, Lord Yunxiao should have the same thought as me, but I don't dare to confirm it. Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered, and said, oh? Then why don't Brother Yuqing say it? Bo Yuqing nodded, and said, from what I see, this island is completely man-made, it should be a profound weapon refined by an ancient almighty, and moved the mountains and the seas, and finally suppressed here, turning it into this island. Move the mountains and seas? Is there really such a powerful person? Narcissus was a little skeptical, and shook her head, and said, this is obviously a real island, how can it be a profound weapon? The rest also had a look of disbelief, and felt that it was too exaggerated. Li Yunxiao nodded, and said, Brother Yuqing is indeed the same as I thought. Everyone's face changed greatly. Bo Yuqing's prestige was not high, but Li Yunxiao was different. He had an extremely high position in everyone's heart, and no one doubted what he said. Li Yunxiao continued, this should be a lotus mountain, but an unforeseen event happened later on, and it was directly split in the air by someone, and that's why it formed the strange scene of a lotus splitting into a line. Princess Narcissus, you can look down in this direction, and see if there are any huge traces of gullies or cracks at the bottom of the sea. Narcissus opened the eyes of truth doubtfully, and looked in the direction that Li Yunxiao pointed. Her face changed in an instant, and she exclaimed, as expected. There's really a huge gully below. Li Yunxiao, how do you know? Have you been here before? Everyone was speechless, but they were extremely shocked in their hearts. This kind of uncanny workmanship was obviously not something that an ordinary practitioner could do. Liao Yangbing said solemnly, then should we dive down to take a look? Princess Narcissus said that there are palace ruins below, and Biming Tianlu is most likely trapped below. Li Yinxiao said with a smile, of course we have to go down, otherwise wouldn't we have come for nothing? But I feel that, although countless years have passed, it might not be simple down there. Bin Sun snorted and said, no matter how extraordinary it is, it's still the work of human beings. Are we ordinary people? When he said that, everyone's confidence was boosted. With their current strength, they would be the best in the realm of heaven martial arts. Bo Yuqing said, let me lead the way here. He had stayed in the nearby sea area for dozens of years, so he knew more about the sea than anyone else. Besides, he was strong, so he was the best person to lead the way. Bo Yuqing took a step in the air, and a whirlpool appeared on the surface of the sea. With a swooshing sound, a crack appeared on the surface of the sea, and the crack was pulled to both sides. Dozens of people stepped into the crack, and then the whole sea closed up. Waves lapped against the island, and everything returned to its previous tranquility. The crowd kept diving into the bottom of the sea, and they were all surprised. The density of the spiritual energy was increasing at a shocking speed. Every time they dived into a certain distance, the spiritual energy would increase by a whole level. Bo Yuqing's face became serious, and he said, there must be a strong spiritual vein lying dormant at the bottom of the sea, and it's leaking spiritual energy unceasingly. Such a strong spiritual vein is rare even in the four seas. What happened in the past that made the royal family of the sea abandon this place? The crowd kept diving, and all kinds of strange sea creatures appeared, and they all stared at them curiously, as if they were intelligent. Narcissus said, the creatures here are like the sea forest. They are nourished by a strong spiritual vein, and they are more intelligent than those in other seas, but, she blinked her big eyes a few times and stared at a giant fish beside her for a while. She even stretched out her hand to touch it a few times and said strangely, it's just that there's a strange feeling. These fish give me an evil feeling. The giant fish's lantern-like eyes turned around and stared at Narcissus. Li Yinxiao and Bo Yuqing glanced at each other. Their eyes were filled with deep seriousness. They were all too familiar with this feeling. It was the strange feeling that came from the iridium stone. Could it be that all the creatures in the sea had been mutated by the iridium stone? Bo Yuqing said, these marine creatures should have reproduced for several generations over the years, but they still retain the weirdness of the Aegis, and they are not afraid of the deep-sea behemoths. Narcissus was also surprised and said, that's right, why didn't I think of that? Back in the sea forest, every time Dudu and the others came to play with me, all the nearby sea creatures would run away. These creatures aren't afraid at all. The 6 deep-sea behemoths were all floating on the surface of the sea. Li Yinxiao was afraid that they were too big and would affect his investigation, so he didn't follow them. However, under the might of the deep-sea behemoth, wherever it went, the living creatures in the surrounding sea would either flee or tremble in fear. However, the living creatures here acted as if nothing had happened and continued to do what they were supposed to do. Li Yinxiao's pupils suddenly shrank as he shouted, watch out. Narcissus was startled by his shout. She saw Li Yinxiao rushing towards her and grabbing her hand. Then, everything went dark and there was no light. The seawater swept over and washed the two away. She could clearly feel Li Yinxiao's body sticking to her. The warm scent of the opposite sex assaulted her nose, causing Narcissus, who had never experienced anything in the world, to tremble uncontrollably. What's wrong? Are you hurt? In the darkness, Li Yinxiao asked curiously, it's just being eaten by the big fish. It didn't hurt you, right? This level of darkness naturally couldn't block Narcissus's eye of truth. She naturally saw the strange scene around her. It did indeed look like the belly of a fish. But at this moment, she wasn't in the mood to care about this. Instead, she trembled and said, You dare to be rude to me? Li Yinxiao frowned and found that he was holding her in his arms. The virgin fragrance was refreshing. When he smelled it carefully, he didn't feel any reaction. Narcissus's whole body trembled violently. She trembled and said, what are you poking me with? Li Yinxiao's old face turned red. He hurriedly pushed her away and said awkwardly, maybe it's a fish bone. After all, this is the belly of a fish. There must be a lot of bones. After being pushed away by him, Narcissus's body stopped trembling. But her face was pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "Don't try to lie to me. Fish bones are sharp and very prickly. Just now, just now." Her voice became like a mosquito, alternating between green and white. She almost choked and said, "Just now, that thing was obviously very big." Xianxia's face was full of sweat. He hurriedly said, "You are talking about a small fish. This fish is so big, so the bones must be very big." "Really?" Narcissus sobbed and said, "You're not lying to me?" Xianxia wiped his sweat and said seriously, "Of course it's true. Don't you have a brain? A big fish is naturally a big fish bone. Now that we are in such a crisis, what are you thinking about?" Narcissus's face was red with embarrassment. She thought about it and felt that it made sense. The big fish that she ate in the past did have bigger bones than the small fish. She immediately heaved a heavy sigh of relief and wiped her tears. Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt a wave of apprehension in his heart. If the Sea Emperor knew about what happened just now, he would probably be hunted down by the whole world. Bang! The two had just solved the awkwardness when there were continuous sounds of explosions coming from outside the fish's belly. Soon, a fist pierced through the air and directly blasted a big hole. Vincent's voice came in. He said, "Are you guys okay?" Xianxia reached out to Narcissus and said, "Let's go. Let's go out." Narcissus unconsciously reached out her hand. But as soon as she touched Xianxia's fingertips, she retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. She blushed and said, "I'll go by myself." The two of them immediately turned into a ray of light and flew out through the hole that Binsun had opened. Once outside, the two of them were immediately stunned. They saw all kinds of densely packed sea creatures surrounding them. All of them had ominous glints in their eyes. The big fish that had just swallowed them was already dead. It was being stepped on by everyone. They formed a big circle and looked around vigilantly. Xianxia licked his lips and smiled bitterly. "We were only swallowed for a short while. Why did so many friends come?" Binsun smiled bitterly. "You don't say. These things seem to have a tacit understanding. After this fish ate the two of you, these things immediately surrounded us. If not for Fifth Island Master's secret technique, I'm afraid they would have already rushed over." Bo Yuqing placed 2 fingers on his forehead and said coldly, "I'm afraid my secret technique won't be able to stop them for long. Are you guys okay?" He turned his head and looked at the two of them. When he saw Narcissus's red face, he looked a bit strange. Then he looked at Xianxia and smiled. Narcissus's heart tightened. She had the feeling that Xianxia had seen through her. She said quickly, I'm fine. Nothing happened. I was just hit by a big fish bone." Xianxia was speechless. Fish bone? Everyone revealed suspicious expressions. Binchen also frowned and said, "Why would there be fish bones in the stomach of a fish?" Xianxia was sweating profusely. He couldn't wipe it off no matter how hard he tried. Narcissus said, "Of course there's a fish bone. It's a big fish, of course it has a big fish bone." Xianxia said hurriedly, "We're in danger now. It's not the time to talk about that. Let's think about how to deal with these friends." Binsun groaned coldly and said, It's not hard to deal with them. They're just low-level sea beasts. Even if they're mutated, the strongest ones are only in the Bahuang province." Xianxia frowned and said, "That's true, but there's so many of them." He gazed into the distance and couldn't see the end of it. He was a bit nervous. It had to be known that in the battles along the East Sea, the sea race's tried and tested strategy was to bite an elephant to death with enough ants. No matter how high one's cultivation was, there would always be an endless number of ants. Wave after wave, there would always be a time when one would be bitten to death. Bo Yuqing said, "It's said that Master Yunxia's eye technique can change the sky and the earth. It's the best way to deal with these small fish." A strange look flashed in Li Yunxia's eyes, and a strange symbol appeared before disappearing immediately after. He sighed and said, "My Tsutsumi hasn't recovered yet. I'm afraid he won't be able to use it." Bo Yuqing's eyes twinkled and he said coldly, "Since it's like that, let's kill them." A golden ray of light shot out of his fingers. Xianxia said in a low voice, "Wait." He opened his immemorial celestial eye and the King Kong flew out of the gourd and said, since they're affected by the rainbow stone, let's try the ice flame. Maybe we can scare them away. The gourd's little King Kong raised its fist, roared, and punched out. A white flame appeared on the tip of his fist. It was so white that it was suffocating. The bodies of those sea creatures suddenly began to tremble, as if they were trembling in fear. Everyone was overjoyed, but in less than a few breaths of time, the sea creatures' bodies emitted an extremely strange aura. Their eyes turned red, and they became incomparably sinister as they charged over. Bo Yuqing's facial expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Oh no! The secret technique has lost its effect." His expression darkened, and feathers suddenly appeared all around them. They were like white snow drifting over, turning into catkins that filled the sky and rose with the wind. Bo Yuqing's face was cold. He formed a seal in his hand and slapped it in the air. He said, "Heavenly feather wind chant." The countless feathers immediately turned into inch-long sharp blades that blasted in all directions. The entire space at the bottom of the sea was instantly cut into pieces. A large number of sea beasts floated to the surface of the sea. The bottom of the sea was filled with the color of blood. After Bo Yuqing's move, a sword condensed in his hand. The sword was unsealed. 7 fangs spat out and shone with a cold light. Lamenting sword rain wind evil song. A sea of swords rushed out. Everybody seemed to be in a world of swords. There was only a sword chi whirlpool in the world. There was nothing else. Li Yunxiao had a look of admiration on his face. While he was the strongest swordsman of this era, Bo Yuqing was also a peerless expert who had glimpsed the peerless sword essence. Fei Ming's face was pale. He looked reverent. He held his Xianxia martial infant tightly in his right hand. The battle intent in his body was surging. He had met 2 peerless swordsmen on this trip. Even if he died in the next moment, it was a worthwhile trip. The power of the Sea of Swords easily slaughtered countless living creatures. The entire seabed was dyed red. There were no living creatures in sight. Gulp. Everyone standing on the carcass of the giant fish swallowed their saliva. They originally thought that it would be a fierce battle, but they did not expect that it would be over before they could do anything. Is it over? Li Yunxiao murmured softly as his eyes flickered as he looked into the distance. It's really troublesome. How many small fries are there? Why are they attacking us? Bo Yuqing also frowned. After a large number of sea creatures died, a large number of black shadows appeared in the distance and quickly swam over. I don't believe we can't kill all of these small fries. Bin Sun snorted with a cold glint in his eyes. Worst comes to worst, I'll just turn this sea into a dead sea. The 4 gates in his body suddenly opened, and dazzling golden wheels appeared on his skin. Just as he was about to rush out, he was stopped by Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao said, "Let me do it." An ancient bell flew out from his forehead and slowly rose into the air, hovering above everyone and expanding. Li Yunxiao floated up, took out a big iron hammer, and fiercely smashed it down on the imperial bell. Clang! The sound of the bell spread out, and the seawater was pushed away, forming an independent space. Lightning flashed from the hammer, turning into countless lightning dragons that spread in all directions. The lightning dragons disintegrated in the water, turning into small snakes, then into earthworms, and finally into countless densely packed lightning bolts that filled the sky. Rumble! Powerful explosions rang out in all directions, and a large number of corpses floated up. There were some powerful fish that slipped through the net, but they were also killed by the others when they swam closer. Liao Yangbing smiled. This move is amazing. It's the best way to deal with this kind of large-scale attack. If young Master Yun was there that day, Ocean Sky Town wouldn't have fallen. Li Yunxiao hammered down once again. Endless sound waves and thunder spread out, and the sound of water splashing continued to spread. The mutated sea creatures in the distance were all smashed to pieces, and a large number of corpses floated to the surface. After 2 knocks, the entire seabed became dead silent. No one knew if the mutated creatures were all dead or if they didn't dare to come out. There was no sign of them for a while. Bin Sun couldn't help laughing and said, "Haha, you're still the best. Those things are all scared." A cold expression flashed across Bo Yuqing's face. "I'm not afraid, but something even more troublesome is coming." Everyone's hearts trembled, and they hurriedly looked down. They saw a black shadow continuously rising from the bottom of the sea, and there were even bubbles coming out. It was breathing heavily. Narcissus's eye of truth immediately saw this thing clearly and exclaimed, "Big turtle." Li Yunxiao said solemnly, "And it's a rank 9 giant tortoise, and it doesn't look like an ordinary rank 9. Bin Sun snorted, "What are you afraid of? As long as it's not a peak type 9 sea beast, we can turn it into dust if we attack together." Everyone nodded. After all, the 2 island lords from Xiankong Island were peak type 8 stars, and Li Yunxiao and the rest were also very strong. Narcissus's face turned pale, and she exclaimed, "This aura, it feels like it's not far from its peak." Bin Chen's expression changed drastically. "It can't be. Why is our luck so bad?" Li Yunxiao's expression also changed. His Tsutsumi force had not recovered, and he could not see the true strength of this turtle. He could only say, "You'll know once you go down and try. If it really is a peak type 9, then we must not let it float up, or we will all be in danger." He was very clear about the strength of a peak type 9 sea beast. Yao Jingliang's burial cloud beast was a peak type 9 existence, and it was even stronger than the average peak type 9. Narcissus said solemnly, "It's not at the peak type 9, but it feels like it's close." Li Yunxiao nodded, Narcissus's eye of truth should not be wrong. Everyone, attack together to suppress it. Do not let it float up. All right. Everyone stood on the carcass of the giant fish and attacked. In an instant, 100 flowers bloomed, and all kinds of attacks were launched at the turtle. The seawater rippled and evaporated into thin air. Kaboom! The giant turtle's speed was already very slow, and under the countless attacks, it almost came to a halt. But all the attacks landed on its steel-like shell, and it did not budge at all. Humph! Bo Yuqing snorted coldly, and the sword chi in his hand shot out, and the sword chi completely enveloped the turtle. The giant turtle seemed to have sensed the danger, and a cold light burst out from its eyes. Its head, limbs, and even its tail were retracted into its shell. Bang! 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 Countless sword attacks landed on the turtle shell, but it did not budge at all. Bo Yuqing's expression changed slightly, and he said in distress, "It's a pity that my master's weapon, the netherworld wheel, is missing. Otherwise, it would be like cutting tofu." When Li Yunxiao thought of the netherworld wheel, he felt a chill in his heart. Although it could not be said to be like cutting tofu, the possibility of breaking the turtle shell was very high. "I have heard of the netherworld wheel, what is it exactly?" Bo Yuqing's expression changed, and he looked at Li Yunxiao cautiously, and snorted, "It's just a sharp, profound weapon." Li Yunxiao laughed bitterly, and he knew that it would be hard to get any information out of him. He said, "Fine, although this turtle is very hard, it is very slow. Let me try." He stretched out his hand, and spread his fingers. The World God Monument turned into a mountain, and flew down. Boom! With a shocking sound, the Universe God Monument collided head-on with the tortoise's shell, causing the giant tortoise to tremble a few times. Li Yunxiao made a seal with his hand, and the World God Monument shone with light, and the Earth territory opened up. Boundless gravity started to stack, and it rose rapidly. The giant turtle could still hold the World God Monument up for a while, but its speed became slower and slower. In the end, it stopped, and descended slowly. Narcissus said in shock, "What profound weapon is that? Even the giant turtle can't carry it?" Bo Yuqing stared at the World God Monument with a gloomy face, and said, "I have never heard of such a supreme profound weapon. What is it called? And where did it come from? Where did you get it from?" Li Yunxiao smiled, "I only know that it is called the World God Monument, but I am not sure about its origin. As for where I got it from, if I said that I found it in my family's warehouse, would you believe me?" Bo Yuqing snorted coldly, "Are you trying to tell me that this supreme profound weapon is your family's heirloom?" Li Yunxiao was surprised. He had never thought much about why the World God Monument would appear in the Li family of a small country in the southern region. Moreover, it was protected by the Vermilion Bird Divine Fire Formation. Moreover, the true Phoenix Fire was found near the Aquasky country. Could it be that the Aquasky country had a long history? He couldn't help but look at Bo Yuqing, and said, "I got it from the southern region." Southern region? Bo Yuqing was stunned. Not only him, but the warriors behind him also revealed a strange expression. The southern region had always been regarded as a barren land, a place where only trash and monkeys could be born. It was said that the entire region didn't even have a single revered martial artist. How could a supreme profound weapon be dug out from a place like that? Bo Yuqing's expression suddenly changed, and shock appeared in his eyes. But it only flashed for a moment, as he tried to hide his panic. Li Yunxiao grinned, looked at Bo Yuqing, and said, "Brother Yuqing, as a member of the demon servant clan, and the descendants are all world-shaking big shots, you must have collected all kinds of secrets and information about the heavenly martial arts realm. Even the sacred zone doesn't know as much as you do." I can tell from Brother Yuqing's expression that he must have recalled something interesting. "Come on, tell us, and cheer us up." Bo Yuqing snorted heavily, and said, "Li Yunxiao, you are so cunning. You deliberately leaked some information to test my reaction." He snorted coldly, and said, "Sorry, I don't know anything." Hee hee. Li Yunxiao shook his finger, and said with a smile, "Brother Yuqing, you are dishonest." Bo Yuqing didn't care about him, so he turned his head away, but he couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. Narcissus suddenly screamed, and said, "Aya, that giant turtle is going crazy, and your universe god steel can't suppress it anymore." Li Yunxiao looked down, and the giant turtle was almost pressed to the bottom of the sea, but its body was spinning unceasingly, and space power was gathering on the turtle's shell, which was slowly transporting the universe god steel away. Half of the turtle's shell had disappeared. What? Li Yunxiao was surprised, and he changed the seal in his hand. The ancient Maha character appeared on the universe god steel, and thousands of rules gathered, and the power of the world spread out, and a huge rumbling sound echoed. The space power on the giant turtle's shell was shattered, and the universe god steel appeared again, pressing down. Bang! Without any suspense, the giant turtle was pressed to the bottom of the sea, and it couldn't stop struggling. The turtle's shell on its back shone with a golden light, and many formation diagrams appeared in the air, attacking the universe god steel continuously, but no matter how vast the power was, it was swallowed by the power of the world. The giant turtle let out a low growl, but it couldn't break free. "Haha, this is fun." Narcissus jumped and clapped, and laughed, "Your profound weapon is so powerful." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, "It is powerful, but it consumes too much energy. This giant turtle is really powerful, and I can't take it anymore." Narcissus said in shock, "It can't be, right? I think you have the upper hand." Bo Yuqing said, "This is a sea beast close to the peak of rank 9, how can it be suppressed so easily? Unless Li Yunxiao's power is as high as Emperor Wu's, and he can unleash the full power of the universe god steel." He stared at the universe god steel, licked his lips, and didn't hide his desire. Yi Fan said solemnly, "Then what should we do? Brother Yunxiao's profound weapon can't suppress it, and our combined attack won't work either." Bo Yuqing looked at him indifferently, and said, "Don't forget, we still have a powerful trump card." What trump card? Narcissus was stunned, and she was very curious. Li Yunxiao smiled, and pointed upwards, and said, "Those 6 friends of yours, let them spit out a black light, and break through the air, not to mention the peak of rank 9, even a real peak of rank 9 would be finished." Narcissus slapped her head and smiled. "Hee hee, how could I have forgotten about Dudu and the others? Put away the universe god steel. Leave the rest to me." She quickly performed a sign with both her hands. Rays of golden light floated from her body and she spat out a strange sound. A restless aura came from the sea. It was as if dark clouds were pressing down on them. Then, everyone felt suffocated. The seawater around them kept bubbling. It was as if it was boiling and started to evaporate. A black shadow slowly appeared on the surface of the sea. Li Yunxiao retracted his sign and the universe god steel turned into a flowing light and flew back into his hand. The giant turtle had been oppressed for a long time. Boundless anger spread in its heart. A deep and powerful roar sounded from the bottom of the sea. It stirred up waves and kept surging up. Its eyes turned crimson and bloodthirsty. Its 4 limbs were desperately swimming. It wanted to rush up from the bottom of the sea. Its speed was much faster than before. Hula! The seawater in the sky suddenly evaporated. The remaining seawater was torn in half and retreated in all directions. A strong black light slashed down from the sky. It shattered countless splashes and hit the back of the giant turtle. Bang! The seawater around the giant turtle disappeared and turned into a vacuum. The entire turtle's body shook violently. There was a pitch-black mark on its shell. It even caved in. Li Yunxiao frowned. This giant tortoise was more powerful than he had expected. The power of the black light was comparable to that of the large-faced beast from before, but it had been perfectly defended by the tortoise shell. Rumble. There was a tremor on the surface of the sea. At that moment, the entire sea was separated. Everyone was like an abyss in the sea. They could see the sky. 5 relatively weak black lights came one after another. It was like a meteor falling into the night. In the flash, everyone held their breath. They felt the power that could penetrate the sky and earth pass by them. Everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale. The giant turtle also saw danger. Its crimson eyes shrank to the size of a red bean. It quickly moved its limbs and wanted to escape, but the 5 break-world powers had already arrived. They had sealed all the space. There was no way for it to escape. Bang! 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 The 5 streaks of black light struck the turtle shell, causing black energy to surge all over the sky. The black energy dispersed in all directions, pushing the seawater that had already retreated several hundred meters away. Under the impact of the black light, the giant tortoise's entire body was black, and its entire head was dizzy as it continuously spun below. The tortoise shell had clearly caved in and was charred black. It was still emitting thick smoke. The space around the giant tortoise twisted and warped as it spun. It looked very strange. Bo Yuqing exclaimed, "This. The 6 deep-sea behemoths couldn't even kill it?" Narcissus said, "There's nothing strange about it. This kind of giant turtle is one of the strongest sea monsters in the sea. Their innate talent is defense." Li Yunxiao suddenly formed a seal with 2 of his fingers, and a ray of golden light shot out from his fingertips. Bang! With a soft sound, the golden light shot into the space where the giant tortoise was and turned into a golden symbol. The giant tortoise disappeared in a flash of golden light. "Ah!" Narcissus exclaimed, looked at Li Yunxiao, and said, "You teleported it away?" Li Yunxiao said, "I didn't teleport it away, it teleported away on its own." Bo Yuqing frowned, "Space mark?" Li Yunxiao nodded, "I just realized that it wanted to break through space on its own, so I left a coordinate on its path, and just happened to catch up." Liao Yangbing's heart skipped a beat, and she said, "Break through space? Then where did the giant tortoise go?" Li Yunxiao looked around, and said, "Although there are ruins nearby, my guess is that it's not where the core is. And the lost space that Yi Fan mentioned must be the core of these ruins." Everyone looked into the distance. Broken walls were everywhere, corroded by the seawater, as if it had been sleeping for thousands of years. A huge ravine appeared in the center of the ruins. Although many years had passed, the power of the past could still be seen, splitting the sky, splitting the 4 seas. Bo Yuqing teleported directly in front of the ravine, squatted down, and stared at it for a while, and said, "This move is the ultimate move that split the Lotus Island, without a doubt." Everyone's expression was solemn. Such a powerful slash, what kind of strength was needed to display it? Li Yunxiao nodded, and said, "The Lotus Island should be a sealing profound artifact. After being split by this move, it broke apart, and became like this. After losing all the spiritual energy, it evolved into an island." Bo Yuqing stared at the ravine, and said solemnly, "This move not only broke the seal, but also directly slashed into the seabed. The powerful spiritual energy in this place is overflowing from here. Such a land of spiritual energy is wasted just like that, what a pity." Li Yunxiao suddenly said, "I understand. This move was originally slashed out from the seabed." Slashed out from the seabed? Yi Fan was puzzled, and said, "Did that person sneak into the seabed first?" Li Yunxiao smiled, and said, "I sense the place where that giant turtle went, that space is not far below here. This spiritual energy does not seem to be from the seabed, but from the lost space. Yi Fan, use your Noah's Ark to travel there." "Okay." Yi Fan answered, and with a flash of golden light in his hand, Noah's Ark appeared, and kept growing, suddenly becoming dozens of meters long, and everyone jumped into it. The warship started moving, and ancient Maha characters floated out from the body of the warship, like fairies scattering flowers. Boom! With a sound of impact, the whole warship turned into a golden light and disappeared in front of the ravine, passing through layers of space. In the next moment, the warship appeared again, and what appeared in front of everyone was a gloomy gray world. Everyone's eyes widened, and they looked around in surprise, only to see that on the boundless land below, there were lonely towering boulders scattered sporadically, like a tomb, telling of the endless years of loneliness. Binsun was shocked, and said, Is this really the East Sea Royal Palace? The Lord of the Sea lived in such a place? Bo Yuqing said solemnly, the royal palace should be those ruins above, and this place is the place the royal palace is guarding, the place where the rainbow stone is sealed. Narcissus was puzzled, and said, It's just a stone, does it need such a big seal? Although the sea forest was also sealed by Father, it is also very ordinary. Yifan was slightly disappointed, and said, looking at the appearance of this place, it has completely become a barren land, there is no chance of becoming a god, I'm afraid this trip is in vain. He looked at the slightly dazed Li Yunxiao, and said in surprise, Brother Yunxiao, what's wrong with you? Everyone turned their heads and looked at Li Yunxiao, only to see him staring at the land in the distance with a shocked look, and they couldn't help but follow Li Yunxiao's gaze. On the land not far away, some lines could be vaguely seen, which seemed to be an array. But after being sealed for so many years, it had become dilapidated and difficult to recognize. Bo Yuqing frowned, and said, What's wrong, is there a problem with this array? Gulp. Li Yunxiao felt thirsty, and he swallowed his saliva. A light flashed between his brows, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It was Array Master Pu Jinshan. Li Yunxiao pointed at the array and said, Take a look, do you recognize this array? Pu Jinshan felt dizzy. Every time, he would be summoned here and there for no reason. He also gradually guessed his own situation, and it was highly possible that Li Yunxiao had the legendary supreme-grade profound artifact that could form its own world, but it was hard to accept. He swept his gaze across everyone on the warship, and when he felt a strong aura, he sucked in a breath of cold air, and hurriedly looked in the direction that Li Yunxiao was pointing. After staring at the array for a while, Pu Jinshan's brows seemed to be locked, and he couldn't untie it for a long time. He couldn't help but turn into a ray of light, and flew over, landing in the array, and carefully observing it. Everyone's hearts tightened, and they wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. They were afraid that there was something strange in the array, and an accident might happen. Li Yunxiao's vigilance was also raised to the highest, and he directly flew above the array, in case Pu Jinshan met with any mishaps. Ah! This array. Could it be? Could it be? Pu Jinshan suddenly shouted, and his face was full of shock. He looked at the lines in front of him in disbelief, and he revealed a horrified expression. Li Yunxiao's expression immediately became heavy, and he said solemnly, Sure enough, you think so too. Pu Jinshan licked his lips, and knelt down with a plop. He almost wanted to kowtow, and he shouted with a hoarse voice, It must be. The long-lost four-god sealing array. His eyes were spitting fire, and he roared, Who is it? Who destroyed this array? God damn it! Sinner for all eternity! I will definitely tear the person who destroyed it into 1,000 pieces. He looked at the array diagram on the ground, and suddenly wailed loudly, beating his chest and stamping his feet. Everyone had black lines on their faces, and they felt that there was another madman. There was a flash of terror in Bo Yuqing's eyes, and he muttered to himself, For God's sealing array, why is there a four-god sealing array here? It's just a piece of agarine, could it be? A thought flashed in his mind, and his body couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, Li Yunxiao looked at him, and the two of them looked at each other. They instantly understood each other's thoughts, which were exactly the same as his. Li Yunxiao's expression grew heavy, and he teleported to Pu Jinshan's side. He put him into the Universe God Monument, and teleported again, wanting to leave. Suddenly, there was a pop, as if a bubble had burst. Li Yunxiao was suppressed by a strange force, and his teleportation actually failed. Not good. Save him. Bo Yuqing reacted immediately. While everyone was still in a daze, they heard a sword hum. An unparalleled sword intention pierced the ground, and it slashed everything. Rumble. The sword intention slashed above the four gods sealing array, and a barrier appeared to block the sword aura, and it burst into countless broken sword lights. At this time everyone reacted, and their expressions changed drastically. It was still peaceful just now, without any signs. Why did a barrier suddenly appear? After Bo Yuqing's sword intent collapsed, Li Yunxia's expression also became serious, and he immediately attacked with a cold sword and ice frost. Sword starlight rose into the sky, turned into a pillar of sword energy, and blasted towards the place where Bo Yuqing's sword slashed. His eyes were extremely fierce, and in an instant, he found the tiny crack in the barrier created by Bo Yuqing's sword energy. Rumble. The power of the barrier instantly collapsed. Li Yunxiao turned into a ray of light and rushed out. Suddenly, 4 terrifying auras came from 4 directions, and 4 pillars of light of different colors suddenly soared into the sky, causing the earth to shake. The 4 pillars of light constantly transformed into all kinds of strange phenomena, including flowers, trees, insects, fish, birds, beasts, and all kinds of huge ancient beasts. Li Yunxiao returned to Noah's Ark in an instant and shouted, "Go!" Yi Fan was also shocked by the scene in front of him, and it was not until Li Yunxiao roared that he came to his senses and hurriedly formed various hand seals. Golden lights lit up on the battleship, and all kinds of rules flew out, causing the space to tremble, and it was about to break through the void and leave. Suddenly, the 4 pillars of light disappeared, and at the same time, 4 monsters of different shapes appeared, exuding a monstrous murderous aura. One of them was the giant tortoise that was previously beaten away by the giant deep-sea beast. The 4 giant beasts ran and chased each other in the sky. One of them was shaped like a rooster, but it made a phoenix-like cry, and its tail was like a colorful broom. Seeing that Noah's Ark was about to break through and leave, this chicken-like monster's tail flashed with divine light, and it disappeared in the sky. The next moment, it appeared directly above Noah's Ark, and its 2 claws became huge, directly grabbing the battleship with a bang. Rumble. Everyone on the battleship only felt a huge shock, and one by one, they were shaken to the side. Yi Fan's expression also changed greatly, and he said in horror, "What kind of monster is this?" Bo Yuqing's eyes almost popped out. He roared in horror, "Damn it, it must be fake. The ancient true soul bright bird?" Li Yunxiao was also intoxicated. He also recognized the shape of this bird. It was the bright bird of the ancient true spirit. Its shape was like a chicken, its cry was like a phoenix, its tail was like a broom, and its eyes had 2 pupils. Hence, it was called bright. The rest of the people were dumbstruck, and their minds instantly went blank. An ancient true spirit had reappeared in the world. How were they supposed to fight? No matter how he fought, he would still die. Out of everyone present, Narcissus was the calmest. After a brief moment of shock, her eyes flashed with golden light as she said sternly, "It's indeed fake. Although I can't see its true form, this bright bird is indeed an illusion." Who? Everyone heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Their hearts, which had been frozen in fear, gradually calmed down. However, Li Yunxiao's expression was still solemn. Although Narcissus's eye of truth had yet to reach completion, a normal illusion would not be able to block the extreme sight divine power. It was enough to show that this fake bright bird was not simple. Damn it! Who asked you to pretend to be a true soul to scare people? Bo Yuqing was enraged, and his sword qi directly swept through the air. Lamenting sword rain wind evil song. A vast sea of sword qi appeared, and slashed at the bright bird. Fei Ming's expression also darkened, and he raised his martial infant sword, all being slash pagoda. Although his sword will was not as high as Bo Yuqing's, he was still an 8-star Emperor Wu's powerhouse. Furthermore, he was a sword fanatic who immersed himself in sword Dao for his entire life. With his full strength, he slashed through the air with his endless understanding of sword Dao. Fei Ming still had an obsession in his heart, and that was to use his sword to fight against Bo Yuqing's lamenting sword rain wind to see how big the gap was. The 2 sword wills fought against each other in the air, but it was obvious that the lamenting sword rain wind was far stronger than the all-being slash pagoda. The bright bird let out a phoenix-like cry, and cried in the air, as if it had traveled through the ages. The other 3 beasts heard it, and they all roared and rushed over. The giant tortoise was the slowest, and it immediately fell behind. The tortoise's shell was still pitch black, and the marks of being attacked by the deep-sea beasts had not disappeared. Chirp! The bright bird's long cry resounded in the air, and the 2 sword wills directly slashed its body. Large amounts of rainbow-colored feathers fell and floated in the air. At this moment, the beast running at the front was actually one-legged, and it was shaped like a bull. It was huge, and its entire body was dark black. It jumped a few times in the air, and with a powerful kick, it used its head to ram into the battleship. Its huge body rushed forward, causing the entire space to rumble and tremble. Bo Yuqing was shocked. Another one, and it looks like it's also a true spirit. Humph, I want to see whether its head is harder or my hammer is harder. A hint of coldness flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes, and he directly turned into a thunderous roar. His body kept expanding, and he became a huge fatty, raising the heavenly hammer high up. A lightning star ring appeared around him, and the ancient Maha character of the law of lightning shone on his forehead. Endless lightning directly poured into the hammer, and waves of lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Haha. Interesting. Bin Sun also laughed, and the 4 gates on his body suddenly opened. Rays of golden light burst out from his body, and countless complicated golden wheels appeared on his skin, interlocking with each other, evolving endlessly. He clenched his fists, and his fists directly turned golden. He suddenly punched out, like a blazing sun in the sky. Li Yunxiao also gathered lightning, and with a loud roar, he knocked the head of the one-legged bull. This is what you get for pretending to be a true spirit to scare people. Boom. The fist light and lightning crashed down, and the 2 forces clashed together, forming a rope that directly hit the one-legged bull's head. Bang! Endless power blasted out, and the one-legged bull let out a miserable cry that resounded through the heaven and earth, and was directly sent flying. The bright bird could no longer withstand the sword chi, and its feathers almost fell off completely. It cried out mournfully a few times, and let go of its claws, and flapped its wings to escape. There was also a white beast with a deer-like body and 4 horns on its head. Seeing that its companion was continuously injured, and it suddenly stopped in its tracks. Its eyes were filled with shock, and it did not dare to rush forward anymore. Yifan quickly formed hand seals, and Noah's Ark began to flash with a golden light. Sit tight, it's time to travel. Pa. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao slapped him on the head, dispersing the seals that filled the sky. Noah's Ark returned to normal. Ah? Big brother Yunxiao, why did you hit me? Yifan scratched his head, and he was a little puzzled. Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him, and said, just now, I thought we couldn't defeat these 4 beasts, so I let you control Noah's Ark to escape. Now, it seems that we have the victory in our hands, so why do we still need to escape? So that's how it is. Yifan scratched his head in embarrassment, and he started to giggle. The 4 beasts stood in a row, and they looked at the warship from afar, and they all revealed a vigilant look. Bo Yuqing said solemnly, I understand now. This 4-god seal formation must have been created by capturing 4 true spirits in ancient times, but the true spirits have long gone extinct, and the person who set up this formation could only find 4 substitutes. But what are these 4 things? Narcissus frowned, and she said suspiciously, they seem to be Xian artifact transformation? She also did not dare to confirm, but this intuition was very strong. Li Yunxiao said, that's most likely correct. To become the formation's eye, only Xian artifact transformation makes sense. I wonder if the almighty people back then directly used Xian artifact transformation, or did they evolve by themselves over the long years? Bo Yuqing grinned nastily, what's the difference? I'd like to see the true form of these 4 Xian artifacts. You must know, those almighty people back then left behind peerless treasures. Li Yunxiao agreed with this point very much. In Mount Meru, there was the mountain and river cauldron and the 5 supreme Xian artifacts. In the outer realm, there was the northern dark cold star iron and the immemorial gale. In addition, there was the demon lord's own ancient god battlefield. The dragon transformation pool in the burial grounds was originally a spirit vein of heaven and earth. In addition, there were 7 dragon secret treasures and the dragon shell that transformed into a true dragon. It was also a powerful seal. It was just that, his expression was somewhat solemn as he said, if it's just a piece of rainbow stone, is there a need to spend so much effort to seal it? Directly opening up an independent space in the earth vein spirit mine at the bottom of the sea, and using the 4-god seal formation to suppress it. And that lotus island in the sky above the palace ruins. If I'm not wrong. Li Yunxiao's expression suddenly became solemn, and he said word by word, even the damaged lotus platform under Xiankong Island is very likely to have been lost from here. Ah! Narcissus exclaimed in shock, her face was full of disbelief. Everyone's heart sank, they also felt an indescribable heaviness. Bo Yuqing's pupils also contracted. Li Yunxiao's speculation was reasonable. If I heard about the magical flower lotus platform, it was very likely to be the eye of the seal of the lotus island above the earth vein. Otherwise, how could the lotus platform left behind by the sea god, the seat of the sea emperors, be lost in the unknown sea? Opening up an independent space, sealing it with the four gods seal formation, setting up the lotus island, using the formation eye, and the Eastern Sea royal family as the formation eye, such a grand arrangement, could it be just because of a piece of rainbow stone? Bo Yuqing's face turned pale, cold sweat dripped down, and he said in shock, You mean, the answer was almost obvious, a cold light flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes, and he said in a low voice, Now, the most important thing is, where is Baiming Tianlu? Everyone was also confused. Yes, they went out to sea because they received a message from Baiming Tianlu. They wanted to come to the Eastern Sea Palace to look for treasures. But when they saw the scene in front of them, there was no treasure at all, so Baiming Tianlu must have lied to them. But what about this liar? Liao Yangbing's face also turned pale. They spent so much effort, so many people died, and traveled thousands of miles to come here, but it was all a scam. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed. If it was just a scam, then it's fine, but I'm afraid, he said word by word, I'm afraid this is a death trap. A sharp chill rose in everyone's heart, following Li Yunxiao's judgment. The lonely towering rocks in the entire space seemed to let out a mournful cry. The atmosphere in the dark space seemed to have changed greatly. The damaged four god seal formation suddenly emitted light and began to repair itself. An extremely heavy feeling pressed down on everyone's heart like a boulder. Their hearts were filled with all sorts of negative emotions, causing them to become somewhat irritable. The bodies of the four monsters in the sky shook even more violently. They roared and flew down towards the formation. Boom! A strange force suddenly came from the formation, causing the four beasts to be blown away. They desperately tried to use their ultimate skills to break through the defense but to no avail. The giant tortoise also madly slammed its black shell against the formation. What's going on? This formation! Vincent exclaimed in shock, isn't this the formation that the four of them were guarding? Why can't we go in? Bang! Bang! Suddenly, two explosions came from the formation, as if thunder had struck the ground, causing dust to rise into the air. It was as if some kind of restriction had been broken. Ah! Water deity cried out in surprise. She pointed to the inside of the formation and said, Look at the patterns on the four poles of the formation. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that the formation had been damaged to the point where nothing could be seen. But now, it had been repaired. All sorts of complicated lines were beautiful, as if a peerless painting had been presented in front of everyone. At the four poles of the formation, there were four lifelike ancient true spirits, two of which had been destroyed in the previous tremor. Li Yunxia was shocked and said in shock, Could it be? Bang! Bang! Another two explosions came from the ground, and the last two carvings depicting the one-legged bull and the giant tortoise were also destroyed. Pop! The sound of bubbles popping could be heard, and the formation lost its effect. The four beasts rushed back into the formation and returned to their respective positions. But they were extremely violent, and each of them stretched out their necks and roared. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded as if it had come from the endless netherworld. It echoed in the sky, and no one could tell where it came from. You four beasts, calm down. After suppressing me for so long, I'll use you all to loosen up my muscles. Then, an earth-shattering tremor spread out, and the entire sky darkened. A ball of demonic chi appeared out of thin air, rolling about non-stop, emitting a powerful evil aura. Ah! Bo Yuqing's body trembled violently as he said in horror, Could it be? Could it be? His face was pale with fright, and he felt terrible all over. His faction came from the demonic servants, so he had a natural fear of the Monogatari. Although he had betrayed the Monogatari for countless years, the fear that stemmed from the previous generations had already seeped into his bones. Everyone else's faces also paled, feeling extremely uncomfortable under the immense mana. They didn't even need to think to know that they were in big trouble. Only Li Yunxiao was the calmest one. In today's world, he was undoubtedly the one who had the most dealings with demons. The four monsters were all crouching on the ground vigilantly, fiercely staring at the demonic cloud, constantly growling. Li Yunxiao wiped his cold sweat and said, "This is really an unlucky year. Demons appear everywhere we go. Now, there is only one demonic seal left in the whole realm of heaven martial arts." He shook his head in self-mockery and said with a bitter smile, "After the East Sea trip, I will return to Yanwu City and stay at home every day. I won't release any demons, will I?" While he was speaking, the ball of demonic qi gradually condensed and turned into a white-clothed man. He had bright eyes and dashing eyebrows, his long hair fluttering in the wind, and his whole body emitting a cold aura. "Baiming Tianlu!" Liao Yangbing suddenly shouted. She hadn't expected it to be Baiming Tianlu. Baiming Tianlu turned his head, and his gaze became serious. The corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile as he said, "Hey, it's Brother Yangbing. As expected, you didn't disappoint us and went to sea to save me." Liao Yangbing swallowed and said with difficulty, "Brother Tianlu, what's going on here?" Baiming Tianlu said with a smile, "It's not a big deal. I was just trapped here. Thank you, Brother Yangbing, for bringing experts to help me lure out these four beasts, so I had a chance to escape." Liao Yangbing broke out in a cold sweat. How did Brother Tianlu get trapped in this ancient four-god seal formation? Oh? Brother Yangbing also knows about this formation? Baiming Tianlu revealed a repressed expression and said with a chuckle, "It's a long story. Wait until I get rid of these four beasts first, then I'll catch up with you and this group of friends." His gaze swept across the crowd one by one, and he unconsciously stuck out his tongue to lick his lips. "I can feel that among your friends, there are a few very interesting ones, ha ha ha." As he laughed, he suddenly turned into a ball of black qi and directly descended from the sky, charging toward the four monsters. The bright bird let out a long cry, flapped its fleshy wings and rushed up, its two huge claws directly grabbing at the black demon qi. Boom! The black demon qi directly turned into a huge face, opened its mouth wide and swallowed the bird, and then turned into a rolling black cloud again. The other three monsters howled incessantly, and the one-legged bull suddenly roared and charged over with its head. The deer-like four-horned monster let out a long cry, and the sound of a tsunami resounded throughout the sky. A huge water column condensed out of thin air and blasted toward the black cloud. Bo Yuqing's face turned pale. This deer-like monster has transformed into an ancient true spirit god, and its remarkable ability is to summon water. The giant tortoise also retracted its head and legs, its shell constantly rotating in the air, and also charged forward. Rumble! The three tyrannical attacks slammed into the black cloud, and the cries of the Chongming bird could be heard from within. The bird's head shot out, and a demonic glint appeared in its eyes. It opened its beak and spat out flames, burning the entire black cloud. Yi Fan's face turned pale. "Brother Yunxiao, should we go and help?" Li Yunxiao also wiped his sweat, turned to Liao Yangbing, and said, "Do you think this person is Baiming Tianlu or the demon lord?" Liao Yangbing's face was blank, and she shook her head with a bitter smile. She said, "It looks like Baiming Tianlu, but this remarkable ability. I used to be on good terms with him, he shouldn't harm us, right?" Li Yunxiao also didn't know what to do, and he said embarrassedly, "Then let's wait and see." Humph. Baiming Tianlu's voice came, and he snorted heavily. Then, the black cloud suddenly became bigger, and shook the bright bird and the other two monsters away. A huge black hand stretched out from the cloud, and with a grab in the air, the towering water column was extinguished. After the black cloud formed a hand, it kept growing, and actually stretched to over 100 feet tall. Then, it transformed into the Dharma with 3 heads and 6 arms, and its face was ferocious. The 6 arms executed all kinds of remarkable abilities, and they bombarded the 4 monsters. Li Yunxiao broke out in a cold sweat, and he said, "This doesn't feel right, is this person really Baiming Tianlu?" "Bullshit." Bo Yuqing's expression was extremely ugly, and he said, "He must have been possessed by the demon lord, this time we're really done for." Li Yunxiao's expression changed, and he said, "Hurry up and run." Yi Fan said, "Aren't we going to save the 4 monsters?" Li Yunxiao directly slapped the back of his head, and he scolded, "Are you stupid? Hurry up and leave while these 4 monsters can still hold on." "Okay." Yi Fan touched his head, and he didn't dare to go against Li Yunxia's words, so he quickly executed the god technique, and wanted to use Noah's Ark to shuttle away. Friends, I haven't thanked you yet, how can I leave? The huge demonic figure squinted its eyes on one of its heads, and it revealed a charming smile. However, the moves of the 6 arms became more and more fierce, and it slapped the 4 monsters one after another. The first to succumb was the Chungming bird, and it was caught by the demonic figure. With a sudden squeeze, its neck was immediately snapped. Once the Chungming bird died, rays of light shot out from its body, and it actually turned into a profound weapon that fell into the hands of the demon lord. Narcissus's eyes were the sharpest, and she suddenly cried out, That's the phoenix wing purple gold crown. The other 3 monsters grieved for the rabbit's death, and they all roared as they charged forward. Noah's Ark's light became stronger, and it emitted the power to shuttle through space, and it was about to escape. One of the demonic figure's heads suddenly opened its eyes, and a fierce glint burst out, and it shouted, Brother Yan Bing, I told you not to leave, and you still want to leave? You're not giving me any face at all. He freed one of his hands, and he made a hand seal, and it pressed down like a mountain. Li Yunxiao sneered, You have 3 faces, how can I give you that much face? He opened the ancient heaven's eye between his brows, and the true phoenix fire condensed, and it instantly turned into the shadow of a phoenix, and with a long cry, it burned up. The cry of the phoenix pierced through heaven and earth, and it directly shocked the demonic figure, and he exclaimed, What? Boom! His demonized hand was burned by the phoenix fire, and he hurriedly retracted it in pain, and a look of horror appeared on his face. But soon, his pupils shrank, and he saw through the shape of the phoenix, and he said angrily, It's just a wisp of fire, you lied to me. The black palm condensed into a small mountain again, and it slammed down. Boom! Noah's Ark instantly emitted a strong light under the boundless and vast demonic chi, and it disappeared into thin air. The huge demonic palm crashed onto the ground, and everything within a radius of a few thousand meters collapsed. Aha! The demonic figure suddenly screamed, as if he was angry. All the anger in his chest exploded, and he stared at the 3 monsters, roared, and raised his foot to stomp on them. Rumble! The space began to collapse. As soon as Noah's Ark teleported out of the earth-veined space, it felt a huge force collapsing the ground, and the entire underground spirit vein began to collapse, and a large amount of seawater suddenly poured down. Li Yunxiao shouted, Travel to the sky immediately. With 6 deep-sea giant beasts and us, we have the power to fight that demon lord. Yes. Yi Fan responded, and again used the god's art, and Noah's Ark traveled through the huge waves, toward the sea surface. Rumble. All kinds of rumbling sounds came from the ruins, and soon, a white shadow rushed out, and chased after them at an extremely fast speed. Li Yunxiao's expression changed, and he said in horror, How can it be so fast? He realized that he had underestimated Baiming Tianlu's strength. Those 3 were all demonic beasts close to the peak of 9 stars. Bang! The battleship broke through the water surface, and directly charged into the sky. Following the destruction of the underwater spiritual vein, the strange space and time laws on the surface of the sea also lost their power supply, and began to undergo a series of changes. The distorted space gradually became flat, and became the same as the entire sea. Many figures gradually appeared on the originally endless sea. They were the people from the Baiming family. They had also rushed over from thousands of miles away. When the Baiming family arrived at the destination, they were also confused. They could not find any traces of the ruins. Just as they were having a headache, they saw the space jump open, and Noah's Ark broke out of the sea. The 2 groups of people met at this moment, and both of them wore expressions of astonishment, as well as different complex emotions. Especially when the 6 deep-sea giant beasts appeared together with Noah's Ark, it made the Baiming family's faces turn ugly. The 2 teams met for a moment, and Yi Fan directly drove Noah's Ark, and quickly passed by the Baiming family. Stop them, don't let them escape. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the bottom of the sea. Bang! Baiming Tianlu broke out of the sea, and shouted at the people from the Baiming family in the distance. Ah! You are. Baiming Contian's eyes were the sharpest, and he was the first to react. The one chasing Li Yunxiao's group was actually his younger brother. Although it had been decades, he could still recognize him at a glance. Although he didn't know what methods Bai Ming Tianlu would use to chase after Li Yunxiao was someone he had to kill. He didn't have time to think about it carefully before he hurriedly turned around and transformed into a flowing light that chased after Li Yunxiao. He struck out with his full strength. Boom! The entire battleship trembled, and its speed suddenly came to a halt. Damn it! Damn it! Li Yunxiao was enraged, and shouted, "Kill him!" On the battleship, Bo Yuqing and Bin Sun attacked at the same time. Both of them were furious. Being stopped at such a crucial moment could mean the difference between life and death. Wailing Sword Storm, Shadow World. Kuafu chases the sun. In order to get rid of Bai Ming Kong Tian as soon as possible, the two of them fought with their lives on the line. They used their strongest skills from the very beginning. Bai Ming Kong Tian's face turned pale. Under the joint attack of the two, a sense of death loomed over him, causing him to shiver. Graceful as a swan. The three styles beyond the heavens appeared again, and a strange phenomenon appeared, slamming down on the two combined forces. At the moment of life and death, his potential erupted several times over. All of his luck and strength were gambled on this palm. Boom! Bai Ming Kong Tian spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Like a kite with a broken string. He hit the surface of the sea and bounced hundreds of meters away. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Cousin Kong Tian, you've worked hard. You're the pillar of the Bai Ming family. Bai Ming Tianlu's voice rang out on the battleship. Everyone was shocked and quickly turned their heads. They saw Bai Ming Tianlu standing quietly in front of the battleship, staring at them coldly and licking his lips from time to time. The rest of the members of the Bai Ming family were still in a daze, unable to react at all. Bai Ming Lifeng was one of the smarter ones. He finally understood and said with joy, your elder Bai Ming Tianlu? Bai Ming Tianlu turned his face and looked at him. He squinted his eyes and smiled. 3-star peak Emperor Wu's strength is not bad. Kid, you're the genius of the Bai Ming family? Bai Ming Lifeng was overjoyed. He hurriedly stepped forward and greeted, Junior Bai Ming Lifeng has been appointed as the next palace master. Greetings Elder Tianlu. He felt a burst of excitement. Seeing Li Yunxiao and the others' pale and solemn faces, he knew that his luck had taken a turn for the better. This senior of the Bai Ming family in front of him seemed to have the strength to kill them. Bai Ming Tianlu squinted his eyes and smiled, not bad, not bad. I'm relieved that Bai Ming Xian Palace has a successor like you. Let me thank these friends first, then I'll have a good chat with you. Bai Ming Lifeng said happily, these people have always been enemies of our Bai Ming Xian Palace. It's a pity that Junior's strength is too weak. Elder Tianlu, please take action. After he finished speaking, he immediately retreated with a sneer on his face. At the same time, he flew in the direction where Bai Ming Kong Tian was sent flying to help. Bai Ming Tianlu twisted his neck. It seemed to be a little stiff after being sealed for too long. He said with a playful smile, Brother Yanbing, these friends of yours seem to have a grudge with my Bai Ming Xian Palace. Liao Yanbing said solemnly, Brother Tianlu, if you were still Bai Ming Tianlu, do you remember the friendship from back then? Friendship from back then? Of course I remember. Otherwise, when I was trapped, the first thing I thought of was to ask Brother Yanbing for help. Bai Ming Tianlu said with a smile, but his entire person exuded a strange aura. Liao Yanbing said solemnly, since that's the case, please let us leave. Haha, how can I do that? I haven't thanked you yet. Bai Ming Tianlu laughed strangely. The entire sea surface rolled up circles of waves along with his laughter. Liao Yanbing snorted and said, then I wonder how Brother Tianlu plans to thank us? Bai Ming Tianlu smacked his lips, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and said with a smile, naturally, it's to bestow you with supreme glory. Damn it, I knew it. Li Yunxiao's face darkened as he cursed, supreme glory? Do you want us to be your godfathers or your ancestors? Come over and kowtow to me first. The supreme glory the other party mentioned, he and Bo Yuqing were the clearest. It was either a fiend's slave or a fiend's servant. Bai Ming Tianlu's expression instantly darkened as he roared angrily, Punk, what did you say? The seawater below rose with his anger and became restless. The entire sea started roaring. Li Yunxiao said with a sneer, I'm very interested in your state right now. Are you the Monogatari or Bai Ming Tianlu? Bai Ming Tianlu's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "You also know about the Monogatari?" Li Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing glanced at each other, both inwardly moved. The other party did not seem to be controlled by a demon, but more like a demonized Bai Ming Tianlu. Li Yunxiao probed, after obtaining the power of the demon emperor, besides feeling powerful, are there many other discomforts? Bai Ming Tianlu exclaimed, You really do know some inside information. His eyes were full of killing intent, and black demonic qi floated out of his body, dyeing the sky black. Li Yunxiao was delighted. This person was indeed Bai Ming Tianlu and not the demon lord, so it would be much easier to deal with him. He sneered softly, You've just obtained some power of the demon lord, and you think you're so great? I also have demonic yuan, and I also know demonic arts. He formed a seal with both hands, and black demon qi directly gushed out of his body, turning into a true demon image that appeared behind him and stood under the sky. Ah! You're also. Bai Ming Tianlu was dumbfounded all of a sudden, staring blankly at the true demon image. Just then, a ray of light suddenly shot out. Bo Yuqing slashed the sky with his sword, the wailing sword rain and wind sword qi whirled out, and the power of the shadow realm descended from the sky. Bai Ming Tianlu's tens of thousands of demonic qi were directly shrouded in the sea of swords and shattered, only then did everyone come to their senses and immediately attacked. Bai Ming Tianlu flew into a rage. With a resounding roar, he gathered demonic yuan in his palm, and streams of black qi burst out of his body and blasted in all directions. You want to hurt me with the power of an ant? Bai Ming Tianlu sneered and pushed out his palm. The black light in his hand turned into countless astral qi and shot out, instantly dispersing the sea of swords that shrouded the surroundings. Suddenly, his whole body shook, his pupils shrank, and he suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. A black light directly blasted down from the sky, locking down the entire sea. It was the world-breaking black light that Dudu had spat out, and it was unavoidable. Ah! Presumptuous! Dark North Tianlu roared, and his body suddenly grew larger. His hands formed a seal, and he smashed it towards the black light. Rumble! The seal in his hands was instantly smashed by the power of the black light. The remaining power suddenly blasted his body, and with a bang, a large hole was blasted open. In the distance, the members of the Bai Ming family trembled, and their faces were filled with horror. Seeing that the person they relied on had been killed, their faces turned pale, and they were thinking about how to escape. Bai Ming Lifeng was also dumbfounded. According to his thinking, to be able to chase after Li Yunxiao and the others so desperately, they must have some kind of supernatural power. He didn't expect that they would be defeated in just a few moves. Bai Ming Kong Tian also almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He was already seriously injured, and at this moment, cold sweat trickled down his back. He only felt that the sky was dark, and he could already see Li Yunxiao and the others killing them. Ah! You actually hurt me? Bai Ming Tianlu was shocked and angry. As he roared, his hands formed a seal, and the large hole in his chest directly healed. Ah? The members of the Bai Ming family were all stunned. How could this be? Narcissus's face was cold, and she once again spat out a secret spell. As Bai Ming Tianlu's wounds were healing, the other 5 deep-sea giant beasts also opened their mouths, and one by one, they spat out black light. Boom! 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 Bai Ming Tianlu couldn't avoid it in time, and at the same time, he couldn't avoid the power of the break world. He was bombarded and screamed, and then there was no more screams. The members of the Bai Ming family, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, once again felt their hearts in their throats, and their eyes widened in horror. Suddenly, Narcissus's face changed. She stared at the black light energy, and she lost her voice. This is, the 4 treasures left behind by the sea god. Rays of golden light directly rushed out of the black light, piercing the sky, as if the dawn pierced through the darkness. A mass of golden light gradually appeared in the sea. Bai Ming Tianlu's face was cold, and his body was covered in golden armor, faintly visible in the black light. He held a golden broadsword in his hand, and suddenly slashed in all directions. Chila! The violent break-world energy was split apart, and his entire person was like a god descending to the world. His body shone with golden light, and he stood majestically in front of everyone. Narcissus exclaimed, "Great ingenious sword, phoenix wing purple gold crown, golden chainmail, lotus silk cloud treading shoes." Everyone's heart sank. Although they didn't know what grade these four treasures were, when worn by Baiming Tianlu, they emitted infinite power. They actually triggered Noah's boat's low hum. Li Yunxiao was also shocked and said in horror, "These four profound weapons." He also saw that they were transformed from the four monsters from before, and each of them was a rank 9 existence. Originally, it was nothing to have four rank 9 profound weapons, but the power emitted by these four profound weapons could actually superimpose and combine together, and form an extremely strong vibration, even shaking a supreme-grade profound weapon. Bo Yuqing's face was also abnormally ugly, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Rank 9 profound weapon set." Narcissus looked at Baiming Tianlu dully, and said in a daze, "So these four treasures left by Lord Sea God were lost here, no wonder I haven't seen them for so many years. Ha ha ha, so strong, so powerful." Baiming Tianlu's eyes flashed a trace of evil, and he laughed coldly, "As expected of the profound weapon that suppressed me for so many years. I forgive you for your past sins, ha ha ha." The resentment and anger that had been accumulated for a long time seemed to have dissipated at this moment, and he was in a good mood. A trace of coldness flashed in Narcissus's eyes, and she said coldly, "These are the treasures left by Lord Sea God, they must not fall into the hands of outsiders." She raised one hand to the sky, and the deep-sea giant beast, Dudu, roared a few times again, and spat out a mouthful of black light, which blasted down from the sky. Under the shine of the black light, the entire sea became deathly silent. Baiming Tianlu's eyes turned cold, and he raised the broadsword in his hand, and the sword chi directly slashed out. The purple crown, golden armor, and cloud shoes on his body emitted a powerful and dazzling light, and all of a sudden, the sky was filled with golden light, and it was equally matched with the black light. Boom! The sword chi and the power of the black light collided in the air, causing boundless energy to scatter in all directions. The people of the Baiming family were all shocked, and they desperately ran away, but they were too slow and were directly swept up by the power, and instantly turned into ashes. Noah's boat also rippled in the mixed power that broke the black light and the golden sword chi, and circles of golden light floated up from the body of the ship, forming a defensive barrier. Everyone on the warship was stunned. Although Baiming Tianlu was also caught in the impact of the energy, he was safe and sound, and he stood on the sea with golden light, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. Was this the legendary deep-sea giant beast? It's just SOSO. The arrogant laughter reverberated in the sky and the sea, causing everyone to be bewildered. Even Baiming Kongtian and Baiming Lifeng had a serious look on their faces as they sensed that something was wrong with Baiming Tianlu. At the very least, his chest, which had been smashed into pieces, had healed by itself. This was too unbelievable. Li Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing both broke out in cold sweat. They were very clearly aware of how formidable the world destroyer black light was. Since Baiming Tianlu was able to resist it with a single sword strike, then Baiming Tianlu's strength was no longer inferior to Guan Yuan. Lu. The other 5 deep-sea giant beasts also roared, each of them spitting out a black streak of light and striking down one after another. Baiming Tianlu sneered, "You few hairless beasts, go back to the deep sea. You can't behave atrociously in front of me." Sword chi condensed, and he held his sword in a sword stance. Golden light drifted around him, presenting a sword talisman, and the weapon accumulation was fighting. 8 hardship sword style. Baiming Tianlu chanted softly, his sword stance changed, and the sword talismans flew all over the sky. Birth, old age, sickness, death, love, separation. The 5 hardship sword turned into thousands of golden lights, and the 4 treasures resonated at the same time. Sword chi soared into the sky and slashed at the 5 black lights one after another. Boom. 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 Under the fierce sword chi, the 5 world destroyer black lights all dissipated. Baiming Tianlu's chi rushed to the 9th heaven, and the resonance of the 4 Xian weapons became more and more intense, setting off huge waves in the whole sea. The Xian weapon, great ingenious sword, emitted a dazzling light like the sun. After the sword talisman slashed the world destroyer black lights, it did not decrease, but increased, and the huge sword momentum directly pressed down on Noah's boat. Resentment will, can't seek, 5 accumulations. The 8 hardship sword style did not decrease, and sword talismans constantly floated from Bai Ming Tianlu's hand, as if from a distant Sanskrit. Sorrowful 6 senses, sinking into 8 hardships, without the great sage, who can save the bridge of wisdom? A faint shadow appeared in the sky. Looking at it vaguely, the shadow was wearing battle armor, stepping on the Dharma flower lotus seat, as if it was a projection from the infinite space. Ah! See God's shadow! Narcissus cried out in surprise, and her whole body trembled. Looking at the figure of her ancestor, her eyes were full of disbelief. Lulu. At this moment, the 6 deep-sea giant beasts cried out again, but this time, they released the body of fear, and their huge bodies trembled in the sky, causing the whole sea to tremble. Suddenly, all the golden lights in the sky gathered together, and turned into a sword in Bai Ming Tianlu's hand: neither heaven nor earth, no matter, no self. Impermanence, immeasurable suffering. Go to hell. Bai Ming Tianlu shouted coldly, and boundless majesty descended from heaven and earth, causing the whole sea to tremble, and the sky to cry out in sorrow. Noah's boat floated in golden light under the majesty of heaven and earth, and a vast amount of power extended out, trying to break through the sword's might. Emptiness of all laws, Prajna Palm. Yifan finally could not withstand the pressure of the sword, and his face turned pale. He mustered all the strength in his body, and turned it into a divine palm. A huge golden palm rushed out from the battleship, and slammed towards the boundless sword's might. The others also abruptly raised their strength to the extreme, and all kinds of ultimate techniques appeared one after another. Lamenting sword rain wind, imperial dragon. Bo Yuqing roared, and the third style of the lamenting sword rain wind that he had never used before broke through the sky, and a dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens, turning into a green dragon that roared, piercing through the sky. Light of the holy wheel, cries of the sun and moon. Vincent's face was also unprecedentedly serious, and golden wheels floated up from his body. He grabbed a golden ball with both hands, and it was as if the sun, moon, and stars were revolving in his hands, shining brightly. Then, the light of the sun and moon combined into one, turning into a fist, and formed a world, shining up into the sky. Damn it! All of you have hidden a trick up your sleeve. Li Yinxiao could not help but curse out loud. The power of these 2 ultimate techniques was boundless, far above the previous ultimate techniques. These people were all cunning fox spirits, and if it was not a matter of life and death, they would not show their last trump card. This also proved that the power of Bai Ming Tianlu's sword was too strong, and even the peak of the 8-star Emperor Wu felt the danger of death, which was why they risked their lives. Li Yinxiao was also shocked by the power of heaven and earth, and did not dare to hold back anymore. The cold sword struck out, and a strange phenomenon appeared, and boundless sword will spread out. Demon Slayer, Star Destroyer, Light of Dawn. 3 swords as one, 10,000 swords returned to origin, slash the stars. The boundless sword will rushed up, turning into a huge sword shadow that pierced through the sky, and the cold sword frost was filled with a sense of sharpness. Li Yinxiao stood on Noah's Ark, and a domineering aura appeared, facing Bai Ming Tianlu, who was standing in the sky far away, like the stars and the moon. Fight! Fei Ming roared inwardly. Under this boundless majestic power, the bloodthirst in his bloodline erupted, and his entire body changed. He took on a half-monster form, and something that looked like scales appeared on his skin. The martial infant sword turned bright red. Destroy all filth, slash the Buddha. Similarly, he raised his sword and chased after the peerless ultimate technique. The rest of the people also made their moves, like stars surrounding the moon. In an instant, hundreds of flowers bloomed on the sea, and countless fireflies competed with each other. Under Bai Ming Tianlu's 8 distresses sword, there was a sea of stars. The members of the Bai Ming family, who were hiding in the distance, all stared with wide eyes. Under this majestic power and magnificent scene, they were all dumbfounded. Rumble! The sword aura slashed into the sea of stars, overturning the sky, and collapsing the universe. The boundless sea flowed against the current, and the sky cracked for thousands of miles. Between the sky and the sea, golden light scattered, and thousands of rules were shattered, and the sharp light shot out in all directions. Under this boundless power of destruction, a vague shadow flickered, and was about to disappear at any time. Everyone's eyes widened, and they stared at the shadow standing on the lotus platform between the sky and the sea. Although it was only a shadow that had crossed thousands of years, they could still see its beauty and wisdom. As I have heard, it wore a phoenix feather purple gold crown, wore a golden chain armor, and wore lotus root silk cloud-walking shoes. It was a dignified appearance. Sad six senses, sinking into the eight distresses, without a great sage, who can save the bridge of wisdom? As the shadow chanted in Sanskrit, the majestic figure silently shattered and dissipated, turning into thousands of dust, and disappeared forever between heaven and earth. Everyone was completely dumbstruck by this scene, and even Bai Ming Tianlu's eyes were indeterminately surprised and bewildered as he looked around in astonishment, seeming to want to find that figure. Don't say that the eight distresses are easy to destroy, a parting will never disappear. Narcissus muttered to herself, her face blank, as if she had fallen into endless contemplation. Don't be in a daze, fight. Suddenly, a loud shout broke the silence, and everyone saw Xianxia soar into the sky, the body of his sword as one, and the ancient Maha characters appeared on the cold sword, and he slashed through the air. Sword art, demon slayer. After slashing the stars with his sword, this was already the strongest sword move he could display. The others also came back to their senses. The move just now had exhausted most of their strength, and at this moment, they gritted their teeth and rushed out of Noah's Ark, like countless meteors streaking across the sky, and fell towards the boundless sea. Bai Ming Tianlu was shocked. Just now, he had used his full strength, but he couldn't kill everyone. This was a huge blow to his confidence. Eight distresses sword, love parting. Bai Ming Tianlu's face darkened, and the love-parting sword slashed out, clashing with the sword art, demon slayer, and splitting the sky. The sword force completely suppressed the sword art, demon slayer, and the boundless sword rule shuttled through and slashed on Xianxia's body, but it was blocked by the demonic sky armor. Bang! The demonic sky armor trembled from the sword aura, and Xianxia's body shone with golden light. He opened the two gates and took on the remaining power, and was safe. However, his essence force was also exhausted, and he couldn't fight anymore. He flew down from the sky, and his feet stepped on the turbulent sea surface, and he adjusted his breathing. At the same time, his glabella flashed, and the world god steel flew out, and several figures flashed out. They were Emo Xiaochuan and the others, and they all turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Bai Ming Tianlu. It was no longer a secret that he had the supreme grade world god steel, so he didn't have to worry anymore. The moment Emo Xiaochuan's heavenly punishment demon sweeping sword appeared, an overwhelming righteous energy floated down and directly cut apart the demonic energy around Bai Ming Tianlu. This is... Bo Yuqing frowned and suddenly exclaimed, heavenly punishment demon sweeping sword? His expression became uncertain as he said in shock, you're from Black Iron City's Emo family? Emo Xiaochuan didn't have time to reply. His sword pierced through the demonic energy and stabbed towards Bai Ming Tianlu's forehead. Red dust gazing at the bright moon. Clang! Bai Ming Tianlu raised his left hand and pinched with two fingers, stopping the tip of the sword from advancing any further. The difference in cultivation between the two was simply too great, like the difference between heaven and earth. Ant. Bai Ming Tianlu's eyes flashed with coldness as he flicked his finger. It was just a light flick, but it made the entire sword tremble. Clang! The sword continuously trembled as Emo Xiaochuan spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He was sent flying by the power of that finger, and half of his body was completely numb. Only now did he understand how powerful the enemy in front of him was, and how weak he was. Suddenly, a powerful hand patted his shoulder and said, with your trash strength, don't tarnish this sword. Let me do it. Before Emo Xiaochuan could react, he felt a pain in his wrist, and the heavenly punishment demon sweeping sword, which was closely related to him, had already changed hands. He was shocked and angry as he angrily cursed at Bo Yuqing, give me back my sword. Bo Yuqing sneered and said, do weaklings only know how to pray? This sword isn't something a trash like you can use, scram. His scram contained boundless mental power, directly causing Emo Xiaochuan to spit out another mouthful of blood and fall down from the sky. Crash! Emo Xiaochuan directly fell into the sea, creating a splash. Under the boundless stormy waves, it seemed insignificant. Xianxia's expression darkened as a cold light flashed in his eyes, piercing through the sky and staring. Bo Yuqing seemed to have sensed it. He turned his head slightly and chuckled. Oh? I forgot that Lord Yunxiao has a disciple from Black Iron City's Mo clan. Could it be this person? The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he said with a chuckle, speaking of which, this heaven-punishing demon sword is related to my master's lineage. It's not a disgrace for him to have it back in my hands. Does Master Yunxiao want to stand up for me? Bo Yuqing was still a little fearful, afraid that Li Yunxiao would make a move, so he purposely pointed it out to provoke him, so that Li Yunxiao would consider his status and not make a move. Li Yunxiao's face was ashen. He let out a cold snort and lowered his head to look at the sea, looking for Mo Xiaochuan's figure. Mo Xiaochuan fell into the sea and was shaken 100 meters away. He only felt a stabbing pain in his brain. Bo Yuqing's mental attack was fierce and brutal, directly blasting into his bare sea of consciousness. He felt dizzy, as if thousands of blades were slicing his brain inch by inch. Ah! He held his head in pain and kept rolling in the water. Black blood seeped out of his pores. His eyes were filled with grief and indignation. Countless years of bitter cultivation, struggling day and night, all he got in exchange was a trash cultivation. With a single scram from the other party, he really got the hell out of here. Under the intense pain, fragments of memories emerged intermittently in his mind, and those dust-covered past events kept surging out. Bam! Some kind of power seemed to break in his bare sea of consciousness. A piece of sealed memories gradually became clear. Outside Black Iron City, the immature youth trembled as he held the small sword and walked step by step towards the ultimate god cave. This was the Mo clan's forbidden area, and also the place of trial. Anyone from the Mo clan who had committed a capital crime would be chased inside. As long as they could come out alive, all criminals would be pardoned. But for countless years, Mo Xiaochuan had never heard of anyone coming out alive. Great fear kept spreading in his heart, but if he didn't go in, he would still die. That ferocious man in white was guarding outside. If he turned back, he would definitely be skinned alive. Mo Xiaochuan expelled the grievance and fear from his heart, mustered up his courage and rushed in. Aha! He kept shouting to boost his courage as he ran into the cave. Other than darkness, there didn't seem to be anything else. Mo Xiaochuan mustered up his strength and ran who knew how far. He couldn't see his fingers in front of him. He didn't dare to stop and ran faster and faster. But soon, the problem came. He didn't know how far he ran, but it was definitely not short. However, this cave seemed endless, as if it led straight to the Yellow Springs. Aha! His voice kept echoing in the cave, but it became weaker and weaker until it was almost inaudible. Mo Xiaochuan didn't know how long he ran for. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Suddenly, a weak sigh rang in his ear. Ah! Mo Xiaochuan jumped in fright. He didn't know where he came from, but he jumped up. He held the common iron sword that Gu Feiyang had just forged and looked around vigilantly. The voice rang again and said softly, "You're not a death row prisoner, why did you come in?" "You, who are you?" Mo Xiaochuan mustered up his courage and asked carefully. The voice didn't answer and only asked, "You still haven't answered me, why did you enter the Mo family's forbidden area?" "I want to become stronger. I want to become a peerless expert like my father." Mo Xiaochuan didn't know where his courage came from, but he loudly shouted. At this moment, it was as if all his strength had instantly recovered, and he tightly held the sword in his hand. "Oh? Peerless expert? TCH. The voice said disdainfully, "Now, aside from Hongfei, when did the entire Mo family have a peerless expert? Even Hongfei is just SOSO. Mo Xiaochuan's heart shook. Mo Hongfei was the Mo family's current ancestor, a world-shaking expert. He said angrily, "Who are you to hide in the darkness and brag? Even the world's 7 great sect leaders wouldn't dare say they can win against the ancestor's strength." Haha. The voice seemed to be amused by him and couldn't help but laugh. "I'm bragging? It's not that I'm looking down on Mo Hongfei, but he might not even be able to win against the white-cloaked man outside the cave." Mo Xiaochuan became silent. Previously, when Gu Feiyang and the ancestor fought, although they only exchanged 2 moves and it seemed to be a draw, from the ancestor's words, it seemed like Gu Feiyang was a level higher. "What, I was right, right?" the voice said in a mocking tone. Mo Xiaochuan said silently, "That person is indeed very strong, he is my master." What? The voice was shocked, then asked, since you have such a strong master, why did you still come to the God-ending cave? Didn't I already say it? Because I want to become strong. I want to become a peerless expert like my father, my master, and the ancestor. Xiaochuan said angrily, my master said that if I can't pass the God-ending cave's test, he won't take me in as a disciple. The surroundings suddenly became quiet and pitch black. Xiaochuan suddenly became a little afraid and said loudly, hey, where are you? Say something. The voice still didn't appear. Xiaochuan's heart thumped. He became more and more afraid and didn't know what to do. Continuing forward, there seemed to be no end. Go back? He didn't even remember how far he ran. Who knew when he would be able to run out? Helpless, he thought for a moment and decided to continue forward. In order to become strong, what price are you willing to pay? The voice sounded again like a ghost, directly scaring Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan said angrily, can you not scare me? The voice didn't speak, as if waiting for him to reply. Xiaochuan mustered up his courage and said loudly, I am willing to pay any price. Any price? Oh? The voice seemed to be interested and said with a smile, you are so young, how would you know the meaning of any price? I know. Xiaochuan said resolutely, even if I die. I don't care. The voice became silent again, as if thinking, then said with some praise, at such a young age, you have the awareness of death, not bad, not bad. Xiaochuan said loudly, what is the test in this cave? Hurry up and test me. Hee hee. The voice said with a smile, if the test is 1,000 times more painful than death, are you willing to accept it? I am willing. Xiaochuan resolutely replied. The voice said with a smile, ignorant. How would a child know what is more painful than death? I know. Xiaochuan became serious and said with a solemn face, I know what is more painful than death. As my father's son, I am a mediocre martial artist. I can't find out the cause of my father's death and avenge him. I am bullied and insulted by everyone. I can't protect the people I want to protect and the things I want to protect. I feel that it is more painful than death. His immature face revealed a maturity and sadness that didn't match his peers. The voice seemed to be stunned and didn't speak for a while. Xiaochuan continued, if I continue to be mediocre like this and can't become a peerless expert, I would rather die in ultimate God cave like the countless seniors who came before. This way, I will be more relaxed. After saying these words, Xiaochuan suddenly felt that this cave wasn't that scary. He wasn't even afraid of death. What was there to be afraid of? He was afraid of becoming mediocre, afraid of not being able to raise his head for the rest of his life, afraid of only being able to look up at the countless figures in the sky forever. Please test me. Xiaochuan suddenly said loudly with a determined face. The voice continued to remain silent. The cave was abnormally quiet, so quiet that even ghosts couldn't hear. However, Xiaochuan wasn't afraid at all. He knew that the voice was definitely beside him. Sure enough, after a while, the voice slowly sounded again, but this time, it became a bit solemn and said with a heavy voice, although your talent isn't that bad, it's still that bad. Xiaochuan said, I know. I will work hard, put in 100 times more effort than others. If others cultivate for 1 hour, I will cultivate for 100 hours. If others slash once, I will slash 100 times. The voice became silent again. After a while, it said, have you really decided to take the test? Xiaochuan firmly said, I came for this matter. The voice said, fine, after all these years, it's not like children like you haven't died before. The next thing will be very painful. I will break your bones bit by bit, and your muscles and meridians will also be twisted bit by bit. Prepare yourself. Xiaochuan was startled and said in shock, how can you be so abnormal? The voice laughed sinisterly and said, haha, it's too late to regret now, because I have already decided. Xiaochuan felt his whole body become dizzy and lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he found himself lying on a cold rock. The cold air made him shiver uncontrollably. Suddenly, he shouted excitedly, did I pass the test? Passed? The voice laughed mockingly and said, it hasn't started yet, I've been waiting for you to wake up before starting. But looking at you, you can't even withstand this cold air. Can you withstand the pain of having your body torn to pieces? I can. Mo Xiaochuan gritted his teeth. Hee, that's good, I like this kind of hard bone, this way I can use the most vicious method to torture you. The voice laughed sinisterly and gradually turned into a black shadow in front of the rock, slowly approaching. With such a handsome face, what will it look like when it becomes sinister and twisted? Mo Xiaochuan, a cold light flashed in the darkness, the shadow's hand rippled with boundless power. Mo Xiaochuan vaguely saw a small dagger appear on his body and slowly slash down. The ice-cold blade made him shiver, but he remembered what he had said earlier when he was trying to act tough, so he forced himself to endure it. The shadow said coldly, I will use this world creation blade to completely transform your body into a sword sheath. Sword sheath? You want to turn me into something? Mo Xiaochuan was shocked and struggled with all his might, but found that an invisible force firmly shackled him, completely unable to move. He panicked and shouted, I don't want to be a sword sheath, I don't want to die. It's too late to regret now. The voice sneered, from now on, your life and death are no longer in my hands, but in your own hands. If you have a strong enough heart, you can survive under my world creation blade. Otherwise, the meaning of your existence is just adding another corpse to this ultimate god cave. Ah! Mo Xiaochuan cried out in pain. The small dagger directly cut into his flesh, cut into his bones, and mercilessly cut in. The black shadow seemed to enjoy the pleasure of this abuse. Listening to his screams, it laughed cheerfully. In order to increase the fun, the small dagger kept twisting in his bones. Mo Xiaochuan broke out in cold sweat from the pain and almost fainted. The voice said gently, don't worry. I've already cast a spell on you. You won't faint. You'll only wake up more and more under this pain until you can't take it anymore and die. Ah? Mo Xiaochuan was dumbfounded. Sharp pain came from his body. He couldn't speak anymore. He could only let the small dagger cut his body and listen to the black shadow's cheerful and perverted laughter. It's not easy to be a strong person, especially for a mediocre person like you. The biggest test is not only talent, but also the heart of a strong person. The black shadow chopped his bones and said, under the sky of the heaven martial arts realm, how big your heart is, how big the world is. Those people who died before died because their hearts weren't big enough. They couldn't satisfy me, so they all died. If you can't satisfy me, you'll also die, After laughing, the voice said dispiritedly, it's just that there's one more skeleton in this cave. But I don't have much time. Although Mo Xiaochuan heard these words, he didn't feel anything. He only felt a piercing pain. He didn't know how much time had passed. Bit by bit, it felt like a long century. Mo Xiaochuan's screams became softer and softer. His throat was already bleeding. A light groan was painful, but he still cried out. Not bad, not bad. The voice laughed and said, you didn't die. It's really beyond my expectation. I've already thoroughly modified your body. Mo Xiaochuan gasped for breath. He didn't know what the other party had done to him. He only knew that every bone in his body had been crushed, but at this moment, he was incomparably happy. He stuttered, I passed the test? Every word he said was filled with pain. His throat felt like it was going to explode. The voice laughed and said, you passed the first test. I crushed your whole body. There are still 8 more tests. You still have to crush your body 8 times. Moreover, the pain will be doubled every time. Mo Xiaochuan was speechless. Ha. The voice laughed and said, don't be discouraged. You are already stronger than many adults. Young man, I have high hopes for you. A cold light flashed in the darkness. The dagger stabbed again. He didn't know how much time had passed. It felt like centuries, like an era had passed in the universe. The pain in his body made Mo Xiaochuan's young heart numb. He no longer felt pain. He opened his eyes wide and stared blankly at the endless darkness. This feeling of living worse than death seemed to gradually fade away as his eyes lost color. It didn't seem to hurt that much anymore. After a long time, a soft exclamation sounded. The voice was trembling with joy, but it was trying its best to control its emotions. You're still not dead? Mo Xiaochuan just stared blankly at the endless darkness. Even though his body wasn't dead, his heart was almost dead. How many years has it been? I've finally waited for someone who can become a sword sheath. The voice was filled with endless joy and emotion. A pair of flashing purple eyes gradually appeared in the darkness. The purple eyes were like glass, bright and clear. I will seal this painful memory of yours. When you remember it one day, you will understand the meaning of what I've done today. From today onwards, you are the unique sword sheath of the Heaven Punishment Devil Sweeping Sword. As for whether you are the slave or the master, it's up to you. After the voice finished speaking, it disappeared from the cave. Mo Xiaochuan didn't remember how he walked out of the Absolute God cave. When he came out, he forgot everything in the cave. At this moment, inside the sea, all the sealed memories were unraveled one by one. The stabbing pain in his head was dispelled. Mo Xiaochuan's pupils suddenly shrank. The pain of having his marrow squeezed out 9 times gradually came back to him. His face turned deathly pale, and his whole body trembled violently in the sea. A nightmarish voice laughed in his head and said, "Hee hee, you finally remembered me?" In the sky above the sea, after Bo Yuqing took the Heaven Punishment Devil Sweeping Sword, his eyes flashed with extreme excitement. His face revealed a strange expression. His left hand kept forming all kinds of hand signs. Rays of light bloomed from the sword body. Suddenly, the sword light scattered. Countless sword rules condensed and formed sword clouds around him. In the distance, Baiming Tianlu's origin energy was greatly reduced after using the 8 hardship sword style, but under the encirclement of everyone, other than Ben Chen who was still able to slightly resist him, the rest were just like flies and ants, all retreating with one move. Not far away, the 6 deep-sea giant beasts also came out of their fear. They started to spit out black light and bombarded down, bang. Bang, the power of the black light was extremely strong. Moreover, it directly sealed the space. There was no way to dodge. Damn it. These 6 hairless beasts are really trouble. Baiming Tianlu was enraged. Although the power of the 4 profound level weapons was still surging out, he could clearly feel that it was weakening. If he allowed this world destroyer black light to attack him endlessly, he would die in the sea sooner or later. He condensed his sword aura and a barrier bloomed from his body. Boom. The power of World Destroyer hit the sword energy barrier and stirred up endless waves. A demonic purple color flashed in Baiming Tianlu's eyes. His figure flashed and instantly disappeared. Li Yunxiao's heart suddenly sank. He shouted, "He wants to kill the deep-sea giant beasts. Stop him." Those 6 deep-sea giant beasts were the absolute main force. If they died, all of them would be in danger. Although from the situation with the big-faced beast, these deep-sea giant beasts wouldn't die easily, Baiming Tianlu's current strength was heaven-defying. The 8-bitter sword style just now was even more imposing and shocking. If he wasn't careful, he might accidentally kill a few of them. Narcissus was shocked. She suddenly pointed to the sky and said, "There." Indeed, there was a figure flashing in front of Dudu. At the same time, sword energy rose and countless sword rules fell. Suddenly, a golden light appeared and turned into a halo. A huge golden warship suddenly drove out. Yifan stepped on the warship and formed a seal with both hands. He drove the huge warship to crash over. What? Baiming Tianlu was shocked. The warship grew at an exponential speed in his eyes. It covered the sky and pressed over. Damn it! Baiming Tianlu cursed. A majestic demonic aura surged in his body. He suddenly turned into a giant and slashed down with his sword. Bang, he slashed a mountain with his sword. It split the sky for 1,000 miles and sent the entire Noah's boat flying. Boom. Noah's boat spun and crashed into Dudu's body. Its huge body also slid in the sky. Baiming Tianlu gathered his sword intent again. His body flashed in the sky and slashed at a smaller deep-sea giant beast. Lulu. That deep-sea giant beast kept calling out. Just as it opened its mouth, a black light condensed in its mouth. Then, sword energy fell from the sky. Swallow back what you spit out. Baiming Tianlu's face flashed with a trace of ferocity. The ingenious sword stabbed into the deep-sea giant beast's mouth. A huge golden sword shadow suddenly slashed out. The deep-sea giant beast didn't even have time to spit out the black light in the air before it was directly blasted in by the sword. Rumble. A huge amount of energy exploded in the giant beast's mouth. The giant beast let out a sorrowful cry and fell backwards. Dodo. Narcissus cried out mournfully and suddenly burst into tears. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he looked not far away. He saw a figure flash and Bo Yuqing's body instantly disappeared. The rules that filled the sky also disappeared. In the next moment, a sword chi vortex appeared above Baiming Tianlu and a sword shadow slowly descended. Humph, I've been on guard against you. Baiming Tianlu sneered and his sword light rose. He shouted, 8 bitter sword, 5 essence extraction. The opponent's demon-slaying sword made him feel uncomfortable. It was extremely oppressive and made him want to directly trample Bo Yuqing to death. Rumble. The 8-bitter sword directly slashed into the vortex and completely scattered the sword chi cloud. What? Baiming Tianlu's body shook and he suddenly felt that something was wrong. In the scattered sword cloud, there was nothing. It was actually just an illusion. This demon essence doesn't suit you at all because your strength is too weak. Bo Yuqing's cold voice sounded and a sword chi vortex suddenly appeared. Under the heavenly punishment demon-slaying sword, in addition to the golden light, there was also an invisible force that rushed up and directly cut through the demon essence. What? Dark North Tianlu was horrified. He felt as if his invincible and all-conquering demonic essence was being destroyed by this strength as if it were nothing but rotten wood. Block. He raised his sword to block and the two sharp weapons slashed together, emitting a dazzling light. The sound of the weapons colliding soared into the sky, contending with each other. This power. Baiming Tianlu was shocked. That sword had completely suppressed him. If he didn't have the 4 treasures of the sea god, it would have been difficult for him to withstand this sword. Ha ha ha. Bo Yuqing couldn't stop laughing and said, it really is the heaven-punishing devil-sweeping sword. This sword exists to slay demons. His face suddenly became ferocious, and he said coldly, go to hell. Wailing sword storm, shadow world. Roar. Bo Yuqing's body suddenly became extremely cold. Strange symbols popped up one after another on the heaven-punishing demon-sweeping sword, and the buzzing sound never stopped. A loud roar came from the sky, and the shadow of a beast appeared on the heaven-killing demon sword. Its face was ferocious and terrifying, and it opened its mouth to bite forward, wanting to devour heaven and earth. What is this? Baiming Tianlu jumped in fright. The 4 profound artifacts on his body resonated. Boundless sword laws scattered in all directions, forming a sword chi barrier. Boom! The gigantic beast appeared, opened its mouth, and bit down. It directly pressed down on the defensive barrier and roared continuously. Baiming Tianlu's face immediately turned green. The power that constantly surged out of the heaven-punishing demon sword made the beast's shadow stronger and stronger, and it pressed down on his sword chi barrier until it was distorted. Xianxia was also shocked. He already knew that there was something strange about the sword, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Moreover, Bo Yuqing's current state seemed to be a little off. His whole body was emitting an extremely cold aura. He was not unfamiliar with this aura. It was Agarine. In order to activate the heaven-punishing demon sword, Bo Yuqing did not hesitate to borrow the power of Agarine. Ha ha ha. The demon lord's doppelganger, the sea god's treasure, it's nothing more than this. Bo Yuqing's temperament suddenly became cold and insolent. He laughed loudly and said, go to hell. Wailing sword storm, imperial dragon. Roar. A dragon's shadow appeared behind him. It was very different from the green dragon from before. It appeared dark and gloomy, and it emitted an extremely strong power of Agarine. Baiming Tianlu's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and roared, 8 hardship sword style, resentment gathering. A ray of golden light shot out and blocked the attack. Rumble. The 2 sword intents crazily surged together. The sky split open, and the universe collapsed. The 2 figures were also sucked in. The destructive storm swept across the vast sky and the sea. How can he be so strong? In the distance, Vincent's face was dripping with cold sweat. He was very clear how strong Baiming Tianlu was. Under the siege of everyone just now, Only he could withstand a few moves. Such a person was actually killed by Bo Yuqing to the point where he could not fight back. Everyone instantly retreated a few thousand meters, revealing a look of horror as they stared blankly. Li Yunxiao directly slid a few hundred meters away from the sea to avoid being affected by the energy wave. Haha! What a strong power! In the middle of the broken sky, in the center of the energy storm, Bo Yuqing's face was ferocious. The skin all over his body was dark and gloomy. Heaven-devouring spirit, Agarine body, demonic. Essence power, all of these are mine, haha. The endless storm swept up Bo Yuqing's body, creating many holes. It could not stop him from advancing. He took a step forward and grabbed towards Baiming Tianlu. He grinned and said, I will kindly accept this demonic essence power. After I absorb it all, I can bestow you with supreme glory. Baiming Tianlu's heart shook. Under the sword spirit of the heavenly punishment demon sweeping sword, his endless demonic essence was constantly being devoured. He could not resist at all. Damn it! Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Suddenly, the sea surface exploded with a bang. A figure turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the sky. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat as he looked over in shock. The one rushing towards the sky was Mo Xiaochuan. However, he gave him a very strange feeling. Moreover, he was abnormally strong. What's going on? Bo Yuqing's face suddenly changed. The heavenly punishment demon sweeping sword in his hand actually trembled uncontrollably. It emitted a powerful weapon energy and actually wanted to shake him away. Impossible. Bo Yuqing's face turned ashen. He said angrily, just a trash of the middle stage Emperor Wu. How can he be qualified to compete with me for this sword? No wonder he can use the heaven-devouring spirit. So he has the power of Agarine. Mo Xiaochuan's figure came from the sky and directly stepped into the storm of sword energy. He was actually unharmed. A sneer appeared on his angular face. He said mockingly, now, the trash of the middle stage Emperor Wu will let you see the true power of this sword. He raised his hand in front of him and formed a seal. Clang! The heavenly punishment demon sweeping sword finally erupted with a powerful force. It flew out of Bo Yuqing's hand and landed in Mo Xiaochuan's hand. Baiming Tianlu was ecstatic. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He roared, die! The great craftsmanship sword suddenly slashed down. Bo Yuqing's face changed after losing the heavenly punishment demon sweeping sword. He hastily used his hands to block the sword with the power of his body. Bang! Blood blossomed from his palms. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Humph! Mo Xiaochuan snorted. The sword was in his hand. Love appeared in his eyes as he caressed the sword's body. The sword seemed to sense the warmth and chirped happily. Countless sword rules appeared out of thin air around him and danced around him, singing happily as well. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He said in shock, the life of the sword. Even the laws of heaven and earth can resonate and dance with it. Who is this person? What is going on here? After Baiming Tianlu blasted away Bo Yuqing, he immediately became vigilant. He looked at Mo Xiaochuan in shock and shouted, who are you? Mo Xiaochuan gently smiled and raised his sword high. He didn't hide the disdain in his eyes as he mocked, you just stole some devil essence, and you think you're the reincarnation of the demon Lord Emperor? His eyes that were as deep as the sea revealed disdain and pity. Baiming Tianlu was furious. No one had ever dared to look at him with such contempt. That cold gaze was like looking at a lowly ant. Red dust gaze reflects the bright moon. Thousand dazzling grand spirit are its first move. Like the bright moon rising from the sea, the bright moon in the sky shines on the past and present. Ah! This power! Baiming Tianlu suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. His face immediately turned pale. In the sky, under the sword energy, the shadow of the moon was hazy. The sword energy spirit appeared from the countless sword laws. It raised its fierce eyes as moonlight shone behind it, reflecting the sparkling waves of the sea. An invisible sword fell from the sky. Everywhere it passed, it did not split the sky. Instead, it devoured everything like a black hole. The sky was like a curtain that was constantly being sucked in by the sword intent. It wanted to devour the entire world. Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with shock. He said in fear, "True spirit devouring heaven. This sword spirit is actually an ancient true spirit heaven-devouring beast. A sword spirit formed from the soul of a true spirit. Under such a sword strike, who in the world could withstand it?" Bai Ming Tianlu's face instantly turned green. Boundless demonic qi surged out. In an instant, he transformed into a true demon image. His body instantly expanded more than 10 times, like a giant standing on the sea. The 4 sea ray supreme treasures also changed. Under the power of the black demonic essence, the 4 supreme treasures emitted divine light. They condensed into circles of golden light that overlapped with each other. Finally, they all converged into the great ingenious sword. Birth, old age, sickness, death, resentment, separation from love, unattainable, 5 samsaras. At this moment, Bai Ming Tianlu's heart suddenly became tranquil. The danger of death that he had never experienced before brought him a sense of peace that he had never felt before. He was originally an extremely talented person. At this moment, a light suddenly flashed in his mind. The prophecy that the sea god phantom had spoken before seemed to have an epiphany at this moment. His eyes flashed with a bright light. The great ingenious sword suddenly erupted with a strong sword energy. It was as if there was a golden vortex of light spinning under the sword. Vaguely, golden lotuses appeared, spinning non-stop. Within the lotuses, there were Sanskrit sounds of dragons, goddesses scattering flowers, and 8 flying parts. Lamentable 6 senses, sinking into 8 sufferings. Without the great sage, who can save the bridge of wisdom? Bai Ming Tianlu lightly shouted. The great ingenious sword momentum rose. A lotus phantom appeared in the sky. Under the sword, the 4 truths and 8 sufferings appeared. Rumble. The heaven-devouring giant spirit sword intent descended from the sky and directly collided with the 8 suffering sword. It burst forth with a power that could destroy heaven and earth. The 4 extremes collapsed, the image of the bright moon rising from the sea disappeared. The golden light of the lotus platform under the great ingenious sword also disappeared. The entire world seemed to completely collapse at this moment. Doomsday had arrived. All the martial artists felt a destructive power coming towards them. The entire sky and sea turned into darkness. They couldn't see anything, and even their divine sense couldn't leave their body. Just a little bit of divine sense was swallowed by the endless power. Everyone became a small boat in this storm. They couldn't help but drift with the waves. Li Yunxiao had just recovered a bit of strength. He quickly used the indestructible golden body to resist the aftermath of the attack from hundreds of meters away. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at the sky in fear. A small rune gradually condensed in his eyes. His pupils were slightly red. Tsutsumi's power hadn't recovered yet. Being able to use a bit of it was already his limit. In the center of the storm, Mo Xiaochuan's body emitted a faint fluorescent light. It stuck to his body like a water membrane and dissipated the endless energy. He put away his sword and directly hid it inside his body. His face revealed a strange expression as he said, "I didn't expect you to suddenly comprehend the 8 pains sword intent. But what can you do?" After Mo Xiaochuan finished speaking, his eyebrows furrowed. His expression changed. It was as if the person possessing him was slowly leaving. His face finally revealed a shocked and strange expression. He looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. He couldn't believe that this apocalypse was caused by him. Whoosh! Li Yunxiao heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Mo Xiaochuan was fine. It was just that the person possessing him made him feel extremely uneasy. This kind of power that could control the laws of heaven and earth was at least at the peak of martial arts. Suddenly, Dark North Tianlu, who was standing in the sky in a daze, suddenly exploded. Rumble. The power of the explosion formed a unique vortex that collided with the destructive power that filled the sky. The 4 sea god treasures dispersed with a clang, transforming into streams of light that scattered in 4 directions. Ah! Water deity screamed and looked at the 4 treasures. Suddenly, she leaped into the air and chased after the treasure that was closest to her. Her speed was extremely fast and light. She reached out and grabbed the object. It was the phoenix wing purple gold crown. The other 3 shot into the boundless ocean and disappeared into the horizon. Li Yunxiao's heart suddenly shook. He no longer had the mind to pay attention to the sea god treasure. Instead, he stared at the black cloud in the sky with a grave expression. After Dark North Tianlu's body exploded, the demonic essence within his body didn't die. Rather, it continued to condense in the air, turning into roiling demonic clouds. The power of demonic essence, pure demonic essence. Not far away, on the surface of the sea, Bo Yuqing's entire body was gray, and his face was pale. He stared at the demonic cloud in the sky, revealing a look of extreme desire. Unfortunately, his injuries were too heavy, and he was also suffering from the backlash of the agarine. His entire body trembled violently, and it was already his limit to not sink into the sea. How could he have the strength to seize the demon essence? After the demonic cloud tumbled in the air for a while, it floated back and forth and quickly rushed towards Mo Xiaochuan. Mo Xiaochuan's face darkened. The heavenly punishment demon sweeping sword appeared in his hand, and a vast sword intent slashed through the air. Within the sword intent, there was a faint shadow of a true spirit swallowing the sky, and an ancient roar came from it. The demonic cloud seemed to be extremely afraid. It suddenly turned into a cloud of black gas and fled, no longer daring to have any ideas about Mo Xiaochuan. Instead, it fell into the distance. That is, Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Ah? In the distance, Baiming Kongtian and Baiming Lifeng were standing on the surface of the sea. Seeing the demonic cloud rushing over, both of them turned pale with fright. Baiming Kongtian shouted in horror, quickly take me away. He was seriously injured and no longer had the strength to escape. After he finished speaking, he found that there was silence behind him and turned his head in shock. He saw that Baiming Lifeng had already fled a kilometer away by himself. How could he still care about his life or death? Ah! You little bastard! Baiming Kongtian was shocked and angry. He hurriedly struggled to climb up from the surface of the sea, wanting to escape. But in just an instant, he was directly swallowed by the falling demonic cloud, letting out a miserable scream. Ah! Baiming Kongtian's scream echoed on the surface of the sea, causing everyone's face to turn pale and cold sweat to drip down. They didn't know what would happen next. Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted, Princess Narcissus, deep-sea giant beasts. Water deity had just grabbed a treasure and was extremely vexed. She was contemplating how to find the other 3 treasures. When she heard Li Yunxiao shout, she immediately came to her senses. She hurriedly spoke in a secret language, summoning the deep-sea giant beasts to attack. Lu. The deep-sea giant beasts were in a circle, healing the injured Lil P. The other 5 were emitting a faint black light, as if they had sensed something. Narcissus's face showed anxiety, and she hurriedly said, No. Lil P is seriously injured. Dudu and the others are currently healing him, so he can't attack. Cold sweat dripped down Li Yunxiao's forehead. At this critical moment, I'll do it. At this moment, only Ben Chen and Mo Xiaochuan, whose strength was unknown, were able to put up a fight. Mo Xiaochuan straightened his body and a sword art condensed in his hand. He and his sword became one as he suddenly slashed through the air. A loud roar came from the long sword. It was the roar of the true spirit devouring heaven. Li Yunxiao frowned and stared at Mo Xiaochuan's sword power. It was completely different from when he was possessed by the mysterious person. Even if he sacrificed his body to the sword and could drive the sword spirit, he wouldn't be able to unleash too much power. In a few flashes, Mo Xiaochuan arrived in front of the demonic cloud and stabbed his sword into it. The heaven-devouring spirit appeared on the sword and opened its mouth to swallow the demonic cloud. Ah! Baiming Kongtian's cry came from the demonic cloud again, but this time it wasn't a scream, but a roar. On the flashing demonic chi, a roaring face appeared. It was Baiming Kongtian, his eyes flashing with a demonic purple light. Clang! Suddenly, the heaven punishment demon sweeping sword trembled. Demonic chi surged and continuously corroded the sword. Scram! The demonic face roared. A huge force came out from the demonic cloud and struck the sword, directly sending Mo Xiaochuan flying. Aha! Baiming Kongtian also seemed to have been injured by that sword, and he kept roaring in anger. However, as the demonic chi poured into his body, the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. Waves of wind swept out from the sea, not daring to get close to him, Vincent's expression was grave as he said, Li Yunxiao, what do we do now? A cold light flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. He made a sign with one hand and said seriously, I almost forgot, I still have a way to deal with this thing. If it fails, we must escape immediately. Under the sign of his right hand, a metal shaking sound came from within his body. Vincent was shocked and hurriedly retreated dozens of meters. Rings of iron chains appeared around Li Yunxiao at some point, intertwining like a nebula, making clang sounds. This is... Bo Yuqing's expression changed greatly. His originally pale face suddenly turned green as he roared in a low voice, demonic chi lock. It's actually demonic chi lock. How did this thing get on you? His face was full of fear. This demonic chi lock was used by Qi Xingfeng to trap Li Yunxiao's true demon image during the battle with Qi Xingfeng. Who knew that Li Yunxiao could convert demonic chi at will and took the chain? Iron Lock Nebula. Li Yunxiao gave a light shout, and the seemingly endless chains started to revolve in the air. They instantly charged into the sky, and shot towards the distant Baiming Kongtian. Clang! The chain was like a long snake swimming in the air, circling around Baiming Kongtian. Then, it rapidly contracted, directly binding Baiming Kongtian like a dumpling. The boundless demonic cloud actually flowed into Baiming Kongtian's body, not even a little bit more appeared, everyone was stunned. It was that simple. Li Yunxiao was also stunned. This demonic chi lock was only an ordinary 9th-tier Xian artifact. He did not know what it was made of, but he did not expect it to have such a strong suppressive effect on demonic chi. Ah! Baiming Kongtian roared and shouted, let me go. Let me go. The injuries on his body were completely healed under the infusion of demonic chi. Moreover, it seemed to have improved by another level. As he struggled with all his might, the chain that had been coiled around him for more than 10 layers kept ringing, but he was still unable to break free. Vincent's face darkened, and he said angrily, you have such a Xian artifact, but you actually didn't use it earlier. You made us risk our lives to fight for so long. Li Yunxiao said embarrassedly, I also did not know that this item was actually so useful. I also took advantage of the time when his demonic chi had entered his body and had not stabilized yet to lock it. Previously, Baiming Tianlu had the 8 Distresses sword, how could I have tied it up? Bo Yuqing struggled to fly over, and said in fear, that's a demonic chi lock. Where did you get it from? Li Yunxiao stared at him coldly, and snorted mockingly, the last time I met your teacher in Red Moon City, I had a good chat with him, and he gave it to me. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bo Yuqing shouted in fear, as if he was a duck that had been strangled by its neck. Although he did not believe that Qi Xingfeng would give this item to Li Yunxiao, since the demonic chi lock had appeared, then the matter of Qi Xingfeng appearing in the realm of heaven martial arts was most likely true. Previously, he had been skeptical about this matter, and he had even more doubts in his heart. Now that he had confirmed it, he immediately panicked. The agarine that he had just controlled erupted once again, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Liao Yangbing flew over from afar, and said calmly, young Master Yun, these people from the Baiming family, a cold glint flickered in his eyes, and he seemed to be implying something. Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a cold glint, and he looked at the people from the Baiming family in the distance. Just as he was about to kill them, Baiming Kongtian's face suddenly became ferocious, and the demonic chi lock emitted a huge tremor, as if it had been attacked by a huge force. What's going on? Why did it suddenly become so violent? Li Yunxiao was startled, and he looked at Baiming Kongtian. He saw that the demonic chi lock was unexpectedly showing signs of loosening. He hastily weaved a sign with both hands, and he exerted his power on it. It's useless, you can't unleash the true power of this chain. Bo Yuqing said calmly, this item must be refined in the mind, but in this world, only the 3 of us know how to do it. It's a pity that my current injuries are too severe, and I can't refine it. Li Yunxiao turned to look at Bo Yuqing and said, if you have the time to talk about all this, why don't you tell me the heart refinement method? Bo Yuqing looked slightly embarrassed and said, it's a secret that I can't teach. Li Yunxiao's face darkened and he scolded, then what the hell are you talking about? He stared at Baiming Kongtian in the distance and said in a low voice, that demonic aura should have been trapped. Why did it suddenly go berserk? Bo Yuqing also looked confused. Suddenly, his face turned pale and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He said in horror, "The agarine in my body is changing." His face was filled with terror, and his skin darkened. Strange forces emanated from his body, as if he was in extreme pain. Xianxia was also shocked. That strange force was the power of the agarine. Without saying a word, he activated the spirity force. A golden light appeared in Xianxia's palm and he slapped it into Bo Yuqing's body to help him control it. Bo Yuqing's face turned slightly better. Bai Ming Kongtian's roars became louder and louder. The entire sky above the sea was filled with the clanging of the chains. At the same time, somewhere many nautical miles away, a black figure was moving quickly on the sea surface. The sea was split in half by his speed like a cliff. Suddenly, a golden light came towards him and they were about to collide. The black figure's pupils shrank and he stretched out his hand to grab it. Pa! The golden light landed in his hand. It was the great ingenious sword. But the black figure didn't seem to care about the quality of the sword. He put it to his nose and sniffed it. Instantly, he was overjoyed. Haha! It really is the power of demonic aura. That means he has escaped. The black shadow laughed loudly, but his eyes were fierce. He turned around from time to time, and his face was filled with killing intent. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Damn you, you've been chasing me for a few months. Once I absorb this clone, I'll kill you." Suddenly, the space split open and an incomparably sharp attack appeared, slashing down from above the black shadow. When that beam of light fell, it was like the sun and moon sinking into the sea. It didn't cause any waves, but it directly split the entire sea in half and cracked the earth for thousands of miles. F***CKU. The ghost won't go away. With a loud roar, the black shadow's body immediately grew in size. He grabbed the great work sword and slashed forward. Bang! The Wugong sword surged out, directly blocking the heavenly halberd, vast sea-like dust. Boom! The two profound-level artifacts collided in the air, directly shattering the universe and evaporating the sea. The sky instantly darkened. Eh? The two of them let out a soft gasp of surprise at the same time. Both of their gazes turned towards the ingenious sword and revealed a very surprised expression. These two people were Xianxia and Di. For the past half a year, they had been chasing each other and fighting each other in the heavenly martial arts realm. They had fought more than 100 rounds, and every time, Di would be killed and forced to flee. However, Xianxia was also very depressed. It was easy to defeat this demon, but it was difficult to kill him. Haha! Di couldn't help but burst into laughter. A random profound-level weapon that I picked up can contend against your square sky halberd. Looks like I'm in luck, haha. After he swung his sword, he immediately transformed into a transcendent's true body with 3 heads and 6 arms. Each of the 6 arms of his transcendent's true body was holding onto an illusory weapon. Although it was only an illusory image, it still gave off a frightening might. One of the arms was holding an illusory bottle. It was exactly the same as the one in the hands of Xianxia's avatar. Di held his sword horizontally in front of him and made a stabbing motion. A ball of golden light burst out from the great ingenious craftsmanship sword, continuously condensing all kinds of laws. One of the arms behind him seemed to be holding onto an illusory saber, making the same stabbing motion. Below the illusory saber was a pitch black swirling like a black hole. The illusory weapons on the other 4 arms were also accumulating power. Go to hell! Di roared. The great ingenious craftsmanship sword pierced forward like a blazing sun. The black hole under the illusory saber also appeared. The illusory weapons on the 4 arms also smashed down. Xianxia didn't panic at all. Instead, he laughed lightly and said, "You want to turn the tables by picking up a random lousy sword? Are you out of your mind?" He formed a seal with one hand, and the vast ocean in his hand turned into a golden talisman. Countless laws suddenly appeared around him and gathered in the talisman. Then, he pointed downwards. Rumble! The power of the halberd suddenly shattered the like-sun sword chi. Even the illusory weapons behind him exploded one by one. Bam! Di's 3 heads and 6 arms were shaken down by the aftershock. Half of his head was blown off, and only a small half was left hanging on his neck. Damn it! The other 2 heads cursed angrily and howled in anger. He stomped his feet and transformed into a beam of demonic light again, flying into the distance. Zhuo Qingfan's pupils shrank slightly. He revealed a thoughtful expression and muttered to himself, it's not just that profound artifact that's strange. Why does this fellow's strength seem to have increased by quite a bit? He smacked his head and wailed, I originally planned to chase him until he was exhausted and then kill him. Now, it seems that it's not that simple. He took a step in the air and stepped into the void, disappearing above the vast sea. Where Li Yunxiao and the others were standing, the devil essence lock's restraints became weaker and weaker. Strands of devil qi emanated from Baiming Kongtian's body, causing the chains to clang. Bam! Finally, under a fierce attack, the chains that covered the sky were broken, and Baiming Kongtian escaped. He roared and displayed his true devil form. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of devil qi, which exploded in the air. After the devil qi exploded, it transformed into countless tiny beams of demonic light that shot out in all directions, trying to kill everyone. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He hurriedly gathered all the devil essence lock in the air and shouted at Yi Fan, there's no way to win. Let's go. After Baiming Kongtian spat out a mouthful of devil qi, he stood on the sea and roared continuously. The aura on his body rose steadily. He was actually trying to break through to the Emperor Jiuxing realm. Yi Fan hurriedly took out Noah's Ark, which transformed into a giant ship in the air. Many people in the distance were hit by the devil qi and started to be demonized as they screamed. A light flashed between Li Yunxiao's brows, and a giant crocodile appeared out of thin air. With a loud roar, it turned into countless black particles that shot out in all directions. Every single grain was burning with raging flames. They charged into the demonic aura and bombarded each other. Bin Sun, Mo Xiaochuan, and the others also quickly took action, trying to save as many people as possible. In a moment, most of the warriors boarded Noah's Arkansas. The battleship's defense was activated, and the small amount of devil qi could not penetrate. More than half of the Baiming family members were injured or killed. They were all demonized, and the few remaining people were struggling to hold on. Baiming Lifeng begged for mercy in horror, Elder Kong Tian, spare me. I'm the appointed successor of the Baiming family. But Baiming Kong Tian did not care. He used all his strength to break through to the Nine Stars realm. A powerful force burst out of his body, and the laws of the world appeared, all of which were absorbed into his body. Baiming Lifeng finally panicked, and shouted towards the golden battleship, Li Yunxiao, save me, please save me, I don't want to die. Li Yunxiao looked at him coldly, and said sarcastically, I also don't want to die, why did you try to kill me so many times? Baiming Lifeng almost cried, and shouted, I was wrong, I let you down. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. As long as you save me and return to the mainland safely, you will be Baiming Xian Palace's eternal friend. Li Yunxiao sneered, you and the sea will be eternal friends. He waved his hand, and said with a smile, goodbye. Baiming Lifeng suddenly felt despair. The devil in front of him laughed wildly, and finally broke through his defense, directly entering his body through his 5 apertures. Narcissus said in shock, we can't go. Doubt's injuries are not healed yet, if we leave, it will be too dangerous to leave them behind. Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he said, I don't think their family will be short-lived, they will definitely be blessed by the heavens. But, Narcissus didn't believe it, and wanted to say something, but she was directly dragged into the battleship by Li Yunxiao. The battleship immediately turned into a beam of golden light, and was about to escape from the sea. Suddenly, dozens of black figures rushed over. They were the members of the Baiming family, who had been demonized long ago, and the experts of the Red Moon City, including Ilechi. Not only had their strength fully recovered, but they were even stronger than before. These demonic slaves roared and bit at the battleship, and many of them took out their Xian artifacts, and smashed at the battleship. Yi Fan was already injured, and under the joint attack of these experts, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and a look of anxiety appeared on his face. Bin Sun flew into a rage, and shouted, a bunch of trash, I'll take care of them. The golden wheels on his body all floated up, turning into countless strange symbols in the air, and suddenly exploded in all directions. Although the members of the Baiming family were also experts, they were no match for Bin Sun. Under the bombardment of the countless golden lights, they instantly exploded. Go! After Bin Sun cleared the obstacles with one move, he quickly landed on the battleship. Yifan endured the trembling of his body, and his hands quickly formed seals. The battleship emitted a golden light, and it was about to break through the sky. "Where are you going?" Suddenly, a boundless mighty force descended, directly suppressing the battleship. It was unknown when Baiming Kongtian had appeared in the sky above them, and with a punch, he completely shattered Noah's boat's defense. Rumble, a ball of light burst out from the battleship, and everyone was sent flying. Many of the weaker martial artists had their bodies infused with demonic aura, and they were completely demonized. Yifan spat out a large mouthful of blood, and he retreated a few hundred meters on the sea surface. Noah's boat flew back into his body, and he could no longer hold on and fell into the sea. "Ha ha ha, Li Yunxiao, let's see how you are going to survive this time." Baiming Kongtian shouted excitedly, and he took a step forward, and headed towards Li Yunxiao. Although the demonic aura had entered his body, he had only become evil, and he did not lose his original will. He still treated Li Yunxiao as his number one enemy, and wanted to kill him at the first moment. Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically, and he quickly released Little King Kong from the gourd, and a King Kong fist was blasted towards Baiming Kongtian. Little King Kong from the gourd had a cold expression as he roared and punched. The ice fiendish heart flame condensed in the fist wind and shot into the fiendish aura. "Huh?" Baiming Kongtian's pupils contracted. The ice flame gave him a familiar yet extremely uncomfortable feeling. However, he was confident that he was powerful and had just broken through to Emperor Jiuxing. In addition to his shocking fiendish aura, even if he were to face titled Emperor Wu and the Seven Lords, he would still have the guts to fight. Moreover, it was just a heart flame. Bang! The ice fiendish heart flame exploded in the fiendish aura. A void appeared and disappeared wherever it went. What? Baiming Kongtian was shocked. He watched as his fiendish aura was turned into nothingness by the ice flame. Fortunately, the ice fiendish heart flame's power was limited, and it only burned a few meters. Humph! How can such a perverted technique be considered elegant? Baiming Kongtian scoffed. His palm attack became fiercer, and a demonic sea of stars appeared. It was the three styles of outer sky. My life is boundless. Suddenly, a cold light flashed, and the pupils of both of them shrank. Li Yunxiao shuddered and said in shock, You, unknowingly, a white light appeared in front of him. Countless ice crystals condensed, and a graceful figure appeared with a long dress. Baiming Kongtian was also shocked. He asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The figure's face was serene. She was unmoved by the outside world, and her eyes were closed. Baiming Kongtian was bewildered. The appearance of this lady made him panic, and he had an indescribable feeling of strangeness. However, he was skilled and daring. He shouted angrily, "Since you don't want to talk, then you can die with Li Yunxiao. My life is boundless." Under the cover of the pitch-black demonic clouds, there was boundless darkness that wanted to devour the heaven and earth. The figure's long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of clear and big eyes. In her deep eyes, there seemed to be a galaxy and a universe. She gently reached out her hand and patted forward. At the same time, her lithe body took a step forward. It was as if she had crossed the boundless spacetime and walked above the nebula, heading towards the other shore. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Under the woman's palm, a white flame that could shake one's heart danced in the air. It was as if it came from the primal chaos and was a fire that could burn everything. As soon as this flame appeared, a large hole was burned in the demon cloud galaxy. Tens of thousands of palm shadows and innumerable rules melted away, opening up a path that led directly to the other side of the galaxy. With a single step, Pai Ting's beautiful figure crossed through time and space, appearing right in front of Baiming Kongtian. Her deep eyes gazed at him as if she could see through his body, gazing at the inexhaustible power of demonic essence within him. Gulp, Bo Yuqing swallowed, and couldn't help but tremble violently. His entire body shook violently. His heart was about to jump out of his chest. When this woman appeared, it triggered the aegis in his body. A great fear descended, and his body trembled like a sieve. Twin rainbow stones, ice fiend flame, two ultimate divine physique. Bo Yuqing trembled in fear. His face was distorted, and his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Bai Ming Kong Tian also felt cold all over, and his heart fell into an abyss. He had the power of Emperor Jiuxing, but in front of this woman, it was as if he was facing an abyss. His power suddenly became like the light of a firefly, and he couldn't even muster the will to fight back. The demonic essence in his body surged like waves, gushing out of his body continuously, as if it was about to be absorbed by the woman in front of him. No, no. This is my power, this is my unparalleled demonic essence. Bai Ming Kong Tian roared in shock and shouted angrily, no one is allowed to snatch it away, die. He roared and put his palms together. The power of Emperor Jiuxing surged out, and a strange phenomenon appeared behind him. Its form is as graceful as a swan, as graceful as a swimming dragon. 3 styles of beyond the heavens, graceful as a swan. The divine skill appeared, and a strange phenomenon appeared. The woman's eyes were cold, and she was still as calm as an ancient well. She was not affected by any strange phenomenon, as if she was born without any emotions. She raised her hand gently, and directly grabbed at Bai Ming Kong Tian. Pfft! With a soft sound, a large hole appeared in Bai Ming Kong Tian's chest. The whole strange phenomenon froze, and then collapsed like a deflated balloon. The woman's arm directly stabbed into Bai Ming Kong Tian's heart. Endless demonic essence surged out of Bai Ming Kong Tian's body, and was continuously absorbed into the woman's body. That white, flawless, and crystal-clear body was clearly stained by traces of black demonic essence. The whole world became deathly silent at this moment, and not a single sound could be heard. Even the sea seemed to hesitate, and became silent because of fear. It did not dare to make a single wave, not even a drop of spray. Everyone held their breaths, and looked at the scene in the sky in horror. That pure, flawless woman was quietly absorbing demonic essence, and Bai Ming Kong Tian's face was constantly twisting. His vitality was also fading away with the loss of demonic essence. Narcissus also widened her eyes at this scene in horror. That woman was not tainted by a speck of dust, and was as pure as the snow on a holy mountain. Even she, who was like a beautiful jade, could not help but exclaim in surprise. She could not help but ask, Li Yunxiao, who is she? Li Yunxiao recovered from his daze. The situation had changed step by step beyond his expectations. He smiled bitterly and said, she is the Rainbow Twin Stones, and her name is Little Red. Little Red, Narcissus repeated in a daze. She looked up, and seemed to remember this name. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat, and he looked towards the sea not far away. His face revealed a look of horror, and he almost cried out. In the sky thousands of meters away from them, a black figure stood quietly. It had an incomparably familiar aura, and an incomparably familiar face. The black figure's face was also filled with shock and horror. He stared solemnly at Little Red absorbing the demonic essence, and his face was filled with bewilderment and solemnity. It's all gone, very little. Little Red, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened her mouth. Her childish voice rang out, and she seemed to be reminiscing. It seems like only 1/5. She pulled her hand out from Bai Ming Kong Tian's chest. It was as white as jade, and there was not a trace of blood. Bai Ming Kong Tian's face became completely lifeless, and his full muscles began to contract rapidly, and he gradually began to die. Little Red said to herself, your strength is not bad, it would be a pity if you died. She flipped her hand and struck Bai Ming Kong Tian's head, and a ball of demonic essence entered his body. Bai Ming Kong Tian's body trembled, and his lifeless face gradually recovered. A black light flashed, and his broken heart automatically healed, and he became a demonic slave. Greetings, Master. Bai Ming Kong Tian's face shone with excitement, and he knelt in front of Little Red in the air. The members of the Bai Ming family who had been demonized in the distance also knelt on the sea, and they called out Master. This scene was like a monarch descending upon the world, and all the people submitted to him. Little Red's eyes flashed, and she saw Di, who was not far away. The two of them looked at each other from thousands of meters away from the sea. This is interesting. Suddenly, a light laugh sounded, and the sky above the sea rippled slightly. Shui Qingfan stepped out, and his gaze swept across the area, taking in everything. Shui Qingfan descended, and the dark and gloomy glow on the surface of the sea gradually dispersed. It was as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun, and the sunlight shone down slowly, giving people warmth. The situation on the sea suddenly became complicated, and it was very quiet. No one made a sound. Li Yunxiao broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, only he knew the relationship between Shui Qingfan and Di. He did not expect Shui Qingfan to chase him all the way from the dragon transformation pool in the burial grounds to here. Di's expression was cold, and he said in a cold voice, "The rainbow fusion actually developed its own consciousness? Do you know who you are?" He looked at Little Red and spoke to her through the air. Little Red said calmly, "Me? Previously, I only knew who I was. Now, I know who you are. You have a lot of power that I need. Give it to me." Di laughed coldly and said, "What a joke. You're just a part of my body. Could it be that you want to turn the tables on me and refine me?" Little Red said, "Why not? Isn't the demonic essence in my body 1/5 of your clone? Now that you have fused with me, I am 1/5 of the demon master. What about you? Although you have more than 1/5 of the demonic essence, you do not have a rainbow host body. You are just a tree without roots. Why don't you fuse with me?" Di's gaze focused, and he laughed coldly. "Fusing with me is the reason why I came here. However, your consciousness must be completely erased from my body." His figure flashed, and a black light streaked across the sky. Di charged toward Little Red. A huge demonic figure soared into the sky and formed a huge palm that covered the sky. Then, it grabbed down. Little Red's dress fluttered, and she raised her head to look at the palm. She put her palms together in front of her. A boundless flame ignited around her, and it turned into a hell of fire. Di's attacks missed, and his 3 heads smiled coldly. He stepped forward and chased after Little Red. Every step he took was based on the rules of space. No matter how Little Red retreated, she was still within several meters of him. "You and I are one. Why do you need to run?" A mocking look appeared on Di's face as he smiled in a demonic manner. "Come back quickly, rainbow body." He formed a seal with his hands behind his back and descended toward Little Red. The boundless heaven and earth were enveloped by this seal, and there was no way to escape. A look of panic appeared on Little Red's face for the first time. What's so great about bullying a little girl? Shui Qingfan's eyes flashed, and a mocking look appeared on his face. He reached out and grabbed. Vast ocean-like dust instantly appeared in his right hand, and he slashed at Little Red. The halberd's light tore through the sky, and a huge hole appeared in the boundless demonic might. Di roared, "Shui Qingfan. If you have the guts, let's have a fair battle after I absorb this body." The moment he said this, everyone's expressions changed. They were all shocked. This person was the legendary titled Emperor Wu. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know what to think, and they were all stunned. Things had developed beyond everyone's imagination. Not many people were still alive, and they were all heavily injured. In front of these powerful cultivators, they were no different from ants. Shui Qingfan was surprised. "My mission is to kill you. Why do I have to have a fair battle?" Di was so angry that he fainted. "As a peak cultivator of the human race, don't you have the heart of a strong cultivator?" Shui Qingfan was still confused. "What does it have to do with you whether I have the heart of a strong cultivator or not? You." Di was furious, and he roared in the sky. Little Red regained her composure. She took the opportunity to ignite the ice-baleful heart flame and burn a big hole in the void. She turned in the sky and turned into a flickering ice flame. She exuded a boundless chill and was about to break through the void and escape. "Don't even think about leaving." Di's eyes flashed coldly. Demonic might filled the sky, directly shattering the void and chasing after that ice flame. Shui Qingfan's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as he looked into the distant sky. A ray of green light suddenly appeared, and the entire sea was filled with wind and clouds. Auspicious signs descended from the sky, and unknowingly, the sky had begun to sprinkle with flowers. Everyone was stunned by the sudden phenomenon before them. The void hole that Lil Red had created was bound by an invisible force, and it was unable to pass through. The flower of the ice-fiendish heart flame jumped non-stop and condensed into Xiao Hong's appearance again. It looked at the sky in shock. Di also felt an indescribable pressure. He stopped in his tracks and stared at the sky vigilantly. A clear voice came from afar. "A speck of dust drowns in water, unable to make up for the profound, or perhaps the Tao is still far away. Observe the world, gain and loss, right and wrong, and only express your own opinions. As the poem rang out, a green light slowly flew over and turned into a human figure that appeared in the sky. This person's face was benevolent, dignified, and peaceful. His entire body was adorned with jewels, showing off his wealth. He was holding an item in his hands. It was a pair of boots that shone with brilliant lights. They were the lotus silk cloud-walking shoes that had been blasted away earlier on. Li Yunxiao's eyelids twitched and he cursed internally. That person shifted his gaze and looked down coldly. "Did you guys obtain my permission to cause trouble in the East Sea?" His voice brought with it a boundless pressure that shook everyone's hearts. It was as though a boulder was pressing down on their chests, making it hard for them to breathe as their expressions changed. Narcissus had a completely different expression. She waved her hands happily and yelled, "Lord Guangxian." Everyone's mind was suddenly shaken, and each of them revealed a look of shock and understanding. That person was the Lord of the East Sea, Guangxian, who wielded the throne of the Dragon Palace. When Fei Ming saw that person, he was shocked as well and hurriedly turned into a streak of light to pay his respects. Guangxian nodded slightly and narrowed his eyes as he looked down. He chuckled and said, "So it's Princess Narcissus. It's my fault for causing such a mess in the East Sea." Narcissus yelled happily, "Lord Guangxian, hurry up and help me snatch that sword. That's the sea god's treasure." She pointed at Di in the distance. Di's expression changed as he hurriedly hid the great ingenious sword behind him. With a flash of light, it disappeared. He snorted and said, "What sea god's treasure? That's my primal chaos everlasting sword. You must be mistaken." Although he did not know the origin of the sword, it was useful to him since it could resist Shui Qingfan's vast ocean like dust. How could he be willing to hand it over so easily? Guangxian smirked and turned to look at Shui Qingfan with fear in his eyes. He snorted and said, "So it's Emperor Wu of the Tidal Void. Shui Qingfan, I was wondering who dared to be so impudent in the East Sea." Shui Qingfan smiled and put away his halberd. He chuckled and said, "So it's the Lord of the East Sea. Apologies." "Humph." Guangxian snorted and swept his gaze across all the martial artists. When he saw Bo Yuqing, his pupils shrank, but he quickly returned to normal. "You are very bold. You dare to treat my East Sea as if there is no one there? Since that's the case, then you can stay in this sea forever." He waved his hand and a beam of golden light shot out. The entire sky turned into a rain of sharp swords that slashed down. The entire sea roared again under this golden light, as if it was welcoming the arrival of its king. It cooperated and swept towards everyone. At the same time, a beam of light fell and covered Narcissus to prevent her from being hurt. Narcissus cried out in alarm, "Lord Guangxian, no." The rain of swords pierced through the waves and slashed down, wanting to take everyone's lives. Guangxian's expression was cold, as if he wanted to use everyone's blood to wash away his dissatisfaction. Too violent. Shui Qingfan smiled, and the halberd in his hand emitted rays of golden light that pierced through the air, forming a golden barrier that enveloped everyone within. Bang! 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 The rain of swords slashed down, but they were all blocked by the golden light. Guangxian's gaze turned cold. He pointed at Shui Qingfan and said coldly, "You want to go against me?" Shui Qingfan smiled, not afraid of his majesty. He ran his fingers through his hair and said indifferently, "There has never been a favorable situation, so how can there be a rebellious one?" The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became stiff. Guangxian said coldly, "These people broke the seal and released the demon master. This is a crime that must be punished with death." Shui Qingfan's eyes were still calm. He said in surprise, "What does this have to do with me?" "You deserve to die." Guangxian roared angrily as if his supreme majesty was being challenged. He grabbed the air and the entire sea shook with endless waves. The water vapor in the sky condensed rapidly and was compressed countless times. It gathered into a ball of water that was as hard as iron. He held it in his hand and it spun continuously. Heaven and earth water essence. Bang! That ball of water shot out rapidly and suddenly exploded in the air. Boundless waves spread out, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, forming a powerful water tornado that smashed towards Shui Qingfan. The power of the water dragon soared into the sky, its vortex eye descending upon Shui Qingfan, crushing everything into pieces. Rumble. Shui Qingfan's figure was like a small boat in the sea. In an instant, he was hit by the power of water essence. The entire sea surface, with him as the center, surged violently as if it was going to overturn the entire East Sea. Li Yunxiao and the others were ashen-faced. All of them were heavily injured. How could they withstand such a huge force? They struggled to hold on in the whirlpool. That was dangerous. Shui Qingfan's shadow suddenly appeared in the sky and gradually became solid. Looking at the endless whirlpool below, he revealed a look of fear. But his eyes were as calm as water. There was not a hint of fear in them. Guangxian's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, Shui Qingfan, I can't do anything to you. But these humans will definitely die. Let's see how you save them. He pointed in the air and a column of water shot up from the sea, turning into the shape of a dragon that circled around him. Guangxian's hand seal changed. The dragon instantly turned into a huge invisible water sword and slashed at the whirlpool, wanting to kill all living creatures. Shui Qingfan frowned and was about to go down to save them. Suddenly, a green light flashed. Guangxian's entire body closed in on him and directly locked onto him. Then, he pointed a finger at his forehead. A golden light flashed on the fingertip. It was a small golden dragon. The dragon roared and Jiutian roared. The power of a true dragon directly locked down the space in all directions. This is... Shui Qingfan was shocked. The small golden dragon actually contained the power of a true dragon. It made it difficult for him to use the Great Void technique. Humph. Emperor Wu of the Void is famous all over the world. This old man has to show some of his special skills. A cold smile appeared on Guangxian's face. The golden dragon pointed at Shui Qingfan's forehead. With a bang, it pierced through his head. Huh? Guangxian's expression changed drastically and darkened abruptly. A hole burst out of Shui Qingfan's forehead. He was still smiling. His figure gradually disappeared into the sky. A ray of light appeared in the sea and instantly shattered the invisible water sword Qi. It turned into water clouds and drifted in the sky. The entire sea calmed down in an instant, and everything became clear once again. Shui Qingfan stepped on the sea and chuckled. Lord Guangxian is the Lord of East Sea. It's not good to fight on our first meeting. Why don't we exchange some tea skills? Guangxian's expression was cold. He stared at Shui Qingfan for a while and said coldly, Shui Qingfan, don't think that East Sea has no way to deal with you. He stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. He had the posture of a peerless powerhouse, looking down coldly. Suddenly, waves appeared in the sky behind him. They turned into ferocious-looking sea tribe members. It was as if they had crawled out of their graves. Suddenly, more than 30 of them appeared. The auras of these 30 sea tribe members were not strong. They were scattered in the sky and seemed to be arranged according to a certain position. It was as if they were in a battle formation. In the distance, Little Red and Dee looked at each other. They maintained a certain distance and watched the situation unfold. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He shouted, not good. Shui Qingfan, kill these Dark Knight Tridents. Guangxian's expression changed. He stared at Li Yunxiao and said coldly, who are you? You know the Dark Knight Tridents of East Sea? Guangxian's gaze contained an extremely powerful mental attack. With the other party's strength as a mere 3-star Emperor Wu, a single look would definitely cause his mind to collapse, and he would be sucked into Guangxian's mind. But what shocked him was that not only was Li Yunxiao fine, there was even a hint of a mocking smile on his face. Oh? Dark Knight tribesmen? Shui Qingfan glanced at Li Yunxiao and said, I've heard that there is such a branch of the Yiksha race. They are born to live in the shadows, but they have all kinds of strange abilities. Are they the Dark Knight tribesmen? Li Yunxiao said anxiously, can't we kill these Dark Knight tribesmen first? Everyone was shocked, and they looked at Li Yunxiao in fear. He actually dared to speak like this. This person was conferred Emperor Wu. Shui Qingfan, Guangxian sneered, too late. He pointed at the air, and Narcissus was instantly pulled into the air. He threw her behind him and said, Faming, take care of the princess. Narcissus said anxiously, Lord Guangxian, they are all my friends. Guangxian said coldly, unfortunately, they are not friends of my Eastern Sea. The dark night tribesmen in the sky all formed hand seals, and rays of light appeared on their bodies. Each of them had 9 different colors. Those rays of light converged into crisscrossing grids, densely packed and flickering in the sky, continuously sinking into the twilight. As the dark night tribesmen executed their secret techniques, everyone's expressions changed. They felt like the space was being sealed, and everyone's divine sense was cut off, unable to sense the outside world. Di's expression also changed, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. Xianxia said in surprise, "This is the inescapable net." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "It is. If there is anything in this world that can restrain your great void technique, this inescapable net is probably one of them." Xianxia looked at Li Yunxiao meaningfully, but when he saw that the latter's eyes were clear, without any fluctuations of emotion, he couldn't help but be surprised and asked, "Who are you?" Xianxia's eyes also lit up as he pricked up his ears to listen. He was also very curious about Li Yunxiao's identity. Dark Knight Trident had always been following his shadow, and unless it was someone who was extremely close to him, no one would know about this. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Who I am is none of your business." Xianxia smiled bitterly. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, "This world respects the strong. If you don't answer my questions, or if I'm not satisfied with your answers, I'll hit you." Li Yunxiao snorted coldly and said, "You can't even protect yourself under the inescapable net, and you still want to hit me? Just wait to be beaten." Xian snorted coldly in the sky and mocked, "Humph, I see that you two are chatting happily. Let's talk on the road to hell later." His expression was cold as he stared into the void. His lips curled into a cold smile as he slowly said, "It's about time." The 9-colored net in the sky continued to materialize from Dark Knight Trident's body before vanishing into thin air. However, everyone could feel the shackles of heaven and earth. The power of laws became stronger and stronger, completely isolating them from the outside world. As Xian's voice fell, streaks of light flew over from the end of the sky. The dark aura was like a magnificent army, surging like the wind and surging clouds. Not only that, but the space under the sky behind Xian started to tremble continuously. It spread out like ripples in a pond after the spring rain. All kinds of powerful auras appeared in an endless stream. There were also strange-looking chariots that rumbled through the sky, approaching from afar. A throne slowly descended from the sky. Light gathered from all directions, condensing into a domineering figure on the throne. It gradually revealed its true appearance and stopped next to Xian. This person's aura was actually not weaker than Xian's. Moreover, he did not even look at Xian from beginning to end. He did not fear the king of the Eastern Sea at all. Then, the sound of a flute suddenly rang out in the distance. The restless sky and sea became peaceful under this sound. Gradually, the wind calmed down as if they were about to fall asleep. In the sound of the sea music, 8 burly figures slowly walked out, treading on the waves. Every step they took seemed to be very close. What was even more shocking was that these 8 people looked exactly the same. The 8 people carried a palanquin bed, on which a golden-horned man with a silver horn was lying lazily. He was playing with a jade flute. The person playing the flute turned a blind eye to the scene in front of him. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the sky, like thunder and lightning. A bolt of thunder and fire fell into the sea like a meteorite, messing up the sky-sea space that had gradually calmed down again. The ball of thunder and fire fell on the sea level, riding the wind and breaking the waves. Laughter came from the ball, and the powerful force was as boundless as the sea, setting off stormy waves. The ball of thunder and fire flashed with purple light and flew to Xian's side. It also transformed into a figure with a cold smile on his face. One of his eyes flashed with thunder and lightning, and the other was burning with fire, which was very demonic. At the same time, a cloud flew rapidly in the sky, changing unpredictably in front of everyone. No one could see what was inside, but there was a powerful aura that was faintly discernible. The faces of the human warriors instantly darkened. Any one of those powerful auras made them feel suffocated. They were all peerless masters. Li Yunxiao was also dizzy. The entire East Sea Palace had turned out in full force, people from all walks of life arrived, and the sky was filled with hundreds of powerful auras. All kinds of chariots and battleships of different colors bowed to Xian. Everyone had a cold expression as they stared at the scene below. Their faces were full of mockery and murderous intent. From one of the purple jade carriages, a dignified female voice said, "Lord Guangxian, it's just a few humans. Why do you need to make such a big fuss?" Guangxian looked elegant. With his hands behind his back, he chuckled and said, "A few humans? I don't care about the other small fries, but here, one is the titled Emperor Wu, one is the Monogatari's doppelganger, and one is the twin rainbow petrified spirits. Since the three of them have come to East Sea, how can I not play host?" The faces of the warriors changed drastically. They looked down in horror, and their eyes were full of murderous intent. "Oh? There are titled Emperor Wu and the remains of the demon emperor. No wonder." After the surprise, the voice from the purple jade carriage said slowly, "But since we have set up an inescapable net, and the masters of the 6 clans are all here, I think it will be easy." Narcissus was shocked. She looked at them one by one. The so-called masters of the 6 clans were the 6 S-Class Sea clans that had submitted to the East Sea Palace. Their strength was shocking. She hurriedly shouted, "Those humans are my friends. You can't hurt them." "Hey, isn't this Princess Narcissus? Since when did you make friends with humans?" The figure lying on the palanquin immediately perked up and sat up straight away. A trace of evil flashed across his handsome face as he stared at Narcissus. The corners of his mouth curled into a strange smile. Narcissus felt uncomfortable under his stare. She said coldly, "Who I make friends with is none of your business. Whoever dares to hurt them will bear the consequences." The voice from the purple jade carriage said elegantly, "Princess Narcissus is young and kind. She must have been deceived by these humans. Among them are titled Emperor Wu and the remains of the demon emperor. Even if His Majesty Neptune comes personally, he will take them down." Narcissus said anxiously, "I don't care about the ones you mentioned, but you can't hurt my friends." "Oh? I wonder which of them are the princess's friends?" The bewitching man on the palanquin's body flashed with gold and silver light. He squinted his eyes and asked with a smile. Narcissus pointed in Xianxia's direction and said, "Apart from the 3 you mentioned and the bad guys who have turned into demons, the rest are all my friends." The sea race member formed from the lightning ball laughed loudly and said, "Haha, the strongest among those drags is only a peak 8-star Emperor Wu. What's the harm in sparing their lives? I'm only interested in titled Emperor Wu and the demon emperor's remains." His eyes opened like a tiger's, and lightning crackled in his pupils. He stared at Zhuqing Fan, De, and Little Red, sizing them up. "Thunder Tiger, Fire Leopard, don't underestimate the remaining people." A vigorous voice came from the colorful cloud. "I can tell that these people aren't simple. One of them has a divine physique, and all 4 gates are open. Another has a strange power flashing in his body, giving me a very uneasy feeling. One of them seems to have some kind of treasure, and even my extreme vision ability can't see through it." "What?" Many of the sea race members were shocked, and they revealed looks of disbelief. The female voice in the purple jade condor carriage said slowly, "Although your extreme vision ability isn't as good as the Sea Emperor's both family's Eye of Truth, it still has the ability to see through the truth. It's the strongest eye of the East Sea, and even you can't see through it?" The voice in the colorful cloud hesitated for a while, then said, "Putting these 3 aside, there's one more person I can't see through, and I feel like I'm looking into an abyss. He's not simple." The people he was talking about were Bin Sun, Bo Yuqing, Yi Fan, and Li Yunxiao. The 4 of them broke out in a cold sweat, especially the last 3. They all had precious treasures on them, and were afraid that they would be robbed by these sea race members. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Guangxian said coldly, "Since that's the case, we can't let them go so easily." Everyone's expressions turned serious, and they smiled bitterly. With such a lineup, not to mention the Heaven's Net, the other party had practically gathered all the high-end forces of the East Sea. It was completely one-sided. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were catching a turtle in a jar. Narcissus said anxiously, "No. You can't hurt my friend, or I won't let you off." Guangxian said calmly, "This matter is extremely important. Princess Narcissus, you can't be willful." "I'm willful? You want to kill my friend, and you're saying that I'm willful?" Narcissus was furious. She hurriedly formed a hand seal with one hand and uttered a secret message. The 5 deep-sea beasts not far away slowly turned around. The injured Lil P was almost fully healed under the care of her 5 companions. The eyes of the 5 healthy deep-sea beasts burst out with red light. They seemed to have sensed Narcissus's dissatisfaction and anxiety, and they rushed over with loud growls. Although the deep-sea beasts were extremely terrifying, and any one of them wasn't easy to take down, the hundreds of sea race members in the sky all had cold expressions on their faces. Some even had cold sneers on their faces. They were so powerful that they had gathered all the high-end forces of the East Sea. Not to mention 5 deep-sea beasts, they could even take down 50 of them. The golden-bodied, silver-horned man on the palanquin chuckled, "Her Highness is being mischievous again." He placed the white-bone jade flute by his mouth and played it softly. As the melodious sound of the flute rang out, the murderous sea became peaceful. Everyone closed their eyes slightly, listening to the heavenly music. A sense of fatigue rose in everyone's heart, gradually making them feel sleepy, wanting to sleep and rest. After charging for a while, the 5 deep-sea beasts suddenly stopped, standing on the sea in a daze. They seemed to be at a loss. The largest Dida let out a soft gurgling sound. No one knew what it was saying. "Ah?" Xianxia suddenly cried out, his tone filled with helplessness, a bitter smile on his face. Everyone followed Xianxia's gaze and looked in the direction he was looking at. They were all stunned, then smiled bitterly. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to escape today. Up in the sky, Narcissus had closed her eyes and fallen asleep. Without her guidance, the 5 deep-sea beasts were at a loss. They stood far away, not knowing what to do. After stopping for a while, they flew back to continue treating Lil P. The thunder tiger and fire leopard couldn't help but burst into laughter, saying, "Siren's flute, I thought you were going to hypnotize those 5 deep-sea beasts. So you're hypnotizing Princess Narcissus instead. Are you messing with us?" The female voice in the purple jade condor carriage giggled, saying, "The siren's flute knows its limits well. Those 5 aren't just any Tom, Dick, or Harry, but ancient beasts hiding in the endless deep sea. How can his petty tricks work?" "What did you say?" The siren's flute's face sank, saying coldly, "Slut, do you want to die?" The purple jade condor carriage suddenly shook. A loud shout came from within, saying furiously, "What did you say? You dare scold me?" The purple jade condor carriage emitted a violent aura, shaking the air. The expressions of the 8 burly men carrying the palanquin changed. They couldn't help but take a step back under the aura, their eyes filled with fear. "All of you, shut up." Guangxian's face sank, and he shouted, "Did I ask you to come here to perform acrobatics? If you want to play, you can do whatever you want after this is over." "Humph." The woman's cold snort came from within the purple jade engraved carriage, followed by silence. The siren's flute also looked disdainful. She turned her head and didn't care. "Ayaya, wonderful, wonderful. Why aren't you fighting? I thought there would be a fight." Xianxia shook his head and sighed, "How disappointing." "Humph. You want us to fight among ourselves so that you can take the opportunity to escape, right? Dream on." The thunder tiger and fire leopard shouted loudly, glaring fiercely at Xianxia. Lightning and fire crackled in their hands. Xianxia chuckled and said, "I remember when Gu Feiyang galloped through the eastern sea, no one could stop him. What makes you think you can stop me? Am I easier to bully than him?" The burly figure on the throne snorted coldly, and said coldly, "We naturally know how terrifying titled Emperor Wu is, but with this inescapable net and the Great Void technique, as well as the kings of the 6 races, it won't be a problem to take you down." The cloud also floated over with a majestic voice, saying, "If Gu Feiyang didn't escape back then and fought us fair and square, his corpse would have long been rotted by the seawater." Xianxia smiled and said, "Oh? There's such a thing? Why is it different from the version I heard?" Bo Yuqing looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression darkened, and he snorted, "You used the power of the 7 races and gathered the might of the entire Eastern Sea to fight Gu Feiyang, and you call that fair and square? Could it be that the same word means different things to the sea race and the human race?" A trace of embarrassment flashed across Guangxian's face, and he snorted, "The version you heard is naturally false. As the people involved, of course, we know best. Shuqing Fan, I advise you to abandon your armor and surrender to save yourself. Shuqing Fan pointed at Di in the distance and said, what do you plan to do with this person? Guang Xian's eyes turned cold, and he said coldly, the demon lord's broken body, naturally we kill him if we can, and seal him if we can't. Di was furious, and even Little Red's expression turned ugly. Oh, I see. Shuqing Fan smiled and said, then our goals are the same, there's no conflict. Oh? The siren's flute sneered and said, this so-called titled Emperor Wu of the human race is trying to get close to us in order to save his life? Haha, so embarrassing. No, I chased him for more than half a year and still couldn't kill him. I'm really ashamed. It just so happens that you guys have the advantage in numbers, so you should have more confidence in dealing with this demon. Shuqing Fan shook his head and said with a smile, in that case, I can also report back to the sacred region, and say that you guys have taken over the mission of killing this demon. You should know that I'm a person who has a strong sense of responsibility and finish what I started. Return to the sacred region? You must be joking, right? A woman's laughter came from the purple jade condor carriage, and she said with disdain, are human men so useless and looked down on? Right now, under the inescapable net, let alone a titled Emperor Wu like you, even a titled martial god can forget about escaping. Is that so? Shuqing Fan smiled calmly and formed a hand seal with one hand. A golden light drifted out and turned into a golden seal in front of him. Everyone's expressions darkened as they looked over. Guang Xian shouted, inescapable net, seal the 6 paths. The entire sky suddenly lit up, and the dense net lines that were hidden in the void earlier appeared, covering the entire sky and sea in an instant, layer upon layer, as if they led to an endless distance. The eyes of the burly man on the throne shone with a cold glint as he mocked, unless you can surpass the 3 realms and not belong to the 5 elements, you'll have to stay even if you're a god or a demon. Oh? Is that so? Shuqing Fan chuckled again and touched his head, saying, looks like this is going to be a little troublesome. He changed his hand seal, and the golden light in front of him suddenly exploded, causing the entire void to tremble. The countless net lines in the sky rippled, like taut ropes that had become loose. What? Everyone was shocked. Guang Xian suddenly shouted, lock him down. We have to lock him down no matter what. The 30-odd Dark Knight tribesmen in the sky all revealed looks of horror as they quickly formed hand seals. Their bodies were like stakes nailed into the sky, forming the main axis of the inescapable net. At this moment, bang! 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 Suddenly, there were a few explosions, and the 7 Dark Knight tribesmen screamed as they exploded into a mist of blood. Their blood splattered across the sky. The entire inescapable net fell into chaos, especially between the 7 fallen people. A golden nebula suddenly appeared, as if it led to the end of the world, the source of the universe. Everyone was shocked. This inescapable net had sealed the sky and locked the earth. Within the 3 realms, everything within the 5 elements was locked inside, and nothing could break it. Shuqing Fan's calm figure appeared in the golden nebula, but he walked further and further away under everyone's watchful eyes. Why bother? Will you only be happy when someone dies? Shuqing Fan shook his head and sighed. His figure gradually disappeared in the golden nebula. All that was left was a faint laughter that echoed in the sky. Guests don't need to be caged. Since ancient times, all things are like flowing water. A pine tree grows for 5 kilometers, and another year, Poria cocos grow. Ha 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 ha, we'll meet again. Next time, let's spar in the art of tea. The laughter continued to spread through the sky, resounding through the entire sea. The faces of all the sea race powerhouses instantly turned green. Their eyes spewed fire, like volcanoes that were about to erupt at any time. The entire sea and sky were abnormally silent, like the calm before the storm. The Lord of East Sea, the kings of the 6 races, and countless powerhouses all felt a deep sense of shame and anger spread in their hearts. They had used all the power of East Sea to set up an inescapable net, but Shuqing Fan had so easily killed the 7 Dark Knight tridents and left. If such a shameful thing were to spread, the kings of East Sea would definitely become the laughingstock of the 4 seas, or even the entire world. The voice in the rainbow cloud seemed to be extremely dissatisfied. Yin Ling, with the divine abilities of your race, you can travel through the void as you please. Why didn't you stop that person just now? Suddenly, a silver light appeared under the sea, and there seemed to be some kind of spiritual light flashing within. The human powerhouses on the sea were all startled and hurriedly flew away. The silver light shone on them, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. A leisurely voice came from within the silver light. How do you know I didn't make a move? What? Did you make a move? An extremely shocked voice came from the rainbow cloud. Everyone was shocked. The powerhouses of the entire East Sea were gathered here. It was impossible for someone to make a move under their noses without being noticed. If there was, then it must be a god, the voice in the silver light said leisurely. I didn't make a move. F***CKU. Then what do you mean? Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard shouted angrily. They felt that the master of the silver spirit was messing with them. The others also glared angrily. Under the humiliation of East Sea, everyone had a belly full of anger and wanted to find a place to vent it. The master of the silver spirit said leisurely, because before he used the void technique to travel, he had already intimidated me, so I didn't make a move. Because I knew that if I made a move, I would already be dead. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They knew that the master of the silver spirit would not speak carelessly, but this conclusion still shocked them and made them extremely dissatisfied. Humph. A coward who is afraid of death. Being part of the 6 races of the East Sea with you is really a disgrace to this old man. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard shouted angrily and sulked at the side. The burly powerhouse on the throne was also extremely dissatisfied. He snorted and said, with your strength, do you think you can be killed in an instant? As long as you stop him, all of us will attack together. Even if he is really in the 10 directions divine state, he will still be stopped. The master of the silver spirit sighed faintly and said, this person is not as simple as you think. Back then, when Gu Feiyang was ranked 3rd among the titled battle pet warriors, he made everyone feel dejected. This person's ranking is even higher than Gu Feiyang. How can an inescapable net trap him? Humph. If you're afraid of death, then so be it. What's with all these excuses? The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard didn't let it go. The anger they'd just held back erupted once more. The Silver Spirit's master sighed, feeling wronged. He didn't say anything else, and the silver light on the sea gradually dissipated. Guangxian's face was so dark that it looked like it was about to drip water. He said coldly, no one is allowed to speak of what happened today. Otherwise, they'll be killed without mercy. Yes. Everyone felt the sharp killing intent from him, and a chill ran down their spines as they hurriedly answered. Moreover, this matter was too shameful. Whoever spoke of it would only embarrass themselves. Sigh, actually. The Silver Spirit can't be blamed for this. In my opinion, it's not that he's weak, but that he's afraid of the repercussions. The lady in the purple jade condor analyzed, currently, the war between the East Sea and the humans is getting more and more intense. If we kill Zhuqing Fan, it'll be a situation where we won't rest until one of us is dead. I'm afraid it'll directly affect the entire 4 seas, and the marine race might even invade the holy region. Although we don't care, it involves the lives of the world, after all. Yes, Madame Z is right. I also think that this is the Silver Spirit's master's true thoughts. After all, he's the smartest among the 6 of us. The burly figure on the throne echoed, nodding thoughtfully. Everyone was puzzled. They knew that these big shots were trying to give them some face. After all, they'd already left. The resounding slaps on their faces were simply too unsightly. Guangxian also coughed a few times, saying seriously, Madame Z is right. Killing Zhuqing Fan is a small matter. It's just moving a finger. Triggering a war between the 2 races is what we have to worry about. Madame Z continued, the most important thing now is to take down the Demon Lord's remains. This is a huge matter that involves the entire East Sea, or even the entire world. Everyone's gazes gathered on De, Lil Red, and Xianxia's group. De's face darkened. He stared at Lil Red and said anxiously, quickly fuse with me. As long as the rainbow body fuses with my demon origin body, it'll be enough to kill these scums. Lil Red shook her head. Unless my consciousness is in charge, I definitely won't agree. Humph, you're just a stupid girl. why do you need consciousness? Di's face darkened, and he couldn't hold back any longer. He suddenly attacked Little Red. Little Red retreated, while Bai Ming Kong Tian and the others roared as they charged forward and surrounded Di. The siren's flute said in surprise, "These two demons are fighting each other? Interesting. Should we watch from the sidelines or take them down directly?" Guangxian pondered for a while and said, "The demon master's remains are not to be underestimated. Let's wait and see for now. Let's kill those human scums first." He coldly flicked his sleeves and said, "Who's going to kill these human ants?" The leaders of the 6 great clans all stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, as if it was beneath them to do such a thing. Within the 100 chariots, a sea race member covered in fish scales and emitting a powerful demonic aura stepped forward and said, "Let this lowly one be of service." Guangxian looked at him and said, "So it's the revolving cultivator commander. With your strength, you should be qualified." The Xianxia commander shouted, "We will not disgrace the king's order." He flung off his cloak and strode toward the sea. An extreme sense of oppression spread in everyone's hearts, making them feel uncomfortable. This person in front of them was definitely Emperor Jiuxing. Li Yunxiao said loudly, "Lord Guangxian, killing the demons is the most important thing. If you kill us, it will definitely lead to a war between the 2 races, which will affect the entire 4 seas and all living beings in the world. Lord, please think twice." Guangxian's face turned red, and a trace of anger flashed across his face. These were the words he had used to keep up appearances. Now that they came out from Li Yunxiao's mouth, it was like a slap to his face, burning hot. He growled in a low voice, "Who do you think you are? If you want to kill us, then kill us. Do you think the entire human race will attack the East Sea for you? Kill." Li Yunxiao's face was covered in cold sweat. He realized that it had backfired on him. Under such a situation, even if he was at his peak in his previous life, he might not be able to escape, let alone his current strength. Previously, Shuqing Fan had been able to calmly escape from the inescapable net, which had truly shocked him. It seemed that after so many years, not only had he improved, but the others had also improved a lot. As the revolving cultivator stepped down, everyone's expressions became extremely ugly. Li Yunxiao held a trace of hope and said, "Xiaochuan, what happened to you before?" Everyone's hearts were filled with hope as they looked at Mo Xiaochuan. Previously, Mo Xiaochuan's strength was shocking. If he could recover that kind of strength, perhaps he would be able to lead everyone to a bloody path. Mo Xiaochuan bitterly smiled and shook his head, "I don't know what happened either. I only know that someone has taken over my body, and I can't feel anything strange at all." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, "This time, there's really no way to escape." Mo Xiaochuan bitterly smiled, "Could it be that even Master is at his wit's end?" All along, Gu Feiyang had been a godlike existence in his eyes. It was hard to imagine that there would be a time when he would be at his wit's end. Li Yunxiao bitterly said, "Human strength is sometimes limited. I'm not a god. The people standing in the sky were the strongest of this era. There was no chance of escape." "Humph." The revolving cultivator coldly snorted and said, "Those who offend the dignity of the sea race, die." He shouted and a black light flashed in his hand. Everyone felt an unparalleled force pressing down on them and exploding on the surface of the sea. Boom. Everyone flew away. Under the explosion of that force, a few people were heavily injured and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. One of them was Bo Yuqing. He angrily said, "Guangxian, you want to kill me as well?" "Oh? Who the hell are you?" Guangxian raised his head indifferently, but his eyes were cold. "You." Bo Yuqing angrily said, "Good, good. You really know how to pretend." Guangxian coldly smiled, "Oh, so it's Bo Yuqing. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. I've waited for you for dozens of years. Are you really a man?" Bo Yuqing's expression changed slightly. He coldly said, "There's a reason for this. Don't tell me you don't care about our past relationship and really want to kill me?" The voice in the colorful cloud suddenly said, "My lord, this person has an extremely strange power. Not only does it devour the power of my divine eyes, it also makes me feel very uncomfortable. It's extremely strange." Guangxian's expression changed as if he thought of something. His eyes lit up and he suddenly laughed, haha, Agarine, it must be Agarine. You still have that Agarine with you. He was very excited and said, I didn't think that after dozens of years, you would come from so far away to give me Agarine. I really can't bear to kill you. Everyone was shocked, including the 6 tribes of the sea race. They were all the strongest in this world and naturally knew what Agarine was. Even Di and Xiao Hong, who were fighting in the distance, couldn't help but turn around and look at Bo Yuqing in shock. Bo Yuqing's expression changed greatly. Originally, he had planned to use this Agarine as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Guangxian. He didn't want it to be discovered by the other party. Now, there was no exchange of terms. Guangxian licked his lips and stared at Xiao Hong with excitement and doubt. He said in confusion, since the Agarine is still with you, could this neon soul transformation be the other one? He looked at Bo Yuqing and said mockingly, Brother Yuqing must be very angry after losing the bargaining chip to negotiate with me. How are you going to save your life? The revolving cultivator had a cold smile on his face. Like a cat playing with a mouse, he flipped his hands and sent out waves one after another. Looking at everyone fleeing, he laughed incessantly. Everyone's faces were gloomy. If they worked together, they might still stand a chance. However, so what if they defeated the revolving cultivator? It was still a dead end. Despair rose in their hearts. A light flashed in Bo Yuqing's eyes and he snorted coldly, Guangxian, let's not talk about whether the Agarine is with me or not. I still have a bargaining chip to negotiate with you. Oh? Guangxian sneered and said, then hurry up and say it. If you're late, you'll die. The revolving cultivator also laughed loudly. Wave after wave of attacks rose from his hands and blasted towards Bo Yuqing. Bo Yuqing was enraged and said coldly, Guangxian, don't you want to know the whereabouts of your brother Guangyuan? What? Guangxian was shocked and his expression changed drastically, revolving Shou's body also shook. The attack in his hand slammed to the side of his body, directly into the sea beside Bo Yuqing, creating shocking waves. Bo Yuqing adjusted the chi in his body and sneered, what, you're not going to kill me anymore? Up in the sky, the leaders of the 6 clans were all shocked and they all fell silent. When the East Sea Imperial Palace was in turmoil, Guangxian killed his own brother Guangyuan. This caused a huge uproar and even affected more than 10 clans, causing them to completely disappear from the sea. Although everyone knew about this, it was a taboo in East Sea and no one dared to mention it. Everyone stood quietly, not daring to make a sound. The murderous intent in Guangxian's eyes grew stronger and he said coldly, Guangyuan is dead and you want to trick me? Bo Yuqing said mockingly, oh? Are you sure? A smug smile appeared on his face as if victory was already in his grasp. He laughed and said, everyone here can see that not only is Guangyuan not dead, he is even more powerful than before. Guangyuan is the island lord of Xiankong Island and not only that, he has also obtained the Dharma flower lotus seat left behind by the sea god, so I heard. What? Guangxian was shocked and the rest of the sea clans were also shocked, as if they couldn't believe it. So I heard that the Dharma flower lotus seat was the master of the 4 seas, how could it be obtained by someone else? But Guangxian and the leaders of the 6 clans knew very well that the Dharma flower lotus seat had always been used to suppress the demon lord's avatar. Decades ago, the East Sea Imperial Palace was in turmoil and the sealing array was broken. So I heard that it disappeared. Bo Yuqing continued to sneer, are you surprised? Are you desperate? Haha, what makes you even more desperate is that Guangyuan has already refined so I heard and has broken through to the pinnacle. It is only a matter of time before Emperor Wu kills you, ha ha ha. Over the entire sea, other than the sounds of Little Red and the demon slaves fighting to kill Di, the only other sound was his smug laughter. Guangxian's face was extremely gloomy, and he said coldly, even if what you said is true, this doesn't seem to be a bargaining chip for your life, right? Bo Yuqing said coldly, my bargaining chip for my life is, in this world, only I can find Guangyuan. Guangxian said solemnly, if you convince me, I won't die for now. He grabbed the air, and 5 green lights flew out from his fingertips, directly shooting into the sea, like a cage, trapping Bo Yuqing within. Then he closed his fingers, and Bo Yuqing was like a bird in a cage, sucked into the sky, and caught by him. Guangxian's face was cold, and he shouted, the rest, kill them all. Yes. Xianxia hurriedly accepted the order, knowing that he couldn't play around anymore. The powerful aura of Emperor Jiuxing burst out from his body, and everyone felt extremely suppressed. Bo Yuqing exclaimed, "You can't kill these people either." Guangxian snorted, "Your use is only enough to protect your life, kill." Xianxia accepted the order, and his gaze turned to the sea, revealing a trace of an evil smile, and fiercely struck out with his palm. Bang! In the distance, where a few martial artists were gathered, they were instantly blasted into smithereens, and didn't even have the time to scream. Damn it! Li Yunxiao let out a furious roar as a boundless rage roared out. The martial artists just now were the members of the Battle Blade team that went out to sea together, and the entire team was already dead, and under that attack, even the team leader Liang Yuanji was completely killed. Oh? Scum, you seem to be very angry. Xianxia laughed coldly, and looked at Li Yunxiao mockingly, and directly raised his hand up high. He said sarcastically, "With this finger of mine, you're going to accompany them, you should be happy. Come, give me a smile. Smile your sister's family. Smile your ancestors' bastard." Li Yunxiao said angrily, "Even if I, your grandfather, die, I'll drag you, a small fry, down with me." An invisible force rippled from his body, as if he was determined to die. He walked forward step by step with his head held high. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he did not know why he felt a tinge of fear. This made him feel extremely surprised and shocked. One must know that, with his cultivation, it was impossible for him to lose his emotions for no reason. Furthermore, his opponent was only a 3-star martial emperor. In his eyes, she was no different from an ant. It was simply impossible for her to pose a threat to him. "Humph, ant, you're just trying to be mysterious." That kind of fear made him feel uncomfortable. With a cold snort, his index finger released a ray of light, and he was about to point at the air. Suddenly, a black demonic shadow attacked from the sky, and a nebula appeared. Baiming Contian's entire body was filled with monstrous demonic energy. With a loud roar, he slammed his palm down. It was the limits of my life. Although the momentum of his palm strike was majestic, it could not conceal the sorry state he was in. He was riddled with holes and scars from Di's attack. "Lowly thing, die." Xianxia let out a loud roar. The light on his fingertip became even more intense. He temporarily changed direction, and pointed towards the Devil Chi Nebula. Rumble. A huge force exploded and spread in all directions. The surface of the sea was shrouded by a layer of terrifying aura. Li Yunxiao was stunned. He did not expect Baiming Contian to actually appear to save him. Demonic slaves did not have self-awareness, so he could not help but look towards Lil Red. After Baiming Contian left the battlefield, Lil Red obviously could not hold on anymore. The other demonic slaves were directly smashed into pieces by Di, and even Baiming Lifeng was completely smashed to death. Di's eyes were filled with mockery, and he laughed strangely. "You can't even take care of yourself, and you still want to save people? Is that man your lover?" Lil Red's face was ice cold, and she did not make a sound. She wholeheartedly dealt with the attacks, but she was becoming weaker and weaker. A strange expression flashed across Di's face, and he said gently, "You and I are one. Why do we need to fight like this? Moreover, we are standing outside the wall to defend ourselves. Right now, the entire Eastern Seas experts are guarding the sky. Not to mention the person you want to save, even your own life will be captured by them even if you can escape from my hands. Have you thought about the consequences?" A hint of struggle flashed across Lil Red's eyes, and she seemed to be moved. Di continued to instigate her, and said, "There's actually no need to fight over our consciousnesses. We can coexist as two consciousnesses, or we can think of a way to resolve this after we get past this crisis. You have the baleful ice heart flame, and I can't erase your consciousness at all." Lil Red was finally persuaded, and she gritted her teeth as she said, "After we get past this crisis, it will be time for us to separate." "Haha, alright." Di was overjoyed, and a ball of purple light burst from his eyes. He laughed loudly, and said, "You should have done this long ago." His entire body instantly turned into a ball of pitch-black demonic aura, and he charged towards Lil Red. Lil Red's eyes were filled with complex emotions. At this crucial moment, she only raised her head and glanced at Li Yunxiao. Her eyes were clear and transparent, and there was not a single speck of dust in them. Li Yunxiao's body shook violently, and an indescribable sense of palpitation rose in his heart. It was as if he was going to be parted forever, and boundless sorrow welled up in his heart. He subconsciously shouted, "No." Di had already charged into Lil Red's body, and Lil Red's clear eyes slowly closed. Her pure, flawless body was filled with demonic aura, and it turned pitch black. Everyone in the sky above the sea was shocked. This sudden turn of events caught them off guard, and they all stared vigilantly. After all, the rumors about the Monogatari were too terrifying, and the incident at the East Sea Palace was still vivid in their minds. These cultivators all became nervous. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Endless laughter came from the ball of darkness, and the voice was filled with extreme excitement and madness. A wave of demonic flames rose into the sky, and all the seawater in the surroundings was evaporated. Li Yunxiao recalled Lil Red's eyes, and he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. Guangxian and the others continued to stare coldly. They had the advantage in numbers, and they were all among the top cultivators in the world. There was naturally nothing to fear, and they seemed to be waiting for a change. Suddenly, the entire surface of the sea turned silver, and a ray of silver light shot out from the sea. It emitted an extremely blinding light, and its target was the ball of demonic flames. Rumble! The silver light rushed into the demonic flames, and directly cut the towering darkness in half. The boundless demonic aura seemed to be completely defeated by this blow, and it gradually dispersed in all directions. Everyone was shocked. There was actually no one in the dissipating demonic flames. Huh? Shou Yu, where is he? Guangxian's face suddenly darkened, and his eyes were filled with shock. If they let the Devil Lord escape with his broken body, it would be a huge joke. The voice in the colorful cloud sounded, and it said in a very serious tone, "I can't see his whereabouts, but I can be sure that he hasn't left. Under the inescapable net, it is impossible to escape within the 3 realms and 5 elements." After saying this, he seemed to feel that it was extremely inappropriate, and he immediately fell silent. Above the sea, under the sudden appearance of a silver light, a fierce figure appeared out of nowhere. His entire body was covered in silver light, and his face was strange. Guangxian said in a low voice, "Silver Spirit, did you find anything?" The silver figure said slowly, "I can feel his existence, just like..." He slowly raised his hand and said solemnly, "Just like the water element in the sky, and he seems to be everywhere." Everywhere? What do you mean? Guangxian shouted, "Find him immediately and kill him." Ha 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 ha. Di's strange laughter sounded in all directions, and he said excitedly, "It feels so good to find my body again." The silver spirit's face darkened, and a silver light flashed in his hand, instantly splitting the sea apart. His body was like one, and he stabbed into the void somewhere. Bang! An extremely hard object appeared, and it directly grabbed the silver dagger in his hand. It was a pitch-black arm, but it shone with a black light like a gem. Di's body gradually appeared from the void, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said, "My demonic body is indestructible, and this mere Xian artifact can harm me at all?" Ha ha ha. He laughed maniacally, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. He suddenly grabbed with his 5 fingers, and the silver dagger in his hand was actually bent by his bare hands. The silver spirit's heart was filled with shock, and he shouted angrily. He kicked in the air, and tens of thousands of silver rays directly rushed out from the sea, and slashed through the air like swords. Bang, bang, bang. Those silver sword rays all slashed on Di's body, and he was directly pushed back in the air. At the same time, pitch-black seals surged from his body. Ah! Di roared a few times, and said angrily, "An incomplete body can never be perfect." His figure suddenly flashed, and he directly punched down from the air. The silver spirit's master poured essence force into the Xian artifact in his hand, and it instantly bounced back from the distorted state, and slashed at the fist light. Rumble! The silver rays were directly shattered by the fist force, and water pillars shot up from the sea. The silver spirit's master was sent flying, and boundless waves were set off. In the sky, a shocked voice came from the purple jade condor carriage, and said, "Even the silver spirit's master isn't his match in just an incomplete body. If it's a complete body, Everyone was silent, as if they couldn't imagine the power of a complete demon master, and their expressions were extremely solemn. Guangxian said coldly, if not for this demon being so heaven-defying, the ancient sages wouldn't have spent so much effort to suppress him. I see that his current strength is only so, and even weaker than Shui Qingfan. Everyone, let go of your racial prejudice and help me subdue this demon. Yes, your majesty. Everyone shouted in unison. Only then did Guangxian nod his head in satisfaction, and said, who's willing to lend a hand to the silver spirit? I'll do it. The thunder tiger and fire leopard shouted in a deep voice, and said seriously, my purple thunder azure fire is the purest and most righteous thing in the world, and it's the perfect counter to this demon. He turned in the air, and turned into a bolt of thunder fire that descended, like a burning meteorite from outer space, with purple lightning flashing nonstop. Xianxia was extremely shocked. Although the flickering purple lightning wasn't pure in color, it was undoubtedly the supreme prime clear purple mansion apocalyptic thunder. He had seen this thunder tiger and fire leopard clan a long time ago, and they definitely didn't have such an expert. He didn't expect that after a few decades, such an exceptional figure would appear, and become the overlord of the Eastern Sea. In the distance, the expression of Xianxia, who was locked in a fierce battle with Baiming Kongtian, changed constantly. The battlefield where he was originally the main character was suddenly reduced to a supporting role. Furthermore, under the witness of so many experts, he couldn't take down a mere demon slave in front of him even after a long time, which made him frustrated. Damned lowly thing. Xianxia gritted his teeth and cursed. His body emitted all sorts of crackling sounds, as if his bones were roaming around in his body, gathering in his right hand. Pipa. Several white bones protruded out of his skin, twisting together like a white hemp flower. 100 bones 9 orifices, 6 roots release. Xianxia roared, and the white bones suddenly exploded, turning into countless bone spikes that pierced through the sea. Pung, pung, pung. Baiming Kongtian's body was riddled with countless holes by these bone spikes. His entire body looked like it was being skewered and hung in the air by countless white bones. Yet, he did not feel the pain and continued to roar, wanting to fight. Humph, even if you have heaven-defying methods, you still have to die for me. Xianxia grinned, and his left hand suddenly formed a seal. The countless white bones suddenly spun, tightly wrapping around Baiming Kongtian. Following that, the horrifying white bones quickly returned to his body, directly absorbing Baiming Kongtian's entire body. Pipa, pipa, pipa. His body once again emitted all sorts of bone explosions, and his entire body returned to normal. His belly was even rounder, as if he had eaten his fill. Pfft. This. The surviving human martial artists all broke out in a cold sweat. A demonized Emperor Jiuxing was eaten just like that. Xianxia was also dumbfounded, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. He was very clear on how strong the power of demonic yuan was. Although Xianxia had swallowed Baiming Kongtian, wanting to digest it was a fool's dream. Sure enough, his belly began to rise and fall, and suddenly became very full. Xianxia's expression changed, and he formed a seal with one hand. A white mark appeared in front of him, and then he slowly absorbed it into his stomach. That swollen belly slowly deflated, and gradually returned to normal. Xianxia was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. One had to know that there was nothing the devil chi couldn't melt. Other than the spirit chi and the true dragon chi, there were very few that could counter it. After Xianxia absorbed the Baiming Kongtian, he did not seem to be interested in them. Instead, he flew to the side of the Silver Spirit Master and bowed respectfully, Lord Silver Spirit, I have come to help you. The owner of the Silver Spirit was expressionless, staring coldly in front of him. The purple thunder azure fire descended from the sky, intending to evaporate the entire sea and press down on De. De retracted his arrogant and unruly expression and revealed a trace of seriousness as he muttered to himself, Purple lightning? There were indeed not many powers in this world that could strike fear into his heart. However, the prime clear purple mansion apocalyptic thunder was definitely one of the divine arts that he feared the most. Humph, it's just a mutated purple color. You're still far from being able to kill me with this bit of strength. De let out a maniacal laugh. 2 different flames ignited in his hands. One was extremely and the other was extremely cold. The other was extremely young, and it blazed for thousands of miles. The two flames suddenly merged in front of him, and the entire sky and sea trembled. It was as if the two poles had been flipped, and the sky and sea were inverted. A ball of white sparks danced on Dia's palms. The flames were clearly there, but no matter how they probed with their divine senses, it was as if there was nothing there. However, an extreme sense of fear welled up in the hearts of all the experts. It was as if the entire world was about to be devoured by that ball of white flames. Xianxia was also shocked. The white heart flame on the gourd's little Vajra was already frightening enough, and the ball of flames in Dia's hands was even more powerful, causing a sense of fear to grow in his soul. Ha 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 ha. Flames of nothingness, ice fiendish heart flame. Di laughed maniacally. His face became extremely twisted and hideous under the illumination of the flames. He suddenly clenched his palms and slapped towards the purple thunder azure fire. Not good. The owner of the silver spirit shouted anxiously. His entire body turned into a ray of silver light and flew up. A sword slashed out from the silver blade, slashing the sky, slashing the earth, and slashing the man. The three slashes combined into one, splitting the sky, the earth, and the sea. Xianxia's pupils shrank, and his face was filled with shock. Although he wasn't the one who created these three slashes, there were very few people in the world who could cultivate these three slashes. The ray of the silver sword cut through the sky and the sea, slashing towards the ice fiendish heart flame. At the same time, the figures of the thunder tiger and fire leopard appeared in the purple thunder azure fire in the sky. They also bellowed and punched down with their fists of thunder and fire. Boom! The three forces instantly collided, releasing a loud boom. However, the scene that followed shocked everyone. After the ice fiendish heart flame exploded, the entire spacetime seemed to be frozen. The three of them were surrounded by a pale blue crystal in color. Even the energy storm was frozen, maintaining the state when it exploded. Time and space seemed to no longer exist at this moment. They were all swallowed by the flames of nothingness. Just as everyone was in a daze, the pale blue flame suddenly jumped, and the entire spacetime froze was suddenly released. Boom! Boom! The boundless energy storm rushed out, and the entire world was destroyed. Everyone felt their vision go black, and they felt the destructive power rushing towards them. They thought that they would die without a doubt. However, what shocked everyone once again was that the power rushing towards them was completely retracted, and it was all absorbed into the ice fiendish heart flame. A small white flower appeared in front of everyone. It jumped non-stop, but it caused everyone's hearts to feel cold. The small flower burned under Dia's palms and gradually extinguished. Bang! The moment the ice fiendish heart flame disappeared, the three of them seemed to have received a boundless impact, and they were all pushed back. The demonic flames on Dia's body weakened, and his entire body was sent flying hundreds of meters away. As for the thunder tiger, fire leopard, and silver spirit, they all spat out a mouthful of blood. Their eyes were filled with endless fear. They were already injured. Crash! The entire sea race was in an uproar. In an instant, the army's morale was thrown into chaos. All the sea race members were extremely shocked, as if they couldn't accept the scene in front of them. The strongest martial artist of the East Sea, the 6 clan leaders, had actually been injured by their opponent. The invincible image of the 6 clan leaders crumbled in everyone's hearts. However, they were even more terrified of Di. Guangxian was also shocked, and his eyes were filled with endless coldness. He said coldly, 6 clan leaders, attack with me. A towering dragon's aura surged from his body, and it transformed into the sky. A green dragon soared in the sky and gradually circled behind Guangxian. The other 4 didn't dare to be careless. They all turned into 4 rays of light and flew to Di's side, forming an alliance. The sea was dead silent. Everyone held their breath, as if they had forgotten everything else. They were completely focused on the battle in front of them. This was an unprecedented battle. Xianxia couldn't calm down for a long time, and a strong fighting spirit surged in his heart. The strength that Di had displayed just now was no less than his peak in his previous life. He had fought against a few of the 6 clan leaders in his previous life. When they worked together, he could only run away. However, Di could injure 2 of them with a single palm strike. This was only the combination of half of his demonic aura and 1/5 of his body. If he was allowed to recover to his peak, even the legendary god realm wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The 7 strongest people in the entire East Sea surrounded Di. There were still hundreds of peak experts outside, as well as an inescapable trap. East Sea was determined to win this battle. Young Master Yun! Mo Xiaochuan suddenly cried out. His body couldn't stop trembling, as if he couldn't control it. Young Emperor Hao Lian couldn't help but say, the worst outcome is just death. Why are you so afraid? After he came out of the World God Monument, he basically didn't have a chance to fight. He could only protect his life. This made him extremely depressed, and he felt like he was going to die. Li Yunxiao said in shock, what's going on? Is that person here again? Mo Xiaochuan shook his head and said, no. My body seems to be abnormal. He forcefully endured his trembling as he spoke these words. His entire face was already pale. Clang, suddenly, a sword energy shot out of his body and directly rushed into the sky. The sword chi was so powerful that even the top experts in the distance who were preparing for battle with rapt attention turned to look at it, and they revealed shocked expressions. Mo Xiaochuan gritted his teeth and said, It's the sword. This sword, I can't control it anymore. He formed a seal with both hands, wanting to calm himself down. However, the seal in front of him was always a ball of golden light, unable to condense. Li Yunxiao's face turned cold, and he shouted, you have to suppress it no matter what. You are the master of the sword, not the sword slave. There is nothing else in the heart, concentrate on one. Li Yunxiao shouted, and a ball of golden light flashed in his hand. It was the spirity power surging out. It turned into several seals in the air and entered Mo Xiaochuan's body one by one, helping him suppress the sword spirit. The huge sword energy condensed in the sky and didn't dissipate. The sound of the weapon became stronger and stronger, and gradually, the phantom of a devouring giant spirit appeared. Mo Xiaochuan's body gradually calmed down with the help of Li Yunxiao's spirity power. He began to worship the sword with his heart, uncontrolled. Many experts in the distance looked at the phantom in the sky in shock, each and every one of them shocked. Although the phantom couldn't condense, it gave them a kind of supreme pressure. This kind of pressure came from the depths of their souls and was inherited from ancient times. It seemed that countless years ago, the ancestors of the sea race had worshipped this thing. Roar! The true dragon phantom behind Guangxian raised its head and roared, emitting a dragon breath to resist the pressure of the devouring giant spirit. Li Yunxiao was also bewildered as he looked at the heaven-devouring phantom. Using a true spirit as a sword spirit, such a heaven-defying and absurd thing was simply unthinkable. Moreover, devouring heaven was one of the top-ranked ancient true spirits. The devouring heaven sword spirit in front of him didn't seem to be a complete true spirit. Otherwise, who could block this sword in the sky? Li Yunxiao thought to himself that it was a pity. He did not know why, but this sword spirit was indeed incomplete. There was another person staring at the devouring giant spirit. His eyes were abnormally complicated, and filled with endless envy. It was Bo Yuqing, who was imprisoned by the sea race. The backlash of the Agarine had been gradually suppressed by him, and his body was beginning to recover. If he couldn't fully recover, even if he could temporarily keep his life, he would die in Guangxian's hands sooner or later. After a short moment of absent-mindedness, Bo Yuqing slowly closed his eyes and continued to adjust his breathing. Mo Xiaochuan's sword spirit attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was bewildered. But as his body stabilized, the heaven-devouring giant spirit slowly withdrew its fiendish image and returned to his body. But the sea race people all had solemn expressions. They didn't dare to treat this person as trash anymore. Guangxian said solemnly, Xianxia, watch these human martial artists carefully. Yes. Xianxia hurriedly replied. He was also shocked. He stared at these human martial artists vigilantly to prevent them from interfering with killing the demon. Li Yunxiao transmitted his voice, Xiaochuan, how do you feel now? Can you sense the existence of the sword spirit? Mo Xiaochuan raised his eyes and said, I can vaguely sense that it is sleeping in the sword. I can faintly hear its breathing. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed and said, quietly feel it and strengthen your connection with the sword spirit. When they are busy fighting, we will suddenly make a move to break the inescapable net and seek a chance of survival. Mo Xiaochuan said in shock, isn't this inescapable net able to catch everything? Li Yunxiao said, logically, it should be, but Zhuoqing Fan has already broken a corner. Not only is its power greatly reduced, there are also flaws. When De makes a move, the heavens will fall and the earth will shatter. That will be the time for us to leave. Mo Xiaochuan understood and began to quietly communicate with the sword spirit. Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, sent a voice transmission to inform everyone. Hearing that there was still a chance of survival, all the human martial artists' eyes lit up and they began to become alert. Xianxia sensed everyone's change and snorted coldly, "What are you all planning?" Under this Lord's protection, you all should obediently accept your fate. Now be more obedient, maybe you can live after killing the demon. Everyone snorted disdainfully, revealing cold and disdainful expressions. A warrior could be killed but not humiliated. Although no one wanted to die, on the path of martial arts, how many people would fear death? Seeing everyone's expressions, Xianxiu flew into a rage and was about to teach them a lesson. Suddenly, his expression changed and a rumbling sound came from his stomach. His stomach suddenly swelled up. He quickly formed a seal with his hands, and a white mark appeared on his palm. His stomach kept changing shape, but it was suppressed in the end. However, his expression became extremely ugly. De stood on the surface of the sea. Suddenly, he leapt into the air and pointed at the surface of the sea. With a loud bang, a small fish was caught in his hand, making a loud splash. He raised the small fish and asked, "What is this?" Everyone frowned. They couldn't figure out what he was trying to do. Guangxian scoffed, "Trash." De smiled and said, "That's right, small fries." He threw the small fish back into the sea and then pointed several times in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The surface of the sea exploded and a large number of small fish were blasted out of the sea. He smiled and said, "What about these?" Guangxian said, "Still trash." De laughed loudly and said, "That's right. A small fish is a small fish, a school of small fish is still a small fish. Do you think that you're not trash just because you're united? Damn it." Guangxian's expression turned cold. So he had been tricked and scolded. He said coldly, "Do you think you can leave here alive just because you have the upper hand with words?" The dragon's shadow behind him roared and circled in the air several times. Rays of golden light floated up and attracted the might of heaven and earth. Seeing the dragon in the field, Guangxian shouted coldly. The huge dragon descended from the sky, and the entire sea shook violently. The seawater kept retreating in all directions, revealing a huge empty space with a radius of several thousand meters. The leaders of the 6 clans also formed a seal with one hand and guarded one area vigilantly, waiting for an opportunity to strike. De's eyes flickered purple and emitted a demonic glow. Although he spoke disdainfully, his heart was extremely solemn. The 7 people in front of him were all top-notch experts. If he hadn't fused with the rainbow body, he probably wouldn't have been able to defeat any of them. Even though he had obtained a portion of the rainbow stone and another fifth of the devil aura, he didn't have enough time to completely use them. What he needed now was time. As long as he could find a quiet place to refine all the power, he would be able to dominate this era. Right now, under the dragon's shadow and the might of heaven, De didn't dare to be careless. He formed a seal with both hands, and a demonic seal formed in front of him. He suddenly attacked the green dragon. Rumble. The demonic seal was directly shattered, but the dragon did not disappear. It continued to descend. What? De was shocked. He looked over in shock. That dragon was not formed by dragon breath. It actually had a physical body, his body shook, and he cried out involuntarily, "An ancient true dragon?" But that was obviously impossible. If he had a true dragon, who in this world could fight against him? There must be something strange about this. De didn't have time to think. He instantly transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. One of his arms held an ingenious sword. Boundless golden light spread out and pierced towards the green dragon. Bang! The golden light slashed on the dragon, and a huge burst of power spread out. As the sea retreated, a vacuum of several thousand meters was revealed. De was directly smashed into the bottom of the sea by the dragon's shadow. He smashed into the mud, causing the earth to shake. Humph! The demon master's broken body is only SOSO. Xian snorted coldly. In a flash, he appeared at the bottom of the sea. A green light flew out from the bottomless pit and went into his palm. He could vaguely see a small green dragon swimming slowly in his palm. The Silver Spirit Master suddenly shouted, "It's here!" Rumble. The ground at the bottom of the sea instantly collapsed. Boundless demonic aura surged up and turned into a giant spirit, glaring angrily. The giant spirit held the ingenious sword in his hand and directly slashed down in the air. A ball of heaven and earth water element appeared in Xian's hand. It turned into a glossy mirror that was as hard as blunt steel. Bang! The water element mirror was directly shattered by the slash. Xian's expression didn't change at all. Then, he grabbed with his 5 fingers and turned them into dragon claws in the air. He grabbed the ingenious sword and shouted, "Do it!" The leaders of the 6 clans immediately understood and attacked. Colorful ribbons flew out from Madame Z's hands and spread out in the air. The sky was filled with ribbons, and they rained down, binding Di and the giant spirit. She shouted softly and changed the hand seal in her hands. The countless colorful ribbons turned into thorny rings of thorns and instantly pierced into Di's body. Bang! 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 Acupoints on Di's demonic body continuously exploded, and the thorny rings became tighter and tighter. Madame Z frowned, as if she was still not satisfied with this effect. Her hands danced in front of her, and rays of purple light floated up. The thorny rings also emitted many runes, and they immediately wrapped around Di. A strange power surged in his demonic body. Ah! That power seemed to have touched Di's sore spot, and he kept screaming in pain. The sword in his hand was tightly gripped by Xian's dragon claws, and he couldn't move at all. Dharma idol true body. Di shouted angrily, and 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. The 2 heads behind him glared angrily, and one of them made a strange hand seal. His demonic body surged with the ice fiend heart flame, and the strange power on the thorny rings was instantly incinerated. Moreover, the thorns that had already pierced into his body also started to break out. Madame Z's expression changed, and she said in shock, "What kind of fire is this?" She hurriedly increased the power of the hand seal, but it was still difficult to stop the virtual fire from burning, and the power was slowly dissipating from his demonic body. In the colorful clouds, Shouyu shouted, "Boss, heaven and earth water element." Xian raised his left hand, and a wave of water element power spun in his palm. It immediately turned into a dragon, and it roared into the sky. Di laughed coldly, and as he made a hand seal, the ice fiend heart flame appeared, emitting a boundless might of flames. The water dragon circled in the sky, and it actually didn't dare to go down. Shouyu raised his finger and pointed it at his brow, and a ray of golden light shot out. The golden light turned into a golden rain in the sky, sprinkling down, and converging into the water dragon. Immediately, the dragon roared Jiutian, and it turned into a golden water dragon and charged down. Di flipped his hand, and the ice fiend heart flame directly flew out to meet the golden water dragon. Boom! The entire dragon instantly exploded, turning into countless water vapor that evaporated. There was also a sky full of golden rain that drifted down, pitter-patter. Although the heart flame became dim and uncertain, it still stood proudly in the wind and rain. "Since you small fries are in such a hurry to die, I'll send you to be dried fish." Di shouted, and he pointed out a hand seal. The ice fiend heart flame in the sky instantly turned a ghastly white, and the entire spacetime seemed to freeze. Bang! The ice fiend heart flame exploded in the sky, and the overwhelming power of flames burned in all directions. Although there was no sign of fire, everyone felt as if they were being roasted in underground fire, and their skin directly cracked. Moreover, everywhere the flames passed, everything turned a faint blue. It was as if time and space had been frozen, and everything became still and lifeless. Suddenly, a clear sound rang out, and the long jade flute flowed into everyone's heart like rain. A cool feeling melted away the heat of the flames. The entire space began to ripple with the sound of the flute, becoming unstable and constantly twisting. Even Di's body began to sway, as if it would split apart at any moment. Bang! Finally, under the sound of the sea flute, his entire demonic body instantly collapsed, turning into countless strands of demonic chi that exploded in the sky and scattered in all directions. "Humph, no matter how powerful you are, you'll have to stay behind today." The man who had been sitting on the throne the entire time snorted. He raised his right hand and slapped the armrest. Instantly, the sea and sky shook. Two black and white fish immediately appeared in the sky, chasing and playing with each other. They formed a Taiji diagram that constantly grew. The Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. A diagram of the Tao transforming into Taiji and giving birth to all things appeared in the sky. A mystical world spread out, enveloping the countless strands of demonic qi, making it impossible to escape. The expert on the throne snorted heavily, then formed a seal with both hands and struck out. The Taiji diagram of all creation instantly shone with thousands of rays of light and rapidly shrank until it was the size of a millstone. The demonic flames that had been trapped below were also compressed into a ball. They rampaged within the ball, trying to break out of the diagram but failing time and time again. The demonic flames continuously transformed into Diye's appearance, appearing abnormally violent and savage. However, they were unable to break out of the diagram. The man on the throne sneered. As long as he enters my Tai Chi illustration of all creation, even Zhuo Qingfan can forget about escaping. Demon, just accept your fate. Di crashed around in the illustration for a while and gradually calmed down. He transformed into his human form and stared coldly at the crowd. Shou frowned. Your throne, although your illustration can trap this demon, it can't kill him. When his power gradually recovers, he will still break out of the illustration. Siren's flute said, as long as we can trap him, the six of us will use all kinds of divine arts to refine him every day. As long as we persevere, killing him is only a matter of time. Shou said, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Otherwise, this demon would not have been suppressed for so many years. Back then, just a clone of East Sea caused such a huge disturbance. This guy is even stronger than that clone. Siren's flute said, what happened back then? It seems that only a few ancestors of East Sea know the inside story. We only know that the change is related to the rainbow stone. Guangxian said in a deep voice, back then, an ancestor of the palace obtained a rainbow stone from somewhere and wanted to refine it himself. However, the rainbow stone twisted his mind and snuck into the seal to release the demon. Siren's flute nodded. I see. But why did the rainbow stone fall into the hands of a human and cause the war between the two races? Guangxian stared at Di and said coldly, that's because the rainbow stone developed intelligence and left the palace. I don't know where she got the rainbow stone from, but she has the rainbow body of that little girl. Madame Z said, this demon doesn't seem to be as strong as the legends say. Perhaps he has been suppressed for too long, causing his power to weaken. The other five nodded. An unruly sneer appeared on Diye's face. He snorted lightly and closed his eyes to meditate. Guangxian said in a deep voice, it's not as simple as you think. This demon must have just fused with the rainbow stone, so he can't unleash his power yet. Back then, my ancestor only had the rainbow stone body and 1/5 of the demonic aura here, yet he almost overturned the entire East Sea and killed almost all the experts. Madame Z said in shock, if that's the case, how do we kill him? Guangxian raised his head and glanced at the 6 deep-sea behemoths in the distance. I've already decided. I'll bring him to the East Sea Abyss. Shou said, the homeland of the deep-sea giant beasts, the Sea Abyss? Guangxian nodded and said, those deep-sea giant beasts are all mutants left behind from ancient times. They once had a secret agreement with the ancient true dragon, so they can help me. Shou nodded and said, if the ancient races are willing to help, with their scary break-world powers, even a god realm elite would be turned into dust. The revolving cultivator suddenly flew over and said, Master Guangxian, what about these human warriors? A cold light swept across Guangxian's eyes, and he said coldly, naturally kill. But his gaze landed on Mo Xiaochuan and he said, I'll leave this person alive for now. I want to see what's going on with the sword spirit. Yes. Xianxia responded, and suddenly transformed into a black light, charging towards the Tai Chi illustration of all creation. Revolving cultivation. Everyone was shocked. The man on the throne also shouted angrily, what do you want to do? A trace of malevolence flashed across the revolving cultivator's face, and he gritted his teeth and said, you dare to hurt Master, you all deserve to die. Demonic energy flickered on his face, and he had already unknowingly become a demon slave. Damn it! The man on the throne roared angrily, and he slammed a palm down from the sky. The corner of the revolving cultivator's mouth flashed with mockery, and he said, "Master will make you all die a horrible death." His body suddenly swelled up, and he became abnormally strange. White bones protruded from the surface of his skin, and he was actually activating his spirit power to self-destruct, and on that belly, a strange face with a sinister smile appeared. It was the face of Baiming Kongtian. Boom! When the man on the throne slammed down, the revolving cultivator suddenly detonated himself, and an unparalleled power blasted towards the Tai Chi illustration of all creation. Emperor Jiaoxing's self-destruction was so unexpected, and it was carried out under everyone's carelessness. It was simply unstoppable. The faces of the 6 clan masters and Guangxian were filled with shock, and they immediately retreated. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and a blood moon appeared in his eyes. He shouted, "Now!" He had seen the revolving cultivator become a demon, and even when Di was captured, he did not panic in the slightest, as if he had already expected this. Mo Xiaochuan had also been quietly cultivating with his eyes closed, communicating with the sword spirit. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a clear look appeared in his eyes. A towering aura spread out from his body, the man and the sword became one, and an ancient evil roar came from his body. The other human race martial artists were already prepared, and they immediately rushed into the world god steel that Li Yunxiao had released. Red dust gaze reflects the bright moon. A ray of sword chi rushed out from Mo Xiaochuan's body, and turned into a huge pillar of light that shot into the sky. Rumble! There was a huge tremor in the sky, and the densely packed grid lines appeared one by one, twisting non-stop. Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with shock, and he said with difficulty, "Still not enough, still not enough, still lacking a bit." Mo Xiaochuan's face became extremely distorted, and he began to tremble, as if he could not support a stronger sword essence. Not only was the sword light unable to increase in strength, but it also rapidly weakened. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded, and it snorted, "The power of an ant, let me do it." Li Yunxiao's heart was filled with joy. The person who spoke was Di. As the voice landed, a ray of cold light exploded in the sky, and a huge ice-fiend heart flame condensed in the sky, then suddenly exploded. Boom! The entire sky was a faint blue, and time and space froze. The figures of the Dark Knight tridents hidden in the void were instantly burned to ashes by the ice-fiend heart flame. All of the sea race were in an uproar, and they looked at the destroyed sky in shock. However, the power of the ice flame was too strong, and no one dared to approach it. Li Yunxiao suddenly put Mo Xiaochuan into the world god steel, and with one teleportation, he soared 10,000 meters into the sky, turning into a ray of lightning, and was about to escape. The power of the ice flame made him feel extremely uncomfortable, and even his body of lightning felt like it was about to melt. However, this was his only hope of escaping. If he missed it, he would really be doomed. Damn it! Stop him! Guangxian roared in anger, and he first turned into a green dragon, charging forward, and directly shattered the boundless power of the ice layer. Di sneered, and looked back, "Goodbye, scum. Wash your heads, and wait for me to chop them off." It's too early to say such things now. A figure appeared in the void, and it was the owner of the Silver Spirit. He slashed with his sword, cutting the heavens, the earth, and the people. The third slash came down from the sky. Early? It's just killing one more idiot before I leave. A ferocious expression flashed past Dia's face, and a ball of demonic light burst out of his body, and he fiercely shook the sky. Demonic light flash. Boom. The sky-high demonic flame shattered the third slash, and the owner of the Silver Spirit spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew back 1,000 meters. Although Di was blocked for a moment, he still stepped into the void, and was about to break through the void and escape. Suddenly, a voice came from the void, and it was shocked and angry. What's going on? It was Li Yunxiao. His body of lightning wanted to escape in the chaos, but it was unknowingly blocked by an invisible force. Not only could he not move an inch, but he was also forced to reveal his true body. At the same time, Di's expression changed greatly. He also felt that vast force, and it was like a mountain pressing down on him, directly suppressing him to the point where he couldn't move at all. Li Yunxiao's entire body was jolted back from the void, and he immediately stuck close to Di's side. The two of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. In this half a breath's time, Xian and the other leaders of the 5 tribes had already surrounded them. Hundreds of soldiers also descended from the sky, surrounding the two of them so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. "Run, aren't the two of you very good at running?" Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard laughed loudly, and their faces were full of ferocity and mockery. Shou Yu's pupils shrank, and he stared straight at Li Yunxiao. He said coldly, "No wonder I couldn't see through you. Those human warriors were all subdued by you. So, you have a supreme profound artifact on you." Everyone was shocked, and their gazes all fell on Li Yunxiao. Even the Sea clan had only heard of the supreme profound artifact of the flower Dharma lotus seat for countless years, and there was nothing else. Li Yunxiao's face was full of bitterness. He didn't even manage to escape his only chance, and he was afraid that his fate would be bleak. However, that power that shackled him came and went without a trace, and he actually didn't notice it at all. This really made him very shocked. Di also roared angrily, and his gaze swept across the surroundings. He said coldly, "Who is it? Who secretly attacked us? If you have the guts, come out." Madame Z covered her mouth and sneered. "The person who attacked us is naturally a Sea clan expert. Now that he is standing in front of you, what are you going to do?" Although she said so, she was also slightly suspicious in her heart, and she looked around. The feeling of this power, Xian's eyes revealed a look of shock, and he suddenly looked into the distance. At the place that everyone had neglected, Fei Ming was originally guarding Narcissus. At this moment, he was kneeling in the air, and his body was trembling like a sieve. Narcissus's face was solemn, and golden runes flashed continuously on her body. Her entire body was wrapped in a golden drizzle, and there was a faint sound of Sanskrit chanting. That is, all the Sea clan members were extremely shocked, and they looked over. A ray of golden light came out of nowhere, and it seemed to have traversed endless time and space. It fell from the sky, and turned into a golden lotus. There was a figure sitting on the lotus, and it was flickering, and it was unclear. Then, the figure in the lotus seemed to form a strange seal, and the lotus seat flew into the golden light surrounding Narcissus, and slowly entered her body through her spirit platform. A vast power suddenly surged out from Narcissus's body, and it shone on the sea. A majestic figure had unknowingly appeared, and a huge inverted image was projected between the sea and the sky, and it was indomitable. Narcissus's face seemed to become delicate and handsome, and she slowly opened her eyes. It was a man's voice. He slowly walked out from the golden light that filled the sky, and his face was solemn. He chanted in Sanskrit, "All actions are different, and all sentences are not the same. All sages are like lightning, and an empty body is a Dharma body." The solemn Sanskrit voice spread across the sea, and a golden light enveloped the world. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and his face was filled with shock. He already knew who it was, one of the most powerful men in the world, the only ruler of the 4 seas, respected by tens of thousands of clans. All the members of the Sea clan looked solemn, and they hurriedly paid their respects. Even the man on the throne jumped up, not daring to sit anymore. "Greetings, Lord Sea Sovereign." Xian and the leaders of the 6 clans paid their respects. The entire sea was peaceful and quiet. Everyone was bathed in the golden light, and all their killing intent was washed away. Their hearts were filled with gentleness. Di also frowned, and his eyes were cold. The Sea Sovereign smiled faintly. He stretched out his hand, and a golden light appeared below everyone, lifting them up. Although it was still Narcissus's body, a man's figure could be vaguely seen, solemn and dignified. Golden light flashed in his eyes, and he looked at the 2 people in the void. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Xian, let them leave." "What?" All the East Sea powerhouses were shocked. Even Di and Li Yunxiao were stunned, and they were somewhat confused. Xian panicked. "No. Lord Sea Sovereign, this demon is the clone of the Monogatari from 10,000 years ago. Not only did he merge with the part of East Sea that was suppressed, but he also has a rainbow body. If we don't kill him today, I'm afraid it will be difficult to kill him again." The Sea Sovereign sighed. "If the demon lord's body is so easy to kill, our ancestors wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble to suppress him." Guangxian said, after 10,000 years, even the strongest existence will be annihilated with the passage of time. Didn't the Demon Lord's clone under the East Sea have its consciousness destroyed by our powerhouses in the last battle, and become a mindless existence? The Sea Sovereign said, perhaps it's because the Demon Lord's body is beginning to decline that heavens will appear. In this era. Guangxian frowned, and he didn't understand. He thought about it carefully. At their level, their understanding of the heavenly Tao was far beyond that of ordinary people. At the same time, their reverence for the heavenly Tao was also unimaginable. Since the Sea Sovereign said so, but didn't point it out, Guangxian had no choice but to ask cautiously, Lord Sea Sovereign, have you really decided? The Sea Sovereign looked compassionate, and nodded solemnly. Guangxian flicked his sleeves and said indifferently, since it is Lord Sea Sovereign's decree, we naturally cannot go against it. However, if this demon leaves today, a catastrophe will arise in the heavenly martial arts realm in the future, and all living beings will be plunged into misery and suffering. Lord Sea Emperor, you must take responsibility for today's events. Although no one dared to disobey the sovereign of the sea's decree, everyone could hear the resentment in Guangxian's heart. He seemed extremely dissatisfied. The sovereign of the sea smiled and said, everything has its own destiny. How can you and I change it with a single thought? The heavens emperor's king's sovereign will Tao. Guangxian said coldly, even if you don't kill him, why didn't you suppress him like before? Has eyes and I have already, and the god, and has dragon. Even if it were still, and the sacred artifacts. Even. And. Of. That. Sovereign. Of. At least you know what's good for you and know your place. Release the barrier and let me leave. Everyone was enraged. Their eyes were burning with anger. The Sea Sovereign smiled. Even though you are here, the era of the Monogatari is over. There are many people who can control you in the future. What nonsense! Di shouted angrily. In the future, when I rule the world, I will grant you supreme glory. The Sea Sovereign smiled faintly. He didn't deny it. He raised his hand and grabbed the air. Di's face changed. A golden light floated out of his body. It was the great ingenious sword. It flew over. At the same time, Guangxian's body shone with a golden light. It was the cloud-walking shoes made of lotus silk. They flew back to the Sea Sovereign's hand. Humph. Di felt the restriction in the sky loosening. He didn't dare to stay. He turned around and disappeared above the vast sea. Everyone felt stifled. They had mobilized so many people, and the casualties were not small. But they let him go so easily. Xianxia was puzzled. The Sea Sovereign let Di go. It seemed the meaning was not so simple. Even the experts of the 10 Directions divine realm didn't dare to say that they had seen through the heaven's way. This kid was obviously playing tricks on them. But the Demon Lord's broken body was very important. If he let it go, the consequences would be unimaginable. Why did he do that? Xianxia believed that the Sea Sovereign must know some secrets about the Demon Lord that the others didn't know. After all, the 1/5 of the Demon Lord's broken body had been suppressed by many generations of Sea Sovereigns using the rudiments of heaven and earth and 4 treasures. He must have left a detailed record. As for the 3 demon-sealing lands he had visited before, who knew who had left them? Even if those experts had all kinds of records, they were probably lost in the passage of time. In the current realm of heaven martial arts, only the Sea Imperial Palace knew the most about the Demon Lord. After the Sea Sovereign took back the 2 treasures, he said calmly, Guangxian, you must send more people to find the rudiments of heaven and earth and golden armor as soon as possible to deal with the future crisis. Yes. Guangxian answered. He was very humble. Since Di had already left, it was useless to dwell on this matter. The Sea Sovereign couldn't be offended. Narcissus frowned slightly. Her demeanor started to change. The golden light in the sky suddenly dispersed and disappeared. The sea regained its tranquility. Narcissus opened her big eyes and saw many people bowing to her. She said in surprise, "What's wrong with you guys?" Not until then did the people realize the Sea Sovereign had left. They straightened their bodies and ignored her. They were all lost in thought. Why are you all so quiet? Narcissus was surprised. She suddenly remembered what had happened. She shouted, Li Yunxiao. She flew to Li Yunxiao's side and asked anxiously, Are you all right? Li Yunxiao shook his head with a bitter smile. He said, I'm fine. Your father came here just now. He wanted to let me go. Ah. Narcissus's body trembled. She was overjoyed. Father has arrived. That's great. We don't have to fight anymore. She suddenly exclaimed, Where are the others? Could it be? She was shocked. Sadness welled up in her heart. Although she didn't know most of the human cultivators, they had been through Xianxia Island together. They were comrades who had gone through life and death together. Li Yunxiao saw that she was about to cry. He quickly said, They are fine. They are in a very safe place. Really? Narcissus was in disbelief. She looked around. She didn't know where the so-called safe place was. However, she felt that Li Yunxiao didn't seem to be lying to her. Li Yunxiao said to the people, Everyone, no discord, no concord. We will meet again. I will take my leave now. Guangxian's face darkened. He snorted. You want to leave too? Li Yunxiao frowned. Didn't the Sea Sovereign tell me to leave just now? Guangxian sneered. Lord Sea Sovereign only said to let you leave. That doesn't mean you can leave now. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. Since Lord Sea Sovereign has given his decree, and we have no enmity between us, why do you still want to make things difficult for me? Guangxian clasped his hands behind his back. He said coldly, Since you said so, I will also be frank. Leave behind your supreme grade profound artifact and you may leave. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He said coldly, I will not deny the fact that I have a supreme grade weapon. However, every transcendent grade profound weapon has its owner. I heard that Guan Yuan had been refining it for dozens of years without any success. It was only by chance that he managed to refine it. Why must Lord Guangxian do such a thing? Guangxian's pupils shrunk as he said in shock, that traitor Guan Yuan has refined such a thing? His face turned gloomy as he said in a cold voice, If that's the case, then I can't let you go. Guangxian, how dare you? Not only did you defy my imperial father's decree, but you also shamelessly snatched other people's things. Water deity scolded angrily. She stood in front of Li Yunxiao and opened her arms, shielding him behind her to protect him. Guangxian said in a low voice, Princess Narcissus, please don't be willful. This matter concerns the safety of the East Sea and the recovery of the Sea Emperor Palace's sacred weapon. Li Yunxiao, you should go back to the East Sea Palace with me first. His body exuded a sharp chill, making it difficult for people to resist the majesty of a superior. Even Narcissus felt cold all over. She couldn't help but take a step back in the air. She said in horror, What do you want to do? Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. He knew that it would not be so easy for him to leave. Fortunately, the Sea Emperor had issued a decree to let him go. At least his life was not in danger. He simply said, All right, I will go back to the palace with Lord Guangxian. I also want to discuss the war between the two races in detail with Lord. I hope we can bury the hatchet. Guangxian snorted coldly, Humph, what qualifications do you have to discuss war with me on behalf of the human race? Li Yunxiao said, The cause of the war is because of the rainbow stone. Lord Guangxian should have seen that little red is the rainbow stone that left the East Sea. Now it is in Diya's possession. Speaking of this, his heart couldn't help but tremble. That pair of clear and transparent eyes appeared in his mind, making him feel as if his chest was being pressed by a boulder. He even had difficulty breathing. Guangxian said coldly, You mean, the rainbow stone is gone, so there is no need to fight? Li Yunxiao calmed his mind and said seriously, Yes. There is no meaning to fight anymore. Humph. Guangxian snorted heavily, The meaning of fighting has nothing to do with the rainbow stone. If I say there is, then there is. If I say there isn't, then there isn't. Li Yunxiao was depressed. Guangxian was directly using his identity as a powerhouse to suppress him. If he had the power of his previous life, he would have cursed and slashed at Guangxian. However, the situation was stronger than him, so he had to bow down. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. All right, Lord is wise. Then how can we quell the war? After all, the war between the two races was caused by him hiding Little Red. He was more or less responsible for the countless powerhouses that died. He still felt extremely guilty. Guang Xian's face was cold as he snorted. I have my own plans to quell the flames of war. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, that's all I have to say about the war. You should be clear about the pros and cons. How could Guang Xian not know that there was no need for the battle to continue? Moreover, if the battle continued and escalated, the only one who would suffer in the end would be Dong Hai. However, in the end, it was all for naught, causing him to be extremely dissatisfied. There was resentment in his heart that he couldn't vent. The master of the Silver Spirit said, this matter has been settled. The Silver Spirit shall take his leave. Without waiting for Guang Xian to reply, the figure of the Silver Spirit Lord gradually faded away. The entire sea surface was covered in silver light, and then it gradually faded away. The man on the throne said, farewell. He then transformed into a beam of light that shot into the sky and disappeared above Jiutian. The leaders of the other 6 clans also took their leave. The armies of the 6 clans retreated at the same time, leaving only a few dozen people in the sky. Guang Xian asked, how does your highness go there? Narcissus replied coldly, of course I'm following you, lest you do anything to harm my friend. Guang Xian was speechless for a while and said, if that's the case, then I welcome your highness to my humble abode in the East Sea. 8 guards walked out from behind him and formed all kinds of hand seals in the air. Soon, they formed a huge green formation that shone brilliantly on the surface of the sea. The array continued to rumble, and a pitch-black passageway gradually opened up. Guang Xian casually waved his hand, and a beam of light shot out from his hand, directly condensing into a dragon-shaped battleship in the air. Although it was not magnificent, it was extremely exquisite and gorgeous. Princess Narcissus, please. Guang Xian gestured for Narcissus to board the warship first. After that, everyone followed one by one. The dragon-shaped warship turned around in the air and entered the open passage, disappearing into the vast sea. Only the 6 deep-sea behemoths were left. They stared blankly at the spatial tunnel. The space tunnel gradually closed, and the entire sea gradually returned to its tranquility. The deep-sea giant beast swam on the surface of the sea for a while, then began to growl. After that, the bodies of the 6 deep-sea giant beasts gradually became blurry, and one by one, they disappeared from the sea. The murderous aura between the sea and the sky dissipated. After a while, a silhouette gradually appeared in the sky above the sea that had returned to silence. They really didn't kill him. Could it be that the rumors about the demon lord are true? The figure materialized. He was dressed in snow-white robes and had an elegant demeanor. It was Zhuo Qingfan. A strange expression appeared on his face. After a moment of silence, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He chuckled and said, that's good too. It saves me the trouble of taking action. This way, it'll be easier for me to explain to Gong Yangxingqi. His body flashed with light, and with a long laugh, he disappeared above the sea. Tens of thousands of miles away, a black hole appeared in the sky and gradually opened. The dragon-shaped warship slowly sailed out, then rushed into the boundless sea. There were almost no changes to the surface of the sea. It was as though the entire battleship had become illusory. It kept jumping in the sea, traveling thousands of miles in an instant. The surrounding seawater was almost in a crystalline state, as if it was within some kind of boundary. The warship then leaped into the void, and when it reappeared, it was already in the air above a grand palace. The entire journey only took a few hours, but if one were to rely on flying, an ordinary martial artist would not be able to travel this far in their entire lifetime. Boom! The warship slowly descended, parted the almost transparent sea water, and stopped in front of the palace. There were already various guards lined up to welcome the return of the dragon-shaped warship. Several powerful auras flew out from the palace, and they were all young. They stood solemnly in front of the warship, waiting for Guang Xian. Greetings, father. Welcome back in triumph, father. The 5 young men standing in the front row shouted in unison, and all of them were very respectful. A ray of light shone down from the warship, and the figures of Guang Xian and dozens of people gradually appeared. Guang Xian took the lead and said, Princess Narcissus, please. He made a gesture, and suddenly realized that there was something wrong with everyone. The 5 crown princes were staring blankly at Narcissus, and each of them had a dull look on their faces. Xian shouted in a deep voice, impolite. What are you all doing? The 5 crown princes shuddered, and they hurriedly lowered their heads. One of them, who was handsome and elegant, and looked a little like Guang Yi, smiled and asked, Father, who is this fairy? The other 4 crown princes also pricked up their ears to listen. The royal family sat on the East Sea, and they had all kinds of peerless beauties, and there were many who were more beautiful than Narcissus. However, the moment Narcissus appeared, her cold elegance and noble aura made even the crown princes feel ashamed, and they were instantly attracted. A light flashed in Xian's eyes, and he said faintly, the few of you are really embarrassing the East Sea, quickly come and greet the daughter of the Ocean Emperor, Princess Narcissus. Hey! What? The Ocean Forest's Princess Narcissus. The 5 crown princes were shocked. The man who looked older was the first to react, and he hurriedly went forward and said, I'm Guang Kai, and I'm lucky to meet the princess. Xian said, this is my 3rd son, Guang Kai, and his strength is comparable to the 8-star Emperor Wu. In the entire 4 seas, there are only a few people in the same generation who can match up to him. What does the princess think? The faces of the other 4 crown princes darkened, and they were secretly angry that they were too slow. Narcissus was stunned, and said, what do you think? What do you think? Cough, cough. Xian coughed twice, and said, what does the princess think of my useless 3rd son? Narcissus said, he's pretty good. Among the Strange Sea clan, he can be considered a talented person. But I don't think he looks like Lord Xian. Xian was speechless. Shen's face was also black, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly said, the princess must be joking. As the saying goes, the dragon has 9 sons, and each one is different. Looks are only one of the genetic factors, and most of the crown princes look different from their fathers. Xian also laughed, hee, the princess is really naive and cute, and you speak bluntly. Narcissus was suddenly enlightened, and said, I see, I was puzzled at first, why is there such a big difference, and I thought, she seemed to feel that some things were not convenient to say, and her face turned slightly red. Xian and Shen both had a depressed look on their faces. If anyone else dared to be so rebellious, they would have been smashed into pieces long ago. The other 4 crown princes laughed secretly, and a man in golden armor took the opportunity to step forward, and said, I am Guang Lu, the 5th crown prince of the Eastern Sea Palace. Do I look like my father, your highness? Narcissus raised her bright eyes, looked at him, and said with a smile, you do look like him. Guang Lu laughed, and said, among all the crown princes, I am indeed the one who looks the most like my father. It is rare for Princess Narcissus to come to the Eastern Sea. Guang Lu will do his best as a host, and let the princess enjoy herself to the fullest. Narcissus also smiled, and said, I have only followed my father to the Northern Sea, and I have never been to the other 3 seas. Thank you. Guang Li's face lit up, and he said happily, it is my honor to be able to serve the princess. Shen and the other 3 crown princes' faces were covered with a layer of frost. A younger crown prince stepped forward, and said, Your Highness, I am Guangyan, and my favorite thing to do is to go sightseeing. There is no fun place in the nearby sea that I don't know. My brothers are usually in secluded cultivation, so they don't know anything about playing. Let me entertain Her Royal Highness. Guangyan! Guang Lu shouted angrily, what does this have to do with you? Get lost. Guangyan's face was full of arrogance, and he snorted, 4th brother, am I wrong? Among the 5 of us, my cultivation is the lowest, and I spend most of my time playing. The princess has come from afar, and if she doesn't enjoy herself to the fullest, can you bear the responsibility? Guang Lu sneered, you useless thing, you think playing is your capital? With your weak strength, what if you bring the princess out and meet with danger? You will be the first to run, won't you? Guangyan snorted, there is still danger in the nearby sea? I have lived for so many years, why haven't I met it before? Guang Li's face was cold, and a violent aura was emitted from his body. He pressed forward, and said coldly, I think you are in danger now. All right. The 2 of you don't have to fight anymore. Guangshan said indifferently, the princess's safety is naturally the first priority, so I will be closely protecting the princess during this period of time. The two of you should go and cultivate in seclusion. You. The two of them were unconvinced, and they snorted heavily. Guanglu snorted, I have just broken through a bottleneck, and I need to go sightseeing. The other three also said, us too. Guangxian shouted, this is not up to you to decide. Everything is up to Princess Narcissus. Guangshan revealed a sunny smile, and asked amiably, Your Highness, do you have any arrangements? If not, just leave it to me, and I will definitely let Princess Narcissus enjoy herself to the fullest. Narcissus said, I don't have any arrangements. I came to the East Sea because I am afraid that Lord Guangxian will hurt Li Yunxiao, as long as Li Yunxiao is fine. Guangshan frowned, and said, Li Yunxiao? The crown princes looked at Guangxian with a blank look on their faces. Guangxian's face darkened, and he snorted, Guangshan, take these two humans into the Abyss Dungeon. Li Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing were immediately pushed forward by two sea species powerhouses. What? The Abyss Dungeon. Narcissus said angrily, Guangxian, the Abyss is extremely dangerous, you will kill Li Yunxiao. Guangxian said indifferently, Your Highness, don't worry, Li Yunxiao is quite powerful, he won't die so easily. Let him stay there for a while, and I will think about how to deal with him. Narcissus said angrily, deal with him? Aren't you going to release him? You dare to disobey my father's decree. Oh, yes, release him, it was a slip of the tongue. Guangxian quickly changed his words, let me think about how to release him. Guangshan seemed to have noticed something, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He sized up Li Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing, and said, these two friends, which one of you is Li Yunxiao? The other four princes also didn't look too good, and they stared coldly at these two lowly humans. Li Yunxiao was secretly depressed, thinking that this girl was indeed a femme fatale, and he was implicated even though he was lying down. Bo Yuqing was counterattacked by the Agarine. Although he had controlled a lot of it, he was still extremely weak at the moment. Li Yunxiao's inner force was also limited. Moreover, they were captured. The two looked extremely embarrassed at first glance. The five princes showed disgust in their eyes. Guangyan sneered and said, Third brother, do you want to know such a lowly human being? Before Guangshan could answer, Narcissus flew into a rage and said, What are you talking about? Who's lowly? You're the lowly one. Your whole family is lowly. It was so quiet outside the palace that only the sound of water bubbles could be heard. Narcissus's scolding had completely affected the entire East Ocean Palace, everyone was covered in cold sweat. They held their breath and didn't dare to breathe loudly. Such a thing had never happened before. If the other party didn't have an identity, it would be easy to deal with them. But the other party's identity, through this period of contact and the rumors in the past, Guangxian knew the princess like the back of his hand. He knew that she was naive and straightforward, so he didn't want to pursue the matter. Moreover, with the other party's identity, there was no way to pursue it. He could only pretend that he didn't hear it. He could only scold Guangyan angrily, Don't be rude. One of them is the princess's friend, and the other is my friend. Guangshan, take them to the Abyss Dungeon and lock them with the yin and yang dust formation. Guangshan was shocked and said, Father, are you talking about the yin and yang dust formation? His eyes were full of shock. He thought he had heard wrong. Guangxian said, Yes. He didn't explain any more. Instead, he said to the other four princes, The four of you, take good care of the princess. If she's not satisfied, I'll skin you one by one. Yes. Father. The four princes were overjoyed and hurriedly responded. Guanglu also squinted his eyes and said with a smile, I'll definitely let the princess enjoy herself. Even if the princess wants the moon, I, Guanglu, will get it. Narcissus glanced at Li Yunxiao and said, You go to the dungeon with them first. I'll find a way to save you. Imperial Father has issued a decree for Guangxian to release you. He will not dare to do anything to you. Narcissus glared coldly at Guangxian, snorted loudly and walked into the palace. The four crown princes hurriedly led the way. Narcissus stopped and pointed at Guangyan. You just scolded my friend. I don't want you to accompany me. Get lost. Guang Yan's face turned deathly pale as he stood there in a daze. Haha, exactly. This brat even dares to scold the princess's friend. Does he still have the princess in his eyes? Guang Lu was grinning from ear to ear. He shouted, "Get lost." With a push of his hand, an invisible force shot out from his palm and pushed Guang Yan back dozens of meters. Then, he laughed and led Narcissus into the palace. Guangla. You will die a horrible death. Guang Yan's face was terrifyingly gloomy, and he roared furiously. Guang Xian's indifferent voice came from behind, without strength, you are still trash. Even if you are the crown prince, you still have to fight for what you like with your own strength. Father, Guang Yan roared angrily, but he was interrupted by Guang Xian. He said, I have 17 sons. Every time I summon you, there are more than 10 of you in isolation. But you are always there. Princess Narcissus is priceless. Do you think you are worthy? Guang Xian said coldly without mercy, I still have something to do. I don't have time to talk to trash. He flicked his sleeves and left. The rest of the people stayed where they were and didn't dare to say a word. Guang Shun smiled and said, 10th brother, you better hurry up and go into isolation. Guang Yan's face was almost distorted with anger. He pointed at Li Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing and said, you two lowly humans, how dare you cause me to be taught a lesson by my father? I will kill you. He opened his 5 fingers and turned them into a black dragon claw. He roared and grabbed at the 2 of them. Li Yunxiao was speechless. He was lying down and got shot again. Bo Yuqing said faintly, you do it. I am using all my strength to suppress the Agarine's backlash. Li Yunxiao nodded and raised his finger. A thunderbolt gathered into a ball at the tip of his finger. It kept flashing and crackling and became extremely strong. Guang Shun's pupils suddenly shrank and showed a trace of horror. Bang! A fingertip thunderbolt shot out from Li Yunxiao's hand and directly pierced through the dragon claw that was falling from the sky. Ah! Guang Yan screamed and desperately covered his hand. He shouted in shock and anger, lowly human, how dare you hurt me? Kill him. Kill both of them. Everyone stood motionless, and no one made a move. Guang Yan was furious and shouted, didn't you hear my order? I told you to kill them both. Guang Shun's lips curled up and he didn't hide his disdain. 10th brother, go back and practice in isolation before coming out. You have disgraced the East Sea Palace. He laughed and escorted Li Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing to the deep sea dungeon. Guang Yan trembled with anger, and his whole body was shrouded in a shadow. Li Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing were escorted to a teleportation formation. Guang Shun and 2 strong warriors of the Emperor Jiuxing pushed them up. With a flash of teleportation light, the 5 quickly disappeared from the deep sea dungeon. The next moment, the place where they appeared was pitch black. Not only could they not see, but it was also difficult to use their divine senses. Moreover, an extremely piercing cold descended. Li Yunxiao was fine, but Bo Yuqing couldn't help but shiver. Guang Shun said, you two must be tired from the journey. Have a good rest here. Li Yunxiao spread his divine senses and could only sense a distance of more than 10 meters. He smiled bitterly and said, there won't be any danger here, will there? Guang Shun chuckled and said, you two are too modest. My father asked me to set up the yin and yang dust formation to entertain you. It is enough to show how powerful you two are. He formed a seal and directly imprinted it into the darkness. In the blink of an eye, a faint light shone. It was the yin and yang of Tai Chi. All kinds of patterns appeared under everyone's feet. In an instant, thousands of runes surged out from the darkness and constructed all kinds of structures between heaven and earth. Li Yunxiao quietly observed the changes of the runes and recorded them in his heart. Very quickly, after the runes were all performed, they all hid into the darkness again and were undetectable. Guang Shun looked at the completed runes and smiled, you two can rest quietly. This yin and yang dust formation is an ancient formation with unfathomable power. In the current world, no one knows how to set it up. It is comparable to an inescapable net. It is impossible for you two to escape. Li Yunxiao said, just now, Prince Guang Shun said that our divine senses are extremely powerful. Now, you are looking down on our strength. As humans, you can't be so contradictory. Haha, interesting. Guangshan laughed and said, if you don't believe me, you can try. Not to mention that this formation can't be broken, even if you two can escape, the danger outside is not something you can bear. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Your Highness has really put in a lot of effort. You are still so nice to two outsiders. Guangshan squinted his eyes and smiled, it's fine. I have always been kind and generous. Oh right, I am very curious. Which one of you is Li Yunxiao? What is your relationship with Her Highness Princess Narcissus? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, This is not something Your Highness should ask. You should go back and cultivate in seclusion. Guangshan smiled and said, Hee, you are really asking for a beating. Looks like you are Li Yunxiao. To be honest, you humans are really despicable. Oh? Li Yunxiao was astonished and said, Why didn't I know this before? I think your loach-like face is asking for a beating. Oh right, I remember now. No wonder you don't look like Lord Guangxian. Your face looks exactly like Uncle Wang from next door. You. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? I don't know what Lord Sea Emperor's decree is, but since you are in the Abyss prison, you most likely won't be able to get out in this lifetime. No one will know if I kill you. Guangshan's eyes were cold and his body was full of killing intent. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Don't bully an honest person like me. This yin and yang dust array is a two-way defense. It can prevent us from going out, but you can't come in. Want to hit me? That is, unless you remove the formation. Guangshan was surprised and said, Oh? You are also a array master? Li Yunxiao stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, I have learned a little. Guangshan was a little surprised. The human in front of him was very young but his strength was not ordinary. Moreover, his bearing was not something an ordinary martial artist could have. He suppressed his curiosity and nodded slightly, saying, Yes, there is a shortage of array masters in the 4 seas. Maybe in the future I can take you under my command. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, It's impossible for such a day to come, but I admire your confidence. Guangshan snorted and said, Nothing is absolute. You can rest in peace now. He and the 2 Emperor Jiuxing powerhouses disappeared into the endless darkness in a flash. Bo Yuqing suddenly said, What do you think of this Guangshan? Li Yunxiao stopped sneering and a light flashed in his eyes. He said, This person is not simple. Bo Yuqing also nodded and said, Same as my judgment. He is humiliated but not angry, angry but not impulsive. Instead, he wants to recruit you. Although it is laughable, this kind of thinking already has the bearing of an overlord. Li Yunxiao smiled in surprise and said, You can't even protect yourself now and you still care about others? Humph. Bo Yuqing snorted and said, I have many ways to protect myself. But you, not only can you not protect yourself, I'm afraid you can't protect your girlfriend either. Hey, you can't talk nonsense. When did Narcissus become my girlfriend? Li Yunxiao said coldly, If the Sea Emperor finds out, you won't be able to walk away unscathed. Bo Yuqing smiled playfully and said, In the past, even the world's #1 beauty followed Lord Yunxiao unswervingly. Subduing this naughty girl is naturally not a problem. If one day you become the Sea Emperor's son-in-law, don't forget about your brother. Li Yunxiao said, Don't worry, I won't forget about you. If I become the son-in-law of the Master of the 4 Seas, I will immediately put a bounty on your head to kill you. Bo Yuqing smiled bitterly and said, We are brothers in hardship, there is no need to make such a deep hatred. Li Yunxiao ignored him and looked around. He said, Your sect is very knowledgeable, have you studied this yin-yang dust formation? Bo Yuqing smiled bitterly. Do you want to escape? Even if you break this formation, do you think you can leave the East Sea Palace? Li Yunxiao said, This is not the palace, but the Abyss dungeon. I know. Bo Yuqing said lazily, Do you think they don't have a strong defense? Li Yunxiao chuckled. You probably don't know what the Abyss dungeon is, do you? Oh? I'd like to hear the details. Bo Yuqing said, I forgot that you should know the East Sea Palace very well. By the way, I'm very curious about what happened in the past. Why did you enter the East Sea and get chased by the entire 4 seas? Li Yunxiao's face twitched and he snorted. Curiosity killed the cat. Let's solve the crisis in front of us first. He explained, you should know about the giant beasts of the deep sea, right? Those things are silent in the endless abyss of the sea. I don't know what this abyss of the sea is. I only know that it is connected to the four seas and seems to be the underground space of the four seas, but there are many strange things that I don't understand. Bo Yuqing was moved. You mean, as long as we break this yin and yang dust formation, we can go directly to the other three seas? Li Yunxiao nodded. Yes. Bo Yuqing looked around for a while and smiled bitterly. Not to mention that this yin and yang dust formation is almost impossible to break, even if it is really broken, who knows what dangers there are in the abyss of the sea. Not to mention that there are giant beasts of the deep sea inside, even if we don't encounter anything, we may not be able to get out of this space. Li Yunxiao said, indeed, the worst thing is to lose your purpose. You may be trapped in this abyss forever. I noticed when I came in just now that I couldn't sense the space coordinates that I deliberately left outside. Bo Yuqing smiled bitterly. You really are a dangerous person. I can't believe you have such foresight. Without the spatial coordinates, escaping from this formation would be even more helpless than staying inside. Not necessarily. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, you forgot something, Noah's Ark. Bo Yuqing's expression changed. He pondered and said, Noah's Ark is also known as the Prometheus ship. It can ferry people to the other shore. Can that kid do it? The mark of the universe god monument appeared between Li Yunxiao's eyebrows. After that, with a flash of light, Yi Fan appeared in the yin and yang dust formation. Li Yunxiao explained the situation in detail. Yi Fan looked around and said in surprise, is this the endless abyss in the depths of the four seas? It's also recorded in the notes of our ancestors. It seems to be a mysterious space that has existed since ancient times, but there's too little information, so it's not very detailed. Li Yunxiao said solemnly, if we break this formation, are you confident that we can leave safely? Yi Fan smiled bitterly and said, I haven't tried it before, but with Noah's Ark's ability, it should be possible. I'm 80% confident, 80%. Li Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing's pupils dilated. With such high confidence, they could totally give it a try. In the cultivation of martial arts, many a time, even if there was only a slight chance, one would barge in without hesitation. Yi Fan hurriedly said, but my injuries haven't healed yet. I have to wait until I've fully recovered. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, rest in my universe god monument. All resources will be given to you first. He pointed with his finger and Yi Fan was taken into the universe god monument again. Bo Yuqing revealed a look of extreme jealousy and said indignantly, for transcendent-grade profound artifacts actually appeared at the same time, and you alone possess two. This heavenly law is too unfair. Can you give me your mountain and river cauldron in exchange? Give you my mountain and river cauldron? Li Yunxiao humped coldly, even if I give you your head, it's not worth a foot of the mountain and river cauldron. Bo Yuqing knew that it was impossible. He sighed and didn't talk about it anymore. Instead, he asked, when Guangshan activated the formation, I saw that you were paying close attention. Do you have a way to break it? Li Yunxiao's expression grew grave and he said, you want to rely on me for everything? If I were to break the formation alone, I would definitely throw you into the abyss and leave alone. Bo Yuqing smiled bitterly and said, why? We are on the same side. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and interrupted, don't talk nonsense. Just get straight to the point. How much do you know about the formation? Tell me everything you know. If I find you useless, then I'm sorry. Just wait to fill the stomachs of the beasts in the abyss. Bo Yuqing hurriedly said, let me think. I have indeed seen this formation in the ancient books. It's just that I don't know much about it. Right now, our abilities are slightly weaker. Even if we want to break the formation, we need to recover fully before we have the strength, right? His eyes revealed bitterness and he said, Lord Yunxiao also knows. Enough. Li Yunxiao interrupted, you want me to use my spirit strength to help you suppress your injuries? Bo Yuqing smiled bitterly and said, it's easy to talk to smart people. But isn't this too easy? Li Yunxiao said, if I get rid of your agarine problem, I'm afraid that you will instantly possess the strength of 9-star middle stage. Coupled with your extreme body, if you're unhappy, what if you kill me with a slap? Bo Yuqing said, Lord Yunxiao must be joking. I can make a hard oath. Li Yunxiao frowned and pondered for a while. Then, he smiled and said, "It seems that Brother Yuqing is not confident that you can get out of this predicament. You must know that once a hard oath is made, unless you don't want to improve any more in this life, it's impossible to go against it." Bo Yuqing smiled bitterly and said, "In the end, Lord Yunxiao still saw through me. Although I used Guang Yuan's whereabouts as a condition to save my life, once I no longer have any value, I will definitely die. Even if they can let me live, they will definitely take away the Agarine. Then, I will also suffer a fate worse than death." In order to fuse with the Agarine, he endured for so many years. If he failed, his strength would instantly fall back to early stage 9, and it would be difficult for him to improve any further. Li Yunxiao said, "All right, as long as you make a hard oath, I can help you now. In addition, you still owe me a favor. You must return it in the future. Put this in the oath as well." Bo Yuqing said angrily, "At least tell me what it is, right? Otherwise, this is too much. If I make a hard oath, I will definitely do it. In the future, if you ask me to commit suicide or deceive my master, what should I do?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't make things too difficult for you. Besides, do you have a choice now?" Bo Yuqing's ability was extremely strong. Li Yunxiao would never let go of such an opportunity to control him. This person might be the breakthrough point of the deity transformation situation. Bo Yuqing's face was gloomy. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I hope you can also remember what you said today. Don't make things difficult for me." Then, he pointed his hands to the sky and solemnly made an oath. A golden symbol condensed at his fingertips and dissipated into the night with a bang. That was the rule of heaven and earth. Once violated, it would be counterattacked by the rule of heaven and earth. Unless you completely gave up on martial arts, otherwise, no one would dare to violate it. Bo Yuqing's face was abnormally gloomy. It was the first time in his life that he had to do something like this. He gritted his teeth and said, "Are you satisfied now?" Li Yunxiao had a satisfied smile on his face. He said passionately, "Brother Yuqing, we are also brothers in hardship. Why do you look so sad? It's as if I will harm you. Don't be like this, really." He shook his head repeatedly. He seemed to be pained by the other's distress. Bo Yuqing's face turned pale. He said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. Quickly relieve me of the agony of Agarine." Li Yunxiao raised his hand. Spirity power surged out from his body and transformed in his palm. Bo Yuqing hurriedly sat cross-legged in the air and said, "Use the reverse needle technique to first clear my 9 orifices and 100 bones. Then use spirity power to circulate through the 7 chakras. In the end, it will circulate through the 8 navel and converge into the heart chakra to relieve my pain." Both of them were top-notch alchemists in the world. They understood everything with just a few words. Li Yunxiao shouted. He slashed out with his right hand. The spirity power in his left palm turned into many sharp needles and pierced into Bo Yuqing's body. On the 9 orifices, a faint golden light was emitted. A dark and cold energy appeared around the golden light. It formed a circle and imprinted on the orifices. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrunk. He smiled and said, "Brother Yuqing, you really know how to lie. The Agarine power has already invaded your 9 orifices and 100 bones. Even if Guangxian doesn't kill you, you won't be able to endure it." Bo Yuqing trembled slightly when the golden light entered his body. He calmed down quickly. His furrowed brows gradually relaxed. He let out a breath and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Let's continue. This spirity power is really powerful. I can't believe that there is someone in this world who can obtain such power." Li Yunxiao said, "Next, I'm going to pierce your 7 chakras. You should be clear of the dangers involved. Try to cooperate with me." Bo Yuqing nodded his head seriously. Bang! Li Yunxiao moved forward and pointed his finger at Zhongyu's forehead. The spirity power flowed into Zhongyu's body like a stream. A golden light shone on Bo Yuqing's forehead. He grimaced in pain but didn't make a sound. Then, he did the same to the other chakras. Every chakra was glowing in color. The light was flickering on Bo Yuqing's body. He was shrouded in a 7-colored light. Bang bang! Suddenly, a violent heartbeat came from his heart chakra. It shook off Xianxia's spirity power. Xianxia was shocked. He saw a powerful Agarine power emerging from his heart chakra. There were also strange things revolving around his heart chakra. The energy from the other 6 chakras was dispersed. Crazy! You implanted the Agarine into your heart? Zhongyu shouted and his eyes were filled with shock. Bo Yuqing smiled bitterly. The heart chakra is the source of chakra, the source of energy. Only by implanting the Agarine can I achieve the 2 extremities god physique. Otherwise, do you think I'm willing to take such a risk? Xianxia was shocked. You are really a madman. He gathered the spirity power again and slammed his palm towards Zhongyu's chest. The powerful golden light slowly fought against the Agarine power. The battle in his heart chakra was endless. Bo Yuqing's body was twitching in pain. His face was distorted and his skin was pale. Cold sweat was dripping down his face. Xianxia's expression was also solemn. At this moment, Bo Yuqing's heart chakra was filled with 2 kinds of energy. If it turned violent or exploded, Bo Yuqing would die for sure. Bo Yuqing's body was twitching violently under the impact of the 2 powers. Although he didn't make a sound, blood kept oozing out from his 7 orifices. It seemed like he couldn't hold on any longer. Xianxia's expression became more and more solemn. His spirit power was limited after all, and the power of Agarine seemed to be endless. The disadvantage was getting more and more obvious. If the suppression collapsed, the power of Agarine's extreme yin would spread into the 7 chakras, and Bo Yuqing would die for sure. In his shock, he opened the immemorial heaven eye and shot out a ray of divine fire. It turned into a circular seal and smashed down. Meow meow. The sound of meat being grilled came from Bo Yuqing's chest. After a cloud of smoke came out, a circle of fire seal was revealed. Then, the power of wind, water, and earth emerged and danced in Xianxia's hands. They each took different forms and made different seals, and they smashed down one by one. Bang! 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 The 3 elemental seals smashed down, and Bo Yuqing finally spat out a mouthful of black blood. His breath fell to the bottom. At this moment, the 4 elemental seals appeared in front of his chest, and all the power of Agarine was sealed in his heart chakra. Bo Yuqing's weak voice came, failed? Xianxia nodded, failed. My spirit power is too little to suppress Agarine. For the time being, I will use the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind to suppress Agarine for you. You can only return to your previous state, and you can't use the power of your heart chakra and Agarine. Bo Yuqing smiled bitterly. Although these 4 elements are indispensable for creating the world and refining the world, if they can't be fused together, they won't be able to suppress Agarine for long. Xianxia said, if that's the case, I will add another seal. His eyes flashed, and a white light gradually appeared in his hand. It was full of vitality. Bo Yuqing exclaimed, Mountain River Cauldron. His eyes were filled with passion. Xianxia formed a seal with his left hand and lightly struck out. A strange hand seal appeared. It was the only move he had learned, the Bright King seal. The body of the cauldron rumbled, and a white light was projected down, shining directly on Bo Yuqing's chest. Pooh! Bo Yuqing spat out another mouthful of blood. His entire body seemed to have become transparent. He struggled and growled, I'll die if you keep this up. Xianxia took back the mountain and river cauldron and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He smiled calmly and said, don't try to act innocent after getting what you want. Although I can't get rid of the Agarine curse for you, as long as you don't use your heart chakra power, suppressing it for 8 to 10 years won't be a problem. When my strength improves, I'll think of a way to help you. Bo Yuqing tried to sense the heart chakra power, and as expected, he couldn't sense it at all. If that was the case, he could only unleash the strength of the 8-star pinnacle Emperor Wu. But this was already the best result. When he used the Agarine curse, he was just taking a gamble. If he lost the gamble, he would be crippled even if he didn't die. This was the best result. The 2 of them then started to recover their energy. Bo Yuqing also generously took out a huge amount of treasures to share with them. He had stayed in the Xianxia island for decades, and the treasures he had were far beyond Xianxia's reach. The 2 of them cultivated quietly for a few days. There was no movement from the outside world, as if the two of them had been forgotten. One day, a voice suddenly came from the outside world. Gradually, a light beam appeared in the endless darkness. The light beam slowly expanded, and a few human figures appeared. One of them was Guanyin. His eyes were filled with coldness, and his expression was ferocious. He said, "Two lowly humans, I'm here to see you." Li Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing remained unmoved, and they still closed their eyes to meditate. Guanyin was enraged, and a sense of humiliation and disdain surged into his heart. Green smoke rose from his head. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Open the formation. I want to skin them alive with my own hands." A commander behind him frowned and said, "Your Highness Guanyin, we must not neglect Lord Guangxian's order." Guanyin suddenly turned around and stared at the commander with a murderous gaze. He said coldly, "Are you the boss here or am I?" The commander's eyes flashed with a faint blue light, and he said calmly, "Lord Guangxian's decree is the most important. You." Fine, you dog slave, you dare to use my father's decree to pressure me." Guanyan's expression turned ferocious, and then it turned gloomy. He said, "Then please bring them out." The commander's expression changed, and he said, "I hope your Highness Guanyin can understand." The commander waved his hand, and the four people behind him walked forward. They began to perform all kinds of hand seals to open the yin and yang dust formation. Guanyin sneered, "Understand? My tolerance is as deep as the sea, and it's not something you can guess. Gui Ling, take a good look at how these lords handle things." A frail-looking man let out a ghostly voice, and he said in a low voice, "Yes." His eyes emitted a faint light, and he stared at the four people activating the formation. The commander stared at Gui Ling for a while, and he showed a puzzled expression. However, he didn't find anything strange, and he didn't care. After all, it was public that Guanyin hung out with these people all day long. At this moment, Li Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing were also slightly moved. They opened their eyes at the same time, and stared at the four people performing the hand seals. The whole space was quiet, and there were only various kinds of lights and thousands of symbols shining in the air. Thousands of different changes were displayed at the same time, and everyone was overwhelmed. Their brains quickly memorized them. After 10 minutes, all the lights dissipated, and a light beam shone straight at Bo Yuqing. The commander said indifferently, "Bo Yuqing, Lord Guangxian's decree is for you. Come over." Bo Yuqing's face darkened, and he knew that it was finally time to make a move on Guan Yuan. He glanced at Li Yunxiao, and the two exchanged a look. Then, they stood up, and stepped on the light beam. The commander said coldly, "I hope you'll be smart, and don't do anything out of line. Otherwise, no one can save you." Guanyin said in a strange tone, "Let's go. I've already taken him. Hurry up and go to my father's place." The commander's face was covered with frost, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes, and he stared coldly at Guanyin. Guanyin's body trembled, and he was frightened by the commander's gaze, and he kept retreating. He said in shock, "What are you doing?" The man called Ghost Spirit was like a ghost. His figure flashed, and he landed in front of Guanyin, protecting Guanyin behind him. The commander looked at Ghost Spirit coldly, and retracted the coldness in his body. Without saying a word, he formed a few hand seals. The entire light beam was instantly retracted, and like a firework, it shot into the sky, and then disappeared. In the darkness, only Li Yunxiao's eyes were left, and they emitted a demonic blood-red color, flickering continuously. The corner of his mouth slightly rose, and he revealed a knowing smile. Just now, the thousands of hand seals changes, although he couldn't remember them all, they were all recorded in Tsutsumi's mind. As long as he carefully studied them, it was only a matter of time before he broke through. His recovery speed was far above Bo Yuqing's. At this moment, he was almost fully recovered, and his strength had vaguely reached the 4-star barrier. Li Yunxiao calmed down, and temporarily put aside everything, and started to break through again. The distance between the 3-star and the 4-star was not as simple as the distance of 1 star. From the primary Emperor Wu to the intermediate Emperor Wu, there was a qualitative change in his understanding of the rules of heaven and earth. After an unknown period of time, the rules gathered from all directions, forming various symbols, big and small, and all entered his body. His whole body was shining with a golden light. At this moment, it was as if the way of heaven had descended. Li Yunxiao was immersed in the endless comprehension of the rules. Every martial artist had only one chance to upgrade, but he was stepping into the same river for the second time, so his comprehension was much stronger than that of others. The power of the rules appeared for a very long time, almost several times longer than that of people in the same realm. Finally, all kinds of rules were absorbed into his body. The aura of Li Yunxiao became extremely powerful, like an ancient beast, rampaging in the yin and yang dust formation, and finally returned to his body. Phew! He exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi, and felt that his whole world was clear, and his 5 senses and 6 senses were strengthened a lot. Although he was happy, he was more indifferent, and he was deep in thought. The rules of this place are the same as the outside world. It seems the abyss of the sea is a part of the realm of heaven martial arts. It's just a little special. Through the comprehension of the rules when he had upgraded, Li Yunxiao judged that this place was still a part of the realm of heaven martial arts, so he was much calmer. As long as he was still in this world, he could find a way to get out. His previous worry was that this place was some kind of abandoned place, and he might never be able to leave. The reason why I can't sense the coordinates of the outside world is that the power of the world here has changed. Li Yunxiao thought carefully, especially the existence of those deep-sea giant beasts, which were really different from ordinary sea clans. They should also be creatures created by the influence of the power of the world. All of a sudden, a beam of light descended, and slowly spread out outside the formation. Guangyin and the ghost appeared in the beam of light, and they walked over slowly. Eh? Li Yunxiao was surprised, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. It seemed like he had guessed the purpose of these two people's visit. The killing intent in Guangyin's eyes became stronger, and he stared at Li Yunxiao. He said coldly, "Despicable man, do you still remember me?" Li Yunxiao glanced at him, then closed his eyes and calmed down. D*****. D*****. Guangyin was completely infuriated by his disdainful attitude, and he shouted, "Kill him. Ghost, go inside and kill him now." Yes. The ghost's slim body took a step forward, and her eyes emitted a silver light. She looked around, as if she was observing carefully. Li Yunxiao finally opened his eyes, and a strange look appeared on his face. He said, "This formation is a two-way formation. Can you destroy it and kill me?" "Humph, do you think I can't kill you because of the two-way formation?" Guangyin said with a cold smile, "The ghost is a genius of the Silver Spirit clan, and he is born with a strong understanding of formations. Moreover, with the Silver Spirit clan's innate magical power, as long as he destroys a part of the formation, he can go inside and take your head." The more he spoke, the more complacent he became, and he couldn't help but laugh. He said, "Ha, ha, are you afraid now? It's too late to regret it, and I will let you know the consequences of disrespecting me." Li Yunxiao looked at the ghost in astonishment. He knew about the Silver Spirit clan. It was one of the most mysterious clans in the East Sea. Their innate magical power allowed them to travel through the void at will. Although it was not as magical as Zhuo Qingfan's Great Void technique, it was still very powerful. Guangyin said coldly, "It's not too late to repent now. Tell me honestly, what is the relationship between you and Princess Narcissus?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "A man and a woman. What relationship can we have? Am I her bestie? Do you believe me?" Wah wah wah. Guangyin was so angry that his whole body was on fire. He roared, "Damn it! Damn it! How could Princess Narcissus fall for a lowly human like you?" Li Yunxiao said, "Hee, since you don't believe me, I will say you are her bestie. In fact, we are all experts in this field. The so-called bestie is. Hee, you know. Damn it." Guangyin was so angry that he almost ignited himself. He looked up to the sky and roared. "Li Yunxiao, I want you to help me marry Narcissus. Do you have a way?" After roaring for a while, Guangyin gradually recovered. His eyes were still shining fiercely. He gritted his teeth and said, "As long as I can succeed, I can guarantee that you will not die." "What?" Li Yunxiao smiled in surprise and said, "Your Royal Highness Guangyin said that you are broad-minded. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. It turns out that Your Excellency Guangyin is the legendary man who takes over." Puff. Guangyin was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The energy in his body was in disorder. He trembled and shouted, "Li Yunxiao, are you really not afraid of death?" Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "Why should I mourn for my life? Why should I die? Your Excellency should go home and practice in seclusion." Wah wah wah. Kill him. Kill him. Guanyin was so angry that his whole head turned red. He almost crashed into the array. The ghost began to cast spells, trying to break the array. Each of his hand seals was executed very slowly and carefully. It was clear that he was observing as he broke through the seals. Only the sound of Guanyin's breathing could be heard in the entire space, and it gradually calmed down as time passed. Li Yunxiao stared at the ghostly spirit's movements in shock. If this was the first time this person had seen the formation being activated, then he would undoubtedly be called a genius. The complicated array glyphs were like balls of thread, yet he could clearly see them step by step. Although it was slow, he didn't make any mistakes after opening a few outer arrays. Even Li Yunxiao couldn't do better than him without using Tsutsumi. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao noticed a tiny mistake in Ghost Spirit's hand. The corner of his eye twitched slightly. The wrong seal was cast into the entire formation, causing a slight ripple to appear. Then, the entire array formation let out a roar, like countless raindrops falling on the surface of a lake, creating all sorts of ripples. Not good. Ghost Spirit also realized his mistake, and his expression changed drastically. Guanyin scolded angrily, "Trash. What should we do now?" Ghost Spirit said in a low voice, "Your Highness, don't panic. I have estimated the power of this formation, and we should be able to go through it now." His body emitted rays of silver light, and his whole body suddenly became illusory. He began to walk toward the formation, and successfully passed through several layers. Li Yunxiao's pupils suddenly shrank, and he turned into the moonlight, staring at the ghost. His eyes directly penetrated Ghost Spirit's body and peeped at his meridians and bones. All the bones were silver and emitted silver light, as if they could infinitely illusory his body. After a few steps, Ghost Spirit seemed to be greatly hindered. Countless talismans on the yin and yang dust formation rushed up and danced all over the sky, blocking his steps. At this moment, he slightly bent his body and curled up. Then Li Yunxiao saw the silver light constantly gathering on his bones, and the array glyphs appeared in his body, connecting with each other. Ho! Ghost Spirit suddenly let out a loud shout. His bent body suddenly straightened, and he directly shot out. Boom! Many talismans of the yin and yang dust formation were knocked away, and countless talismans directly blasted into his body, but came out through it. Ghost Spirit successfully passed through the formation under the huge impact, and directly appeared in the formation. Good! Guanyin shouted excitedly, "Kill him, quickly kill him for me." Puff! Ghost Spirit directly spat out a mouthful of blood, obviously suffering from internal injuries. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked up at Li Yunxiao coldly, and said in a low voice, "Sorry, your life has come to an end." Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "You are injured now. You'd better recuperate first, and then kill me." Ghost Spirit said, "No, I am just a 4-star Emperor Wu's trash." His whole body flashed, and a silver light flashed, directly cutting Li Yunxiao's throat. Blood directly sprayed on his face. Ghost Spirit felt the warm blood, took back his saber, and licked the blade. Watching the desperate Li Yunxiao fall, there was no expression on his face. It was as if this was just one of the countless insignificant things he had done. Ah? Just like that? Guanyin screamed, as if he was not satisfied, and said angrily, "You stupid pig. How could you kill him with one strike? I want to slowly peel off his skin and pull out his tendons." Ghost Spirit said, "Sorry, Your Highness, he is already dead." His right hand flashed, and the blade disappeared from his hand. He took a breath and was ready to pass through the formation again. Suddenly, his body suddenly shook, and he looked back in horror, only to see Li Yunxiao was still sitting in the same place, and the blood on his face was completely gone. Illusion? Ghost Spirit said in surprise. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "I said you'd better recuperate first, and then kill me." His eyes flashed coldly, and he said in a cold voice, "You just killed me with one strike, and you have already cut off your own way to live. But I can give you a fair chance." Ghost Spirit's heart couldn't help but tremble. he felt an inexplicable chill and fear from Li Yunxiao's eyes. This made him very shocked. The opponent's cultivation was obviously only 4-star Emperor Wu, and he was a 7-star advanced Emperor Wu. Even if he was injured, killing him should be a matter of minutes. He said coldly, "Thanks, I don't need to rest." Then with another flash of silver light, his whole body leaned forward, the same strike, the same cut, the same blood sprayed on his face. "You." Ghost Spirit was shocked, and said solemnly, "This move again." His body instantly became illusory, and suddenly disappeared into the void, to avoid being attacked by the opponent. "Hee, hiding is useless to me." Li Yunxiao's laughter came, followed by a very clear and trembling bell sound, echoing in the whole formation. Dong! Dong! Li Yunxiao held the dynasty bell in his hand, and he kept on striking it. The bell sound pierced through time and space, reverberating back and forth in front of him, and the entire space was distorted. "Huh? You can endure this much?" Li Yunxiao laughed. This move was very useful against Liang Yui in Songyang City, but that Ghost Spirit's cultivation was much stronger. "If that's the case, I will try this move." His eyes flashed, and he raised the hammer, and suddenly struck down, and shouted, 8 heavenly thunder sounds. Dong! The hammer with endless thunder smashed down on the dynasty bell. A thunder dragon rushed in all directions with endless sound waves, flying across the sky with a rumbling sound. Boom! Ghost Spirit finally couldn't hide anymore, and the space he was in exploded. His whole body emerged, and he turned into a silver light, and rushed up. The silver light flashed in front of Li Yunxiao, and directly pierced into his body, but it seemed to have pierced through thin air. Ghost Spirit was shocked, and said in horror, "Is this still an illusion? If you have the ability, come out and fight me with your real body." His expression suddenly changed, and he suddenly realized something was wrong. Although the Li Yunxiao in front of him became dazed, as if he didn't have any strength, he contained an extremely strong and domineering power, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Li Yunxiao laughed, and said, "The one in front of you is the real body." A huge hammer fell from the sky, and suddenly smashed towards his head. Ghost Spirit was shocked, and he was about to escape, but he found Li Yunxiao's thunder hand grabbing at him, and directly suppressed him on the spot. Boom! Endless thunder fell, and all of it poured into the top of Ghost Spirit's head, causing him to be dizzy, and his body, which was already injured, burst open at this moment. Guangyan, who was outside the spell formation, was already dumbfounded. The endless thunder bloomed above Ghost Spirit's head, and it was like watching fireworks, gorgeous and brilliant, and his whole body was abnormally dazzling and beautiful in the night sky. No, impossible. He stared blankly at Ghost Spirit slowly falling at Li Yunxiao's feet, and revealed a terrified expression. He turned around in shock, and was about to escape. Suddenly, a few figures flashed, and appeared in the light. It was Guangshan, who had brought a few experts over. "10th brother? Why are you here?" Guangshan saw Guangyan, who was running away, and his face grew grave, and he shouted. Guangyan's body shook, and he said in shock, I. His head was full of cold sweat. If he were to find out that he had secretly brought people to pass the spell formation, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Oh, it's okay. His Highness Guangyan saw that I was lonely, so he specially came to have a chat with me." Li Yunxiao had already put Ghost Spirit's corpse into the Universe God Monument. In the spell formation, besides the fluctuations of the aura of a battle, there were no traces of anyone else. Yes, to have a chat." Guangyan hurriedly said, "I remembered that Li Yunxiao is here alone. No matter what, he is Her Highness's friend, and we can't neglect him." Guangshan's pupil shrank, and he said softly, "Oh? I didn't expect 10th brother to be so compassionate. I've really misjudged you." Guangyan calmed himself down, and said seriously, "I can't be idle every day, doing meaningless things, and making my brothers and father unhappy. I have to learn to improve myself." Guangshan was speechless, and he didn't know what to say. Although he knew that there must be a reason behind it, it was pitch black all around, and he couldn't tell what it was. He could only say, "10th brother, it's been hard on you. I've come under father's order to bring Li Yunxiao back." Guangyan was shocked, and he said, "Bring Li Yunxiao? Why are you bringing him back?" Guangshan said indifferently, "This is father's matter, how would I know?" He waved his hand, and the experts behind him immediately went forward and started to open the spell formation. Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with suspicion. Could it be that Guangxian was going to deal with him? His priority should be to kill Guang Yuan. Li Yunxiao, follow me. Guangshan looked at him indifferently and waved his hand. A light flashed in the darkness. In the next moment, everyone appeared in the teleportation formation at the bottom of the sea. The group of people quickly arrived at the palace. The interior was resplendent. Pearls of various colors decorated the palace. A few pillars were carved with dragons and phoenixes, and thousands of different marine races were depicted below. Stepping into the palace, they immediately felt the spiritual power surging into their bodies. Every breath they took made them feel like their cultivation level was increasing. The seawater in the palace was filled with liquefied spiritual energy. It wasn't Li Yunxia's first time here. He knew that there were many powerful formations set up nearby. One of them was a large-scale spirit-gathering formation. Not to mention the strong spiritual veins here, just the resources contributed by the major races every year were enough to maintain the liquefaction of the entire palace. Li Yunxiao sighed, I strongly request to be locked up in the palace. I promise I won't run away before I reach the peak of Emperor Wu. The peak of Emperor Wu? Guangshan sneered, you really dare to say that? The ignorant are truly fearless. Li Yunxiao said, although I can't reach that level, I yearn for it. Guangshan was stunned. He looked at Li Yunxiao thoughtfully. Li Yunxiao's expression was indifferent. He stepped into the palace and followed everyone to the main hall. There were already many experts standing in the main hall. Only Guangxian sat peacefully on the highest throne. He closed his eyes and was deep in thought. The others didn't dare to make a sound and break the silence. Water deity had changed into a light blue attire and was sitting at the bottom left of Guangxian. She was like a cold oriole's tail flower that was out of this world. Following the sound of footsteps, her expression changed. She hurriedly stood up and saw who it was. She exclaimed happily, Li Yunxiao. The silence in the entire palace was broken by this sound. Everyone frowned and looked towards the source of the footsteps. Guangxian slowly opened his eyes as a glint flashed across his pupils. Father, I brought Li Yunxiao. Guangshan stepped forward and bowed, then nodded and smiled at Narcissus before retreating to the side. Narcissus looked at Li Yunxiao and said happily, Li Yunxiao, are you alright? Li Yunxiao said with a smile, it's pretty good. Guangxian Darren treats me very well. The living environment was very elegant and quiet, suitable for cultivation. From time to time, they would send someone to chat with me to relieve my boredom. Thanks to the royal family and the East Sea, I've risen by 1 star. Guangyan, who was listening at the side, was frightened, and his face turned pale. Guangxian's pupils shrank as he stared at Li Yunxiao with a sharp gaze. He had indeed advanced by 1 star. Really? Narcissus said smugly, I just knew that they wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Humph, if they dare to act recklessly, I'll smash this palace. Everyone frowned, but it was not good to say anything. Guangshan smiled and said, how could we dare to slight Her Highness's friend? This is what we should do. Li Yunxiao said, Guangxian Darren is really too polite. I'm embarrassed to stay here. Guangshan smiled and said, the polite one is younger brother Yunxiao. Rest assured and stay here until Emperor Wu reaches his peak. Li Yunxiao said, all good things must come to an end. I have to leave sooner or later. Why don't I bid farewell to everyone now? The two people spoke coldly, their voices devoid of any emotion, making the entire great hall become chilly. Guangxian snorted and interrupted the two people's argument, saying, Li Yunxiao, the reason I called you here this time is to discuss the matter of letting you leave. Li Yunxiao revealed a look of surprise and said, impossible, right? Did I hear wrongly? Guangxian snorted and said, of course I'm not letting you leave for nothing. The rainbow stones matter caused countless casualties and brought great danger to Eastern Sea. You are mainly responsible for all of this. Also, the rainbow twin stones. Li Yunxiao waved his hand impatiently and said, all right. What conditions do you have? Just say it. Everyone was smart. Once Li Yunxiao heard so many compliments, he knew that the other party was going to state his conditions. His attitude instantly caused everyone in the hall to be extremely dissatisfied. Especially when they saw how intimate he was with Narcissus just now, it made the few princes' hearts erupt like a volcano. They tried all kinds of ways to please her, but it was hard to make Narcissus smile. But the moment this guy appeared, he made Narcissus smile like a budding flower bud. This kind of psychological gap made them, who were born to be superior, extremely angry. Li Yunxiao, what kind of attitude is that? One of the princes shouted angrily, in front of my father, show some respect. Oh? What did this prince say? My ears aren't very good, please speak louder. Li Yunxiao smiled and tilted his head, looking like he was listening attentively. I say, what kind of attitude is that? I asked you to speak more respectfully in front of my father. That prince's voice rose by tens of decibels as he glared and shouted. What? I still can't hear it clearly, say it again. Are you deaf? I asked you to be more respectful. Be a little more respectful, do you hear me? That prince's face turned red from the roar. The last few words were enunciated with almost all of his strength. It's just a few words, why is this prince's neck red? Li Yunxiao was puzzled and said, but I still can't hear it clearly, please speak louder. You. The crown prince was so angry that his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. His upper body instantly transformed into a dragon, and he circulated his yuan qi to unleash a powerful sound wave technique. He roared, I told you to be more respectful. Rumble. The entire hall shook violently with his roar, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. A few prawn soldiers and crab generals at the side died on the spot, screaming in pain before exploding. A golden glow appeared on Li Yunxiao's body, and he stood still under the concentrated bombardment of the sound wave. After the roar, that prince seemed to be very satisfied with the effect of his power and said proudly, Deaf, did you hear it clearly now? Li Yunxiao pricked up his ears and said in surprise, What? What did you say, prince? You. That prince instantly felt a breath of qi and blood stuck in his chest, as if a huge rock had blocked his windpipe, making it difficult for him to breathe. His face gradually turned red, then purple, then pale, and he finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Pfft. After spitting out a mouthful of qi and blood, he fell backward with his face facing the sky, his qi activity greatly weakened. Narcissus laughed and said, Li Yunxiao, you are so bad, making him so angry that he spat out blood. Li Yunxiao shrugged and said with a smile, I can't help it, this is the way to deal with amusing idiots. Just let him amuse himself to death. Ha 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 ha. Narcissus covered her mouth and smiled sweetly. Her beautiful hair floated in the seawater, and her outstanding bearing made everyone's hearts run wild and their throats dry. That prince was already mentally injured, and his breathing became weak. After hearing the beauty's mockery, he spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted. Guangxian's eyebrows twitched imperceptibly, and he secretly shook his head. Guangshan's sharp senses noticed this small change, and he couldn't help but smile in his heart. He knew that this child had been given up by his father, and such a temperament wouldn't be of much use. Unknowingly, he had one less opponent. Guangshan laughed and said, Brother Yunxiao is too mischievous, it's better to listen to father, lest you delay the important matters. He expressed his affection for Li Yunxiao. In his eyes, Li Yunxiao was extraordinary, and he might be able to use him. As for Narcissus, he also tried his best to fight for her, but he did not regard Li Yunxiao as a love rival, because with Narcissus's status, it was impossible for her to marry a human. If things really developed to that stage, as long as he spread the news of their relationship, there would be experts from the Sea Imperial Palace who would help him get rid of Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, It's not that I don't want to listen, but your brother interrupted me for no reason. Guangshan chuckled and did not say anything, while the other princes glared at him. Guangshan saw this and was secretly delighted, thinking that his younger brothers should have more conflicts with Li Yunxiao, and Li Yunxiao should also work hard and help him get rid of more competitors. Guangxian snorted and said, Li Yunxiao, you are also a smart person, I will not beat around the bush with you. If you want to leave, no problem, but you must go to a place and retrieve 2 things for me. Li Yunxiao was surprised, where and what things? Guangshan's face suddenly changed, he said in shock, Father, could it be, he is just an outsider. How can he enter the Rainlands? What? Rainlands? Everyone in the hall was shocked, all of them had a look of disbelief on their faces. Rainlands? Li Yunxiao said softly, obviously he was not familiar with this place. He looked at Narcissus, the other's eyes were also filled with confusion. Guangshun said, Father wants him to retrieve the ancestral dragon blood essence and dragon quaking hammer, not to mention his low strength, his identity. The rest of the sea race also said, Lord Sea King, please reconsider. Guangxian said, I have thought about this for a long time, it is not suitable for us to enter the Rainlands, Li Yunxiao may be the best candidate. Guanglu also said in a deep voice, this person is just a scum of the 4-star Emperor Wu, it is easy to find a 4-star Emperor Wu who fits the criteria. He is after all an outsider, if he destroys the Rainlands, the consequences will be too severe. Li Yunxiao said, although I do not know what you are talking about, it sounds very powerful. I am really surprised that Lord Guangxian thinks so highly of me, Guangxian said. Guangxian looked at him with a complicated look and said, it is only because one person recommended you, and I believe in his judgment. Li Yunxiao said, who? Guangxian said seriously, Bo Yuqing. Most of the people in the hall were stunned, obviously they did not know who this person was. Only the crown prince and a few others knew, their faces were aghast and shocked. Guangshun said in shock, Father, why would you believe in a human, and a prisoner at that? Guangxian said, although Bo Yuqing is a prisoner, his identity is very unique, and his ability is extraordinary. In this matter, I believe in the person who recommended him. Guangxian looked at Li Yunxiao, as if he wanted to see through him, or perhaps he wanted to verify something from him. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, where's Bo Yuqing? Call him out, I promise I won't beat him to death. Guangxian said, Bo Yuqing is cultivating in seclusion to recover his strength. Li Yunxiao, will you disappoint me? Li Yunxiao said, where does Lord Guangxian get his confidence in me? Guangxian showed a rare smile and said, because if you don't succeed, you can only die. Narcissus was shocked, you dare to kill him? Do you really want to go against my father's decree? Guangxian said, it's not that I want to kill him, but if I fail to go to the land of rain, I will never be able to come out. Narcissus looked at Li Yunxiao and said, don't go, if they want to go, let them go by themselves. Guanglu snorted with extreme dissatisfaction, humph. Your Highness, we are not willing to let this kid go in. The land of rain is a place that only the strongest of the royal family can enter. Being able to enter is a great honor in itself. Even us crown princes don't have that qualification. He said loudly, Father, let this person go in, I'm not convinced. Guangxian's eyes flashed, not convinced? We can follow the rules of our Sea clan, fight if you're not convinced. Moreover, I'm also very curious about Bo Yuqing's reverence. Guanglu was overjoyed, yes. Father. He suddenly flung his cloak, pointed at Li Yunxiao and shouted, come out. Li Yunxiao touched the bridge of his nose and smiled bitterly, Your Highness should go. I really don't have the qualification to go to the land of rain, so I won't fight with Your Highness. Guanglu sneered, whether you fight or not, it's not up to you. He glanced at Narcissus and said sarcastically, moreover, this battle is not only about the qualification to go to the land of rain, but also between you and me. The loser will never be able to see Princess Narcissus again in this life. Narcissus's expression changed and she said angrily, Guanglu, I thought you were a good person, why? Are you so bad? Guanglu said, Princess Narcissus, this human is not worthy to be your friend. You are the Bo clan's princess respected by the 4 seas. You must have the corresponding status to be worthy. Don't be fooled by this glib-tongued pretty boy. I hate pretty boys the most in my life. Li Yunxiao flicked his hair and said, being handsome will attract hatred. Yunxiao said, from now on, I don't want to see you. I don't want to see you. Guanglu said. Guanglu was enraged. His hard work over the past few days had gone down the drain. He roared, Li Yunxiao, I will kill you today. Li Yunxiao was completely speechless. He said innocently, this is really the flying flowers of June. What does it have to do with me? Guanglu said coldly, it doesn't matter. You must die. A black shadow flashed and struck down from the sky. Li Yunxiao looked over. It was a long black whip. It had an extremely strong power, lashing the mountains and rivers. He gently pushed Narcissus away. He stomped on the ground and disappeared from the palace like lightning. Boom! The long black whip smashed a huge pit on the ground, causing the entire palace to tremble. The countless thin bolts of lightning converged in the air above the palace, transforming into Xianxia's true body. He stuck himself to a huge jade pillar with a dragon carved on it. He smiled and said, "Come, come, whip this way." The huge jade pillar with dragon carvings was one of the main beams of the palace. If it was hit by Guangli's whip, it would definitely collapse. Guangli roared, "Are all humans so despicable, cowardly, and afraid of death? If I say yes, will you let me go?" Xianxia said with a smile. "Of course not." Guangli said fiercely. "Then why are you asking?" Xianxia said. "Ah. Damn it." Guangli dashed forward and revealed a pitch-black dagger in his left hand. It was just an ordinary 9th-level profound weapon, but it was already an incredible treasure in the Sea clan. Chi. When he was near the main beam, he didn't dare to use any violent moves. He used the dagger to cut the seawater apart. Xianxia chuckled and turned into a shadow. He disappeared from the main beam again. "Don't run." Guangli's figure flashed and chased after him again. The two of them chased each other in the palace like they were playing a game. Everyone frowned as they watched. Guangxian watched for a while and revealed a dissatisfied expression. He raised his hand and shouted, "Heaven and Earth Water Element." A ball of extremely strong water element spread in the air and instantly bound the two of them. Guangli struggled for a few times. He realized that no matter how he moved, his body couldn't move forward or backward. It was as if he was frozen in space. On the other hand, Xianxia was very calm. He had experienced the heaven and earth water element in his previous life. Without a superb sword move, it was impossible to break it. He could only be at the mercy of it. "Go!" Guangxian shouted, and the two of them flew out of the palace with a loud bang. The scenery around the two of them changed and they arrived on an empty platform in an instant. Guangxian's cold voice came through. He used secret voice sending and said, "If you can't satisfy me, I won't let you go easily even if you have the Sovereign of the Sea's decree. Unless you use a supreme profound weapon to redeem your life. So, working hard for me is your only choice. But before that, you have to prove that you are qualified." The figures in the palace appeared one after another. They stood in the surroundings and looked at them coldly. Only Narcissus did not appear. No one knew where Guangxian had taken her. "Haha, let's see how you can escape now." Guangli said coldly, "Today's battle is not only a battle of qualifications to enter the Rainlands, but also a battle of qualifications to woo Princess Narcissus. The one who loses will be disqualified forever." Xianxia said gloomily, "I don't want either of the two qualifications you mentioned. If you want them, you can take them. Stop talking nonsense. Do weaklings always choose to escape?" Guangli bellowed as the shadows of the whip in his hand filled the sky. In order to prevent Xianxia from escaping again, he cast a large-scale attack divine power. Shadows of the whip fell everywhere like dancing dragons and snakes. It was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. Xianxia was puzzled. It was no longer up to him whether to fight or not. Moreover, he couldn't use his unique skill. Otherwise, if Guangxian recognized his identity, not even a deity could save him. Under the whip shadows, the sky was sealed and the earth was locked. There was a flash of light in Xianxia's hand. Frost appeared on the cold sword and crystals appeared around him. Then, a sword barrier opened up and protected him in it. Bang, bang, bang. The whip shadows that filled the sky crashed on the barrier and exploded. The ice crystals also turned into powder. However, the barrier formed by the extremely strong sword chi didn't budge at all. What? Everyone was shocked. Even if Guangli's attack couldn't kill Xianxia, he should at least be severely injured and sent flying. However, he came out unscathed. Other than Guangxian and Guangyan, everyone was stunned and revealed a curious expression. They originally thought that the duel would only take a few minutes, but it seemed to be more interesting now. Guangyan's eyes revealed a strange and mocking expression. He secretly sneered. He saw how Li Yunxiao killed the 7 Stars Emperor Wu's ghost spirit without any effort. Although Ghost Spirit was injured at that time, the gap between a high-level Emperor Wu and a mid-level Emperor Wu couldn't be crossed. However, not only did this lowly human cross it, he did it with ease. An intense jealousy rose in his heart. If only he had such strength, how good would that be? At this moment, he hoped that the two of them would perish together. Only then would it be satisfying. For a 4 Stars Emperor Wu to be able to withstand my attack, he is considered an anomaly. Guanglu came back to his senses and said indifferently, "That's fine too. I thought it would be a boring battle." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It's boring to begin with. Sluts are so pretentious." Guanglu shouted and the long whip in his hand slammed down from the sky. With a paw sound, the entire space shook and a mountain-like pressure came from the sky. The entire seabed cracked open and the mountains shook. Li Yunxiao raised his sword with both hands and moved forward. His body and sword became one. Rays of golden runes flew out and his entire body turned into a sword light. He slashed the endless pressure and soared into the sky. After that, he slashed with the 1,000 dazzling righteous sword formula, splitting the ground for 1,000 miles. At this moment, he could only rely on the rule of the sword to fight with Guanglu. He didn't dare to use any sword techniques. Guanglu was secretly shocked. The strength that his opponent displayed had already reached the level of a high-level Emperor Wu. Moreover, it looked like he was doing it with ease. Cloud Dragon Slash. The pitch-black dagger in his left hand shone with a black glow as he slashed in the air. Kaboom! The two slashes collided and the seawater evaporated immediately. It boiled continuously and the surroundings were filled with bubbling bubbles that looked like white smoke. How could this be? Are they evenly matched? The group of Sea clan members looked on in shock. They had truly felt the sword prowess of Li Yunxiao's slash. It was indeed not inferior to Guang Li's. Humph, cunning human. He's just relying on the advantage of his profound weapon. That sword is indeed famous. Just one look at it and I feel a chill down my spine. Humans do have the advantage in terms of profound weapons. This kind of duel should discard weapons and fight barehanded. Instead, the group of Sea clan members started to feel dissatisfied and felt injustice for Guanglu. "Shut up if you don't understand." Guangyan shouted, "What do you know? That Li Yunxiao won't lose even if he doesn't use his sharp sword." Everyone frowned and revealed a look of disdain. They thought to themselves, "We don't understand. Could it be that trash like you understands?" Guangshan responded softly and said, "Huh? 10th brother seems to think highly of that Li Yunxiao?" A trace of panic flashed across Guangyan's face as he was afraid of being seen through. However, he still straightened his back arrogantly and said, "That's right. I think that Li Yunxiao isn't simple. The possibility of him defeating Guanglu is very high. I'm just feeling sympathy for him and feeling indignant for Li Yunxiao." Guangshan had a face of suspicion and said softly, "I also believe that this Li Yunxiao isn't simple. However, if you say that he can defeat 4th brother, I really don't believe it." His eyes flashed with radiance and he said, "You should know that this 4th brother of mine isn't simple either." Guanglu stared at Li Yunxiao for a while and said, "Your strength is indeed unexpected. However, you still don't have the qualifications to go to the Rainy Lands and pursue Princess Narcissus. Next, I will treat you as an official opponent. You can be proud of this life." Li Yunxiao's heart was gradually burning with anger. He said coldly, "Can you use your strength to speak? Not your mouth. Haha, you really deserve to die." Guanglu laughed hideously and said maliciously, "You probably don't know how scary high-level Emperor Wu is, right?" End of chapter 1150. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.